In a world where all are transported to the realm of lords, Tong finds himself among the chosen. Beginning his journey in a dilapidated shack, surrounded by wild beasts poised to strike at any moment. Fortunately, he awakens the 100-fold amplification system. Recruiting farmers transforms them into titans. Enlisting soldiers elevates them to barbarian kings. Summoning lizards turns them into ferocious battle dinosaurs. Chapter 1. The Era of Universal Lords. Upon opening his eyes, Tong is greeted by the azure sky and boundless white clouds. Lying on the ground, a flicker of confusion crosses his mind. Hadn't he just finished an all-night gaming session before collapsing in a bed? How had he suddenly arrived here? Furrowing his brow, Tong rises to survey his surroundings, his expression deepening in perplexity. He finds himself in an endless expanse of grassland, surrounded by lush greenery and the occasional wildflower. Not far off, he spots a few unidentified beasts grazing on the verdant terrain. Behind him stands a humble abode. Suddenly, a resounding and authoritative voice reverberates through the air. The chaotic continent is a fantastical realm brimming with opportunities and challenges. Here, you may embark on the most authentic adventures. We have prepared a plethora of diverse gameplay options for players, including PvE dungeons, PvP competitions, and thrilling guild wars. The game employs an open growth system, allowing each player to forge their own unique character. In the chaotic continent, you will encounter formidable foes and precious treasures. We have meticulously designed a dynamic weather system to render the game world more vivid and lifelike. The game features a comprehensive social system, enabling you to forge alliances with like-minded adventurers. We pledge to continually update the content, bringing players fresh and exciting experiences. Join the chaotic continent now and commence your legendary adventure. In this realm, you are all lords, possessing your own territories where you can recruit farmers to cultivate, enlist soldiers to expand your dominion, and conquer lands until you establish your own empire, overshadowing other players. Treat your farmers and soldiers with care should their loyalty wane. Rebellion may ensue, significantly hindering your progress. Data loading complete, may you all survive. After a barrage of notifications, Tong took considerable time to digest his predicament. I have traversed worlds, and I have become a lord in this realm. His face bore the shock of revelation. Eventually, he accepted this new reality. At that moment, a golden orb of light materialized before him. Hesitating briefly, he reached out to touch the orb. In an instant, it dissipated, leaving an ancient tome in Tong's grasp. Curious, he opened the book, and several elegant characters appeared. The Book of Lords. Every lord possesses this tome, the size of a mobile phone, containing merely a few pages. Each page header reads, Resources, Buildings, Forging, Recruitment, Chat. The pages resemble a tablet, allowing for easy navigation. Tong attempted to access the first page, Resources, only to find it displayed empty. Regarding the realms of architecture and forging, both pages yield no schematics, and the recruitment section remains vacant. Tong, having conducted little research, navigates to the chat feature. Therein lie two channels, one for the world at large, and the other for nearby locales, both of which facilitate discourse among lords and enable trade. However, participation in chat is limited. Each individual is permitted but 10 messages per day. The world channel remains dormant, yet the nearby channel is abuzz with lively exchanges. Is this what they call transmigration? It feels incredible. I, Wang Erden, am finally free from the shackles of the 996 grind. I shall rise to prominence and become the sovereign of this world. Help! Is there anyone who can rescue me? A massive python the size of a water bucket is here. Oh no, it has spotted me. A lord? Is this for real? Surely it cannot be a prank. Hey, stop fooling around. I still have bricks to move. Guess what I just encountered? I attempted to recruit as instructed, and lo and behold, a flash of white light, and 3 peasant-clad figures materialized, kneeling and calling me lord. I too tried recruiting, and to my astonishment, it was a female peasant. What in the world is this game? These wretched peasants. I sent them out to hunt, and they were utterly incapacitated by a few grazing sheep. Good heavens, this world is terrifying. I just witnessed a little white rabbit open its gaping maw and swallow a cow whole. Some individuals, undaunted, are rather exhilarated by the experience. Observing these messages, Tong's expression grows serious. It appears that many, like him, have inexplicably been transported to this realm, a world starkly different from Blue Star, where the fauna is far more formidable. Tong even suspects that these creatures may be the legendary beasts of lore. The mere thought of a seemingly harmless little rabbit capable of devouring a cow sends chills down his spine. Currently situated on the plains, he finds himself devoid of any cover. Should a pack of wolves emerge at night, his slender frame would hardly suffice to defend against such beasts. Nevertheless, Tong remains deeply concerned. While he may not need to fret about the terrifying fauna for the next 7 days, the pressing issues of sustenance and hydration loom large. It seems prudent to prioritize the search for food and water before contemplating safety. With that resolve, Tong stows away the Lord's book and directs his gaze toward the small wooden cabin. Amidst the boundless grasslands, his humble abode stands solitary, the wind brushing the grass low enough to reveal cattle and sheep. Constructed of timber and thatched with straw, the cabin appears exceedingly rudimentary. As Tong's gaze settles upon the small structure, an informative message materializes. Simple wooden cabin, main city. Level 1, construction cost, 1,000 wood, 1,000 gold. Construction duration, 1 hour. Function, accommodates a population of 10, with potential for upgrade to a level 2 cabin. Upgrade requirement, main city level must reach level 2. Population, 0.5. Storage, 1,000. Recruit, peasant free, soldier for a fee. Farmer, free recruitment, with no fees required, but personal weapons and equipment must be provided. Soldier, a certain fee is necessary, the specific amount depending on the type of soldier and their gear. All recruits must undergo basic training and can officially join only upon qualification. Recruitment location, East City Barracks, accepting registrations daily from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Interested individuals should bring identification for registration. Places are limited and available on a first-come, first-served basis. Materials required to upgrade to level 2. 1,000 wood, 500 stone, 300 thatch, 30 hemp rope. Tong furrowed his brow. Is this the main city? How rudimentary. Shaking his head, he stepped inside. The interior was even more austere and cramped, barely measuring 5 or 6 square meters, hardly enough to accommodate a bed. Inside, there was a dilapidated chest that Tong approached it and opened the lid, revealing several items. Stone axe X2, flint X1, level 1 barracks blueprint X1, level 1 cottage blueprint X1, and so forth. 10 items in total, most of which were blueprints requiring materials for crafting. The remainder included basic tools, such as stone axes, wooden buckets, and flint. With these items, he could save a considerable amount of effort. The most pressing concern now was to recruit farmers. Without them, it would be challenging for Tong to develop on his own. Having farmers would alleviate his burdens regarding basic crops and water. However, the only regret was that farmers lacked combat prowess, incapable of even besting a sheep. Forcing farmers to hunt could lead to a drop in loyalty. According to the notification, should their loyalty plummet, farmers might become lazy or even flee. Tong opened the Lord's book and navigated to the recruitment page, checking the details. Recruitment, farmers, 0.5 refreshes once a day. Would you like to recruit now? Recruiting farmers incurs no additional costs, but only 5 can be recruited daily, and food must be provided each day to maintain their loyalty. Without hesitation, Tong clicked confirm. A cold voice echoed once more. Current task, kill 100 zombies, reward, strength 1. Detected host has killed a zombie, reward granted, strength 1, triggering 100-fold amplification, strength 100. Current task completion, 1100. Detected host has killed a zombie, reward granted, strength 1, triggering 100-fold amplification, strength 100. Current task completion, 2100. Detected host has killed a zombie, current task completion, 10100. Congratulations player, farmers have been recruited, triggering 100-fold amplification. Farmers evolve into titans. Chapter 2. 100-fold amplification. Tong was momentarily stunned, followed by an expression of sheer ecstasy. Wonderful, 100-fold amplification. This is a windfall. At that moment, a radiant beam of golden light emerged, and before Tong stood a towering figure, a man as formidable as a small mountain. A titan, level 10. Endurance. 100 signifies the character's stamina during prolonged activities or sustained exertion. High endurance implies that the character can engage in combat, run, or perform other physical endeavors for extended periods without succumbing to fatigue. Strength. 100 reflects the character's muscular power and physical attack potential. The greater the strength, the more damage the character can inflict, as well as the heavier objects they can lift or obstacles they can overcome. Agility. 100 measures the character's reaction speed and physical flexibility. Elevated agility allows the character to evade attacks more easily, move swiftly, or execute intricate maneuvers. Intelligence. 100 denotes the character's cognitive abilities and knowledge, that a character with high intelligence excels in problem-solving, strategy formulation, and magical applications. Willpower. 100 indicates the character's mental fortitude and determination. A high willpower aids the character in resisting mental manipulation, fear, or maintaining focus in adversity. Luck. 100 represents the character's fortune in random occurrences. High luck may yield unexpected gains, avert dangers, or turn dire situations into favorable ones. Loyalty. 81. Proficiencies. Logging, agriculture, hunting. Introduction. The Titan is a confidant of the Earth Goddess, possessing unique skills related to the land, excelling in agriculture and mining. From this introduction, It is evident that this titan is a fully realized master of farming. Clad in a tunic of coarse fabric, with skin of a healthy wheat hue, he bore a mark upon his forehead, the emblem of the earth goddess. Unlike the other farmers recruited, who were mostly frail and malnourished, this titan had transformed remarkably after a hundredfold enhancement. Most significantly, this titan was born as a level 10 unit. Lu Tong, suppressing his excitement, continued his recruitment efforts. Congratulations, player! You have recruited a farmer, and with a hundredfold enhancement, the farmer has transformed into a titan. After recruiting 5 farmers, the humble wooden cottage was filled to capacity. Observing this, Lu Tong promptly directed them to the grassy expanse. Greetings, esteemed master. The 5 titans collectively bowed their heads in respect to Lu Tong. He was thoroughly pleased and hastily issued his first command. Although these titans were all level 10 units, Lu Tong was still unaware of what that entailed. Furthermore, their expertise lay in agriculture rather than combat. As newcomers, it was prudent to proceed with caution. Subsequently, Lu Tong entered the wooden cottage, distributing stone axes and several tools among the titans, assigning each a specific task. One titan was designated to procure water and food, while another was tasked with exploring the surrounding territory. The remaining 3 were assigned to gather resources, with a particular focus on timber and ore. Upon receiving their orders, the 5 titans respectfully replied, "At your command, my lord," and promptly dispersed. Seated on the lawn, Lu Tong retrieved the Book of Lords and turned to the page on construction. A level 1 barracks required 1,000 units of wood, 800 units of stone, 500 units of hay, and 25 units of grass rope to construct. These resources were indispensable for building the barracks. None could be omitted. Constructing a barracks marks the initial stride in the enhancement of military prowess. Timber serves as the primary material for the structure, while stone provides a robust foundation. Hay and grass ropes assist in the construction process. It is imperative to wisely allocate resources to ensure that the construction of the barracks does not impede the supply of materials for other critical edifices. It is advisable to stockpile these materials in advance. For a level 2 cottage, 1,000 wood, 200 stone, 500 hay. For a level 3 cottage, 1,500 wood, 300 stone, 750 hay. For a level 10 cottage, 5,000 wood, 1,000 stone, 2,500 hay. The stone axe requires 1 wood, 1 granite, 1 straw. The stone pickaxe requires 1 wood, 1 granite, 1 straw. Grass rope requires 2 straw. The resources section, however, remains devoid of entries. Lu Tong was not unduly concerned, for this area is situated in a plain abundant with grass, trees, and ample stone. At that moment, a heavy thudding of footsteps echoed from afar. Lu Tong looked on with curiosity. "What about that bull?" he exclaimed, astonished, as he realized that his earlier worries were unfounded. These titans were even more formidable than he had anticipated. One titan placed a bull on the ground and respectfully addressed Lu Tong. "My lord, I have procured food. This rhinoceros beast will suffice for several days." Lu Tong gazed upon the carcass of the rhinoceros beast, its size comparable to that of a large truck, and the vitality evident in its blood indicated it belonged to a tribe. Truly, the titans are of level 10, they can dispatch even such ferocious beasts. "My lord, I shall now seek a water source." Without pausing for rest, the titan continued on with a wooden bucket in hand. Lu Tong inquired with concern, "Would you not prefer to rest first?" Having taken down such a large beast, Lu Tong pondered that the titan must have exerted considerable effort. "Thank you for your understanding, my lord. Although our titan tribe is not a combat race, slaying an ordinary rhinoceros beast is still a trivial task for us. I require no rest." Casting a glance at the titan's information, Lu Tong noted that after hunting the rhinoceros beast, the titan's stamina remained an impressive 99. It seemed he spoke the truth. Dispatching the rhinoceros beast was indeed effortless for him. Lu Tong felt a sense of relief. Just be sure not to venture beyond the territory. After the titan departed, Lu Tong stood before the enormous carcass, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed with the butchering. Suddenly, a virtual box appeared before him. Level 1, Rhinoceros Beast, shall be slaughtered? Lu Tong was taken aback, and upon confirming, the carcass was enveloped in a beam of white light. When the light dissipated, the vast rhinoceros beast had been transformed into uniformly sized chunks of meat. The slaughter completed, the yield was astounding. 3,000 units of beef, 300 hides, 20 large bones, and 1 sole gem. In addition to the beef, there were also hides and bones, but what intrigued Lu Tong most was the sole gem. Resembling a small white orb, Lu Tong picked it up, and immediately an inscription appeared. Soul gem, consumable, a material for recruiting troop types. However, lacking the requisite materials to construct the barracks, Lu Tong had no immediate use for the soul gem, but he decided to stow it away and intended to check on the status of resource gathering. His domain lay across an expansive prairie, stretching endlessly before him, with a few scattered patches of woodland in the distance. Upon closer observation, Lu Tong was pleasantly surprised to discover that the titans possessed not only formidable combat prowess, but also an astonishingly swift capacity for resource gathering. In the blink of an eye, 3 titans had already amassed 1,000 units of wood, 900 units of stone, and 1,200 units of hay. Through the chat channel, Tong learned that the farmers of others managed to gather a mere 10 units of wood and 7 units of stone in an hour. Furthermore, each gathering action would deplete their energy. Theoretically, a single farmer could collect a maximum of 80 units of wood and stone in a day, amounting to 400 units for 5 farmers. In stark contrast, the titans were remarkably efficient. Tong rubbed his hands together in excitement. He had truly stumbled upon a treasure. As long as these titans toiled diligently, he would soon be able to upgrade his main city. Tong glanced at the construction tab and clicked to upgrade the main city. Resources required: 1,000 wood, 500 stone, 300 hay, and 20 grass ropes. He first crafted 20 grass ropes, thus gathering all necessary materials for the upgrade. Without delay, he initiated the upgrade of the main city. The resources he had so painstakingly gathered were instantly consumed. Simultaneously, a veil of white light enveloped the small wooden house. In less than a few minutes, the main city was upgraded. Before Tong stood a larger and sturdier wooden house. The Level 2 wooden house main city was one of the foundational structures within the game, primarily utilized to enhance resource yield and storage capacity. Upgrading this building would unlock additional functionalities and lay the groundwork for future development. Players must judiciously allocate resources to ensure the continuous upgrading of the wooden house. Constructing a Level 2 wooden house necessitates a specific quantity of wood and gold, while also meeting the level requirements of the main city. It is advisable to prioritize the upgrading of the wooden house to enhance resource output efficiency, thereby securing the foundation for upgrading other buildings. Maintaining a balance in resource utilization is crucial to avoid developmental imbalance. The upgraded wooden house not only increases resource production, but also enhances the maximum capacity of the storage facility. This is vital for resource accumulation in the mid to late stages of the game. It is recommended to prioritize wooden house construction early on to prepare for long-term development. Effectively distributing the workforce is also essential. Population: 520 storage space, 448,150,000. Your current storage usage stands at 4,481, with a total capacity of 5,000. The current storage usage is nearing its limit. Please be mindful of timely cleanup. Remaining available space is 519, and it is advisable to plan storage usage judiciously. For expansion or further details, please contact customer support. Upgrading to a Level 3 main city requires a substantial amount of foundational resources. Firstly, 5,000 units of wood are necessary, which serves as the primary material for constructing walls and buildings. Additionally, 1,000 units of stone are required to fortify the foundation and lay down roads. Hay must be prepared in an amount of 500 units, primarily for roofing and livestock feeding. Animal hides require 300 units, which can be utilized for crafting armor and tents. Grass ropes, totaling 60 units, are essential for binding materials and erecting temporary structures. Last, 50 units of iron blocks are required, an essential metallic resource for the crafting of weapons and tools. Each of these resources is indispensable. All must be gathered to complete the upgrade of the main city. Congratulations, Lord Tong, for being the first to upgrade to a Level 2 main city. The system has granted you 1 building blueprint and 1 equipment blueprint. The system notification reverberated through the skies. Tong gazed upon the upgraded main city, a faint smile gracing his lips. He accessed his system inventory to inspect the blueprints he had acquired. The building blueprint was for an arrow tower, while the equipment blueprint represented a refined iron sword. Both of these items are of paramount importance for early development. The arrow tower will bolster the territorial defenses, while the refined iron sword will enhance the combat prowess of his soldiers. Tong resolved to construct the arrow tower immediately. He opened the construction interface and selected a location for the tower. The system indicated that 100 units of wood and 50 units of stone were required. Fortunately, Tong was well prepared, with resources ample. Upon confirming his choice, an arrow tower emerged from the ground at the periphery of the main city. Tong nodded in satisfaction with this defensive structure. The safety of his territory was significantly assured. Next, he prepared to forge the refined iron sword. He accessed the blacksmith interface and placed the necessary materials: 10 iron ingots and 5 units of wood. After confirming, a gleaming refined iron sword was completed. Tong equipped the sword to his most elite soldier, instantly elevating the entire battalion's combat effectiveness. He was confident that with these advantages, he would undoubtedly traverse further in this world. Chapter 3. Is this cheating? All the lords were taken aback. What the hell is this cheating? It's barely been 2 hours since the game started. How could he level up so quickly? Damn it. I've only gathered 20 units of wood. Where did he get his materials? Report him? Nonsense. This is blatant cheating. Hey, are you out of your mind? This is reality. Where would you even file a complaint? If you're so impressive, why not cheat too? Boss, please take me under your wing. For most, upgrading the main city in just over an hour seemed utterly preposterous, an impossible feat after all. With the gathering speed of 5 farmers, it would take at least 4 days to accumulate the necessary resources for an upgrade. Yet, Tong managed to achieve this in merely 2 hours, which was indeed astonishing. In no time, numerous players began to message Tong privately, some even requesting to be added as friends, eager to seek his wisdom. However, Tong paid no heed to these messages. He turned off his chat notifications and was soon captivated by the sound of reward notifications. Congratulations, player has obtained the construction blueprint. Dark Watchtower, white, 100-fold increase. Obtained construction blueprint. Judgment Tower, dark gold. Congratulations, player has acquired the equipment blueprint. Silver light gun, white, 100-fold increase. Obtained equipment blueprint. Godslayer spear, dark gold. Construction blueprint. Judgment Tower, dark gold 1,000 stone bricks, 500 silver ingots, 100 magic crystals, 1 judgment stone. Equipment blueprint. Godslayer spear, dark gold 10 refined iron, 3 dark stones. 1 divine blood. Seeing this, Tong felt a surge of joy, but upon reviewing the necessary materials for construction, his expression swiftly morphed into a wry smile. What were silver ingots, magic crystals, and judgment stones? He didn't have a single one. Moreover, he was currently in a grassy plain, only able to gather wood, stone. And hey, this meant Tong could only salivate over these blueprints without the means to create anything. In his predicament, Tong reluctantly stored the blueprints away in his book. In the ensuing time, the Titans gathered resources at an even faster pace, surrounding the wooden house, stone, wood, and hay amassed visibly. Observing these resources, Tong unhesitatingly constructed a level 1 barracks and a level 1 cottage. Level 1 barracks, 1,000 wood, 800 stone, 500 hay, 25 grass ropes. Level 1 cottage, 500 wood, 100 stone, 250 hay. In an instant, a portion of the accumulated wood and stone vanished. Subsequently, 2 buildings materialized on the plain. Tong inspected their attributes in the Lord's book. Level 1 barracks, recruit, militia, resource cost, food 3, soul gem 1. Resources required to upgrade to level 2, wood 5,000, stone 1,500, hay 1,000, animal hides 100, iron ingots 50, grass ropes 40. The barracks appeared quite rudimentary, occupying merely a few dozen square meters. At level 1, it could only recruit militia. To enlist more formidable troops, an upgrade was necessary. Tong then glanced at the attributes of the cottage. Level 1 cottage. Increase, 5 population. Materials required for upgrading to level 2, 1,000 wood, 500 stone, 500 hay, 20 grass ropes. The size of the farmhouse is comparable to that of a wooden house. Although it appears rudimentary, it nonetheless provides a shelter from the elements. Moreover, each farmhouse can additionally accommodate 5 units of population. Tong contemplated constructing several more farmhouses to bolster the population, as his resource acquisition was swift. With a larger populace, development would inevitably follow. Furthermore, recruiting soldiers necessitated soul gems, and he happened to possess one. He decided to recruit a soldier as a trial. Tong took out the Lord's book and turned to the recruitment page. Recruitment, militia, materials, food 3, soul gem 1. Confirm recruitment. Tong selected confirm. Congratulations player on recruiting a militia, amplified 100-fold, transforming into a Nether King soldier. In an instant, the barracks was enveloped in a radiant glow, which then dissipated, revealing a towering figure emanating a chilling aura. The Nether King soldier was unarmored, clad only in battle boots and a short-sleeved tunic. Tong promptly accessed the information on the Nether King soldier. Nether King soldier, level 10. Stamina, 100. Loyalty, 81. Skills, 1. Nether Sword Chi, level 10 martial skill releases sword energy, inflicting additional damage to enemies. 2. Shield Strike, level 10 martial skill swings the shield, dealing immense damage and stunning the opponent. 3. Guardian Halo, level 10 aura enhances the defense of surrounding Nether King soldiers. The more soldiers present, the greater the defense. Truly, the result of a 100-fold amplification, possessing 3 skills from birth. Particularly noteworthy is the Guardian Halo, reminiscent of stacking mechanics in games. Should a legion of Nether Kings be formed, their defensive capabilities would surely reach terrifying heights. The Nether King soldier approached Tong and respectfully performed a knightly salute. Esteemed Lord, I am at your service. Tong was greatly satisfied. You shall accompany me and provide protection. The Nether King soldier replied solemnly, Yes, my lord. Subsequently, Tong opened the Lord's book again, turned to the forging page, and crafted 2 stone axes. He handed 1 stone axe to the Nether King soldier. Regardless of the strength or level of the recruited militia, they would not possess weapons or armor. Everything relied on the Lord's forging abilities. Although Tong had a weapon blueprint, he regrettably could not produce it. While the stone axe was somewhat lacking, it was certainly better than being unarmed. The Nether King soldier accepted the axe with utmost seriousness. as if receiving the exalted knight's sword from Lu Tong's hands. Thereafter, the Nether King soldier maintained a serious demeanor, closely following Lu Tong. With a formidable bodyguard by his side, Lu Tong did not remain idle. He ventured beyond the territory, wielding the stone axe and gathering resources alongside several titans. After an hour of chopping, he acquired 5 units of resources, which, thanks to his 100-fold amplification, transformed into 500 units. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours swiftly elapsed. The territory of Lu Tong was once again piled high with resources, and the storage warehouse in the main city was already filled to capacity. As dusk approached, Lu Tong, with a serious demeanor, declared, "The body is the foundation of revolution. You must first satisfy your hunger and rest well. We shall resume our labors tomorrow." The titans exchanged hearty smiles, grateful to have encountered a conscientious lord. In that moment, their loyalty increased by 3 points. Although the water source was somewhat distant, they had managed to resolve the issue of hydration. Lu Tong then produced 30 pieces of meat, contemplating cutting them into smaller portions with a stone axe for easier grilling. However, the stone axe, being made of stone, proved cumbersome for the task. At that moment, a soldier of the underworld, who had been steadfastly by Lu Tong's side, stepped forward and said, "My lord, allow me to handle this trivial task." With the stone axe in hand, the soldier swiftly sliced the beef into manageable pieces. Meanwhile, the titans sharpened twigs to skewer the meat, placing it over the fire to roast. Soon, a tantalizing aroma of beef filled the air. With the issues of food and water resolved, Lu Tong could finally relax. The temperature in the wild varied greatly, and the night was cold. After a long day's toil, the 4 titans and the underworld soldier gathered around the fire, comfortably roasting meat and enjoying their meal. Suddenly, Lu Tong, with a furrowed brow, turned to the nearby titan and inquired with concern. The titan, displaying an amiable smile, gently reassured him, "My lord, please rest assured. We titans are favored children of the earth goddess. As long as we stand upon the ground, an inexplicable bond exists among us. Should one of us encounter misfortune, we will sense it. He must have been delayed by some matter. There is no need for your worry." Lu Tong marveled, "Oh, I had no idea that you titans possessed such an ability." Relieved to learn that the titan he had dispatched was unharmed, Lu Tong felt a warm glow in his heart, recognizing that the lord he followed was indeed a remarkable master. Consequently, the loyalty of all present increased slightly. Suddenly, Lu Tong appeared to recall something and looked up at the titans and the underworld soldier, curiously asking, "By the way, do you have names?" Currently, Lu Tong had recruited 5 titans and 1 underworld soldier. He anticipated recruiting more troops in the future, and without names, it would not only be inconvenient for addressing them, but also challenging for task delegation. Thus, he inquired if they had names of their own for ease of reference. The nearest titan looked bewildered and replied, "Our memories are a blank slate. Aside from knowing the characteristics and abilities of our race, everything else is hazy, including our names." The underworld soldier interjected, "Since it is you, my lord, who has summoned us, we humbly request that you bestow names upon us." Lu Tong hesitated, saying, "You want me to name you? But I cannot think of any pleasant names." Although he wished to decline, the titans and the underworld soldier unanimously expressed their desire for Lu Tong to name them. This situation placed Lu Tong in quite an awkward predicament. Naming 1 or 2 soldiers was manageable, but as he recruited more troops in the future, he would find himself spending his days solely on the task of naming them. Reluctantly, after a moment of contemplation, Lu Tong bashfully suggested, "From now on, I shall refer to you by numbers. As for the underworld soldier, there is only one, so he shall be known as Ming-yi." While such names might seem rather casual, they certainly offered convenience. Furthermore, this method of naming could be employed as he assembled more units in the future. Fortunately, despite the less than appealing names given by Lu Tong, the titans and the underworld soldier were quite pleased. Once the beef was grilled to perfection, Lu Tong couldn't resist taking a hearty bite. Although he found the flavor somewhat lacking, each piece of beef weighed an impressive 2 kilograms, and for Lu Tong, consuming 1.5 pieces a day sufficed. However, the titans had a staggering appetite, with one titan capable of consuming 10 units of food. The underworld soldier was even more formidable, devouring 15 units. It was no surprise. Given that they were a 10th tier unit, the more ferocious they were, the more they consumed. Of course, compared to the amount of food they required, the resources they produced far exceeded it. Lu Tong encouraged them to eat freely, assuring them that if they ran low, more could be grilled. Such generosity from their lord deeply touched the titans and the underworld soldier, resulting in a slight increase in their loyalty. Subsequently, while savoring the grilled beef skewers, Lu Tong perused the lord's book and opened the chat channel, curious about the conversations taking place within the regional channel. Not only did it serve to pass the time, but it also provided insights into the peculiar happenings of other territories. As the day drew to a close, it became apparent that apart from Lu Tong, who had upgraded his main city to level 2, no one else had made similar advancements. Within the regional channel, some individuals had posted basic supplies, hoping to exchange them for food. However, as everyone was in dire need of food and water, the prospects for trade remained bleak. Although recruiting farmers was free of charge, Each farmer consumed 3 units of food daily. Neglecting their sustenance would diminish their loyalty. Some lords, either confused or careless, hastily recruited 5 farmers, thereby necessitating the provision of 15 units of food each day, a considerable burden for novice lords. Ordinary farmers were incapable of defending against monsters, resulting in only a handful managing to hunt prey in the early stages. Therefore, sustenance had to be gathered. The forests offered berries and mushrooms, which could be consumed to stave off hunger. However, some unfortunate souls found themselves in desert or glacial regions, devoid of food and water. I am stranded in the desert, surrounded by nothing but sand. I would gladly trade 10 units of sand for a single bottle of water. I am parched. If someone could provide me with a morsel of food, upon our meeting, I would willingly offer myself in gratitude to the one who feeds me. I promise a 100-fold return in the future. Currently, the vast majority were in want of food, not only for themselves, but also for their farmers, who were vital members in resource gathering. If the farmers went without sustenance for too long, their loyalty would wane, and their enthusiasm would dwindle significantly. Pleas for food went largely ignored, while offers to sell food garnered attention. Tong currently possesses 3,000 units of beef, a sufficient supply to last for half a month. However, fresh beef cannot be stored for long. Given time, it will spoil and become unfit for consumption. At present, Tong lacks the blueprints for a drying rack, rendering him unable to cure the meat. Contemplating this, he resolves to put a portion of his provisions on the trading hall. Tong does not find himself in want of basic resources such as wood and stone, yet he is deficient in metallic ores like iron and silver. He has yet to gather a single piece of iron required for upgrading his main city. Furthermore, in the plains where Tong's territory is situated, no metallic ores have been discovered, thus preventing the extraction of iron. Consequently, Tong intends to trade food in hopes of acquiring metallic minerals. He glanced at the regional chat channel, noting that the volume of food transactions was rather low. Shortly after he listed his beef, it was snapped up within mere seconds. Chapter 5, A Profitable Venture. It seemed the entire world was fixated on the trading area. Whenever food appeared, it was quickly claimed. At this juncture, everyone realized that survival took precedence over strengthening one's power. After all, humans are like iron. And food is akin to steel. A missed meal can incite panic, especially for those in territories located in deserts or icy plains. Venturing outside could lead to death, let alone the challenge of finding food. If one cannot purchase food in the trading hall, the likelihood of starvation is alarmingly high. Tong initially listed 30 units of beef to see if he could exchange them for iron. He set the exchange rate at 1 for the 300 units of beef he had. Alongside this listing, he sent out a message. His price was rather steep for a direct exchange. Upon the release of this trading information, it sparked a flurry of discussions in the regional channel. Who is this formidable individual, offering 300 units of beef right off the bat? I can barely catch a small rabbit with 5 farmers. This person is impressive, having slain a rhinoceros beast. Excuse me, could you spare me some meat? I've been starving all day, and I feel like crying. The regional channel Tong participated in consisted of nearly 100,000 individuals. Among them, some were fortunate enough to have territories near mineral-rich areas, allowing them to obtain iron with a bit of digging. In the early stages, many lords had dispatched farmers to mine, accumulating a fair amount of resources. However, iron was relatively challenging to extract, with a single farmer able to gather only 2 units of iron per hour. Tong's 1 exchange rate was exorbitantly high, leading many to express their discontent. This is outrageous. Are you trying to starve us? Why not just resort to robbery? I can barely gather a few units a day. Your asking price is too harsh. Despite the numerous complaints regarding Tong's pricing, the scarcity of food was overwhelming. Many grumbled, but ultimately gritted their teeth and traded their iron for beef. In mere seconds, all 300 units of food were gone. Tong successfully acquired 300 units of iron from this transaction, yielding a substantial profit. Yet, there were those who were too slow and missed out. They flooded the regional channel with requests for Tong to list more beef. Please, great one, could you list a bit more beef? How on earth do you all manage such rapid dexterity? I hesitated for just a moment and lost my chance. Esteemed one, without iron blocks, is it possible to exchange for other resources? The demand for Tong's beef is not scarce. However, many can only barter with basic resources such as stone and wood for Tong's beef. After all, it has only been a day. Not everyone is fortunate enough to be born in a mineral-rich area. Upon reflection, Tong agreed to allow the exchange of basic materials for food, wood, stone, and similar items can be stored for an extended period without issue. At that time, the beef Tong had accumulated would become superfluous, rather than wasted. It would be prudent to stockpile some resources early on. His titans and underworld soldiers were all of 10th tier strength, making the hunting of magical beasts a trivial endeavor. Tong had no need to worry about food. The exchange rate was set at 700 units of food, with each unit redeemable for wood, 25, stone, 20, hay, 25, sand, 30, or iron, 1. Tong listed a third of his beef for trade. Goodness, the esteemed one is impressive, offering a total of 1,000 units of beef. Such generosity. How did you manage to acquire such large bovines? May I humbly request your wisdom? Alas, the beasts surrounding my territory are ferocious. I nearly met my demise. The esteemed Lu Tong, is it not true that he is the first to upgrade his main city? Indeed, it is so. I never imagined that the illustrious Lu Tong would reside in our vicinity. How fortunate. I implore you, esteemed one, allow me to accompany you. I am willing to serve as your faithful follower. Lu Tong, dear sir, may I seek your patronage? I am but 18, a dancer by profession, and I am amenable to any position. Lu Tong's trade announcement was akin to the detonation of an atomic bomb. Everyone was astounded. They had not anticipated that the world's first upgraded leader would be in their region and to be so lavish with his offerings. Initially, when Lu Tong presented such a bounty of beef, some speculated that he was merely fortunate. After all, the world is never devoid of those who stumble upon good fortune. However, to produce such a substantial amount of food in one go was unprecedented. Others conjectured that this beef might be a reward for Lu Tong's city upgrade. Yet, most had no time for idle speculation, as they busily sought to purchase the beef with their resources, fearing that they would miss out. Within moments, Lu Tong's freshly listed beef was snatched up entirely. With 2 transactions, Lu Tong reaped substantial rewards. All materials accumulated in front of the small cabin. At that moment, a private message caught Lu Tong's attention. Dear sir, I possess a blueprint. May I exchange it for beef? I require only 10 units. Blueprints are indeed valuable items. With the right resources, one can forge creations from them. Regardless of the era, such blueprints are exceedingly rare and seldom offered in trade. Lu Tong was surprised that someone dared to sell such a treasure. However, since the offer was made, he felt no hesitation. Lu Tong replied, of course, but I must first see what the blueprint entails. The other party wasted no time and promptly sent over the details of the blueprint. Blueprint, white simple wooden bed. A wooden bed? Indeed, it was quite fortuitous, as he had been lamenting the absence of a proper sleeping arrangement. Lu Tong decisively opted for the transaction, exchanging 10 units of food for a blueprint of the wooden bed. Simple wooden bed, 10 wood, for grass ropes, 1 animal hide. After the trade was complete, Lu Tong glanced at the regional chat channel. Due to his actions, a fervent discussion ensued among the participants. Indifferent to the chatter, Lu Tong casually flipped through a few pages before closing the channel, turning his attention back to the beef in his hands. After swallowing the last morsel, he felt a satisfying fullness wash over him. A few titans, having finished their meal, began to skillfully carve wooden bowls, cups, and other utensils using stone axes. Meanwhile, the underworld soldiers stood vigilantly at Lu Tong's side, prepared to protect him at a moment's notice. With everyone remaining within the territory, Lu Tong felt no concern for his safety. Thus, he instructed the underworld soldiers to sit down and take a well-deserved rest. They complied, regarding each of Lu Tong's words as imperative tasks to be fulfilled. The underworld soldier positioned himself near the campfire, sitting cross-legged in the closest spot to Lu Tong. His gaze still vigilant, stone axe firmly in hand. Even at Lu Tong's behest to rest, he would not lower his guard. Chapter 6, The Blueprint for the Wooden Bed. Lu Tong speculated that the underworld soldier would likely not relinquish his weapon even during the night's slumber. The utensils crafted by the Titans, though seemingly simple, exuded an aura of antiquity. As beings created by the Earth Goddess, Titans were inherently gentle and peace-loving. The utensils they fashioned bore a serene essence. Lu Tong casually picked up one of the carved wooden cups and poured himself a refreshing drink of water, savoring it with delight. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Lu Tong reclined comfortably on the grass, resting his hand on his distended belly and letting out a contented belch. After a short while, he rose from the ground. Although a 7-day novice protection period ensured the absolute safety of the territory, Lu Tong prudently instructed the Titans and underworld soldiers to take turns keeping watch during the night. The rotation would commence with the underworld soldiers, followed by Titan 1, Titan 2, and so on, each standing guard for 2 hours in succession. Subsequently, Lu Tong retrieved the Lord's book, opened the manufacture section, and with a single breath, created 2 wooden beds. The simple wooden bed was indeed uncomplicated. Besides his own, Lu Tong also crafted a bed for the Titans and underworld soldiers. Having the luxury of a bed was certainly preferable to lying on the cold ground. Lu Tong was not a miser. Given the means, he would not deprive his subordinates of comfort. Upon returning to the small wooden cabin, Lu Tong lay upon the hard wooden planks. Although it could not compare to the softness of a bed and pillow on earth under the current circumstances, having a shelter from the wind and rain, along with a bed, was quite satisfactory. Early the next morning, he was awoken by the commotion outside. Yawning, he rose, stretched lazily, and stepped out of the cabin. Before him stood a tall figure, weary and travel-worn, clearly exhausted from a night of toil. Upon spotting Lu Tong, Tai Wu promptly set down the cup he held and approached with utmost respect. Esteemed Lord, I have diligently followed your instructions and thoroughly surveyed the entirety of our domain. With that, Tai Wu produced a wooden board from behind him and presented it to Lu Tong. Upon receiving the board, Lu Tong observed a rudimentary map upon it, marked with special annotations for various locations. From Tai Wu's depiction, It was evident that Lu Tong's territory lay at the very heart of the expansive plain. This plain was even more vast than Lu Tong had imagined. According to Tai Wu, it took him a full day and night to traverse the entire expanse in fulfilling Lu Tong's assignment. Amused yet bemused, Lu Tong realized he had only asked Tai Wu to scout the vicinity, never anticipating he would cover the entire plain. Fortunately, as a Tier 10 soldier, Tai Wu was well equipped to endure the considerable exertion. Had it been an ordinary farmer, they would have surely succumbed to fatigue. Tai Wu had not merely completed his task, but had exceeded expectations. While Lu Tong felt a surge of pride in Tai Wu's diligence, he also felt a pang of concern, suspecting that Tai Wu had gone an entire day without nourishment. Last night, Lu Tong had roasted a substantial amount of beef, initially intended for breakfast. However, upon witnessing Tai Wu's hunger, he decided to offer it all to him. Tai Wu, having been famished all day, did not hesitate and devoured 10 units of meat in one sitting. Once Tai Wu had satisfied his hunger and quenched his thirst, Lu Tong instructed him to rest well, relieving him of any further duties for the day. Before taking his leave, Tai Wu presented Lu Tong with the spoils he had gathered along the way. Among them were dropped equipment and blueprints from the wild. Fortune smiled upon Tai Wu, for he had acquired an iron sword and a design blueprint. Lu Tong examined the details of the iron sword. Iron sword, white level 1 sharpness. Though merely a white tier weapon, it marked Lu Tong's first armament. Grasping the sword, he swung it a few times with satisfaction before stowing it away. He then turned his attention to the blueprint. Level 1 warehouse blueprint. 1,000 wood, 500 stone, 500 hay, 50 grass rope. This blueprint provided a solution to Lu Tong's resource accumulation dilemma. Lu Tong stored the blueprint in the construction section, and with a single breath, he crafted 3 warehouses, each capable of holding 10,000 units of resources. Together, these 3 warehouses totaled 30,000, a sufficient capacity for Lu Tong's immediate needs. Once the warehouses were constructed, Lu Tong and several titans worked in unison to transfer the amassed resources inside. In an instant, the accumulated supplies were cleared, leaving only 3 empty crates in their wake. Having completed this task, Lu Tong set about kindling a fire and preparing breakfast with the beef. For this meal, the 4 titans and the underworld soldiers consumed 30 units of food, not accounting for Tai Wu's share. With 3 meals a day, at the very least, they would require 100 units of food to sustain Lu Tong and his titans alongside the underworld soldiers. This was made feasible by Lu Tong's remarkable ability to amplify his resources 100-fold, ensuring an ample supply of sustenance. Were it not for his exceptional capabilities, any other lord would have long since faced ruin, unable to sustain such a multitude of elite soldiers. After partaking in breakfast, the 4 titans resumed their designated tasks, diligently gathering resources, while the Minotaur soldiers, under the command of Lu Tong, ventured forth to hunt. The beef Lu Tong traded the previous night had yielded a wealth of supplies, unveiling a lucrative avenue for him. In the early stages, the majority of lords struggled to consistently procure food, whereas Lu Tong was able to secure a steady supply through hunting. Before departing, Lu Tong instructed the Minotaur soldiers to take iron swords with them. Though these swords were of merely white quality, they were certainly preferable to having none at all. Upon receiving the sword, a Minotaur soldier wielded it with satisfaction, nodding appreciatively. Gratefully, he addressed Lu Tong, expressing, "Thank you, my lord, for your generous gift." He then performed a formal knightly salute before departing the confines of the wooden cabin, sword in hand. Once the titans and the death guards had left, Lu Tong took a deep breath. It was time to attend to important matters. The previous night, he had exchanged for 300 units of iron blocks. He promptly summoned the Book of Lords and opted to upgrade the main castle. Materials required for upgrading the main castle: 5,000 timber, 1,000 stone, 500 hay, 300 animal hides, 60 grass ropes, 50 iron blocks. The main castle began its upgrade, enveloped in a layer of white light. After 10 minutes, the light gradually dissipated, revealing a brand new structure before Lu Tong. The upgraded main castle was far more aesthetically pleasing and appeared significantly sturdier than the wooden cabin. Level 3 Advanced Wooden Cabin, Main Castle. Population, 650. Storage, 5,000,000. Recruitment. Farmers can be recruited free of charge daily. Materials required for upgrading to Level 4 Main Castle: 5,000 timber, 5,000 stone bricks, 500 granite, 300 leather, 100 sand, 100 iron blocks. Sighing, Lu Tong shook his head, realizing that each upgrade to the main castle necessitated rare materials, making further advancements a challenge. Fortunately, the main castle allowed for daily recruitment of farmers, refreshing once a day. As long as the total number did not exceed the population cap, Lu Tong had recruited 5 farmers the day before and could still recruit more. Chapter 7. Upgrade. Upgrade. He confirmed the recruitment of farmers on the recruitment page. Successfully recruited farmers. A radiant light flashed, and 5 titans emerged successively from the main wooden cabin. They stood neatly before Lu Tong, bowing as they respectfully proclaimed, "Greetings, esteemed lord." Lu Tong nodded, smiling, "Welcome to my territory. Henceforth, This shall be your warmest and most comfortable home. To facilitate distinction, Lu Tong assigned names to the 5 new titans in order from left to right: Titan 6, Titan 7, Titan 8. Fortunately, the titans did not mind their names. Rather, they felt a sense of joy at having been named by Lu Tong. This titan squad was tasked specifically with the collection of resources. Subsequently, Lu Tong upgraded all buildings within his territory that were eligible for enhancement. Level 3 Warehouse. Storage, 20,000. Upgrade, wood 5,000, stone brick 1,000, sand 500, leather 100, iron block 100, grass rope 50. Level 2 Barracks. Available for recruitment: Militia, Spearman. Militia, food 3, soul gem 1. Spearman, food 5, soul gem 1. Upgrade, wood 5,000, stone brick 5,000, sand 500, leather 100, iron block 200, grass rope 40. Level 3 Comfortable Cottage. Increase, 5 population. Comfort level, 1. Upgrade, wood 1,000, stone brick 1,000, sand 500, iron block 100, leather 100. With a single breath, Lu Tong expended all the resources in his 3 warehouses to upgrade numerous buildings. Fortunately, it would not be long before the resources harvested by the titans would replenish the warehouses. However, to continue his upgrades, he needed stone brick as a crafting material. Thus, Lu Tong had no choice but to pause his upgrading endeavors until he could acquire stone brick, allowing him to proceed with his plans. The upgraded warehouse exhibited little change in appearance or size, merely gaining an additional 10,000 units of storage space. The barracks, upon its upgrade, allowed for the recruitment of a new unit, the Spearman. Spearman could be regarded as a diminished version of the Gunner, or perhaps a lower-tier variant of the same. Once the barracks undergoes further upgrades, Spearmen will ascend to become Gunners. Regrettably, Lu Tong currently lacked even a single soul gem, rendering him unable to recruit any Spearmen. After the cottage was upgraded to level 3, it not only became sturdier and more comfortable, but also acquired an additional attribute of comfort level. The higher the comfort level, the more gradually the loyalty of the units residing within the cottage would increase. In other words, if all the troops under his command were to dwell in such high-comfort cottages, the threat of betrayal or loyalty loss would be significantly diminished. However, elevating loyalty is quite a daunting task. Generally, once loyalty reaches 85 points, further enhancements become exceedingly challenging. As the cottage levels up, it is anticipated that the potential for loyalty enhancement will also rise. Lu Tong was quite pleased with the attributes of the level 3 cottage. Time flew swiftly by. The sun ascended to its zenith, approaching midday. The resources in the vicinity of the territory had been nearly exhausted. The Titan squad could only venture slightly farther from the territory to continue gathering resources, and they would need to transport the harvested resources back. The Titan squad wasted considerable time on the journey of transporting resources today, resulting in lower efficiency compared to the previous day. Nevertheless, with the recent addition of 5 new Titans, the quantity of resources gathered surpassed that of yesterday. Once the resources were stored in the warehouse, several Titans began preparing to kindle a fire for cooking. 2 Titans carried 4 wooden barrels, intending to fetch water from a nearby source a few miles away. Tai approached Lu Tong directly to report on the work. "Esteemed Lord, I bear unfortunate news to convey to you." Lu Tong looked at Tai, curiosity piqued, and inquired, "What news do you have?" Tai furrowed his brow and replied, "Given our current collection speed, it will not take more than a week for us to completely deplete all the resources on the plane. To continue gathering resources, we must depart from the plane and venture further afield. In the early stages, there is a substantial demand for various fundamental resources to facilitate rapid development. If we slow down our resource collection now, we will undoubtedly be surpassed swiftly by others. One must not underestimate our competitors. Several fortunate individuals possess territories with exceptionally advantageous geographical positions. Not only are these territories rich in basic resources, but they also encompass several rare resources nearby. Were it not for the 100-fold amplification system that supports us, I am certain that before long, they would flourish and thrive, leveraging their resource advantages. In light of this situation, it was this morning, after reviewing the map meticulously crafted by Tai Wu, that I anticipated this eventuality. According to Tai Wu, aside from a few basic resources, no high-grade materials have been discovered on the plane. Although the territory I occupy is vast and expansive, it is regrettably deficient in resources. There are no high-tier resources, and even the basic ones are severely lacking. In a few days, we may even exhaust the most fundamental resources. The territory is immovable, which means I am destined to reside in this barren wilderness for eternity. However, I am not perturbed by the scarcity of resources within my territory. As a seasoned player, how could I be daunted by such trivial matters? I calmly declared, "You all can confidently and boldly gather resources. If the resources on the plane are depleted, we shall simply depart to seek resource points further afield. I refuse to believe that there are no resource-rich areas nearby." According to Tai Wu's reconnaissance, to the north of the plain lies desolate land, to the south, the ocean, to the west, a forest, and to the east, mountains. Although the plane where I reside is indeed lacking in resources, it is surrounded by either ocean, forest, or mountains, areas that are evidently resource-rich. I have no concerns regarding future development. However, this will significantly diminish our efficiency in resource gathering. Taiyi's concerns are not without merit. Chapter 8. Iron-Blooded Warriors. Upon seeing the substantial haul carried by the Manhwaedit soldiers, I realized my wait was not in vain. The Manhwaedit soldiers managed to hunt a wild boar, 3 wolves, and 5 rabbits in the span of a morning, all of which are first-tier magical beasts, far superior to ordinary wildlife. Yet, judging by the clean and precise wounds upon them, it was evident that they had not struggled much before being effortlessly slain by the Manhwaedit soldiers. As a 10th-tier unit, the Manhwaedit soldiers find hunting such low-level magical beasts to be a trivial endeavor, devoid of any challenge. Now that everyone has gathered, we can commence our meal. Today's lunch will once again consist of roasted beef. I beckoned the newly recruited Titans to partake in the feast. Initially, the newcomers appeared somewhat reserved, but upon hearing my command, they dared to sit down. Meanwhile, I took the liberty of processing all the game captured by the Manhwaedit soldiers. In total, I have harvested 5,000 pieces of meat, 800 animal hides, and 9 soul gems, along with a considerable amount of materials such as wolf claws and pig hair. The acquisition of soul gems signifies that Tong can once again recruit new troops within the barracks. Tong intends to first enlist a spear wielder to observe the outcome. He is curious as to how the spear wielder will transform after a 100-fold enhancement. Summoning the Lord's Book, he selects the spear wielder and confirms the recruitment. Congratulations, player. You have recruited a spear wielder. After a 100-fold enhancement, the spear wielder transforms into an iron-blooded spearman. Soon, a tall youth with short crimson hair emerges from the barracks. Honorable Lord, I am your most loyal subordinate, ready to heed your command at any moment. Tong promptly examines the attributes of the iron-blooded spearman. Iron-blooded spearman, tier 10, health, 100, loyalty, 80, skills, 1, berserker strike, level 10 combat skill unleashes a berserker strike, dealing 3 consecutive stabbing damages to nearby enemies. 2, frenzied slaughter, level 10 passive upon slaying a certain number of enemies, base damage is increased. 3, bloodthirsty desire, level 10 passive the iron-blooded spearman heals himself upon attacking enemies. Similar to the Reaper soldiers, the iron-blooded spearman possesses 3 skills, of which only 1 is an offensive skill, while the remaining 2 are passive. From the configuration of skills, it is evident that the iron-blooded spearman excels in attack and sustained combat. Furthermore, his second skill, frenzied slaughter, is a relatively rare growth skill that enhances his damage through enemy kills, making it a commendable passive ability. Having recruited a new troop type, the first task is, of course, to bestow a name upon him for ease of reference. Tong, who suffers from naming difficulties, does not wish to dwell excessively on a single name. Following the naming conventions used for the Titan and Reaper soldiers, he decides to name the newly recruited iron-blooded spearman Tai-E, a simple and memorable title. With 8 soul gems remaining, Tong recruits 4 Reaper soldiers and 4 iron-blooded spearmen. He appropriately names them in order from left to right. For expedient command, he divides these 10 warriors into 2 groups, led by Reaper E and Tai-E, respectively. The addition of these 2 combat groups significantly enhances the strength of Tong's territory. Once the 7-day protection period concludes, he will possess sufficient power to defend his domain against invasions. In the afternoon, the Titan squad continues to gather resources on the plains, while the Grim Reaper and Blood Frenzy groups depart the territory together to hunt. Tong contemplates his recent sale of beef, which garnered a substantial amount of supplies. With such an abundance of meat now at his disposal, he is confident that it can be exchanged for numerous resources. However, he wonders if selling such a large quantity of meat in the nearby channels all at once might lead to a decline in meat prices, as scarcity often dictates value. He decides to first assess the situation in the nearby channels before making a decision. Oh, I am so hungry. I haven't found any food today. I'm on the verge of starvation. Damn it. My territory lies upon the icy plains. Not only is there a scarcity of food, but even the slightest semblance of warmth eludes me, leaving me on the brink of becoming an ice sculpture. I beseech any kind soul to bestow upon me a few garments. I wonder if the esteemed Tong will offer beef for trade today, as I have gathered a plethora of resources to barter for sustenance. My farmers remain unfed, their loyalty dwindling, and they have resorted to a passive strike, refusing to labor within the confines of the territory. All resources were painstakingly collected by my own hands, nearly exhausting me. It appears that food remains a dire necessity for many. Approximately 100,000 souls inhabit the nearby channel, yet only a select few among them can procure sufficient food. The only edibles obtainable through gathering are wild berries and white mushrooms, both of which are the most readily available and widely distributed edible plants across this chaotic continent. With the sour berries and desiccated white mushrooms, they stave off starvation. In the early stages, very few can acquire meat through hunting magical beasts. Aware of this situation, Tong need not fret over the devaluation of his meat. At least for now, meat retains its worth. Although the meat he sells is somewhat pricey. Having meat to consume ensures that he does not face hunger. Instead of futilely attempting to hunt, it would be wiser to trade resources for food, ensuring both safety and a stable supply. Contemplating this, Lu Tong promptly listed 5,000 units of meat for trade. The announcement of this transaction instantly elicited gasps of astonishment from others in the nearby channel. Lu Tong is truly remarkable. He has once again listed 5,000 units of meat. How extraordinary. Could you please enlighten us on where you procured such an abundance of meat? Haha. I finally managed to snatch 2 portions of meat. I shall feast. The meat listed by Lu Tong was disappearing at an astonishing rate, and soon all 5,000 units were exchanged, resulting in Lu Tong amassing an entire warehouse of basic supplies. With a total of 100,000 individuals in the nearby channel, the 5,000 units of meat were scarcely enough, leaving many unable to secure any due to slow reflexes. At this juncture, someone sent a private message to Lu Tong. Upon opening it, he discovered it was from the girl with whom he had traded a wooden bed the previous night, named Jiang Haiqing. Could it be that she has yet another blueprint to trade with me today? Lu Tong mused. Opening the private message, he found Jiang Haiqing's inquiry confirmed his suspicion. Jiang Haiqing. Hello, young sir. I have discovered another blueprint today. May I trade it for me? She had also sent the item blueprint directly. Weapon blueprint, white quality, stone spear, 3 granite, 1 wood, 1 grass rope. To his surprise, it was indeed a weapon blueprint. What a valuable find. Chapter 9, Weapon Blueprint. Lu Tong responded promptly. May I exchange 30 units of meat for it? Jiang Haiqing, of course. Thank you, young sir. Following the completion of the trade, Jiang Haiqing logged off, and Lu Tong acquired his second weapon blueprint. This blueprint is of white quality, while Lu Tong possesses one of dark gold quality. Regrettably, the materials for crafting dark gold weapons were unavailable, leaving him to gaze helplessly at the blueprints of such illustrious arms. With the acquisition of the schematics for the stone spear, Lu Tong could finally equip his combat units. At present, aside from Ming Yi, who wielded a commendable iron sword, the remaining 9 relied on stone axes and picks as their weapons. Sitting before the entrance of his modest wooden cabin, Lu Tong directly fashioned 20 stone spears. In addition to arming the underworld soldiers and the iron blood spearmen, he also took the opportunity to create weapons for the Titans. In the future, the Titans would venture beyond their territory to gather resources, and having weapons at their disposal would afford them a means of self-defense in perilous situations. Upon seeing the stone spears, the iron blood spearmen's eyes lit up with excitement as they eagerly seized the weapons, skillfully brandishing them before nodding in satisfaction. Ming Yi, however, picked up a spear and measured it against his expectations, ultimately shaking his head and remarking, "It is too light." The underworld soldiers preferred wielding heavier, more potent one-handed weapons, whereas the stone spear's advantages lay in its agility and range, thus rendering it less appealing to them. Currently, Lu Tong possessed no other weapon blueprints, leaving him no choice but to allow the underworld soldiers to continue using their stone axes for the time being. He promised to replace their weapons with superior gear as soon as new schematics became available. As night fell, a blood-red moon hung high in the sky. It was only then that Lu Tong realized the moon in the chaotic continent was indeed crimson. The previous night, obscured by clouds, he had failed to notice this peculiarity. Dinner, predictably, consisted of roasted meat once more. To be honest, the relentless repetition of roasted meat for every meal had begun to wear on Lu Tong. He yearned for some fruit to cleanse his palate. Thus, he sent a message in the nearby channel. Is anyone selling fruit? Lu Tong's extravagant behavior over the past few days had made him a well-known figure in the vicinity. As soon as he spoke, the nearby channel erupted with activity. What is happening? Is the big shot bankrupt and out of meat? Why on earth does he need to buy food? Indeed, the rumor of his bankruptcy spread quickly. If he had any meat left, who would want those bland fruits? No. After a day of hard gathering, I was hoping to trade for more meat from the great Lu Tong, only to discover he's in dire straits. Seeing these messages, Lu Tong felt a sense of helplessness and subsequently posted again. I've been eating meat for every meal these past few days, and it feels overly greasy. I'd like to change things up and have something lighter. I'm willing to trade 1 unit of meat for 5 units of fruit. Oh, so Lu Tong isn't bankrupt. He is merely suffering from meat fatigue. How utterly extravagant. Genuine envy for Lu Tong arose among the others. Poor me. Surviving on berries and gnawing on tree bark daily. I plead for Lu Tong's patronage. I beg for sustenance. Great one, I don't have much near my territory, but there is an abundance of fruit. I've been eating fruit every day. My palate is almost dulled. At last, Lu Tong engaged in a transaction with a youth named Lu Xiaohua, spending 2 units of meat to procure 10 units of fruit. During their conversation, it was revealed that Lu Xiaohua's territory lay within a tranquil gorge, devoid of peril and devoid of any signs of monstrous disturbances. The gorge was remarkably safe, and most importantly, it boasted an abundance of fruit trees, offering a diverse array of fruits, including many varieties not found on Earth. In such a fertile domain, Lu Xiaohua had no concerns regarding his food supply. However, while sustenance was plentiful, other resources were exceedingly scarce, particularly timber. The trees in the gorge were predominantly fruit-bearing, and naturally, Lu Xiaohua was reluctant to fell them. In recent days, both Lu Xiaohua and Lu Tong had resorted to trading food for other essential resources. Nevertheless, the value of Lu Xiaohua's fruit paled in comparison to Lu Tong's meat. A single unit of fruit could only be exchanged for 4 units of wood, 3 units of stone, or 5 units of thatch. Fortunately, the fruit was easily harvestable, allowing Lu Xiaohua to sustain himself, albeit precariously. Yet, there would come a day when even the most bountiful fruit would be exhausted, leaving one to ponder how long Lu Xiaohua's supply could endure. Lu Tong had traded a total of 10 kilograms of fruit. He laid out all the fruit beside the fire, allowing the Titans, the minions of the underworld, and the iron-blooded gunmen to indulge freely. Among these fruits were varieties Lu Tong recognized, such as apples and bananas, though their appearances differed slightly from those he had encountered on Earth. In this world, apples were purple and bore a hint of strawberry flavor, while bananas radiated a pink hue and possessed a spicy taste. Additionally, there were numerous fruits that Lu Tong had never seen before, their identities unknown to him. As creations of the Earth Goddess, the Titans were well acquainted with these fruits, taking turns to elucidate their characteristics to Lu Tong. Lu Tong sampled a fruit resembling sugarcane, which he found utterly irresistible. There was also a peculiar fruit that bore a striking resemblance to watermelon, yet when sliced open, its flesh resembled bread and tasted magnificent, prompting Lu Tong to marvel at the wonders of this world. During the night watch, the Titans would not need to stand guard, as the minions of the underworld and the Blood Frenzy Squad could adequately alternate their vigilance. The following morning greeted them with overcast skies, a departure from the previous day's arrangements. The Titans set out to gather resources, while the minions of the underworld and the Blood Frenzy Squad embarked on a hunt. Lu Tong found himself somewhat bored, remaining in his territory while quietly observing the movements of other lords. In a world bereft of entertainment, this was perhaps one of the few forms of diversion available. 3 days had passed, sufficient time for most to acclimate to life here. As a new day dawned, the determination to persevere remained steadfast. Hey up there, it's been 3 days, and you still haven't come to terms with reality? You should accept it sooner rather than later, or you might meet your demise. Is there a kind soul willing to part with a coat? I'm freezing to death out here on the plains. I can barely speak without shivering. How pitiable you are up there. How about I offer you my 3-day-old, unwashed underwear? Get lost. How disgusting can you be? Chapter 10, The Fifth Order Water Monster King. As Lu Tong observed the remarks of other foolish lords, he felt a surge of interest. Suddenly, thunder rumbled ominously. Lu Tong furrowed his brow. It appeared a tempest was imminent. With a deafening crack, torrential rain cascaded down like a string of pearls breaking loose. The large raindrops splattered against the ground, creating tiny fountains of water. Fortunately, their robust physique allowed them to withstand the downpour without significant consequence, provided they could dry their clothes afterward. However, if Lu Tong were to be caught in the rain, he might fall ill, which would pose a considerable inconvenience since he lacked any medicine. The rain poured heavily, accompanied by fierce winds, forming numerous small ditches on the ground. Peering out the window, Lu Tong could barely discern the distant scenery through the thick, gray mist. Such an extraordinary deluge seemed rather peculiar. If it rained heavily here, surely other places would not be spared. Glancing at the surrounding channels, Lu Tong was astonished to find no one mentioning this torrential rain. Could it truly be that only his location was experiencing this deluge? Suddenly, another bolt of lightning struck, revealing an unusual shadow within his territory. The figure was colossal, nearly 3 meters tall, and appeared translucent, as if cloaked in a veil of water. Lu Tong's keen eyesight was the only reason he could even make it out. The water-like shadow began to approach his dwelling, step by step. An unsettling chill crept down Lu Tong's spine, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. An unidentified creature had emerged within his domain, and it bore a connection to him. Wasn't he there a week of novice protection? Such monsters were not supposed to manifest here. His territory should be secure. Yet, why had this entity appeared? With no time to ponder further, Lu Tong sprang into action. Before the creature could advance any closer, he shouted, "Help! We have an intruder." The mysterious creature reacted to Lu Tong's cry, raising its water-like arm to unleash a curtain of water toward him. At that moment, in the adjacent room, the Reaper soldiers and the Iron-Blood gunmen heard Lu Tong's desperate plea. Still in their damp attire, they stormed out in a fit of righteous fury. The Reaper squad rushed directly toward Lu Tong, with Ming-Yi brandishing a sword, swiftly deflecting the watery assault. The remaining Reaper soldiers encircled Lu Tong's small wooden cabin, vigilantly surveying their surroundings, while the Iron-Blood gunmen charged fiercely at the water creature. Still in shock, Lu Tong heard the authoritative voice of the enigmatic figure who had previously explained the rules to everyone upon their arrival in this chaotic realm. Challenge task: Water Monster Attack. Task content: the water monster is invading the territory amid the downpour. You must eliminate all water monsters and defeat the Water Monster King. Task reward: a mysterious treasure chest. Lu Tong could not help but curse vehemently. What a wretched task. Had he not sensed something amiss and witnessed the emergence of the water monster, notifying the Reaper and Blood Frenzy teams for assistance? he would surely have been slain by the creature. What challenge task was this? Why had he not been informed sooner? Faced with this unexpectedly triggered challenge, Lu Tong was utterly unprepared. Had Mingyi arrived even a moment later, he would have met his demise. As he pondered this, a flicker of anger crossed Lu Tong's face. He felt as though this mission was specifically contrived against him. At that moment, the Titan squad, armed with primitive weapons, rushed to his side to provide protection. Titans were responsible for production, and their response speed could not match that of the underworld soldiers or the Ironblood gunmen, who were specialized combat troops. It was then that the water monster made its appearance. Tier 3 Elite Water Monster. Skill: Water Arrow. The water monster primarily attacked using water arrows, possessing low defense but remarkable offensive power. With the heavy rain obscuring Lu Tong's vision, the water monster, which moved fluidly like a puddle, was difficult to detect amidst the downpour. Looking out the window, Lu Tong noticed an alarming number of water monsters had gathered, particularly surrounding his wooden cabin. Fortunately, these monsters were only Tier 3 and not particularly formidable. The Underworld Squad and the Bloodthirsty Squad were Tier 10 troops, making them more than capable of handling the water monsters. Any water element that dared approach Lu Tong's cabin was swiftly dispatched by the underworld soldiers guarding him. Tai, wielding a stone spear, gazed at the water monsters with a bloodthirsty smile. How audacious for these lowly creatures to invade their territory and threaten their esteemed lord. It was a reckless act indeed. In a flash, Tai charged towards the water monster, and before it could react, he plunged his spear into its heart, the vital point. As its heart was pierced, it dissolved into a mere puddle of water. The remaining water monsters were easily slain by the other Ironblood gunmen. Soon, all the low-tier water monsters were eradicated. The Ironblood gunmen and Titans continued to patrol, ensuring that no further water monsters would return. Lu Tong remained vigilant, for the mission had indicated that there was a water monster king lurking within the territory. Yet, it had yet to reveal itself. The rain intensified, and Lu Tong's cabin was now encircled by flowing water that showed no signs of receding, prompting everyone to notice this peculiar phenomenon. Suddenly, ripples began to form in the water, and an enormous figure emerged. Standing at 4 meters tall, the Water Monster King glowed with a blue luminescence. The Water Monster King possessed the form of a humanoid, with its lower body resembling a fish's tail. Its face bore discernible features. Tier 5 Water Monster King. Skills: Level 5 Freezing Technique, Level 5 Water Arrow. Upon realizing that the Water Monster King was a Tier 5 entity, Lu Tong's brow furrowed slightly. He was not afraid of this Tier 5 Lord Monster. Any single underworld soldier or Ironblood gunman could easily fell it. What puzzled him was the fact that his mission included over a dozen Tier 3 monsters alongside a single Tier 5 monster. This was only the third day. If the difficulty remained consistent, how could others possibly survive? Many lords were still solitary figures, and they might not even be able to defeat a Tier 1 monster, let alone undertake challenging tasks. Lu Tong began to speculate that this mission was solely aimed at him. Had he not been vigilant, his lifeless body could very well be lying cold at this moment. The situation appeared to suggest that someone harbored a deliberate intent to eliminate him. Was there an unseen observer, aware of his formidable strength, seeking to annihilate him through this arduous mission? Lu Tong felt a weight settle upon his heart. It was the first time since arriving in this world that he sensed a pressing urgency. The tragic Water Monster King was relentlessly pierced by the long spear of the long-awaited iron-blooded gunner. Upon the demise of the Water Monster King, the torrential rain ceased, and clarity returned to the surroundings. Congratulations to Lord Lu Tong for completing the trial task. Reward: a mysterious treasure chest. With the Water Monster King vanishing, a silver treasure chest materialized. In addition to the reward treasure chest for task completion, the defeat of the Water Element Elite and Water Element Lord yielded considerable spoils: 1 piece of equipment, several scrolls, and over a dozen soul gems. Magic Scroll, Water Arrow Skill, White Quality. Upon use, it can unleash a magical water arrow to attack foes. Water Element Staff, Green Quality. Attributes: Level 5 Mana Boost. Level 5 Water Element Affinity. Skill: Freeze, Level 5 Magic. There were 3 Water Arrow Scrolls. Lu Tong's eyes brightened. Magic scrolls are indeed remarkable treasures. He carefully tucked the 3 exquisite scrolls away, intending to carry them with him in the future. As a lord, Lu Tong possessed no combat prowess. Without protection, should he dare to leave his territory, the ferocious beasts lurking beyond would effortlessly rend him to pieces. Ultimately, in the chaotic continent, strength is the ultimate truth. Chapter 11. The Mysterious Treasure Chest. Although the troops under Lu Tong's command were increasingly formidable, he remained pitiably weak. If he were to encounter another ambush by water elements, his only recourse would be to cry for help. However, now equipped with magic scrolls, he could instantaneously unleash spells. Though the water arrow skill may not be a powerful offensive magic, it nonetheless provided him with a modicum of self-defense. The Water Element Staff, a piece of green quality equipment obtained from defeating the Water Element Lord, was a commendable item, given its attributes and accompanying skills. Regrettably, there were currently no magic-type units within his territory capable of wielding such equipment. Furthermore, the water element creatures had collectively dropped 15 soul gems. Lu Tong placed the water element staff in storage, intending to retrieve it later when he could recruit magic-type units. He set the soul gems aside, planning to use them for recruiting troops shortly. The mysterious treasure chest awarded for the trial task was a silver chest, appearing quite valuable. A message appeared before Lu Tong. The mysterious treasure chest can only be opened by the Lord and heroes. Would you like to open it? Lu Tong decisively responded, "Open." Upon the chest's opening, a dazzling light emanated from within. Simultaneously, Lu Tong heard the system's notification in his ears. Acquired green building blueprint. Flowing altar, enhanced to dark gold building blueprint. Elemental temple. Acquired green building blueprint. Magic pool. Enhanced to dark gold building blueprint. Sacred spring of magic. Upon discovering the items within the treasure chest, Lu Tong experienced a tumultuous blend of anguish and joy. His elation stemmed from the augmentation system, which had bestowed upon him a plethora of dark gold blueprints. However, his distress arose from the exorbitant materials required for constructing these dark gold structures. Given the resources currently at Lu Tong's disposal, he was unable to amass the necessary components for such construction. Thus, he hastily recorded these blueprints into his lord's tome, preferring to keep his mind untroubled. Nonetheless, the bounty within this treasure chest was quite substantial. In addition to the blueprints, it contained a potion and 2 rare resources. The white quality energy potion had been transformed into a dark gold quality, potent magical energy potion through augmentation. Furthermore, the originally modest quantities of elemental crystals and green magic stones, which were merely 10 units each, had multiplied 100-fold, now totaling 1,000 units. This trial mission could be deemed a resounding success. Truth be told, Lu Tong contemplated undertaking the trial once more. However, the daunting nature of the task deterred him. The trials offered no guidance, and the monsters were prone to ambush, leaving one perpetually on edge. Lu Tong had no desire to live in such a state of constant trepidation. The elemental crystals and green magic stones displayed only their names and the designation of rare resources, lacking any further elaboration. Lu Tong paid this no mind, as he anticipated that he would eventually acquire knowledge about their properties. After instructing Tata to transfer the elemental crystals and green magic stones into storage, Lu Tong seized the soul potion obtained from the mysterious treasure chest. Potent magical energy potion, dark gold quality. Effect, grants energy value. Description, the prerequisite for magical release is the perception of magical energy. The magical energy potion enables ordinary individuals to acquire magical power and sense it, thereby becoming formidable mages. Upon reading the description, Lu Tong could hardly contain his excitement. By consuming this potion, he would be able to transform into a mage capable of casting spells. He struggled to suppress his exhilaration and meticulously reread the details of the potent magical energy potion, confirming that this dark gold quality elixir could indeed elevate an ordinary person to the status of a mage. With the potent magical energy potion in hand, Lu Tong found himself presented with an opportunity to enhance his own strength. At the very least, augmenting his personal power would significantly aid his future endeavors and ensure his safety. Licking his lips and contemplating for a moment, he resolved to consume the potent magical energy potion immediately. Having just completed the trial mission today, he deemed it unlikely that any unforeseen events would arise. In order to avoid the prolongation of uncertainty and to swiftly attain the power that rightfully belonged to him, Lu Tong made his decision. Lu Tong resolved to consume the potent magical potion immediately, positioning the Reaper Squad and Bloodthirsty Squad to safeguard him against any potential dangers. In the center of the diminutive wooden cabin, surrounded by all of his subordinates, each one fixated on him, he twisted open the potion's cap and brought it to his lips, catching a peculiar scent reminiscent of coffee. After a moment's hesitation, he downed the potion in one gulp. The flavor an intriguing blend of lemon and a piquant spiciness. The bizarre taste contorted Lu Tong's expression. Upon finishing the potion, he closed his eyes, quietly attuning himself to the changes within his body. As seconds turned into minutes, 1 minute, 10 minutes, half an hour, he opened his eyes in bewilderment. Why did he feel no discernible change? Previously, when perusing web novels back on Earth, he had read that the protagonist, after consuming a potion capable of significantly enhancing strength or a rare treasure, would invariably experience a transformative effect. Lu Tong, waiting in vain, felt none of the effects described in those tales. Could it be that the potion had failed to work? A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Ultimately, he checked his attributes, discovering that the potion had indeed retained its efficacy. Lu Tong, occupation, Lord, stamina, 70, energy, 100. He had entirely forgotten that upon his arrival in this world, a mysterious voice had mentioned that certain aspects of this realm were data-driven. Thus, he had not experienced the profound transformation depicted in those novels. After consuming this vial, he had merely acquired an additional attribute of energy. Regardless, as long as the potion proved effective, it sufficed for him. Eagerly, Lu Tong yearned to cast a spell, yet lamentably, he possessed no magical skills. At that moment, He recalled having acquired a water elemental staff from vanquishing the water elemental lord. The staff measured an impressive 1 meter in length, weighing no more than a pound. Its design reminiscent of flowing water, with a miniature sculpture of the water elemental lord adorning its pinnacle. Grasping the staff, Lu Tong felt a mysterious power coursing through him from the artifact. Just as he pondered how to unleash a skill panel materialized before him, revealing only one innate skill associated with the staff, freeze. Lu Tong couldn't help but exclaim, "How convenient." Chapter 12, The Orc. Here, one must acknowledge the advantages and conveniences of a data-driven world. For travelers such as them, this digitalization offered remarkably tangible benefits. Concentrating his awareness, Lu Tong selected the soul skill from the panel. A burst of frigid air suddenly materialized, soaring directly towards the wall opposite him. As soon as the wooden wall came into contact with the icy gust, it was instantly encased in a thick layer of frost. The temperature in the room noticeably dropping several degrees. The onlookers, the Titans, Reaper soldiers, and Iron Blood gunmen, erupted in applause, exclaiming, "Lord, you are magnificent. Truly impressive, my lord. The lord is truly formidable." Despite the accolades from the crowd, Lu Tong felt a flush of modesty rather than pride. The water element staff in his possession, which granted him the ability to cast the freezing spell, was merely a 5th-tier magic. In contrast, the Reaper soldiers and Iron Blood spearmen were formidable 10th-tier units, wielding skills of equal mastery. In terms of sheer power, they far surpassed Lu Tong. Nevertheless, Lu Tong, with his 5th-tier magic, had significantly enhanced his abilities, which in turn bolstered his confidence. He now yearned to venture beyond the confines of his territory and explore the world outside. Previously, he had only dared to stray a short distance from his territory under the protection of the Reaper soldiers to gather resources. This time, he longed to journey farther, beyond the plains that housed his domain, to see what lay beyond. Before setting out, Lu Tong decided to recruit additional warriors. After defeating the water element, he had acquired a total of 15 soul gems, combined with those obtained by the Reaper and Bloodthirsty squads during their hunt for magical beasts, amounting to 23 soul gems in total. He enlisted 10 Reaper soldiers and 13 Iron Blood spearmen from the barracks. The Reaper soldiers excelled in defense, while the Iron Blood spearmen were skilled in combat. Furthermore, the Iron Blood spearmen could enhance their combat prowess during battles, making them particularly suitable for the hunting missions outside the territory. The Reaper soldiers would remain to safeguard the territory, serving as Lu Tong's personal guards to ensure his safety. With their commendable defensive capabilities, augmented by the Reaper soldiers' aura skills, the more of their kind present, the stronger their defenses became. In the future, he could also equip the Reaper soldiers with complete sets of armor. In the event of enemy attacks, if the Reaper soldiers formed a protective circle around him, their formidable defense would significantly increase Lu Tong's safety. The time for recruiting farmers in the main city had reset, and Lu Tong took the opportunity to enlist 5 Titans. After enjoying lunch, he departed the territory with the 10 Reaper soldiers to explore the wilderness. Outside the territory lay gently rolling hills, dotted with small slopes and low mountains, all blanketed in a lush green carpet of wild grass, some blades reaching as high as a meter. As they traversed the plains, Lu Tong utilized a specially crafted thin wooden board and charcoal pencil to document the characteristics of the magical beasts and the terrain around them. This expedition also served the purpose of scouting for resource points. The resources in the plains would be entirely depleted within 2 days, necessitating the Titans to venture beyond the plains for gathering. Seizing the rare opportunity, he intended to leave the plains in search of iron mines or other valuable resources. Most magical beasts in the plains were of the 1st tier and exceedingly weak. Upon sighting Lu Tong's group, they fled in haste. Lu Tong sought a magical beast to practice against, but fortune was not on his side. After traveling northward for over 3 hours, Lu Tong's party finally neared the edge of the plains, with the rugged canyon of the wasteland visible to the north. At this moment, Ming-Yi suddenly exclaimed, "My lord, ahead lies a 2nd-tier magical beast, perfect for you to hone your skills." Lu Tong raised his gaze and beheld a peculiar creature standing approximately 1,000 meters away. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that it resembled a goat, albeit with an air of apparent dullness. Ming-Yi was indeed correct. It was suitable for practice. However, just as he prepared to stealthily approach, he noticed, out of the corner of his eye, several agile figures leaping forth beside the goat-like beast. These were 5 or 6 robust leopards, each as large as a water buffalo, launching a simultaneous assault on the goat creature. To Lu Tong's surprise, the magical beasts had engaged in combat among themselves. "Ming-Yi, let us hurry," he urged. "My lord, please wait. The situation seems rather amiss," Ming-Yi replied, his expression grave. "Amiss?" Lu Tong furrowed his brow, observing the leopards battling the goat beast. He noticed that vital parts of their bodies were encased in armor, and they donned metallic helmets that exposed only their eyes and mouths, with a sharp blade affixed atop. This did not appear to be a case of wild beasts. Lu Tong's suspicions were soon validated as a cacophony of strange roars erupted, followed by a throng of formidable and menacing figures charging forth. The small hill was nearly obscured by their numbers, easily exceeding 100, all clad in heavily worn armor and wielding axes, shrieking as they attacked the goat creature from all directions. These humanoid beings exhibited remarkable prowess, their running speed rivaling that of racing cars. They could leap 2 to 3 meters high, each one fearsome and formidable, demonstrating exceptional combat capabilities. These enigmatic entities were unlike any creature Lu Tong had previously encountered. Not only did they possess considerable strength, but their combat tactics were also quite sophisticated, displaying a semblance of order in their attacks rather than mindless frenzy. A resilient net ensnared the goat, and they launched a coordinated onslaught, leaving the creature utterly defenseless. The mysterious beings proceeded to dismember the captured goat beast on the spot, raising its severed limbs in triumphant celebration. One among them produced several heaps of entrails and discarded them onto the ground, prompting the 6 leopards to converge eagerly to partake in the feast. These leopards were likely domesticated magical beasts, revealing the humanoid creature's capability for husbandry. Lu Tong and his companions concealed themselves within the nearby underbrush, evading the gaze of the enigmatic beings. Lu Tong's expression turned serious. The cooperation exhibited by these creatures in their hunt and their understanding of domestication suggested a degree of intelligence. Possessing intelligence implied they could think and possessed a certain level of civilization. In a hushed tone, Lu Tong inquired of Ming Yi, "What manner of beings are these?" Based on Ming Yi's earlier reaction, Lu Tong surmised he might have knowledge of these mysterious entities. Ming Yi pondered briefly before responding, "They are orcs." Lu Tong, intrigued, asked, "Orcs? Are they formidable?" Chapter 13, A Bountiful Harvest. The orc race is an intelligent species of the chaotic continent, while the intelligence of lower-tier orcs may be limited. That of higher-tier orcs closely parallels that of humans. Orcs, also known as half-beasts, possess features reminiscent of animals while maintaining a humanoid form. With legs capable of upright locomotion and hands adept at grasping objects, this savage and bloodthirsty race venerates strength above all else. Their greatest delight lies in slaughter and the plundering of weaker beings not of their kin. Numerous structures the northern wastelands, indicative of the presence of the orc tribe before them. The band of orcs, recently having hunted goat-like beasts, constitutes the hunting party of the orc tribe, tasked with procuring sustenance for their clan. Most members of this hunting party are low-level orcs, approximately of 3rd rank, with one mid-level orc of 4th rank serving as the captain. Upon hearing the words of Ming Yi, Lu Tong's expression grew somber. The orc tribe resided alarmingly close to Lu Tong's territory. With a swift march from the orc tribe, they could reach his lands in less than half a day. The prospect of having such a bloodthirsty and brutal neighbor would unsettle anyone. Furrowing his brow, Lu Tong quietly inquired, "Ming Yi, do you have an estimate of the orc population within the northern wasteland tribe?" Ming Yi pondered for a moment before responding, "Judging by the scale of their structures, the orc tribe likely boasts a population of several tens of thousands. Orcs are a naturally warlike race, and should they discover Lu Tong's territory, they would undoubtedly descend upon it with the intent to pillage and slaughter." Although Lu Tong's ranks include the formidable Hell King soldiers and Iron Blood gunmen, both of which are 10th tier units, their numbers are still woefully insufficient. Against low-level orcs, either the Hell King soldiers or the Iron Blood gunmen could easily contend with hundreds. Yet the true advantage of military units lies in their collective strength rather than individual prowess. A solitary combat unit would surely suffer against a throng of orcs. Currently, Lu Tong's fighting force comprises merely 15 Hell King soldiers and 18 Iron Blood gunmen. The orc warriors could easily overwhelm them, leveraging their numerical superiority to exhaust the Hell King soldiers and Iron Blood gunmen, ultimately leading to their demise. The total population under Lu Tong's domain amounts to a mere 48 souls, falling short of 50. A confrontation with thousands of brutal orcs would spell catastrophe. Although Lu Tong's combat units are of sufficient rank, their numbers remain critically low. Engaging the orc tribe head-on at this juncture would undoubtedly result in his own downfall. Thus, Lu Tong resolved to bide his time, awaiting the recruitment of adequate fighting units before addressing the encroaching orc tribe to the north. After slaughtering the goat-like beasts, the hunting party of several hundred orcs roamed the wasteland, their weapons drawn. Any magical beasts encountered along the way fled at a distance, prompting the orcs to pursue them, embarking on yet another hunt. Once the orcs had departed, Lu Tong and his companions emerged from the underbrush. Watching the orcs recede into the distance, Lu Tong instinctively exhaled in relief. Fortunately, the direction of their hunt was not toward his territory. For the time being, the orcs were unlikely to discover his lands. Yet the day would inevitably come when they would scout his domain. At that point, the orc tribe would assuredly dispatch raiding parties to his territory. Intent on slaughter and the acquisition of resources, Lu Tong took a deep breath, gazing contemplatively towards the direction of the orc tribe. Fortunately, during his excursion, he had inadvertently discovered the orcs' trail. Had the orcs reached his territory first, he would have faced an unexpected assault. In Lu Tong's domain, there were currently 18 Iron Blood gunmen, all members of the hunting team, led by Tai Yi. The plains were primarily inhabited by first-tier magical beasts, with the occasional sighting of a second-tier creature. For the Iron Blood gunmen, Hunting such lowly beasts offered little excitement, akin to the simplicity of mushroom gathering in a forest. The only distinction was that mushrooms did not flee, while the magical beasts of the plains were fleet-footed. After 2 hours, the hunting team managed to capture 2 rabbits and a wild boar. The scarcity of resources on the plains meant that even magical beasts were seldom seen, requiring the hunting team to traverse great distances to encounter any. This inefficiency greatly displeased Tai. Consequently, he divided the hunting team into groups of 3, forming 6 squads to act independently across the plains, which indeed enhanced their efficiency considerably. Within 3 hours, the Ironblood gunmen had successfully hunted 5 unicorn cattle, 10 wild boars, 20 gray wolves, and 30 rabbits. The bounty was remarkably abundant. Upon returning to his territory, Lu Tong was greeted with the sight of the ground strewn with prey, his face lighting up with surprise and delight. At this moment, Lu Tong recognized the urgency of strengthening his forces to confront the impending orc assault. The swiftest method to bolster his military might was to recruit additional combat units, necessitating soul gems. Lu Tong clapped Tai on the shoulder, commending him. Well done. Your hunting team has been of great assistance. Encouraged by Lu Tong's praise, a smile of joy involuntarily spread across Tai Yi's face. He cast a proud glance at Ming Yi beside Lu Tong, a hint of a challenging smirk playing on his lips. Ming Yi merely shot Tai Yi a cold glance, choosing not to engage further. After butchering the entire haul, Lu Tong amassed 30,000 units of meat, 67 soul stones, and a wealth of magical beast materials. Such a vast quantity of meat was beyond what he could consume, leading him to consider trading it for resources. After all, many lords were still struggling with food shortages, enduring a grim existence of 3 meals in 9 days. In truth, while the lords might endure hunger temporarily, they could manage by simply reducing their meals, as long as they did not starve. However, the pressing concern was that each lord was obligated to provide their farmers with 3 units of food daily. Should the farmers go hungry, their loyalty would wane. Once loyalty fell below 80, farmers would become apathetic. Should it dip beneath 70, they would cease working altogether. A farmer strike would prevent resource gathering, stalling territorial development. Once the 7-day protection period elapsed, they would face the savage magical beasts lurking outside their domain, destined to be torn apart and consumed. Thus, even amidst their own hunger, lords had to prioritize ensuring their farmers were well fed. Thus, Lu Tong was not concerned about the sale of his meat. He informed the Titans about the matters concerning the orc tribe, advising them to exercise caution towards the orcs in the northern wastelands and to refrain from provoking them until they were better equipped for confrontation. He assigned a few Titans to prepare dinner while he sought a quiet spot to access the nearby channel. At this hour, the other lords in the vicinity, having toiled throughout the day, were now unwinding, browsing the channel to pass the time. This time, Lu Tong listed 10,000 units of meat for trade. Chapter 14, Blueprint, White Stone Shield. Goodness, Lu Tong is becoming increasingly extravagant. Where on earth did he procure such a vast quantity of meat? I was still reveling in my modest success from hunting a small white rabbit today, yielding 3 units of rabbit meat, when Lu Tong's audacious display left my efforts utterly insignificant. I had anticipated meat would be available, and my diligent resource gathering today was all for this moment. Lu Tong, dear sir, I lack resources. Might I exchange my worn intimate apparel for some? I must confess, it is laced. Dear lord, do not believe her. I traded 5 units of food for her lingerie, only to discover the size was utterly absurd. Goodness, the person above has suffered a grievous loss. My dear fellow, if you have no use for that garment, might you pass it to me? To the gentleman above, you are truly desperate. A person should have some standards. What standards? My territory is situated on the icy plains, and I am on the verge of freezing to death. Yet you speak of standards? I have inquired for 3 days in the nearby channel regarding the sale of clothing, yet not a single soul has responded. But the lace offers no warmth, does it? Silence. Those who ask such questions invite misfortune. Observing the dismal plight of others in the nearby channel, Lu Tong couldn't help but chuckle in spite of himself. Initially troubled by the orc situation, he realized, upon witnessing the grim lives of other lords, that his own circumstances were not as dire as they seemed. Meanwhile, the meat he had listed was vanishing at an astonishing rate, and within 3 minutes, it had all been exchanged. At that moment, a message arrived in his friend's list. Upon opening it, he saw it was from Lu Xiaohua, whom he had added after their previous trade. Are you there, great one? I found a blueprint. May I exchange it for some meat? Building blueprint, lumberyard, green quality. Lu Tong was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of curiosity. He had not anticipated Lu Xiaohua would be willing to trade such a valuable blueprint. This was a green quality blueprint, a rarity in the early stages aside from quest rewards. If anyone else had obtained it, they would never consider parting with it. Furthermore, Lu Xiaohua's territory was nestled in a canyon, abundant with fruit trees and devoid of magical beasts, ensuring a plentiful food supply. Why would he seek to exchange such a precious blueprint for food? Lu Tong, perplexed, decided to inquire directly. Lu Xiaohua expressed his frustration, lamenting. It is all due to that wretched trial task. Trial task? Were you also compelled to participate? Lu Tong inquired, taken aback. He had initially believed that only he was bound to the trial, but to his astonishment, Lu Xiaobo was also involuntarily enlisted. Lu Xiaobo exclaimed, "Oh, esteemed one. Could it be that you are too?" He sighed and continued, "I had been relying on selling fruit, accumulating quite a bit of resources. However, one morning, I awoke to a mysterious voice whispering in my ear, informing me that an obligatory trial task was imminent and that I should prepare myself. Before I could comprehend what was happening, I found a fire elemental had suddenly appeared in my territory. Curious, Lu Tong asked, was that fire elemental a tier 3 monster? Certainly not. Lu Xiaobo replied, if it were a tier 3 fire elemental, I would truly be doomed. The creature that invaded my domain was merely a tier 1 fire elemental. He chuckled bitterly. That fire elemental rampaged through my orchard, causing widespread destruction and igniting nearly all my fruit trees. Ultimately, a great fire erupted in the valley, incinerating all my trees in one fell swoop. Thankfully, my territory had a 7-day protection period. Otherwise, I might have been reduced to ashes by now. After enduring the trial, the fire elemental mysteriously vanished. Though the task ended in failure, I was nonetheless rewarded with a wooden treasure chest, which contained only the blueprint for a lumberyard. This endeavor resulted in considerable losses for Lu Xiaobo. He had relied on the fruit trees in the valley, ensuring a steady food supply and accumulating a wealth of resources by trading food. He had anticipated that, with this momentum, he would soon upgrade his main city and barracks. However, the fire elemental's destructive blaze turned everything to ash. With the most vital source of food now gone, Lu Xiaobo's prospects for development appeared exceedingly bleak. He was reluctant to exchange the blueprint for food, but with the loss of his fruit trees, sustenance was now a pressing concern. If the farmers were to go hungry, their loyalty would wane. With no other option, he resolved to trade for food. His first thought was of Lu Tong. As he was the only one with provisions for barter, Lu Tong offered, I shall exchange 100 units of meat for it. This transaction was undeniably advantageous for Lu Tong. In the early stages, everyone had low combat strength and could not hunt magical beasts, leading to a scarcity of food. Once the barracks were constructed, recruiting militia would enable hunting weaker magical beasts, and at that point, food would no longer command such high prices. Seeing Lu Tong's willingness to part with 100 units of meat, Lu Xiaobo gratefully responded, thank you so much. I shall repay your kindness when the opportunity arises. Initially, he had expected to receive only 50 units, but Lu Tong offered 100. With this food, he and the farmers in his territory could sustain themselves for several days, allowing him time to upgrade and construct the barracks. Lu Xiaobo felt a wave of regret wash over him. After the trade was completed, Lu Tong acquired the blueprint, and Lu Xiaobo received his food. Both were in high spirits. Upon hearing Lu Xiaobo's account, Lu Tong learned that others had also encountered trial tasks. However, the challenge pales in comparison to that faced by Lu Tong. Upon reflection, Lu Tong's task is not only arduous but also rather repulsive, as a water creature has encroached upon his territory. After meticulously recording the map, Lu Tong rose and strode purposefully toward the campfire. The Titans had prepared some barbecued meat, which was quite delectable, though the monotony of it had begun to dull his appetite. Lacking tools and alternative food options, he found himself unable to prepare anything else. This time, the Titans had discovered a type of fruit seed, ground into a powder resembling chili powder, equally vibrant red and spicy. Lu Tong savored the barbecued meat dipped in the chili powder with great delight. The underworld soldiers and Ironblood riflemen also praised the spiciness of this seasoning. Irony lamented, if only we had some wine. Lu Tong too longed for cola, for plain water was rather bland. Suddenly, Lu Tong received a message from a friend. Upon consulting the Lord's book, he saw it was Jiang Haiqing, a girl with whom he had traded twice before. Previously, she had exchanged blueprints for food. Lu Tong surmised that this time would be no different. Jiang Haiqing. Hey there, I'd like to trade for some meat again. Lu Tong thought to himself that his guess was correct. Blueprint, white stone shield. Lu Tong felt a surge of joy. This was excellent. With the stone shield, he could equip the underworld soldiers en masse, and their skill, shield strike, necessitated a shield for activation. Chapter 15, Rising Prosperity. Lu Tong promptly purchased it for 30 units of meat. Just as he was about to close the chat window, Jiang Haiqing sent another message. Hey, can I trade for a bit more meat? Lu Tong paused, taken aback. Did she possess another blueprint? Generally, when individuals acquire rare blueprints, they tend to keep them. Unlike her, who trades for food daily. Was she oblivious to the value of the blueprints, or simply indifferent to their worth? She must have a plethora of blueprints. Although Lu Tong was curious, he refrained from asking. It was her private matter, and even if he inquired, she might not divulge it. Blueprint, green cooking utensils. Another green quality item. Why were there so many excellent blueprints today? Hey, can I trade for a larger portion of meat? Lu Tong replied solemnly. Would 100 units of meat suffice? The transaction was completed once more. Are you also participating in the trial task? As Jiang Haiqing was about to close the chat window, she saw Lu Tong's message and exclaimed in surprise, how did you know I was participating in the trial task? She had not disclosed this information to anyone, yet Lu Tong had guessed it. Earlier that morning, she had been compelled to partake in the trial task. A mysterious voice had suddenly echoed in her ear. informing her that the trial task was about to commence and monsters would soon assault her territory. She needed to be prepared. The unexpected trial task, coupled with the news of a monster attack, left Jiang Haiqing somewhat flustered. At that moment, she had dispatched all her farmers to gather resources around the territory, leaving her entirely alone. The frail farmers stood no chance against the earth elementals, even though they were merely first-tier monsters, lacking combat units. A few low-level production units could not hope to defeat the earth elementals. Jiang Haiqing's farmers were easily overwhelmed by the earth elemental stone arrow technique, suffering heavy casualties. She could only remain in her territory, anxiously watching as her farmers were mercilessly tormented by the earth elementals. The farmers had retreated within the confines of the territory, and due to the 7-day protection period, the earth elementals were unable to attack Jiang Haiqing and her farmers sheltered inside. The elementals stood outside the territory, staring blankly at the few individuals within. As soon as the trial task concluded, the earth elementals dissipated into nothingness. Though the task was not completed, Jiang Haiqing was nonetheless rewarded with a wooden treasure chest. Upon opening it, she acquired a green blueprint for a cooking pot. Initially, she had no intention of trading such a green quality blueprint. However, the brutal assault on her farmers had left them with profound psychological scars. Their loyalty plummeted significantly, and they no longer dared to step outside the territory, fearful of encountering danger again. With their loyalty diminished, the farmers, who had once been reverent towards her, began to defy her commands. With no farmers venturing out to gather resources, the development of Jiang Haiqing's territory ground to a halt. Consequently, she was left with no choice but to sell the blueprint. Although this method would slowly restore loyalty, she found herself devoid of alternatives. Once she managed to regain the farmers' loyalty, they would once again heed her orders. As for why Lu Tong surmised that Jiang Haiqing had also been compelled to participate in the trial, it was because he had recently traded for a similar quality blueprint. A brief moment of contemplation allowed him to connect the dots. The ability to sell such a rare green quality blueprint indicated that some unforeseen circumstance had led to a shortage of food in the territory, necessitating such actions. Thus, Lu Tong cautiously inquired, hoping to ascertain whether Jiang Haiqing had also been forced into the trial. To his surprise, Jiang Haiqing confirmed his suspicions and recounted her experiences during the trial. After listening to her tale, a thoughtful expression crossed Lu Tong's face. It appeared that the trial tasks were intricately linked to the development of their territories. Both Lu Xiaohua and Jiang Haiqing had managed to cultivate prosperous domains. Lu Xiaohua's territory was nestled within a rather secluded gorge, abundant with fruit trees, ensuring a plentiful food supply. Jiang Haiqing, employing some unknown method, consistently acquired blueprints each day, trading them with Lu Tong for sustenance and achieving commendable progress. Lu Tong speculated that if a territory developed too rapidly, it would be selected for the trial task. Furthermore, the difficulty of the trial tasks was arranged according to the combat power of the territory. Thus, others faced trial tasks featuring first-tier monsters, limited in number, and incapable of harming the Lord's sheltering within their domain. In stark contrast, Lu Tong's trial involved over a dozen third-tier elite water elementals and a fifth-tier water elemental lord, who had stealthily infiltrated his territory to launch a surprise attack. Fortunately, Lu Tong's formidable soldiers, the underworld warriors and iron-blooded spearmen, proved their mettle by swiftly eliminating the water elementals. It appears that no one is specifically targeting Lu Tong. The elevated difficulty of his trial tasks is a consequence of the rapid development of Lu Tong's territory, which has consequently resulted in a heightened challenge. With this understanding of the trial task's true nature, Lu Tong refrained from further conversation with Jiang Haiqing and promptly exited the private chat. Recognizing the reality of the trial tasks, he decided to preemptively prevent any sudden reoccurrence by assigning the Dark King guards to take turns patrolling and keeping watch over the territory to thwart any potential monster incursions. This afternoon, after slaughtering and dismantling the magical beasts hunted by the iron-blooded gunmen, Lu Tong amassed a total of 67 soul gems. With these soul gems at his disposal, he was poised to recruit another wave of soldiers. However, he first needed to construct dwellings to increase the population of his territory before he could enlist more troops. He ventured to an empty area within his domain and erected an entire row of dwellings, each capable of accommodating 5 inhabitants. In one go, Lu Tong built 30 dwellings, resulting in a significant surge in the total population of his territory. Utilizing these soul gems, Lu Tong recruited 35 Dark King soldiers and 32 iron-blooded gunmen. Coupled with the 15 Dark King soldiers and 18 iron-blooded gunmen he had previously enlisted, he successfully assembled a total of 50 Dark King soldiers and 50 iron-blooded gunmen. Lu Tong established 2 distinct teams, the Guard Squad and the Hunting Squad. The members of the Guard Squad were exclusively Dark King soldiers, with Ming Yi appointed as the captain, responsible for the security of the territory, patrolling, and night watch duties. The Hunting Squad, comprised entirely of iron-blooded gunmen, was led by Tai Yi, tasked specifically with hunting expeditions. All 50 iron-blooded gunmen were assigned to the Hunting Squad. Given the number and level of magical beasts on the plains, it was estimated that within 3 days, All the beasts would likely perish beneath the stony spears of the iron-blooded gunmen. Only by recruiting a sufficient number of soldiers could Lu Tong's territory withstand the onslaught of the orc tribe's thousands of warrior beasts. Having completed these arrangements, the time had already drifted into the late hours of the night. Chapter 16, The Goblin Tribe. The following morning, Lu Tong set out with 20 Dark King soldiers, equipped with water and meat, toward the forest of his territory. Having acquired the lumbering blueprints, their utility would be maximized in areas abundant with trees. He also hoped to uncover treasure chests within the forest. Upon waking, Lu Tong crafted several stone shields from the blueprint exchanged with Jiang Haiqing, equipping all the Dark King soldiers with them. With these stone shields, the combat prowess of the Dark King soldiers was significantly enhanced, not only bolstering their defense, but also enabling them to unleash skills. Arriving at the forest's edge, Lu Tong followed closely behind Ming Yi, who was scouting ahead. As they ventured deeper into the woods in search of locations suitable for establishing a lumber yard, the forest was fraught with peril, teeming with magical beasts. To ensure safety, Lu Tong was fully armored, wielding a staff and scroll, carefully trailing Ming Yi. Distant roars of magical beasts echoed through the trees, though their forms remained elusive. At that moment, a crystal-clear stream came into view, its waters revealing vibrant, multicolored stones beneath the surface. As the group approached the stream, several water arrows suddenly shot forth from the water. With a firm block from the stone shield, a slight crack appeared, revealing the formidable power of the water arrow. Before Lu Tong could react, 2 soldiers of the underworld, wielding stone axes, charged into the water. A cry of anguish rang out as the water turned crimson with spilled blood, and the lifeless bodies of 2 lizard creatures surfaced. Lu Tong gazed at the remains of the lizard beasts, and soon their attributes materialized before his eyes. Level 2 Lizard Monster. Ability: Adaptation to Environment. Skill: Water Arrow. They had just ambushed Lu Tong and his companions in the water. With their demise, they left behind soul gems and lizard teeth, which one of the underworld soldiers promptly collected. As Lu Tong and his party ventured further, they encountered several magical beasts, all of which were swiftly dispatched by the underworld soldiers. However, as they delved deeper, the magical creatures became increasingly scarce, until none were in sight. Lu Tong remained vigilant, sensing the presence of something far more perilous within the forest than the magical beasts. Suddenly, rustling sounds emerged from the trees, and small figures leaped forth, launching arrows at Lu Tong and his companions. Unperturbed, the underworld soldiers formed a protective circle around Lu Tong, raising their stone shields in defense. After a barrage of arrows, none of Lu Tong's party sustained injuries. Concealed among the dense foliage, the diminutive figures readied their bows for another volley. Yet, the underworld soldiers were far from defenseless. Ming Yi swung his sword, unleashing a wave of underworld sword energy that felled the attacking figures. The corpses of the magical beasts collapsed to the ground. Lu Tong approached to inspect them. Level 2 Goblin. Ability: Archery. Skill: Archery Technique. The goblins were roughly 1 meter tall, grotesque in appearance, adorned with leaves. There had been nearly 20 ambushing goblins. Lu Tong collected soul gems and some wooden arrows, but the arrows were too small for his party to utilize. At that moment, a large horde of goblins surged forward, though they lacked strength. The goblins shrieked as they fixated on Lu Tong and his companions. Observing the goblins, Lu Tong noted their low intelligence and their second-tier strength. Their numbers were staggering, likely exceeding 300, with many more lurking in the shadows. A small leader emerged at the front, emitting a strange cry, prompting the goblins to charge excitedly toward Lu Tong's group. Yet, Lu Tong remained unperturbed. They were merely low-level magical creatures. Ming Yi, wielding his iron sword, could easily dispatch a large group of goblins with a single stroke of underworld sword energy. As the casualties mounted, the goblins soon realized they had picked the wrong fight. They abandoned their weapons and fled. One of the underworld soldiers explained to Lu Tong that goblins are bullies who fear the strong. Moments later, however, the goblins returned, hurling stones at Lu Tong and his companions. A few green-skinned goblins carried a red-skinned goblin, advancing slowly. Level 3 Goblin. Ability: Fire Element. Skill: Fireball. The Level 3 goblin donned a hideous leather outfit, while the other goblins knelt before it. It regarded Lu Tong with disdain. Yet, before it could make a move, Lu Tong struck it down with a water arrow scroll, piercing through its form. The little goblins, terrified, scattered in all directions. In an instant, silence enveloped the surroundings. Lu Tong did not spare those fleeing goblins. For the sake of future safe hunts, he had no choice but to send his men to eliminate them all. Yes, my lord. Upon this command, Ming Yi led his team deep into the dense forest. Meanwhile, Lu Tong received a system notification. Kill a Tier 3 goblin to obtain the Explosive Ring. Explosive Ring. Dark Gold Quality. Skills: Explosive Fireball, Shield, Dark Magic Eye. Lu Tong's eyes gleamed with joy, a broad smile spreading across his face. He had struck gold this time, adorned with the magical ring. Lu Tong felt an overwhelming surge of power. He tested the skills of the ring, and their might was astounding. Lu Tong was quite satisfied with this piece of equipment. He approached Lu Tong with a large bag filled with numerous soul gems. "My lord, we have slain all the goblins, obtaining 240 soul gems." Lu Tong nodded, replying, "Excellent work. My lord, we also uncovered the goblins' tribe along with several wooden treasure chests." Lu Tong exclaimed with delight, "Treasure chests? I must have a look." The goblins within were slaughtered by the soldiers of the Underworld King, allowing the wild wolves to seize the opportunity to destroy their cages and escape. The wild wolves, being ordinary beasts rather than magical creatures, were favored by the timid goblins, who captured and tamed them as mounts. In a clearing near the tribe, resources collected by the underworld soldiers from the goblin settlement lay piled: 78 units of wood, 14 units of stone, 3 units of iron, and 85 units of hay. In addition to these common resources, there were also wolf pelts, bones, and claws among other materials. In the central building of the tribe, the underworld soldiers discovered 3 wooden treasure chests, albeit of mere white quality. Lu Tong rubbed his hands together with excitement, opening the 3 chests and triggering a 100-fold amplification. "Congratulations, player, for obtaining the blueprint. Watchtower, white. Amplified to the all-knowing tower, golden. Congratulations, player, for acquiring a special item, Mount Rains, purple, with a 100-fold amplification, resulting in Mount Rains, purple. Congratulations, player, for receiving Nature Gem 1, with a 100-fold amplification, resulting in Nature Gem 100. All 3 treasure chests yielded items: All-Knowing Tower, 500 bricks, 100 iron plates, 50 green magic stones. Skill All-Knowing Eye, capable of revealing enemies hidden in darkness. Item, Mount Rains. Ability, can tame any magical beast of tier 9 or below as a mount. Nature Gem. Function, an essential material for constructing farms. Chapter 17, The Call of the Shepherd's Flute. Lu Tong gazed at the tower construction blueprint, noting the need for bricks. He mused, "I must strive to find the blueprint for bricks. Many upgrades within my territory require them. Without the blueprint, mere stone is of no use. My main city is also unable to upgrade due to the lack of bricks." With the blueprint stowed away, Lu Tong grasped the mount's rope and began his examination. The rope shimmered with an elusive golden glow. According to the description, when used on a 9th-tier beast, it would transform into his steed. 9th-tier beasts were exceedingly rare. Although Lu Tong had encountered many magical creatures in the forest, the highest tier he had seen was merely 3. Utilizing the dark golden rope on lower-tier beasts would be quite impractical. Lu Tong carefully secured the rope for future use. He yearned to select a majestic mount. Additionally, Lu Tong had uncovered a rare resource: natural gemstones. Their exquisite appearance brought a sense of joy when adorned. They were essential materials for constructing farms. This outing had indeed been filled with delightful surprises. With so many soul stones collected, he could summon troops once again. Now, he needed to identify a suitable location for establishing a lumberyard. He remained mindful of his purpose. Many resources on the plains were nearing depletion. In pursuit of better development, Lu Tong was determined to discover new resources. Where would be the most advantageous place to build a lumberyard? As he pondered deeply, Lu Tong suddenly lifted his gaze. His eyes lighting up, the goblin tribe would be an excellent choice. They merely needed to clear the area of its inhabitants. After sharing his thoughts with Ming Yi, he promptly commanded the Death King soldiers to dismantle all goblin structures. Lu Tong opened the building page of the Lord's Book. Constructing a lumberyard required 5,000 wood, 5,000 stone, 500 iron blocks, and 100 ropes. He clicked to build. Within minutes, a lumberyard materialized before Lu Tong and his companions. Green lumberyard, storage capacity, 50,000 units of wood. Ability, logging, yield increases by 5%. The lumberyard was interconnected with the warehouse in Lu Tong's territory. As long as the Titans placed wood there, Lu Tong could transfer it into his own warehouse. How splendid. This would alleviate the need for transporting wood. However, the lumberyard required guardians to protect it from potential beast incursions. Lu Tong assigned 5 Death King soldiers to guard the lumberyard, leaving behind some provisions to be replaced the following day. With the task of constructing the lumberyard complete, he stationed 5 Death King soldiers for its defense. As dusk fell and the sun descended, the clouds above were tinged with a soft crimson hue by the setting sun. The hunting party's haul had been meager today. After a full day of toil, they had only managed to hunt over 80 magical beasts. There were few beasts left on the plains, and over the past 2 days, Tai Yi had led the team to nearly eradicate them. Now, it was becoming increasingly difficult to spot any magical creatures in the plains. "My lord, we have discovered a dilapidated underground tomb and found several items." With that, Tai Yi extended his hands to present Lu Tong with a beast skin pouch. Inside the pouch lay a blueprint, 3 peculiar black crystal coins, and an oddly shaped flute. Holy light altar, 10 light stones, 10 mithril, 500 stone bricks, black crystal coin, the universal currency of the Chaos continent. Merchant's flute. When played, traveling merchants will arrive at your territory. Lu Tong toyed with 3 black crystal coins, turning to Tai Yi with curiosity. "Did you say these were discovered in an underground tomb on the plain?" Tai Yi nodded, replying, "Indeed. While we were pursuing a rabbit beast, it took refuge in a pit. As we descended to capture it, we unexpectedly uncovered that the pit was, in fact, an underground tomb. Inside, we found a massive stone coffin, and it was within that coffin that we discovered these items. A look of puzzlement crossed Lu Tong's face. Why would there be an underground tomb on the plain? Whose tomb could it be? How far is this tomb from our territory? Tai, he replied solemnly. Just a few kilometers to the east, near the eastern mountains. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Tong decided to investigate the next day, hoping for new discoveries. The Titans gathered in an open area, lighting several fires. They rolled up their sleeves and began preparing dinner for the evening. Over each fire rested a stone pot, faintly glowing with a greenish hue. The pots were simmering with fragrant beef, the aroma wafting hundreds of meters away. The stone pots had been acquired by Lu Tong in trade with Jiang Haiqing. Classified as a green quality item, a cooking pot. Cooking pot, stone 100, iron block 10. Ability, food prepared using the cooking pot enhances flavor and aroma. Having feasted on grilled meat daily, Lu Tong yearned for a change in flavor. With the cooking pot in hand, he was determined to no longer endure dry, tasteless grilled meat. He poured water into the pot, diced the unicorn beef into small pieces, and added the powder from warm fruit seeds. Once the beef was tender, it would be ready to savor. The meat of the beast was succulent, and the spicy flavor of the warm fruit seed powder, combined with the pot's ability to enhance taste, promised a delightful dish. After tasting a spoonful, Lu Tong could not help but nod in approval, exclaiming, "Delicious! Truly exquisite." He quickly beckoned others to join him in enjoying the broth. Around each fire, 10 individuals gathered, each pot steaming with culinary promise. The population within the territory had surpassed 3 figures, leading to astonishing daily food consumption. Fortunately, Lu Tong possessed a 100-fold amplification system. Otherwise, sustaining such a number of elite troops would have been unfeasible. For other lords, merely surviving without succumbing to hunger was already a considerable achievement. Speaking of which, food had yet to be listed today. Lu Tong accessed the nearby channel and listed an additional 10,000 units of meat. Over the past few days, Lu Tong's unwavering daily offering of 10,000 units of meat had become a norm for the other lords in the vicinity. Each lord was permitted only 10 postings per day, yet many chose to waste a posting to declare, "Lu Tong is formidable." This phrase echoed throughout the nearby channel. Simultaneously, Lu Tong's 10,000 units of beef were rapidly depleting. In just 3 minutes, the beef was entirely sold out. A wealth of resources filled Lu Tong's warehouse to the brim. Lu Tong took a sip of the beef soup and nodded in satisfaction. Evidently, the beef remained highly sought after. After satiating his hunger and thirst, he sat by the campfire, contemplating the merchant's flute in his hand. According to the item description, blowing this flute would summon a traveling merchant. Although Lu Tong had never encountered such a merchant, he surmised that they must deal in a variety of goods. However, he was uncertain about what the merchant might offer. Perhaps they would possess items he needed. An anticipation grew within him. Chapter 18, The Dark Passage. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Tong blew into the merchant's flute. The melodious and clear notes resonated throughout the territory. Suddenly, he heard a mysterious voice whispering in his ear, "You have blown the merchant's flute. The traveling merchant will arrive at your territory within 3 days." Lu Tong murmured to himself, 3 days? It seems the merchant won't be arriving anytime soon. The long night stretched before him, filled with solitude. After a tiring day, lying in bed, the only way to pass the time was to chat in the nearby channel. Today marked the 4th day since his arrival in this world. Most had adapted to life here, though many still struggled with even the simplest of tasks. His farmers had performed admirably today, discovering numerous red mushrooms in the forest. Goodness, today was the first time he had eaten his fill since arriving in this world. Hey, are those the red mushrooms with white spots? Indeed, they're delicious when roasted. Have you tried them? I haven't, but my farmer did, and after eating it, he died. What? Are those mushrooms poisonous? What should I do? You could try inducing vomiting to see if you can expel it. But I can't. What should I do? I don't want to die. Just eat something disgusting like. Fine. This is it. Here goes. Ugh. I've expelled all the poisonous mushrooms. I have survived, ha ha ha. Poisonous mushrooms? Those aren't poisonous. I ate several. Not poisonous. How did your farmer die then? He went out to gather resources and was accidentally killed by a beast outside the territory. Damn it. Don't let me run into you again. The next day, dawn broke quietly, with a glimmer of light appearing on the eastern horizon, heralding the start of a new day. Lu Tong rose and stepped outside. Titan was already up preparing breakfast. Upon reaching Lu Tong, Titan bent slightly and inquired, "My lord, what would you like to eat?" Lu Tong waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Anything will do. I will eat whatever you prepare." Understood, Titan replied, before heading off to cook. Lu Tong genuinely had no idea what could be for breakfast. He had already consumed the fruits he had obtained earlier. There were no edible fruits in Lu Tong's territory. He had also scoured the forest yesterday, but found nothing of interest. Within the territory resided over 100 individuals, creating a rather cramped and chaotic environment. Lu Tong gazed upon his domain, contemplating the need for organization to facilitate better management. The morning's agenda included an exploration of the underground tomb that Tai Yi had mentioned. After partaking in breakfast, Lu Tong commenced the delegation of tasks, instructing several familiar Reaper soldiers to lead 2 teams into the forest. Presently, his territory boasted 20 Titans, 50 Reaper soldiers, and 50 Ironblood gunmen. Lu Tong was not inclined to recruit additional personnel at this moment, as an influx of individuals would exacerbate the food scarcity. The inhabitants of his territory consumed over 5,000 units of food daily, and their current reserves would sustain them for merely a little over 10 days. Lu Tong intended to stockpile more provisions before considering further recruitment. Once the orders were given, one team ventured into the forest to hunt, while Lu Tong, accompanied by a dozen Reaper soldiers and a gunman named Tai Yi, who was familiar with the route, proceeded toward the entrance of the underground tomb. After nearly 2 hours, they arrived at the mouth of the tomb, which was merely a modest opening sufficient for a single person to pass through. The most defensively adept Reaper, Ming Yi, led 3 Reaper soldiers to venture inside first for reconnaissance. Only after determining that no danger lurked within would Lu Tong enter the tomb himself. Shortly after Ming Yi descended into the underground chamber, he emerged to report, "My lord, there is no danger inside." Lu Tong nodded in acknowledgement and instructed, "Very well. You few remain outside as sentinels. The rest, follow me down." "As you command, my lord." The group responded in unison. Lu Tong bent to enter the opening and proceeded cautiously forward, faintly perceiving a glimmer of light. At the end of the passage, he stepped into a subterranean chamber adorned with luminous pearls. This underground tomb exceeded Lu Tong's expectations in size, resembling a small estate. Vivid murals depicting various races embellished the stone walls. While he recognized a few, many were entirely foreign to him. The stairs and stone columns bore intricately carved sculptures that depicted a stunningly beautiful woman with wings, reminiscent of an angel. At the center of the tomb lay a colossal stone sarcophagus, crafted from a white, jade-like material that felt pleasantly cool to the touch. Approaching the sarcophagus, Lu Tong peered inside, only to find it empty. The stone slab beside it was cracked, revealing that Tai Yi had discovered something within the sarcophagus. Lu Tong circled the sarcophagus, yet found nothing particularly remarkable. He was perplexed as to why such an underground tomb existed on the plain and why it remained vacant. Had there never been a body, or had it simply vanished? Lu Tong sensed an air of mystery surrounding the situation. Thus, he continued to examine the area with diligence and soon realized that the sarcophagus could be moved, deducing this from the scratches on the ground. 2 Reaper soldiers assisted in shifting the sarcophagus aside, unveiling a dark passageway that seemed to stretch into obscurity. Ming Yi ignited a torch, and this time, Lu Tong did not allow the Reaper soldiers to enter first. Instead, he prepared to venture in alongside them. "Ming Yi, my lord, perhaps we should first ascertain that there is no danger before summoning you." Lu Tong pondered for a moment and ultimately consented, deeming it prudent to exercise caution. After Ming Yi and the others ventured into the shadowy passage, Lu Tong turned his gaze to the vivid murals. However, after a long while, he could discern little more than a battlefield depicted upon them. Having arrived in this world only a few days prior, he found himself unfamiliar with many aspects. Nevertheless, he recognized the orcs and goblins he had encountered before, along with another species he suspected to be dragons. "My lord, below lies a tomb containing a first-tier monster which we have vanquished." Lu Tong exclaimed in astonishment, "A tomb? This is unexpected." Ming Yi nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed. This tomb mirrors our current location." Chapter 19, The Trial Grounds. Lu Tong, filled with curiosity, followed closely behind Ming Yi into the passageway, where he indeed beheld the subterranean tomb Ming Yi had described. Every detail mirrored that of the previous one. Who could have orchestrated such an elaborate design? As he contemplated this, Lu Tong glanced toward the corner. The slain creature revealed an interior of gears and iron. First-tier guardian puppet. Abilities, combat, skills, stiletto moments ago. Upon the arrival of Ming Yi and the others, the puppet had launched an automatic assault, only to be swiftly dispatched by Ming Yi. This puppet, devoid of life, lacked a soul gem and retained only a puppet's heart. With suitable construction, one could produce magical puppets. The puppet's iron spear far surpassed the stone weapons wielded by the Iron Blood soldiers, belonging to the category of superior white quality. Lu Tong examined it briefly before passing it to Tai Yi, who expressed his gratitude. Consequently, Tai Yi's loyalty increased slightly. Lu Tong approached the stone sarcophagus, eager to compare its contents with those from the previous day. The lid of the sarcophagus remained intact, and Lu Tong realized he could not lift it alone. He was reluctant to employ a 9th-tier offensive spell for fear of damaging whatever lay within. Hence, he opted for a more cautious approach. He instructed 2 of the Ming Wang soldiers to step forward and remove the stone slab, positioning himself behind Ming Yi to avoid any potential harm should a creature emerge upon the lid's removal. As the lid was lifted, a faint white light emanated from within. Peering inside, Lu Tong discovered 3 items: a blueprint for an iron sword, black gold coins, and a low-tier healing potion. Upon seeing the blueprint, Lu Tong's face lit up with joy. The Ming Wang soldiers were still without proper weapons, possessing only stone axes, while Ming-Yi wielded a single iron sword. Although Lu Tong had yet to locate iron ore, he had accumulated numerous iron blocks through recent transactions. The only thing lacking had been blueprints. Now, he could forge iron weapons for the Ming Wang soldiers, significantly enhancing their prowess. Lu Tong carefully stored the blueprint and immediately crafted several iron swords, distributing one to each of the nearby Ming Wang soldiers. At that moment, the Ming Wang soldiers maintained their stoic expressions. Yet Lu Tong could sense their delight through the rising levels of loyalty. Currently, Lu Tong found no use for the black gold coins, yet he knew they would prove valuable in the future. After collecting the items, Lu Tong retrieved a low-grade healing potion. This potion is capable of alleviating minor injuries. He carefully stowed the low-level healing elixir, for in this world, there are neither doctors nor hospitals. Given the presence of two identical tomb chambers, it stands to reason that there may be a concealed passage beneath the stone sarcophagus. Lu Tong instructed the underworld soldiers to move the sarcophagus, and indeed, a passage was revealed. Lu Tong found himself perplexed. What could the architect of this tomb have intended? Would this secret passage in the second layer of the underground tomb lead to a different destination? Accompanied by Ming-Yi and two underworld soldiers, a total of 3 individuals ventured into the secret passage first, ensuring it was safe before Lu Tong followed. They did not wait long. My lord, another tomb chamber. Lu Tong inquired, is it the same inside? Yes, identical. Ming-Yi replied. However, there were 2 second-tier monsters, but I have already dispatched them. The 2 puppets, one melee and one ranged, worked in tandem, with the ranged puppet employing a bow and arrow. Lu Tong pondered deeply. He seemed to grasp the purpose of this tomb chamber. Upon entering the 3rd tomb chamber, he discovered blueprints for an iron bow, blueprints for iron arrows, and some black coins. After securing these items, Lu Tong directed them to move the sarcophagus once more. Again, a passage was revealed. Before Lu Tong could utter a word, Ming-Yi promptly led his team into the passage, where they encountered 3 third-tier guardians, 2 melee and 1 ranged. Consistently, there were 3 items, blueprints for a blacksmith shop, black coins, and 2 bottles of low-grade healing potions. The underworld soldiers moved the sarcophagus again, and yet another passage emerged. Lu Tong was now certain that this was a trial ground. Defeating the puppets would yield the treasures within the sarcophagus. Moreover, the number and strength of the puppets in each subsequent tomb chamber were evidently increasing. Thus, the 5th tomb chamber would likely contain 4 4th-tier puppets. As Lu Tong had surmised, the additional puppet was of the defensive type, wielding a steel shield. In this chamber, Lu Tong acquired blueprints for an iron shield, black coins, and a 4th-tier petrification scroll. Thus, he proceeded to the 10th tomb chamber. Upon exiting, Lu Tong had gathered 10 underworld soldiers and 1 iron blood gunner. 2 underworld soldiers were stationed at the entrance, while the remaining 8 soldiers and 1 iron blood gunner, a total of 9, descended deeper into the underground tomb. The first 9 tomb chambers were easily traversed. Now, at the 10th, they faced 9 9th-tier puppets. This time, Lu Tong entered the tomb chamber alongside the underworld soldiers. Prepared for battle, they launched a coordinated attack. In a short time, they vanquished all the puppets. Subsequently, the spoils emerged. Blueprints for a small house, black coins, and a teleportation scroll. The small house required 500 stone bricks, 500 pieces of wood, 100 iron ingots, 100 grains of sand, and 10 natural gems. And it could summon 3rd-tier sprites. The low-grade teleportation scroll could transport 10 individuals to any location nearby. With the intention of constructing the small house, Lu Tong found he only lacked stone bricks. Just as he was about to stow away the teleportation scroll, he realized he had no space left to carry it. Reluctantly, Lu Tong had to delegate some less valuable items to the underworld soldiers for safekeeping. Lu Tong's skepticism was not directed towards his companions, but rather stemmed from the concern that the Reaper soldiers might inadvertently damage or lose items during their fierce combat with the enemy, which would surely cause him distress. At that moment, the entrance to the 11th tomb corridor appeared, and Lu Tong pondered whether to proceed. Accompanied by merely 9 tier 10 soldiers, he hesitated. However, Ming-Yi seemed to sense Lu Tong's apprehension and cheerfully reassured him, "My lord, there is no need for concern. We Reaper soldiers are more than capable of vanquishing the puppets." Ming-Yi's unwavering confidence inspired Lu Tong. With 10 tier 10 puppets, what was there to fear? The Reaper soldiers possessed a formidable aura that enhanced their armor and significantly bolstered their defense. Remarkably, up to this point, the Reaper soldiers exhibited no signs of injury. Furthermore, Lu Tong was equipped with exceptional gear, enabling him to cast 9th-level magic. Thus, he resolved to engage in battle. As Lu Tong and his companions entered the 11th tomb, they were met with an expansive and resplendent chamber that rivaled a palace in grandeur. Upon their arrival, the puppets were activated, revealing an additional mage-type puppet, Tier 10 Mage Puppet. Abilities: Magic, Skills, Magic Ray, Magic Aura. The mage puppet wielded a formidable staff, and Lu Tong marveled at the potential devastation it could wreak if struck. Fortunately, among the 10 puppets, only one was Tier 10, while the remaining 9 were Tier 9. Lu Tong breathed a sigh of relief. A confrontation with 10 Tier 10 puppets would have been a formidable challenge. the immediate threat was mitigated. The melee puppets advanced towards Lu Tong and his party, while the ranged puppets and the mage puppet commenced their assault. The magic rays struck the wall, creating a substantial crater. Chapter 20. The golden treasure chest. Ming-Yi charged towards the mage puppet with weapon in hand, while the other Reaper soldiers coordinated their efforts efficiently. The Iron Spearman exhibited the greatest speed. As Iron Air collided with the mage puppet's staff using his spear, he quickly realized that the puppet was exceedingly resilient. At that moment, a red light flickered in the mage puppet's eyes, and it unleashed a magic ray towards Iron Air. Given the proximity, it was challenging for Iron Air to predict the trajectory of the skill and reposition himself accordingly. This placed him at risk of being struck. The Iron Spearman lacked the formidable defenses of the Reaper soldiers, and being hit would spell dire consequences. Iron Air thrust his spear, but the mage puppet evaded the attack, emitting a sound only understood by puppets, summoning the other puppets for protection. However, some of the Tier 9 puppets had already been vanquished by the Reaper soldiers, while others were severely injured and unable to assist. At this juncture, Ming-Yi and Iron Air launched a coordinated assault on the Tier 10 puppet. The mage puppet's magic was interrupted by a skillful shield strike from Ming-Yi, and it was on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, Iron Air seized an opportunity and unleashed a Tier 10 martial skill, Furious Strike. His spear plunged into the puppet's head, causing it to crash to the ground. Its staff fell at Lu Tong's feet. Curiosity piqued, Lu Tong picked it up for inspection, expecting something extraordinary from such a significant item. However, he felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. It was merely an ordinary piece of equipment, devoid of any skills. Thus, Lu Tong shifted his hopes towards the contents of the stone coffin. But to his surprise, he scanned the surroundings and found no stone coffin in sight. In this vast tomb chamber, only the discarded puppets remained. As Lu Tong pondered this, his keen eyes caught sight of a door on the wall. Approaching the entrance, he was taken aback by the imposing door that stood nearly 10 meters high. This door must weigh 20 to 30 tons. Lu Tong worried that they would be unable to open it. He glanced at Ming-Yi, who confidently stated, "My lord, the 5 of us can surely open this door." True to his word, the 4 Ming-Wang soldiers exerted their strength together, and the door began to creak open slowly. However, Lu Tong did not allow them to fully push the stone door aside. He only opened a narrow gap sufficient for a single person to pass through. Behind the stone door lay a grand avenue, flanked by numerous towering stone statues. These statues, despite the passage of time, remained intact and dust-free. As Lu Tong gazed at the various postures of the vividly lifelike statues, he marveled at the craftsmanship of whoever had created such magnificent figures. Continuing forward for over 100 meters, they encountered another stone door. Lu Tong finally reached the end of the final tomb chamber. This was a hall, even more resplendent than before. Upon opening the door, the brilliance of gold momentarily dazzled Lu Tong's eyes. After a brief moment, he adjusted to the radiant decor and beheld 3 gleaming treasure chests upon a stone platform. Lu Tong was filled with exhilaration. He had only previously opened silver chests obtained from completing trials. By opening these treasure chests, he could trigger a 100 amplification. Soon, a broad smile spread across his face. Had it not been for the presence of Ming-Yi and Tai Air nearby, he would have surely leaped with joy. To maintain his composure, Lu Tong strode confidently to the stone platform. Just as he was about to open the treasure chests, suddenly, a figure materialized before him. The Ming-Wang soldiers and the Iron Blood Gunner swiftly rushed forward, encircling Lu Tong and shielding him in the center. They drew their weapons, warily glancing at the unexpected apparition. At that moment, Lu Tong and the others realized that the figure was merely an ethereal projection, posing no actual threat. It appeared that Lu Tong had triggered a magical mechanism by approaching the treasure chests, thus causing the projection to manifest. The projection depicted a stunningly beautiful woman, with an alluring figure, dressed in an ornate dark green robe. What intrigued Lu Tong the most was that the woman's ears were pointed, reminiscent of the elves seen in films and animations from Earth. The elfin woman spoke in a language that Lu Tong could not comprehend. Unable to understand, he turned to Ming-Yi and asked, "Do you know what she is saying?" Ming-Yi shook his head, replying, "I only recognize that she is speaking Elvish, but I do not know the meaning of her words." "Elvish? Does this mean she truly is an elf?" Lu Tong inquired with curiosity. Ming-Yi, with a serious expression, nodded affirmatively, saying, "Indeed, she belongs to the elven race, and according to the remnants of my memory, this elven woman seems to be a significant figure among her kind." The troops recruited by Lu Tong still retained fragments of their past memories. This segment of memory is chaotic and hazy. They cannot recall it voluntarily. Only upon encountering related objects do their memories resurface. Just like days ago, initially, Ming did not remember the existence of orcs, but upon seeing one for the first time, the information about the orc race immediately flooded back to him. Lu Tong pondered, this underground mausoleum is likely constructed by the elves. The puppets and treasures within the sarcophagi must also be placed there by them. But why would the elven race choose to erect such a magnificent complex in this location? Lu Tong found himself unable to comprehend the purpose behind the elves' actions. Unfortunately, he did not understand Elvish, leaving him oblivious to what the elven woman was saying. The projection had been pre-recorded. After the elven woman finished her first recitation, she began anew. Had Lu Tong understood Elvish, he could have grasped the entire context from her words. However, since he could not, he decided to focus on the treasure chest before him. Approaching the chest, he placed his hand atop it. Detected a golden treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Lu Tong replied, open. Congratulations. Player has obtained building blueprint. Hero altar, common level. 100-fold amplification, obtained hero altar, legendary level. Congratulations, player has obtained storage ring. 100-fold amplification, obtained arcane ring. 3 golden treasure chests, each yielding a single item, totaling 3. Lu Tong examined the attributes of these items. Hero altar, legendary level, 500 stone bricks, 100 gold. 100 silver, 100 iron blocks, 1 glory charm. Arcane ring, capable of storing 10,000 units of resources. Glancing at the attributes of the 3 items, Lu Tong gained a general understanding. The hero altar is the structure that allows troops to be promoted to heroes. This means that as long as Lu Tong constructs the hero altar, he can transform his troops into heroes. According to the system's description, heroes possess formidable combat abilities and some extraordinary special skills, surpassing ordinary troops. Lu Tong was quite satisfied with this acquisition. With these blueprints, it signifies that he can eventually forge an army composed entirely of heroes, ready to sweep across other lords. Moreover, with the arcane ring, he no longer had to worry about storing spoils, as he could effortlessly store everything within the ring. Chapter 21. The task is daunting. After a thorough inspection and ensuring nothing was overlooked, the group departed from the opulent palace. Before leaving, Lu Tong took a moment to admire the lavish decorations. Tomorrow, he would certainly send a few titans to remove everything salvageable from this place. It would be a pity to leave behind the house adorned with gold and gems. Passing through the corridor, the group arrived at the mausoleum hall. Lu Tong did not forget to collect the equipment of the guardians, as he now had the arcane ring in hand, making storage a non-issue. Gazing upon the remnants of the guardians scattered across the ground, Lu Tong stroked his chin, pondering whether to take them out. Perhaps they could be restored. While he held no expectations for them to engage in combat, they might still serve to guard the territory. At that moment, a specter soldier by his side reminded him that magical puppets, once damaged and in need of repair, consumed vast resources, rendering such an endeavor futile. Thus, Lu Tong relinquished this notion. By now, the afternoon sun had cast its warm glow. 2 specter soldiers, left by Lu Tong to stand watch, executed his commands with utmost diligence. They showed no mercy to anyone daring to approach the entrance. Upon his arrival, Lu Tong observed their steadfast commitment and could not help but commend them. The praise from their lord significantly bolstered the loyalty of the 2 specter soldiers. Lu Tong glanced upward at the sky. There was still ample time remaining. Furthermore, he preferred the expansive heavens over the oppressive confines of the underground. This expedition into the tomb had yielded bountiful rewards, and the threat posed by the orc tribes was diminishing in his mind. Although he currently commanded only 100 combat soldiers, over 400 soul gems lay dormant within his treasury. Should Lu Tong desire, he could summon more than 400 battle units at any moment. The only hesitation he felt stemmed from concerns about food and resources. The 10th tier soldiers have substantial appetites. Just the specter soldiers alone consumed 15 units of meat per meal. Thus, feeding over 500 individuals would require more than 10,000 units of meat daily. The wild creatures surrounding the territory had all been hunted down by the iron-blooded soldiers. It was uncertain how long the game in the forest would sustain them. Even with Lu Tong's 100-fold augmentation, he could not endure such immense consumption. Lu Tong planned to expand his army only after establishing a ranch and breeding grounds to secure a stable food supply. For the moment, he was not worried about an orc invasion, as specter soldiers constantly patrolled the perimeter of the territory. If any signs of orc incursions were detected, Lu Tong could swiftly summon hundreds of battle units to defend against them. Another pressing issue was the urgent need to locate iron or resources. He had only 2,000 units of iron blocks obtained through trade for food and from other lords. His territory lacked any mines or resources, preventing him from extracting various metal ores. Thus, in addition to the immediate task of constructing a ranch, Lu Tong needed to search for iron blocks and mining sites. The time was short, and the tasks were manifold. Upon returning to his domain, he found that only 20 specter soldiers were patrolling the area in shifts. Lu Tong settled in front of a small wooden cabin, munching on a piece of beef jerky while idly perusing the nearby channels. In recent days, many individuals had upgraded their main cities or constructed barracks. With the establishment of barracks, they could train the most basic infantry units, militia. The militia, albeit not particularly strong, possessed roughly first-tier strength. With a couple more militia trained and working in concert, they could hunt the lowest-tier magical beasts. Today, numerous individuals had successfully hunted magical beasts with the assistance of their militia. They joyfully shared images in the nearby channel, showcasing the fruits of their arduous hunting endeavors. It was no easy feat. I have finally triumphed over that rabbit beast that once bested me. Tonight, I shall roast you and relish every bite. Only in this way can my heart's resentment be assuaged. Hee hee, I too have hunted a wildfowl beast. Dinner is secured. Roasted drumsticks, here I come. My territory lies within the desert, devoid of any life other than scorpions. Although I constructed a barracks, it seems rather futile. I envy those above, for my barracks remains incomplete, forcing me to exchange resources daily for meat with the esteemed Lord Tong. The beasts they hunt are predominantly first-tier creatures, such as rabbit beasts and mountain fowl beasts. Only a select few manage to hunt larger beasts like elk. Of course, there are some overly confident lords who believe that with militia, they can conquer all. They rashly challenge the wild boar beasts and one-horned cattle from the outset, only to meet a disastrous end. Failing to hunt, they themselves become prey. My goodness, who would have thought the wild boar would be so formidable? I scrimped and saved, barely managing to construct a barracks and recruit 3 militia, yet within 10 minutes, they were all ravaged by the wild boars. My militia proved to be even more disappointing. A mere reprimand sent them sulking, and they retorted, if you can do better, then go ahead. How could one expect to contend with such fierce wild boars and one-horned cattle? I wonder how Lord Tong managed to slay them in the first place. My curiosity is piqued. I share the inquiry. Do not be foolish. They would never divulge such secrets to us. As Tong surveyed the surrounding channel, he discerned that only a small fraction of lords were adept at hunting and able to sustain themselves. The majority, dispatching militia to hunt, not only failed but returned with all their men injured. It seems this evening will yield another wave of meat to sell. In a few days, however, Tong's supplies will lose their value. Currently, most lords have yet to master hunting techniques, thus unable to procure food. Once the other lords in the vicinity acquire these skills and establish a stable food source, the value of food will plummet. The ease of exchanging food for a plethora of resources will become a distant memory. At that moment, a soldier from the underworld approached Tong, reporting, "My lord, several individuals claiming to be merchants have arrived, stating that someone in the territory has sounded a flute to summon them. Should we permit their entry?" Tong swiftly replied, "Let them in at once." Upon the sounding of the merchant's flute, Tong received a notification indicating that traveling merchants would arrive at his territory within 3 days. Initially, Tong had anticipated their arrival would occur tomorrow or the following day, so their swift approach took him by surprise. Chapter 22, The Black Merchant. A large wagon was in motion, driven by a man swathed from head to toe. The wagon, though grand, bore signs of wear. Adorned with a symbol of a shepherdess flute, strikingly similar to the one in Tong's possession. Receiving a nod from Tong, the soldier allowed passage. The wagon entered the territory and came to a halt. Tong approached the front of the wagon. The traveling merchant disembarked, his excitement palpable as he addressed Tong. "My dear friend, is it you who has sounded the pastoral flute that summoned me here?" Tong nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. My good friend, you are truly fortunate to encounter me." The merchant, straightforward in his demeanor, proclaimed, "My wares are both affordable and of exceptional quality. You are certain to find something suitable, and you may also exchange items with us." Tong inquired, "What goods do you possess?" The merchant kicked the cart and called out loudly, "Hey, good brother, we have guests." The curtain was lifted, revealing a large rack laden with numerous items. Among them were, Map of the Forgotten Lands, priced at 3 black gold coins, with 2 remaining. Blank map, capable of depicting previously encountered terrains, priced at 1 black gold coin, with 5 remaining. White iron dagger, priced at 7 black gold coins, with 3 remaining. White weapon, beast bone hammer, priced at 9 black gold coins, with 1 remaining. First level fireball spell book, priced at 15 black gold coins, with 1 remaining. First level whirlwind combat technique book, priced at 10 black gold coins, with 1 remaining. Low level healing potion, priced at 5 black gold coins, with 6 remaining. Beast skin armor blueprint, priced at 5 black gold coins, with 2 remaining. Refinery blueprint, priced at 10 black gold coins, with 1 remaining. Do you sell skill books? Tong curiously scrutinized the rack. The first level fireball spell book could be learned by lords or heroes, requiring a modicum of magical energy to unleash fireballs. Tong was elated. This meant he could acquire a skill. Regrettably, it was only a first-level spell, which held little utility for him. Had there been tomes of the 9th level or higher, he might have considered a purchase. The prices of these goods were quite reasonable. Tong had amassed over 200 black gold coins from the subterranean crypt. Even if he were to buy out the entire rack, he would have ample funds. As Tong meticulously examined the merchandise, the merchant discreetly surveyed Tong's territory. His gaze eventually landed on the 2 rings adorning Tong's fingers. With his discerning eye, he recognized their value. Observing Tong's youthful visage, he surmised that the young lord would be easy to deceive. From the exterior of Tong's domain, the merchant perceived him as merely a modest lord, yet he possessed 2 exquisite rings, an imbalance that sparked the merchant's greed. He resolved to take advantage of Tong, justifying his arduous journey to this desolate place. Clearing his throat to mask his smug grin, the merchant inquired, "Good friend, all my items are of high quality. Do any catch your interest?" After a moment of contemplation, Tong replied, "I would like a map of the nearby area, a blank map, the beast skin armor blueprint, the refinery blueprint, and the beast skin boots blueprint. Upon hearing Lu Tong's extensive list, the merchant's smile widened. The total comes to 24 black gold coins. Just as Lu Tong reached for his coins, the merchant interjected with a grin. Good brother, if you lack sufficient funds, you could sell me a small item. Those 2 rings of yours are quite impressive. I would offer you 100 black gold coins for them. Lu Tong paused, realizing the merchant's intent to swindle him. Lu Tong was oblivious to the true worth of a black coin, yet a piece of white-grade equipment was priced at 9 black coins. The merchant offered a mere 100 black coins for Lu Tong's 2 high-tier rings, revealing his nature as a profit-driven rogue. Without a hint of hesitation, Lu Tong declined the offer, showing no mercy towards this unscrupulous trader. Were it not for his need for the merchant's services, he would have summoned the Reaper's soldiers to deliver a thorough beating, followed by stripping the merchant bare and leaving him to the elements for 3 days and nights. Upon hearing Lu Tong's refusal, the merchant was momentarily taken aback. This was not the outcome he had anticipated. In his view, a lord like Lu Tong, ruling over the resource-scarce land of the Forgotten, was likely to be an unsophisticated country bumpkin. He assumed that upon hearing the generous offer of 100 black coins, Lu Tong would have been overjoyed, readily bestowing his 2 rings in gratitude. Previously, during his travels to the Abyssal Empire, the merchant had exchanged 2 bottles of the cheapest, lowest quality dwarven ale for 300 pieces of abyssal gold or from a simple-minded demon lord. Abyssal gold was an exceptionally rare or difficult to mine, found only within the magma rivers of the Abyssal Empire. To extract this ore, miners had to venture into the perilous magma rivers, facing a high risk of fatality. Each piece of abyssal gold ore commanded a price of 200 black coins, while a single black coin could procure an entire warehouse of inferior dwarven ale. This transaction had proven immensely profitable for the traveling merchant, prompting him to frequent the continent's remote regions in hopes of striking gold again. He had indeed secured several remarkable treasures from small lords in these areas at ridiculously low prices. When Lu Tong sounded the merchant's flute, several traders sensed the call. However, upon learning it led to the Forgotten Lands, they all shook their heads in refusal. No one wanted to venture into that desolate and impoverished realm, where the destitute inhabitants were unlikely to possess black coins for purchasing goods. Yet, the traveling merchant was different. He relished the thrill of uncovering hidden treasures. Although the Forgotten Lands were resource-poor, there was always the possibility of stumbling upon valuable artifacts. Furthermore, the inhabitants of such backward regions likely lacked experience, leaving them vulnerable to his cunning. This time, the traveling merchant aimed to replicate his previous success, intending to acquire Lu Tong's exquisite rings for a pittance. However, he was unprepared for Lu Tong's astuteness. Undeterred, the traveling merchant feigned a chuckle and said, "My friend, 100 black coins for your 2 rings is already a generous offer. What more could you possibly desire?" "Ah, I see. As your dearest friend and brother, I have neglected to extend a discount. How remiss of me." He feigned a pained expression as he spoke. "If you are willing to part with those 2 rings, I shall offer you a generous discount of 10% on all items displayed on the shelves today. This is already a remarkably advantageous deal. Just think about it. A mere 10% off. This is indeed a rare opportunity. In my years of commerce, I have rarely extended such a discount. Others do not receive such privileges or treatment." "Heh," Lu Tong sneered coldly, choosing not to engage further in conversation. He retrieved a leather pouch filled with black coins from the arcane ring and tossed 24 gleaming black coins at the traveling merchant. Chapter 23. A few worthless treasure chests. A multitude of shimmering black coins struck the traveling merchant's face, abruptly interrupting his incessant chatter. Being struck by objects is undeniably a most impolite act. Lu Tong's behavior could be deemed exceedingly insulting. The traveling merchant was momentarily taken aback. He had not discerned what had been thrown at him. However, in light of such an overt provocation, he, as a merchant, held a sense of dignity. Such conduct was absolutely intolerable. As a member of one of the continent's largest trading guilds, the Mu-Di Guild, the traveling merchant possessed the means and confidence to ensure that any arrogant individual who dared to belittle or insult him would pay dearly for their insolence. Furrowing his brow, the traveling merchant's expression darkened with anger, preparing to make Lu Tong face the consequences. Yet, as he caught sight of the glimmering black coins, all his fury dissipated in an instant. A greasy smile spread across his face as he remarked, "Oh dear, why resort to throwing mere coins at someone?" To the traveling merchant, black coins held far greater significance than dignity. Suppressing a wave of nausea, Lu Tong retorted, "Close your mouth. Those black coins are the payment for your wares. Leave the goods and be gone." The traveling merchant, with keen eyes, noticed the leather pouch containing black coins, which surely held no less than 100 black coins. At that moment, he realized that Lu Tong was not some unsophisticated country lord. In other words, Lu Tong was aware of the merchant's attempts to exploit him, which was precisely why he was incensed. The traveling merchant chuckled awkwardly, saying, "My good friend, nightfall approaches. Might I impose upon you for a night's lodging within your territory? I shall depart at dawn. The grasslands are perilous at night, especially with a nearby orc tribe lurking in the northern wastelands." Those rude and ignorant lowly orcs nearly robbed me. Fortunately, I was swift enough to escape their clutches. I cannot fathom why the orc race is plagued with such dim-witted brutes. Lu Tong remained silent, his cold gaze fixed upon the merchant. There was no need for him to extend kindness to someone attempting to deceive him. The traveling merchant, recognizing that he must concede to some extent or face Lu Tong's wrath, steeled himself and managed a forced smile. Of course. I would never take advantage of a dear friend. He gestured for Lu Tong to follow him. I possess a remarkable treasure that I wish for you to behold. Lu Tong, intrigued, accompanied him to the rear of the carriage. There lay several weathered treasure chests, stacked haphazardly. The traveling merchant rubbed his hands together and exclaimed, "My good friend, allow me to introduce you to an intriguing new game. All these chests have been collected from various locales, untouched and shrouded in mystery. Some were unearthed from ruins, others discovered in the wild, and some procured from abandoned temples. No one knows what lies within these chests. However, I can assure you that they undoubtedly contain valuable items. Just the other day, in the Goblin Empire, a blood goblin paid me a black coin for one of these mysterious chests. Upon opening it, he found a piece of dark gold equipment. That is indeed dark gold equipment. Each piece is worth tens of thousands of black coins." Upon hearing this, Lu Tong's heart brimmed with greed. The thought of dark gold equipment valued at such a sum being offered for a mere 100 black coins was outrageous. He suspected that if one were to dissect the traveling merchant, his very organs would be as blackened as his schemes. Suppressing his fury, Lu Tong listened intently as the merchant continued. In essence, the game the traveling merchant described revolved around wagering on the treasure chests. Regardless of their size, material, or color, each mysterious chest could be acquired for a single black coin. Before opening a chest, no one could ascertain its contents. It could hold dark gold equipment worth thousands, or it could contain worthless common items. However, given the merchant's audacity in selling these chests at such a low price, it was reasonable to conjecture that their value was likely less than the profit margin. The likelihood of uncovering valuable equipment was exceedingly slim. Otherwise, the merchant would have long since opened them himself. After all, uncovering a piece of dark gold equipment would mean a tremendous profit. In truth, the chest opening game has circulated throughout the chaotic continent for ages. The traveling merchant spoke of a blood goblin who had once unearthed valuable equipment. But this was a tale from a millennium past. In the 1,000 years since, no one has managed to unearth dark gold equipment from these chests. Not to mention dark gold, even white equipment has become a rarity. Most who attempted to open chests ended up with nothing but broken weapons or useless blueprints for mundane items like cups, tables, and stools. As the years have elapsed, the once popular chest opening game has fallen into obscurity. Even the dim-witted ogres understand that only a fool would engage in such a deceitful pastime. The chests stacked at the back of the traveling merchant's carriage are remnants from a decade ago. In recent years, no one has dared to partake in this game. The merchant, who initially acquired these mysterious chests at wholesale prices, now finds them languishing in the dusty corner of his carriage. Numerous times, he has contemplated whether he should simply open these chests himself. The chests were occupying space in the corner of the carriage, yet he was reluctant to open them. If only he could sell these treasure chests, he might earn a little something. At last, an opportunity presented itself. In this forgotten land, shrouded in obscurity and lagging behind, it was certain that no one had witnessed the thrill of opening treasure chests. The traveling merchant, feeling a pang of frustration for having failed to deceive Lu Tong earlier, was eager to emphasize the allure of this game to him. If he could entice Lu Tong into opening a few worthless chests, he would not only vent his frustration but also pocket a few black coins. Just as he was eloquently recounting tales of fortunate souls who had struck it rich overnight by opening chests, Lu Tong impatiently interrupted him. The sudden interruption caused the merchant's heart to skip a beat. Could it be that Lu Tong had realized he was being deceived? A wave of anxiety washed over the merchant. If Lu Tong were to become enraged and expel him from the territory, he would have no choice but to brave the wilderness for the night. Chapter 24. The Bodyguard's Entrance. What if, while resting at night, he inadvertently encountered a raiding party from the orc tribe? That would spell disaster. Other races, factions, and lords, overwhelmed by the might of the Flute Merchant Alliance, held the traveling merchants in high regard. Anyone who harmed or robbed a member of the alliance would be deemed an enemy, and henceforth, that individual would find it impossible to procure or sell any resources within their territory, as no merchant would dare do business with an enemy of the alliance. However, the orcs paid little heed to such matters, especially the smaller tribes, who were indifferent to whether one was a member of the alliance. For them, there was nothing that could not be resolved through combat and plunder. No food, steal it. No resources, steal them. No labor force, steal it. Almost all merchants on the chaotic continent would avoid trading with those lowly orc tribes. If he found himself forced to spend the night outdoors, he would have to endure a night filled with trepidation. The traveling merchant nervously inquired, "What is the matter, my friend? Do you not fancy this game?" Lu Tong replied coolly, "I want all the chests here." "What? You want them all?" the merchant exclaimed, astonished. Lu Tong questioned, "Is there a problem?" The merchant hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, no problem at all. There are 5 chests total. Just give me 5 black coins. He quickly unloaded the 5 chests from the carriage and placed them at Lu Tong's feet, fearing that a moment's delay might lead Lu Tong to reconsider. Lu Tong retrieved 5 black coins from his leather pouch and handed them to the merchant. Upon receiving them, the merchant's face broke into a triumphant smile, reveling in his cunning success. He thought to himself, it seems the lord of this small place lacks discernment. A little coaxing, and he falls for it. Though he felt a surge of derision toward Lu Tong in his heart. However, on the surface, the traveling merchant displayed a warm smile and inquired, "My good friend, do you wish to open the chest now, or shall we wait until later?" Lu Tong replied nonchalantly, "Let us open it now." The traveling merchant chuckled, saying, "Dear brother, there are a few matters I must clarify with you beforehand. Should you open the treasure chest and find nothing of worth, you must not take your frustration out on me. After all, luck can be fickle. Before you proceed, you must promise me that you will allow me to spend the night in your territory. I assure you, you may stay in my domain tonight, and I shall even cover your dinner." Lu Tong replied with a light chuckle. "Rest assured, my fortune is typically quite favorable." The traveling merchant, seemingly unconcerned, responded, "Is that so? Then I am most eager to witness your good fortune, having been in commerce for over 30 years. The traveling merchant had witnessed countless individuals from various races open treasure chests. Yet, the luckiest among them had merely acquired a white-quality weapon. He found it hard to believe that Lu Tong could unearth anything of value. With arms crossed, he leaned against the cart, a playful smile gracing his face, eagerly anticipating Lu Tong's exasperation when he failed to procure anything worthwhile from 5 treasure chests. The ancient chest had accumulated a thick layer of dust over an indeterminate period. Lu Tong blew forcefully, dispersing the dust. He then placed his hand upon the chest. "Do you wish to open the treasure chest?" Lu Tong declared, "Open." Opening the treasure chest yields a white item blueprint, a stone cup, and triggers a 100-fold amplification for a dark gold item blueprint, the Cup of Life. As the chest opened, a resplendent dark golden light emanated from the dilapidated chest. The traveling merchant, who had previously worn a mocking smile, found his expression frozen upon witnessing the dark golden radiance. This was a dark gold blueprint. His eyes widened, and his mouth slightly agape. He stood in stunned disbelief. He never anticipated that Lu Tong would genuinely uncover a dark gold treasure. For a millennium, aside from a remarkably fortunate blood gnome, no one on the chaotic continent had managed to unveil a dark gold treasure. Most individuals who opened chests could only retrieve various unwanted trinkets and blueprints. There were even suspicions that the tale of that lucky blood gnome was merely a fabrication by the major merchant alliances, designed to sell off their surplus of worthless treasure chests at inflated prices. Gradually, the once popular treasure chest game fell into obscurity. The traveling merchant could hardly fathom that the worthless chest he sold had yielded a dark gold blueprint. The shocking reality rendered him motionless, as if his mind had short-circuited. Meanwhile, Lu Tong calmly picked up the blueprint to examine the attributes of the Cup of Life. Cup of Life, 10 life gems, 1 leaf from the world tree. Upon pouring clear water into the cup, it transforms into a superior healing potion, with a daily usage limit of 10. This implies that once Lu Tong acquires the necessary materials, he can forge the Cup of Life, allowing him to obtain 10 bottles of high-grade healing potions each day. Previously, within the subterranean tomb, he had received rewards including several low-grade healing potions and 1 intermediate-grade potion. High-grade healing potions were a novelty to Lu Tong. Such treasures. Satisfied, Lu Tong nodded and promptly stored the blueprint of the Cup of Life within his arcane ring. As the radiant dark golden blueprint was concealed, the dazzling glow dissipated from view. The traveling merchant, finally coming to his senses, emitted a peculiar cry, appearing deranged as he lunged at Lu Tong, seemingly intent on seizing the blueprint from his grasp. In an instant, a Reaper soldier materialized before Lu Tong, blocking the merchant's advance and delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying several dozen meters away. The merchant's anguished wail echoed as he clutched his abdomen, emitting strange whimpers. Hearing his cries, a commotion arose from the merchant's cart, and a diminutive yet robust figure, a peculiar race with bulging muscles, emerged from the compartment. Black Iron Dwarf Bodyguard, 4th tier. Ability, Guardian, Skill, Storm Hammer, 4th level martial skill. This Black Iron Dwarf was the bodyguard hired by the traveling merchant. Having traversed the continent for years, the merchant's reputation alone was insufficient to navigate all perils. In the event of encountering beasts or other dangers in the wild, it was the bodyguard's duty to intervene. Standing approximately 1.5 meters tall, the dwarf sported a bushy black beard and donned black armor, wielding a one-handed warhammer. The dwarven race is one of the many advanced races in the chaotic continent, characterized by their short stature, rugged appearance, and fierce temperament. Chapter 25. The Descent of the Divine. Upon hearing his employer's scream, the Black Iron Dwarf quickly emerged from the cart. The moment he laid eyes on his employer, who had been kicked over 10 meters away and lay writhing in pain, his fury ignited. "You ruffians dare to strike!" Without a second thought, the hot-tempered dwarf raised his warhammer and charged at the Reaper soldier with a roar. The soldier, sword in hand, exuded a chilling aura of death. As the dwarf sensed the murderous intent emanating from the soldier, a shiver ran down his spine. He abruptly halted his charge, dread washing over him as he stood frozen in place, his face paling in fear. The overwhelming aura of death nearly suffocated the dwarf, reminiscent of the terrifying pressure he had once felt from a brutal and powerful dragon. Any further advance would lead to a grim fate for the black iron dwarf. Swallowing hard, he managed a sheepish grin. He obediently discarded the weapon he held, raised his hands, and stepped aside, squatting next to the carriage, wary of making any sudden movements. As a bodyguard, the behavior of the black iron dwarf seemed rather dishonorable. Nevertheless, the dwarf had his own grievances. The traveling merchant employed him with a monthly salary of 150 black crystal coins, yet consistently found various pretexts to withhold his wages. Reasons such as unwashed feet, excessive eating, snoring at night, and teeth grinding were just a few of the many excuses the merchant concocted to reduce the dwarf's pay. Bound by a decade-long employment contract, the black iron dwarf had no choice but to silently endure the merchant's exploitation. After all the deductions, the dwarf found himself receiving a meager 90 black crystal coins each month, an amount hardly worth sacrificing for the merchant's benefit. Thus, when faced with danger, he chose to huddle quietly in the corner, wary of being inadvertently harmed. The traveling merchant, having been unceremoniously kicked aside, gradually regained his senses amidst the pain. Earlier, he had succumbed to greed, leading to his impulsive actions. Now fully aware, he was filled with regret at the thought of Tong having opened a dark gold-level blueprint from the treasure chest. In the past, he had often considered opening those worthless chests himself to save space, but ultimately, he could not bring himself to do so. Selling those chests could have netted him a fair few black crystal coins. For the sake of a few coins, he had allowed those chests to languish in the corner of the carriage for 10 long years. If only he had opened them back then, that dark gold blueprint would have been his. Alas, it was too late for regrets. The blueprint now belonged to Tong. As a member of the Merchant Alliance, one could be greedy, cunning, or deceptive, but one rule must never be violated: the sanctity of trade contracts. Each transaction and sale was to be treated as sacred and inviolable. The merchant's recent actions were explicitly forbidden within the alliance. Should Tong report this incident to the Moody Trading Association, the merchant could very well face the loss of his trading privileges. Though he understood that regret was futile, the remorse gnawed at him nonetheless. Once, a treasure of immense value had been laid before him, yet he failed to cherish it, only to be filled with regret after its loss. Even as he lamented, there was no remedy for his remorse. Regret proved useless. The immediate concern was maximizing his profits. Although he had not seen the name or attributes of the dark gold blueprint, his seasoned merchant's eye allowed him to infer from its design and style. If he were not mistaken, Tong's treasure chest had yielded one of the Elven Empire's most significant artifacts, the blueprint for the Cup of Life. Long ago, in the midst of a great war, the capital of the Elven Empire fell to enemy forces. A multitude of invaders surged into the Elven Palace, wreaking havoc and pillaging its treasures. Within the palace's treasury, countless artifacts were lost amidst the chaos, including the invaluable blueprints for the Cup of Life. Without these schematics, no amount of resources could ever recreate the fabled artifact. Presently, only 6 cups of life remain, each a fortunate survivor of that tumultuous conflict. Should he manage to sell the blueprints to the Elven Empire, it is certain that the elves would offer an exorbitant price in exchange for such a coveted item. The traveling merchant quickly regained his composure. If he could acquire the dark gold blueprint from Tong and sell it to the elven race, he would reap significant rewards. As a diligent businessman, he understood that commerce reigned supreme. Although regret lingered in his heart, profit prevailed above all else. The sole question that remained was how to procure that dark gold blueprint from Tong. He was a merchant, not a brigand, and thus he resolved to employ what he deemed the most prudent approach to this dilemma: to negotiate the purchase of the Cup of Life's blueprints from Tong. In this world, there exists no problem that cannot be solved with sufficient wealth. If a solution eludes one, it simply indicates that the funds are insufficient. With this thought, the merchant endured his pain and rose from the ground, forcing a smile upon his face as he staggered towards Tong. "My dear friend, I must admit I acted impulsively and inadvertently offended you. I sincerely hope you can forgive my recklessness. I am willing to offer several exquisite gifts to nurture our friendship. Might you consider selling me the dark gold blueprint you obtained from the treasure chest? I am prepared to offer 100,000 black gold coins." Before the merchant could finish his proposition, he stood transfixed in astonishment. His expression mirrored that of one witnessing a divine apparition. Tong proceeded to open the remaining 4 treasure chests, each releasing a radiant glow of dark gold. Instantly, the small area surrounding them was enveloped in this resplendent light. Open treasure chest and received a white item: Ogre's Underpants, triggering a 100-fold amplification to dark gold equipment, Black Abyss Armor. Open treasure chest and received a white item: Shell Necklace, triggering a 100-fold amplification to dark gold equipment, Blessing of the Tides. Open treasure chest and received a white architectural blueprint, Flag, triggering a 100-fold amplification to dark gold architectural blueprint, Tower of Glory. Opened treasure chest and received a level 1 spellbook. Farsight, triggering a 100-fold amplification to level 9 magic. Eye of Death. 4 dark gold treasures emerged from the chests, each more magnificent than the last. Chapter 26, The Greatest Customer. Lu Tong had already opened a single dark gold treasure, leaving the traveling merchant filled with regret. Now, with 4 dark gold treasures revealed in one go, the merchant found himself at a loss, struggling to comprehend this extraordinary turn of events. After all, it was he who personally sold the 5 treasure chests to Lu Tong. Little did he anticipate that Lu Tong would experience an extraordinary stroke of luck, opening all 5 chests to reveal dark gold-grade treasures. Essentially, he had unwittingly sold Lu Tong a dark gold-grade item for merely a black coin. As a merchant of repute, he had astonishingly let his goods go at an unreasonably low price. The long-held beliefs of a traveling merchant crumbled in an instant, leaving him dizzy and faint, eventually collapsing to the ground. When the traveling merchant regained consciousness, darkness had enveloped the sky. He found himself lying near a campfire, beside his bodyguard, the Black Iron Dwarf, who was devouring a roasted leg of lamb with great gusto, entirely oblivious to the merchant's awakening. Suddenly, the Black Iron Dwarf set down the lamb leg, sighed heavily, his face etched with worry, as if troubled by some pressing matter. The traveling merchant felt a stirring of emotion. Despite often bossing the dwarf around, and even withholding his wages, a profound friendship had blossomed between them over the years of their travels together. Surely, the dwarf was now fretting over his well-being. Unexpectedly, the Black Iron Dwarf sighed again, lamenting, "What a pity, this roasted leg is a bit bland. It would be even better with some cumin seasoning." With that, he resumed his hearty meal, savoring every bite. The traveling merchant climbed to his feet, wearing a look of discontent. "Ah, so you're still alive. I had thought you perished, and I would finally be liberated." Upon hearing this, the traveling merchant nearly gasped in disbelief, almost succumbing to unconsciousness once more. Suppressing his anger, he inquired, "What on earth happened? Where are we now?" The Black Iron Dwarf, chewing on the lamb leg, replied, "You just traded with the Lord here, and for some reason, you suddenly fainted." Upon hearing this, a contemplative expression crossed the traveling merchant's face. Could it be that everything that had transpired was merely a dream? Was all he remembered simply a figment of his imagination? It seemed impossible that anyone could open treasure chests and miraculously unveil 5 dark gold treasures. Even the offspring of Lady Luck would not possess such fortune. With this thought, the traveling merchant inexplicably felt a sense of relief. "By the way, the Lord instructed me to tell you that if you awaken, you should seek him out." The Black Iron Dwarf suddenly recalled something and informed the traveling merchant. Nodding in acknowledgement, the merchant rose and made his way toward the central fire, the largest in the territory. Lu Tong was sipping from a wooden bowl of beef soup, thoroughly satisfied with the 5 dark gold-grade equipment he had acquired from the treasure chests. Unfortunately, the merchant had no additional chests to offer. Otherwise, Lu Tong would have relished the opportunity to open several hundred chests in one go. It was truly delightful. A single black coin could procure a treasure chest. What an incredible bargain. Upon noticing the traveling merchant approaching, Lu Tong set down his wooden bowl and softly addressed him. "Please take a seat. I promised you that you could spend the night in my domain, and I shall take care of your meals." The traveling merchant offered a subtle smile, graciously settling into the seat to the left of Lu Tong. "Then, I shall defer to your kind invitation." With that, the merchant reached for the succulent roasted meat that lay upon the campfire rack. The tender, juicy morsels were an unspoken delight with every bite. Savoring the food, he glanced at Lu Tong and remarked, "My dear friend, while I was in slumber, I had a dream in which you opened a treasure chest and astonishingly unveiled 5 dark gold-tier items. Isn't that amusing?" Lu Tong looked at him with curiosity, visibly surprised. "You were not dreaming. I indeed opened a treasure chest and acquired 5 dark gold-tier items." "What?" The merchant's smile froze in disbelief. Noticing his skepticism, Lu Tong retrieved the 5 dark gold treasures to display before him. Upon seeing the tangible evidence, the merchant's vision darkened, and he fainted once more. This time, Lu Tong instructed Titan to douse the merchant with a bucket of cold water to rouse him from his stupor. The icy water splashed against the merchant's face, akin to the harsh reality delivering a stinging slap. Upon awakening, the merchant gazed at Lu Tong, his expression one of utter incredulity. He simply could not fathom that this seemingly ordinary youth could consecutively unveil 5 dark gold-tier items. As this realization washed over him, the world around him blurred once again. As though he were on the brink of fainting yet again, he could hardly accept such an extraordinary truth. Lu Tong hastily interjected, "I have a proposition I wish to discuss with you." "What? A proposition?" The mention of a deal instantly rekindled the merchant's spirit. His eyes sparkled as he leaned closer to Lu Tong and inquired, "Esteemed Lord, do you intend to sell those dark gold-tier treasures?" "Fear not. As one of the top 10 gold medal salesmen of the Shepherd's Flute Merchant Alliance, I possess the capability to secure an excellent price for your treasures." Lu Tong shook his head. "I shall not part with those dark gold-tier items. Abandon that notion. With possession of the dark gold-tier blueprints, Lu Tong could endlessly forge dark gold tier equipment or structures. Such invaluable items were not for sale. Undeterred, the merchant pressed on. Then, esteemed lord, what is it you wish to trade? Now, with 5 pieces of dark gold equipment, Lu Tong had become the merchant's most coveted customer. To cater to his client, the merchant was resolute in fulfilling any request Lu Tong made to the best of his abilities. Do you have paper and a pen? Of course. Please wait a moment. The merchant rose and called out to the black iron dwarf, who was savoring a roasted leg of lamb, instructing him to retrieve paper and a pen from the wagon. Reluctantly, the dwarf set down his delicious meal with a reluctant expression and trudged toward the wagon. After a short while, the black iron dwarf, with its stumpy little legs, approached Lu Tong and the others, clutching a piece of parchment and a quill. The traveling merchant took the paper and pen from the dwarf's hands, then impatiently shooed it away. Subsequently, Lu Tong began reciting an extensive list of rare resources and materials. The merchant quickly lowered his head to jot down the items Lu Tong required. The paper he used was a yellowed parchment, while the pen was a feather dipped in ink. The sharp quill scratched against the parchment, producing a soft rustling sound. Once the merchant finished recording, he gazed at the full page of items and could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The materials Lu Tong needed numbered well over 100. Some resources were relatively common and obtainable, while others were exceedingly rare, akin to treasures rarely seen in a century. Chapter 27, The Farm Blueprint. The traveling merchant hesitated, saying, Esteemed lord, to speak candidly, I can only assist you in acquiring a portion of these resources. The remainder is exceedingly scarce and can only be found at the auctions held by various merchant alliances. Lu Tong replied nonchalantly, That is of no concern. As long as you can gather the materials on the list, I shall compensate you handsomely, ensuring you do not suffer any loss. Upon hearing this, the merchant's lips twitched slightly, as if he wished to say something, yet ultimately refrained. He could not shake the memory of the 5 dark gold treasures he had relinquished so readily. The list of materials Lu Tong requested comprised the components necessary for the dark gold blueprints he had thus far collected. Without the required resources and materials for the dark gold blueprints, even possessing a multitude of them would render them mere worthless scraps of paper. Only an ample supply of resources could transform the blueprints into formidable strength for the territory. The merchant solemnly tucked away the materials list and stated with gravity, Rest assured, I shall endeavor to collect the resources and materials on your list. I will visit your territory every 8th day of the week. Wait, a week consists of only 7 days, does it not? Where does this 8th day come from? Lu Tong voiced his confusion. The merchant explained, in the chaotic continent. A year comprises 13 months, each month containing 5 weeks, and each week has 8 days, with each day consisting of 25 magical hours. Lu Tong nodded in a daze. During his few days in the chaotic continent, it was the first time he had heard about its unique calendar and timekeeping. Subsequently, Lu Tong posed numerous questions regarding the chaotic continent, to which the merchant responded in detail. Lu Tong finally learned that upon their arrival in this world, the languages they spoke, be it Chinese, English, Spanish, Russian, Japanese, or others, had transformed into what was referred to as the common tongue. This must have been the work of the mysterious voice that had facilitated their collective traversal. The common tongue served as the official language of the chaotic continent, and nearly every advanced race could converse in it to some extent. In addition to the common tongue, the languages of elves, orcs, and goblins are also quite prevalent in the mainland. As a competent merchant, the traveling merchant has mastered several languages. Moreover, Lu Tong gleaned from the traveling merchant the location of his territory, situated on the southwestern coast of the chaotic continent, in the most desolate region known as the Forgotten Land. The plain where Lu Tong's territory lies is also referred to as the Forgotten Plain or the Forgotten Wilderness. Notably, the Forgotten Plain is the most barren area within the Forgotten Land. Thus, it can be said that Lu Tong's territory is exceedingly desolate. Were it not for Lu Tong's 100-fold enhancement system, his rate of development would undoubtedly lag far behind that of others. Once the 7-day protection period concludes, a horde of ferocious beasts will surge into Lu Tong's territory, tearing him into shreds and consuming him. This is the fate that awaits Lu Tong. The following morning, as dawn began to break, a pale light gradually illuminated the sky. The traveling merchant, who lay before the campfire, sluggishly opened his eyes. His gaze was bloodshot, a clear indication of a restless night. The events of the previous day were simply too astonishing. Lu Tong had opened treasure chests and astonishingly acquired 5 pieces of dark gold tier treasures. Had it not been witnessed by the traveling merchant himself, he would have found it utterly unbelievable. As night fell, the traveling merchant was beset by myriad thoughts, tossing and turning on the grass, unable to find a moment's rest. It was only as dawn approached that he felt the weight of fatigue, closing his eyes for a brief slumber. Upon waking, he bore the burden of dark circles under his eyes and rose from the ground. He kicked the side of the black iron dwarf, rousing him from his dreams. The black iron dwarf grumbled as he got to his feet. Together, they packed their belongings and, with mixed emotions, departed Lu Tong's territory. The sadness stemmed from regretting the sale of those 5 treasure chests. while the joy was derived from the lucrative transaction with Lu Tong worth several 100,000 black gold coins. Should he successfully gather all the resources listed, Lu Tong promised a substantial commission. As they prepared to leave, the traveling merchant, with a complex emotional state, touched the material list in his possession, his expression oscillating between regret and joy. Over the years, he had traveled tirelessly across the continent with merchants, enduring hardships and often going hungry. Last night marked the first time in many years that he had eaten to his fill, and not just any meal, but one rich in meat. The thought of Lu Tong's territory, where not only was there an abundance of food, but also comfortable homes for everyone, filled the black iron dwarf with envy. He silently vowed that once his contract with the traveling merchant expired, he would seek a similar employer to Lu Tong. Upon rising, Lu Tong discovered that the traveling merchant had already departed. He paid little heed to the merchant's absence, as long as the merchant could return every 8th day to deliver the resources and materials he required. After freshening up, Lu Tong sat by the campfire, savoring a piece of beef jerky. In his hands, he held the Lord's book, perusing the latest news. Just yesterday, numerous lords had discovered blueprints for farms and ranches in the vicinity of their territories. Lu Tong was no exception. Level 1 farm, wood 500, stone 200, natural gem 1. Planting capacity, 20. Natural gems could appear in areas such as grasslands, rivers, and forests with a certain probability. When sending farmers to explore the wilderness, they occasionally stumbled upon these natural gems. Most lords had already constructed their level 1 farms by yesterday. Merely possessing a farm was insufficient. Seeds for crops were also required. Currently, the nearby channels were abuzz with posts trading crop seeds. Wheat seeds were available in 56 units, each unit exchangeable for 5 wood, 3 stone, 6 hay, and 5 sand. Black mushroom seeds came in 72 units, each unit exchangeable for 4 wood, 2 stone, 5 hay, and 4 sand. Bread tree seeds were offered in 13 units, each unit exchangeable for 7 wood, 5 stone, 9 hay, and 7 sand. Rum fruit seeds were available in 24 units, each unit exchangeable for 6 wood, 4 stone, 8 hay, and 6 sand. Lu Tong intended to construct his farm shortly. Thus he had purchased a substantial quantity of crop seeds in advance. Most lords possessed only 1 or 2 natural gems, limiting the number of farms they could build to a maximum of 2. A level 1 farm could only plant 20 seeds. Most individuals did not purchase many seeds, sufficient merely for their own territories. Chapter 28, Constructing the Quarry. A few days prior, Lu Tong had opened a treasure chest in the Goblin tribe and acquired 100 natural gems. With such a wealth of natural gems, he was determined to construct several farms. The population of his territory was considerable and would only continue to grow. Lu Tong needed to plan for the future. Additionally, he had grown weary of a meat-heavy diet. With farms, he could cultivate some grains and enjoy lighter fare to vary his palate. Rising to his feet, Lu Tong walked to a vacant plot adjacent to his territory. The area within his domain was fully developed, lacking sufficient space for the construction of additional farms. Moreover, given the number of farms he intended to build, placing them within the territory would result in overcrowding. Thus, Lu Tong opted to establish the farms on the empty land right next to his territory. It was conveniently close, allowing the Grim Reaper soldiers to patrol and keep an eye on them, preventing any potential destruction by beasts. Having selected the site, Lu Tong constructed 10 farms in one go. 10 beams of white light illuminated the empty plot, and as the radiance faded, the farms were completed in succession. The newly built farms were encircled by a ring of stone and fencing, their interiors filled with freshly turned soil. Lu Tong entered the farm and retrieved the black mushroom seeds he had just purchased. A prompt chimed in his ear. Would you like to plant black mushrooms in the farm? Yes. Once Lu Tong confirmed his actions, the mushroom seeds in his hand were lifted by an invisible force and gently scattered across the fields of the farm. Upon landing in the rich, dark soil, these mushroom seeds promptly emitted a profusion of mycelium. Initially minuscule and nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, the mycelium grew at an astonishing pace, soon blanketing the field in a white hue, reminiscent of a light snowfall. As attention turned to the fungal growth, its attributes materialized automatically. Black mushroom, currently growing, 99 hours, 59 minutes, and 28 seconds until maturity. The black mushrooms would require a span of 4 days to reach full ripeness. After this duration, approximately 50 units of black mushrooms would be harvested, paving the way for a delightful feast of fragrant mushroom barbecue. Following this, Lu Tong planted seeds of various other crops across the remaining 9 farms. Each crop boasted distinct growth durations and yields. Among them, wheat promised the highest yield. However, Lu Tong lacked the blueprints for a mill. Even if he cultivated wheat, he would be unable to process it into flour upon maturation. Thus, he opted instead to plant a substantial number of breadfruit trees to serve as a staple food source. The breadfruit, procured from Lu Xiaohua in a previous transaction, bore a striking resemblance to a watermelon. Upon slicing it open, the flesh revealed a unique texture and flavor akin to that of bread. On the 3rd day, the territory boasted a total of 30 titans. Lu Tong assigned 5 titans to oversee the cultivation of crops. as devotees of the earth goddess. The Titans excelled in planting and gathering. To Lu Tong's astonishment, their stewardship significantly reduced the maturation time of the crops by 50%. This meant that the black mushrooms, which originally required 4 days to mature, would now be ready in just 2. Such an unexpected boon was indeed a pleasant surprise. With the completion of the farm constructions, Lu Tong had opened a treasure chest the previous day and acquired the blueprint for a dark gold level structure, the Glory Tower. Glory Tower, wood 100, stone 100, green magic stone 100, light element crystal 100. Effect, greatly enhances the loyalty of all troops and heroes within range. Fortunately, Lu Tong possessed all the necessary materials. The green magic stones and element crystals were rewards from a mysterious chest obtained after completing a trial quest. Element crystals came in various attributes, including thunder, earth, water, wind, light, and darkness. Thankfully, he had sufficient light element crystals. Surveying his territory, Lu Tong decided to construct the Glory Tower at the heart of the domain. He confirmed the construction. A dark gold glow emerged in the center of the territory. 10 minutes later, the luminous aura dissipated, revealing a resplendent crystal tower before Lu Tong. Standing 5 meters tall with a radius of 1 meter, the Glory Tower exuded a crystalline essence and radiated a sacred, magnificent aura. All troops within the territory felt the profound influence of the Glory Tower. The loyalty of all individuals has significantly surged, reaching a remarkable score of 100 points. Over the past few days, Lu Tong had managed to elevate the loyalty of everyone in his domain to 89 points. Just a fraction more, and it would ascend to 90 points. The transition from 80 to 90 points in loyalty represents a pivotal threshold. Achieving a loyalty score exceeding 90 points is exceedingly challenging. Unexpectedly, under the influence of the Glory Tower, the loyalty of all troop types within the territory soared to an astonishing 100 points. They gazed at Lu Tong with solemn expressions and fervent eyes. At this moment, should Lu Tong command them to sacrifice their lives, they would do so without the slightest hesitation. A loyalty score of 100 signifies that Lu Tong holds a place in their hearts that surpasses even that of their biological parents. Indeed, Lu Tong has become a deity in their minds, their singular faith. Every utterance from his lips must be heeded with utmost seriousness, and every command issued by him must be executed with unwavering determination. The effect of the Glory Tower exceeded even Lu Tong's expectations. Being scrutinized with such fervent gazes made Lu Tong feel somewhat uncomfortable. Fortunately, with a gesture from Lu Tong, everyone reverted to their usual demeanor. Other local lords have constructed farms and livestock pens, establishing a stable food source. The scarcity of food is no longer an issue. The demand for food among others has diminished compared to before. The meat he had put on the market used to sell out in under 10 minutes, whereas now it takes over 2 hours to sell out completely. Lu Tong was not overly disappointed by this change. From the outset, he understood that trading food for substantial resources could only be viable in the early stages. As everyone gains the ability to procure their own food, it will become increasingly difficult for him to sell his meat at a premium price. Fortunately, he had established a lumberyard in the western forest, ensuring an ample supply of wood resources. Next, he needed to locate iron mines and other resources. The scant amount of iron ore he had stored would soon be depleted with just a few equipment creations. The plains lack mines, and apart from the iron ore, Lu Tong's reserves of stone were also dwindling. Currently, the most pressing task is to find a mine. The area surrounding Lu Tong's territory where mines are most likely to be found is in the eastern mountain range. Today's mission is to venture into the eastern mountains in search of a mine and establish a quarry. Before departing, Lu Tong also needed to equip the underworld soldiers with new gear, in addition to providing them with steel longswords and steel shields. He also outfitted them with the leather armor and leather boots he purchased from a traveling merchant yesterday. Leather armor, leather 10, leather armor, white quality. Attributes, level 1 physical defense. Leather boots, leather 2, leather boots, white quality. Attributes, level 1 speed boost. Chapter 29, The Unclaimed Treasure. The Underworld Soldiers, clad in leather armor and leather boots, wielding steel longswords and steel shields, immediately experienced a notable elevation in their demeanor. Unlike in the past, now clad in a black linen garment and wielding a stone axe, he appears indistinguishable from an ordinary lumberjack, lacking any semblance of intimidation. In contrast, the soldiers of the underworld and the iron-blooded musketeers are now equipped with simple armor and commendable weaponry, exhibiting a semblance of a regular army. As for Lu Tong, his gear has become even more splendid. Yesterday, he opened a treasure chest and acquired 2 pieces of dark gold equipment along with a level 9 spellbook. Black Abyss Armor. Dark gold quality. Attributes. Level 9 defense enhancement. Level 9 physical defense. Level 9 magical defense. Accompanying skills. 1. Sacrificial Aura. Level 9 Aura activates as Sacrificial Aura, igniting a ring of demonic flames around the body, inflicting substantial damage to surrounding enemies every second. 2. Fearful Shriek. Level 9 magic causes enemies to flee in extreme terror, lasting up to 20 seconds. 3. Descent of Darkness. Level 9 martial skill transforms into a dark demon, significantly enhancing personal attributes and skills. Tide's Blessing, dark gold quality. Attributes, water element immunity. Skill, 1. Waterfall annihilation technique. Level 9 magic unleashes a powerful tidal wave of destruction upon enemies. The formidable defense of the Black Abyss armor is precisely what Tong requires. Although Tong possesses a 100-fold amplification system, enabling him to recruit increasingly powerful troops, he remains an ordinary human. His physical form is frail and vulnerable. When embarking on an adventure, he can only proceed forward once the underworld soldiers have dispatched all potential dangers. A single misstep could result in his demise from even the weakest of spells. After all, the underworld soldiers cannot provide constant protection. Once adorned in the Black Abyss armor, Tong felt as though he could take on 10 foes. Tide's Blessing, a necklace, possesses only one attribute and skill, yet its attribute is remarkably impressive. It grants immunity to water element damage. This means that no water-based magic or martial technique can inflict harm upon Tong. Clad in the Black Abyss armor and wearing Tide's Blessing, Tong and his companions set forth towards the eastern mountains. On the fourth day, their journey was uninterrupted. As on the previous occasion, Tong brought along 20 underworld soldiers and 3 titans to explore the eastern mountains. However, locating a mine is not simply a matter of searching. Aside from certain open mines and abandoned shafts, most require detection to be discovered. Last night, during a conversation with a traveling merchant, Tong learned that there are 2 methods to uncover mines. The first method involves spending 10 black coins to purchase a low-level ore detector. This detector can identify coal and iron ore within a 10-meter radius. When ore resources are detected, the device emits an alarm. The greater the quantity of coal and iron ore discovered, the louder the alarm sounds. The drawback is that resources beyond the 10-meter range cannot be detected. The second method is to seek out a race skilled in mining to assist in the search for caverns, such as the kobolds, dwarves, or rockmen. These races not only excel at excavation, but possess unique methods for detecting mineral deposits. With their assistance, the quest for caverns becomes considerably easier. Although Tong does not have access to any of these races, he has an even better alternative. Within the Titans resides a fragment of the Earth Goddess's divine power, making them ideally suited to aid in locating mineral caverns. Thus, for this expedition, Tong has specifically brought along 3 Titans. As they journey towards the eastern mountains, they pass by the entrance to an underground tomb. Prior to their departure, Tong had dispatched workers to seal the entrance with stone. He intends to send the Titans down there in a few days. It is truly extravagant to use such precious resources to adorn an underground tomb. What a waste. Continuing onward, after approximately an hour of travel, Tong and his companions arrive at a small grove near the eastern mountains. From this vantage point, they gaze upward to behold the majestic eastern mountains, rising high and stretching for miles, with hills cascading in succession. Guided by the Titans, Tong and his party head towards the southeastern direction, deeper into the mountains. No magical beasts or monsters impede their path, and the journey remains tranquil, which greatly displeases Tong. He had hoped to thoroughly test the might of the abyssal armor during this expedition, yet he encounters not even a single creature. Tong emits a silent sigh. Upon reaching a gorge, the Titans come to a halt. Curiously, Tong inquires, "What is the matter?" Titan 23 furrows his brow and replies, "I sense a presence of gold and silver in the gorge ahead." "Really?" Tong exclaims, brimming with excitement. "That is splendid. What are we waiting for? I shall construct a mining site right here." "My lord, please wait a moment. Something feels amiss." Titan 23 cautions. "What is wrong? Have you sensed something?" Tong questions, perplexed. He trusts that the Titans would not speak frivolously, nor would they deceive him. Thus, if Titan 23 senses something is amiss, there must indeed be an issue. Titan 23 solemnly states, typically, rare mineral resources like gold and silver are accompanied by other associated ores. It is improbable for there to exist only gold and silver in isolation. Moreover, gold mines seldom coexist with silver mines. Additionally, I can sense that the gold and silver deposits in the gorge are in close proximity. This is likely not a gold or silver mine, but rather a site where a substantial quantity of gold and silver has been deliberately buried. Tong immediately comprehends the implication and queries. "Are you suggesting that there is treasure within this gorge?" "Precisely." Titan 23 nods in affirmation. "In that case, what are we waiting for? I shall immediately summon the other Titans to expedite the excavation of this treasure." Titan 23, with a somewhat naive expression, scratches his head and says, "But my lord, we cannot ascertain whether this treasure is unclaimed. In the chaotic continent, numerous formidable races delight in constructing vaults to safeguard their accumulated wealth over the years. What should one do if the treasure's owner discovers their gold and silver is missing and comes seeking retribution?" Tong felt a pang of guilt, realizing that even his Titans exhibited greater morality than he. "You are right. We must first verify whether this belongs to someone else." Titan 23 inquired curiously, "How shall we confirm that?" Chapter 30, Enemies Ahead. Tong cleared his throat and bellowed into the surroundings. "Whose treasure lies buried in this canyon? Is there anyone who still desires it? If not, I shall take it." He repeated this call thrice. Since no one claims it, it is mine. The soldiers of the underworld and the titans present were taken aback by Lu Tong's audacious maneuver. Nonetheless, Lu Tong was their revered lord, and whatever he proclaimed was deemed correct in their eyes. Let us strive to excavate all the gold and silver buried here by tonight. After assigning the tasks, Lu Tong stepped into the canyon, followed closely by the underworld soldiers and the titans. Cloaked in his dark abyssal armor, he ventured forth with confidence. The canyon appeared unremarkable, surrounded by a collection of obsidian stones. After surveying the area, Lu Tong identified a relatively flat spot to establish a quarry. The quarry blueprint was a reward Lu Tong had obtained from a sarcophagus in an underground tomb. Quarry, wood 500, stone 1000, iron 100, sand 200. Effect, increases mining efficiency by 10. Once the quarry was constructed, Lu Tong and his companions patiently awaited the arrival of the titans. Approximately 2 hours passed before all the titans in Lu Tong's domain gathered, armed with stone picks. They sensed the presence of rare metals without needing any directive from Lu Tong. They moved to the center of the canyon and began to dig in the direction of the gold and silver's aura. The surface of this canyon was composed of an exceptionally hard and peculiar ore. It took the titans roughly 10 minutes to break through the ground. On the 5th day, the canyon's surface was breached, revealing a dark red rock beneath. This rock was incredibly dense, even more challenging to mine than the peculiar ore above. Frustratingly, this hard rock was not a special resource. No matter how much they extracted, it proved utterly useless. With the quarry's enhancement, the titans spent nearly 6 hours clearing the dark red rock above the treasure. As afternoon approached, the titans vigorously wielded their stone picks and finally broke through the stubborn dark red rock. Below the canyon lay a vast cavern. Lu Tong stood at the edge of the cavern, peering into its depths, which were shrouded in darkness. Beside him, a soldier from the underworld retrieved a torch he had prepared earlier, igniting it and tossing it into the abyss. The burning torch, tracing a perfectly parabolic arc, plummeted deep into the cavern's heart. With its feeble glow, it barely illuminated the surroundings within. Before him lay mounds of gold and silver, towering like miniature mountains. Beyond these precious metals, the cave housed a plethora of other valuable resources. However, gold and silver dominated the scene, their brilliant luster overshadowing the subtler gleams of other treasures. Witnessing this spectacle, Lu Tong's eyes widened, fixated on the riches that adorned the cave. There was no doubt that the cavern contained at least tens of thousands of units of gold and silver. Taking a deep breath, Lu Tong stifled the exhilaration bubbling within him. He opened the Lord's book and conjured 20 lengths of grass rope. Each rope extended 2 meters, and he skillfully tied 10 of them together, producing 2 ropes of 20 meters each. Securing one end at the cave's entrance, he cast the other into the depths below. Currently, Lu Tong lacked the ability to cast flight magic, and none of his subordinates possessed flying units. Thus, the only means to descend into the cavern was through the ropes. Climbing down with ease, Lu Tong and his companions soon found themselves amidst the buried treasures. The cave's floor lay some 10 meters below the surface, its area modest, roughly 100 square meters. Gold, silver, and an abundance of jewels filled the space to the brim, leaving no room to stand. Consequently, Lu Tong and his companions had no choice but to position themselves atop scattered heaps of gold. Gazing at the shimmering treasures that rose like hills before him, Lu Tong exhaled deeply. Though he remained unaware of the benefactor who had concealed such riches near his domain, he felt no qualms about claiming what had been discovered. With methodical precision, he began to assign tasks to his Titan and underworld soldiers. Thanks to his arcane ring, which could store up to 10,000 units of items, their efficiency in transporting the treasures soared. Within an hour, every last piece of treasure had been extracted from the cavern. In this remarkable excavation, Lu Tong amassed over 30,000 units of gold, more than 40,000 units of silver, 1,000 units of mithril, 50 units of darkstone, 30 units of lightstone, 57 elemental gems, 625 emeralds, 45 agates, and 41 pearls. It was indeed a bountiful harvest. Lu Tong couldn't help but marvel at his recent streak of good fortune. Originally, their mission was merely to locate a mine, yet they had fortuitously stumbled upon a treasure trove, an undeniable windfall. As dusk settled, Lu Tong decided to postpone further exploration of the mine until the following day. Upon reaching a thicket near the eastern mountain range, just as they were about to exit, Ming-Yi suddenly halted Lu Tong, a stern expression on his face. "My lord, there are enemies ahead." "Oh, are they magical beasts?" Lu Tong inquired eagerly. Ever since acquiring new equipment and skills, he had yearned for an opportunity to test their power. The mention of foes ahead sent a thrill of excitement coursing through him. It would be best to summon a few formidable beasts. If they are too weak, it will fail to demonstrate the true extent of one's power. Stepping out of the thicket, Lu Tong caught sight from a distance of several hundred orcs assailing over a dozen unicorn bulls, the hunting party of the orc tribe. In their pursuit of the unicorn bulls, the orc hunting party had ventured deep into the plains from the northern wastelands, arriving at this expanse near the eastern mountain range. Should they advance a few more kilometers, they would inevitably stumble upon Lu Tong's territory. The discovery of his domain was merely a matter of time, likely within a few days. Once the orcs uncover his lands, their marauding forces will surely be dispatched to pillage his territory. Chapter 31, A Bountiful Return. In recent days, Tong has been diligently developing his territory, amassing military strength. His storeroom now brims with over 500 soul gems, ready to summon an army at a moment's notice. The power of his territory is no longer as feeble as it once was. Faced with an orc tribe numbering in the tens of thousands, Tong is confident in his ability to vanquish them. Therefore, why not take the initiative to strike first, eliminating their hunting party and thereby depleting their living forces in advance? The nearby Ming Yi had similarly contemplated this strategy. Before Tong could issue the command, he and the other 19 Ming Wang soldiers had already readied themselves for battle. The orc hunting party consisted of nearly 150 individuals, primarily of the 3rd tier, with no orc below that rank, and a few mid-tier orc warriors of the 4th tier among them. The Ming Wang soldiers numbered only 20, accompanied by over 30 titans bearing substantial resources. With their 10th tier strength, the titans could easily defeat the lower and mid-tier orcs. However, Tong preferred not to engage the titans in battle. They were, after all, production units. He is not a lord who neglects the welfare of his subordinates. Combat duties should naturally fall to the combat units. After all, a mere 100 low-tier orcs are no match for 20 Ming Wang soldiers, armed with swords and shields. The Ming Wang soldiers advanced directly towards the throng of orcs. There was no need for tactics against these lowly orcs. A straightforward slaughter would suffice. After dispatching the bulls, the orcs began to dismember and dissect their quarry, raising the severed limbs in jubilant cheers, their guttural roars echoing in their language. The Ming Wang soldiers, unperturbed, approached the orcs directly. The orcs in the distance quickly noticed the advancing Ming Wang soldiers, unleashing a chorus of ferocious roars and brandishing their battle axes and shields in a fervent display. The bloodthirsty orcs, without a second thought, charged towards the Ming Wang soldiers, initiating a fierce clash. As the orc warriors bore down upon them, a glint of cold light flashed in Ming Yi's eyes. He swung his long sword in a graceful arc, striking heavily towards the orc warrior. The orc warrior hastily raised his shield to deflect Ming Yi's attack. However, in the face of overwhelming power, the defenses of the orc warriors proved utterly futile. The iron sword cleaved through their shields with ease, shattering them as if they were mere twigs. The blade of Ming Yi did not waver. With a flash of cold light, the orc warrior before him was beheaded before he could even react. Ordinary low-level orc warriors stood no chance against the soldiers of the Underworld King. In a mere exchange, over 20 orc warriors fell victim to the blades of the Underworld soldiers. The death of their comrades did not deter the remaining orc warriors. Rather, it ignited a bloodthirsty frenzy within them. They roared in fury, charging relentlessly towards the soldiers of the Underworld King. The air was thick with the aura of slaughter. A blood-red glow emanated from the iron swords of the Underworld soldiers, and the murderous intent surged forth. The 5 or 6 orc warriors before them were instantly cleaved in half by the fierce sword energy. Empowered by the aura, the 20 Underworld soldiers experienced a significant boost in their defenses. The attacks from the orc warriors inflicted no damage upon them whatsoever. A mid-level orc, ranked at the 4th tier, wielding dual battle axes, let out a ferocious roar. With a leap that soared over 3 meters, he brought his axes down upon the Underworld soldiers with tremendous force, an attack employing the 4th tier skill, Berserk Execution. The Underworld soldier, gripping his shield tightly, prepared to counter. With the 10th tier skill, Shield Bash, he swung the heavy steel shield, slicing through the air with a whoosh, and sent the leaping mid-level orc warrior tumbling across the plain for several dozen meters. The Underworld soldier resembled a merciless killing machine, dispatching any who dared to approach them. Even as the orc warriors became increasingly bloodthirsty and frenzied, they were met with the looming threat of death. Fear surged within their hearts, shattering their savage state, and they turned to flee towards the orc tribe in the northern wasteland. At this moment, it was finally Tong's turn to make his appearance. He had stealthily maneuvered around to the rear of the orc warriors while the battle raged in the front. Blocking their escape route, one orc warrior spotted Tong and, with a cold glare, drew a crossbow from his back, firing an arrow in Tong's direction. Clang! The arrowhead, fashioned from beast bone, struck Tong's armor, leaving not a single mark. Clad in the abyssal armor, Tong was unafraid of engaging the orcs directly. The meager attacks of the low-level orcs posed no threat to him. Instead, as they drew near, they were scorched by the sacrificial aura bestowed by the abyssal armor, engulfed in demonic flames. In addition to the abyssal armor and the blessing of tides, Tong had also obtained a 9th tier spellbook, Eye of Death, from a treasure chest. His eyes shimmered with a blend of purple and black, intertwining to form a complex and arcane sigil. Any creature below the 9th tier that dared to meet the gaze of the Eye of Death would find their life extinguished in an instant, succumbing to immediate demise. As several orc warriors gazed into Tong's eyes, their bodies instantaneously aged, as if they had experienced years of decay in mere moments. Their forms rapidly deteriorated, transforming into lifeless husks that crumbled to ashes with the slightest breeze. The death magic eye was indeed a formidable skill, capable of vanquishing anyone below the 9th tier with a mere gaze. Alas, such power came at a significant cost. Lu Tong could only wield it once a day, for overuse would take a toll on his own body. The orc warriors who sought to flee all met their demise at Lu Tong's hands. In a mere 10 minutes, the battle was concluded, with over 100 orc warriors slain. They dropped more than 100 soul gems, alongside numerous orc battle axes, shields, bows, and crossbows. After a brief tidying of the battlefield, Lu Tong and his companions returned triumphantly. Upon returning to their territory, Lu Tong constructed a warehouse to store the treasures they had unearthed. Currently, the foundational resources within the territory comprised 220,000 units of wood, 170,000 units of stone, 230,000 units of hay, 798 units of iron blocks, 6,000 units of sand, and 70,000 units of meat. While other lords possessed resources only in the hundreds, Lu Tong's total resources had already surpassed 6 figures, placing him far ahead of his peers. Chapter 32. The task returns. At this moment, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the plains were enveloped in a golden tranquility. The distant hills donned the vibrant hues of twilight, and the once pristine white clouds in the sky were now ablaze with crimson. Within the territory, dozens of bonfires blazed, each supporting a cooking pot filled with fragrant beef stew. Tonight's dinner was a beef hot pot. As Lu Tong savored the tender meat, he perused the chat records from the nearby channel. Today marked the 6th day since his arrival in this world. Tomorrow would be the 7th, signaling the end of the protection period. Most lords in the vicinity had managed to procure food through their own strength, sustaining themselves and their farmers. Some lords even managed to acquire surplus food, selling it within the channel. The fare they offered primarily consisted of fish, berries, black mushrooms, and the like. Although the taste of these items was not guaranteed to be delightful, their prices were significantly lower than Lu Tong's meat. Since Lu Tong's offerings were derived from magical beasts, they commanded a higher price. In times of scarcity, the populace had no choice but to purchase his expensive meat. However, with the advent of more affordable food options, they naturally gravitated away from his products. While his meat was delectable, it was simply too costly for everyday consumption. Occasionally indulging in a few pounds of meat might serve as a treat, but daily meat consumption was a luxury few could afford. In these trying times, people were content with basic rations of dried provisions, berries, and mushrooms, as long as they could stave off hunger and survive. In such circumstances, who cared about the quality of the meals? As long as there was something to eat and the prospect of survival, that was all that mattered. Daily meat consumption was indeed a lavish extravagance, and now, Lu Tong found it increasingly challenging to sell his meat at a premium price. By chance, Lu Tong did not put meat on the shelves today. How peculiar. Why has the esteemed Lu Tong not made his usual offerings of meat today? In the past, he would consistently present his wares at this hour. Indeed, I had diligently upgraded my main city and was eager to treat myself to a pound of meat, having grown weary of subsisting on berries for the past 5 or 6 days. Yet, to my dismay, Lu Tong has failed to provide any meat today. Oh, how maddening. Could it be that Lu Tong encountered some misfortune while hunting? Surely not. Lu Tong is quite formidable. That fool Lu Tong is not as impressive as he seems. He merely boasts of his meager supply of meat, without any justification for his arrogance. Precisely. That unscrupulous merchant Lu Tong has the audacity to sell his meat at exorbitant prices. He deserves his fate. I have long harbored disdain for that little scoundrel Lu Tong. If he were truly gone, it would warrant a celebration. Hey, you lot up there, have you no conscience? In the early days of scarcity, if not for Lu Tong's meat sustaining us, countless individuals in this channel would have perished from hunger. You eat your fill and then curse him. Such is the nature of ungrateful souls like you. No one forced you to trade with Lu Tong. Where were your voices of dissent then? Now, you prance about like jesters, making snide remarks. Huh. It amuses me to no end that Lu Tong has such devoted sycophants among you. My criticisms of Lu Tong concern you not. Does his potential demise elicit your mourning? Calmly, Lu Tong observed the cacophony of insults echoing in the nearby channel. He had anticipated such reactions, for human nature is often inscrutable. In this world, the ungrateful and treacherous are abundant. Just days ago, amidst the food shortage, Lu Tong was the sole provider of sustenance, and no one dared to offend him. Even those with grievances against him remained silent, instead showering him with flattery. Now, with most lords having constructed barracks, farms, and livestock pens, they find themselves less reliant on Lu Tong's meat. Their true colors have emerged, revealing a swift betrayal. They openly deride him, reveling in his misfortune. Fortunately, this has allowed Lu Tong to discern their genuine natures. Just as the channel erupted in chaos, a mysterious and authoritative voice resonated in everyone's ears. The 7-day protection period will conclude promptly at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. All will be compelled to undertake challenge missions, with ample rewards for successful completion. Warning, the difficulty of the challenge is correlated with the scale of your territory. Best of luck to all lords. Following this announcement, Lu Tong received detailed information regarding the challenge mission. Challenge mission: Revenge of the Orc Tribe. Mission content: defeat the elite forces of the orcs. Mission details: having annihilated the hunting party of the orc tribe, their chief is now filled with fury and seeks vengeance. The chieftain of the orc tribe has decided to dispatch an elite force to eliminate you. Prepare yourself. The composition of the orc elite troops includes 1 orc commander, level 6, 3, 500 orc infantry, level 3, 550 orc archers, level 3, 500 orc berserkers, level 4, 400 wolf riders, level 4, and 50 orc shamans, level 5. Upon reviewing the mission details, Lu Tong was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that his challenge task would be related to the orc tribe. Moreover, in their quest for vengeance, the orc tribe had sent a formidable force of 5,000 combat units. Was it truly necessary to mobilize such a large contingent merely for the elimination of a hunting party of 100? Lu Tong couldn't help but ponder the extent of their enmity. With the current combat units in Lu Tong's territory, he was certainly ill-equipped to withstand the onslaught of the orc elite troops. Thus, to fulfill the challenge, it seemed he would have to resort to summoning more soldiers. Lu Tong sighed deeply. In total, he possessed over 700 soul gems, allowing him to recruit 700 level 10 soldiers. Alongside the 50 King of the Underworld soldiers and 50 Ironblood pikemen currently in his territory, Lu Tong's total combat units amounted to 800. In the face of the orc's elite force of 5,000, his 800 combat units were evidently insufficient. However, if all 800 warriors were of level 10, the situation would be markedly different. Lu Tong was confident that he could triumph in this battle. He wondered what challenges awaited others. Chapter 33, A Free Offer of Meat. Lu Tong immediately glanced at the nearby channel. Oh no, it's disastrous. When the protection period expires at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, I will be besieged by 3 famished wolves. What am I to do? Why is my challenge task to confront an assault of over 20 hungry wolves? Is it because I upgraded my main city that the difficulty has escalated? Fortunately, my task does not seem overly daunting. A single merman is set to invade my territory, and my militia should be able to handle it, shouldn't they? Had I known there would be a challenge, I would have delayed the upgrade of my main city. Does anyone have surplus food for sale? I need to recruit militia urgently. Alas, I had intended to stockpile more food, but now I must use it all for recruitment. Let me first overcome this immediate hurdle. The lords in the nearby channel, whose farms and livestock would not yield harvest for several more days, found themselves in a similar predicament. The food they obtained from hunting was merely sufficient for today, leaving no surplus for troop recruitment. Moreover, the links to food supplies posted in the channel were swiftly taken down. Recruiting militia requires food, ample food, beyond what is necessary for recruitment. Provisions must be made before battle to ensure the militia is well fed. One cannot send soldiers into combat on an empty stomach. Such an oversight would not only dampen morale, but significantly diminish their combat effectiveness. What was once a seemingly ample supply of food had suddenly turned scarce. In a moment, the channel was inundated with requests for food trades. Yet at such a critical juncture, few would part with their precious food resources. At the precipice of life and death, everyone understands the weight of urgency. Resources may be replenished, but once life is extinguished, all is truly lost. In this moment, Lu Tong realized that his opportunity had arrived. While others desperately sought sustenance, he found himself with an abundance of provisions. Seizing the moment, Lu Tong decided to capitalize on the chaos of war. He promptly listed 10,000 units of meat on the local trading channel. With meat priced at 10,000 units, each unit could be exchanged for wood, 40, stone, 30, hay, 40, sand, 50, and iron, 2. Upon the announcement of this trade link, the local channel erupted in astonishment. Wow, Lu Tong is truly impressive. Offering another 10,000 units of beef. I knew it. How could someone as capable as Lu Tong possibly encounter misfortune? However, inquiries soon arose. Lu Tong, have you miscalculated the prices? This meat is exorbitantly priced. Previously, 1 unit of meat could be exchanged for merely 25 units of wood. Why now is it 40? Another added. Indeed, why has the price of meat increased? Are you taking advantage of the situation? Lu Tong, could you possibly lower the price? I just upgraded my territory and find myself devoid of extra resources. Pleaded another. Might you extend credit until I overcome the challenge? I assure you, I will repay you. In response to the barrage of questions, Lu Tong candidly remarked, I have seen those who have spoken ill of me in the local channel, and I have blacklisted them. I shall never engage in trade with them again. To those who stood by me, I express my gratitude for your support. They shall be granted 50 units of meat free of charge. This announcement sent the local channel into a frenzy. A considerable number had berated Lu Tong. While only a handful had defended him, most observers remained silent, and many secretly reveled in the discord. Lu Tong's rapid territorial growth and ample food supply naturally incited jealousy among others. Those who publicly criticized him believed they would no longer need his meat, thus seeking to undermine him. The old adage rings true, a little kindness begets a little enmity. Despite Lu Tong's daily offerings of meat, he had nurtured a host of ingrates. Given the circumstances, he felt no obligation to be polite. In a time of scarcity, He was the sole individual in the local channel with a substantial food supply. The power to set prices lay firmly in Lu Tong's hands. He could sell at whatever price he deemed fit. Previously, while Lu Tong's meat had been costly, it was still reasonable, as he was offering not mere meat, but the flesh of magical beasts. Each unit of this extraordinary meat could be exchanged for 25 units of wood, a fair price indeed. At that time, he could have increased the price, yet he refrained from doing so, even if he had doubled the price. Others would have had no recourse but to obediently exchange for the meat. Only with sustenance can one recruit militia to fend off the incursions of monsters and beasts. Otherwise, a grim fate awaits them by dawn. Esteemed Lu Tong, I intended to advocate for you earlier, but I was preoccupied with other matters and missed the opportunity. Might you kindly grant me 50 units of meat? Oh, venerable Lu Tong, my dear elder. I was merely jesting, devoid of any intent to insult you. Could you find it in your magnanimous heart to forgive my folly? Esteemed one, I truly wish to intercede on your behalf. Yet I have exhausted my posting opportunities for today, which is why I refrained from doing so. To the individual above, have you lost your senses? If you have indeed exhausted your posting quota, how is it that you are still able to post? I apologize, I was in error. I should not have spoken so thoughtlessly. Might you find it within yourself to pardon me? I shall not dare to repeat such folly. Alas, it is utterly exasperating. Why provoke the esteemed Lu Tong without cause? Initially, when the price of meat was high, many complained, yet now, with prices soaring, none can afford it. Some rejoice while others lament. Those who earlier defended Lu Tong are now filled with delight. They had merely been discontent with the ungrateful backstabbers, which prompted their support. Little did they anticipate Lu Tong's generosity, as he graciously bestowed upon each of them 100 pounds of meat. Others are now filled with regret. Had they merely uttered a few supportive words for Lu Tong, they could have effortlessly acquired 50 units of meat, an entire 100 pounds. Those who had previously maligned Lu Tong are now riddled with remorse. They had assumed that with farms and livestock, there would be no need for Lu Tong's meat supply. Thus their attitude towards him took a sharp decline, leading to reckless insults. Yet, unexpectedly, a compulsory challenge task emerged after their tirades. Now they face ruin. Without provisions, they cannot recruit militia, leaving the farmers to battle on empty stomachs come morning. Lu Tong has already placed them on his blacklist, rendering any future transactions impossible. Their only recourse is to immediately venture forth to gather provisions. Chapter 34, another level up. The night has fully descended, and the wilderness grows increasingly perilous and unfamiliar. Many formidable beasts prefer to hunt under the cover of darkness. Venturing beyond their territory now leads only to a dead end. They have come to understand the peril of reckless words. Momentary satisfaction could lead to dire consequences. The challenge task looms ominously. With no other option, they grit their teeth and exchange resources for meat. Holding on to resources serves no immediate purpose for enhancing combat strength. Thus, it is prudent to exchange all for meat, recruit militia, and bolster their might to conquer the challenge task. This time, no one dared voice a complaint, obediently using their resources to procure meat. Despite the frequent laments of nearby lords regarding their meager resources, only they truly know the extent of their wealth. The challenge task pertains to their very survival, thus ensuring absolute preparedness is paramount. 10,000 units of food were utterly insufficient, swiftly depleted. Observing this, Lu Tong promptly listed an additional 30,000 units of beef. Some individuals, having recently upgraded their main city, found themselves confronted with increased task difficulties and depleted resources. Left with no choice, they resorted to trading their cherished blueprints. Lu Tong, esteemed one, I lack resources. Might I exchange blueprints instead? Blueprints? Certainly. Intrigued by this proposition, Lu Tong inquired, what blueprints do you possess? Kindly share them for my assessment, and I shall determine how much meat I can offer in exchange. The individual promptly presented the blueprint, white item blueprint, quilt. Lu Tong had always welcomed blueprints, and he traded 10 units of food for the quilt blueprint. Witnessing others successfully exchanging blueprints for food, many began to unveil their treasured blueprints to trade with Lu Tong. In a short span, Lu Tong amassed a bountiful collection. White item blueprint, wooden box, green item blueprint, magic stone lamp, white item blueprint, wooden plank, white armor blueprint, leather coat. Level 1 breeding, ground blueprint. In total, over 20 blueprints were traded, the majority being of white quality, with only 2 of green quality. Most of these blueprints pertain to ordinary living items, with none being weapons. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that among those trading blueprints, there was an individual possessing a brick blueprint. Lu Tong's territory's main city and other buildings could not upgrade due to the lack of this essential composite material, hindering the expansion of his domain. Bricks would be frequently required in the future, as most constructions demanded them. Despite Lu Tong's enticing offer, no one was willing to trade the brick blueprint. Had it not been for the sudden challenge task that posed a threat to many weaker lords, Lu Tong might not have been able to acquire the brick blueprint in the near term. Upon obtaining the brick blueprint, Lu Tong perused its details. Level 4 main city, 5,000 wood, 5,000 bricks, 500 granite, 300 leather, 100 sand, 100 iron blocks. Lu Tong now needed only granite to upgrade his main city. Granite was not a rare material, typically found in abundance in various mines. Nearby, several lords' territories were located close to open mining sites, suggesting they possessed granite resources. Lu Tong posted a trading link in the channel, offering meat in exchange for granite at a rate of 1 unit of meat for 20 units of granite. In an instant, he acquired 2,000 units of granite. With these materials in hand, Lu Tong could finally upgrade his main city. He first synthesized 5,000 units of bricks, requiring 2 units of stone to create 1 unit of brick. Once all construction materials were gathered, Lu Tong confirmed the construction in the Lord's book. His small wooden house was enveloped in a dazzling radiance. After approximately 30 minutes, the radiant light gradually faded. A brand new and sturdy rock fortress emerged before Lu Tong. Level 4 simple stone house, main city, population 130, 400, storage 10, 000, 50, 000, recruitable, farmers free, farmers, daily recruitment limit 10, 10, materials required for upgrade, wood 5, 000, hardwood planks 1, 000, stone bricks 10, 000, granite 1, 000, magic stones 100, leather 100, sand 500, iron blocks 500, glass 500. Upon upgrading the main city, its area expanded significantly, with all the original wooden structures replaced by robust stone edifices. The simple stone house was exquisitely crafted and sturdy, resembling the early form of a castle. Inside, a single room was divided into 5 distinct areas. Upon entering, the largest room served as a living area. To the left were the kitchen and dining room, while to the right lay a bathroom. Further in was a slightly larger bedroom. To upgrade the main city further, hardwood planks and glass were essential composite materials. Regrettably, the blueprints Lu Tong had just traded included plans for wooden planks, but lacked those for hardwood planks. Moreover, glass was a composite material Lu Tong had never even heard of. He would need to locate the blueprints for hardwood planks and glass in order to proceed with the upgrade. Once the main city was upgraded, Lu Tong's territory expanded considerably. In addition to the main city, there were numerous other structures he wished to upgrade. Level 4 warehouse, wood 5, 000, stone bricks 1, 000, sand 500, leather 100, iron blocks 100, grass rope 50. Level 3 barracks, wood 5, 000, stone bricks 5, 000, sand 500, leather 100, iron blocks 200, grass rope 40. Level 4 cottage, wood 1, 000, stone bricks 1, 000, sand 500, iron blocks 100, leather 100. Lu Tong eagerly upgraded all the available structures in one go. Level 4 warehouse, storage, 50, 000, upgrade, wood 5, 000, hardwood planks, stone bricks 5, 000, sand 1, 000, leather 500, iron blocks 200. Level 3 barracks, recruitable, militia, spearmen, archers, militia, food 3, soul gem 1, spearmen, food 5, soul gem 1, archers, food 4, soul gem 1, upgrade, wood 5, 000, hardwood planks 1, 000, stone bricks 10, 000, sand 500, leather 500, iron blocks 500. Level 4 comfortable cottage, population increase, 5, comfort level, 3, upgrade, wood 1, 000, hardwood planks 1, 000, stone bricks 5, 000, sand 500, iron blocks 500, leather 100. The upgraded buildings, akin to the main city, transitioned from wooden to stone architecture, appearing far more robust and aesthetically pleasing. The 4th level warehouse can now store resources and supplies up to 50,000. The 3rd level barracks can recruit archers, a ranged unit. While the 4th level cottage has become significantly more comfortable. In addition to upgrading, Lu Tong needs to construct more cottages to enhance the overall population. Once he has upgraded all possible structures within his territory, Lu Tong also proceeded to build a blacksmith and a tailor shop. Blacksmith, 1,000 wood, 1,000 stone bricks, 1,000 iron blocks, 500 leather, 500 sand. The blacksmith can recruit artisans to repair and forge equipment. Tailor shop, 1,000 wood, 1,000 stone bricks, 500 iron blocks, 1,000 leather, 500 sand. The tailor shop can recruit tailors to stitch garments and craft armor. Both of these buildings were acquired from the subterranean tomb. In addition to these 2 structures, he possesses blueprints for 2 special buildings. Sanctuary of Light, 10 radiant stones, 10 mithril, 500 stone bricks. Can recruit, priest, tier 2. Ranger's Lodge, 500 stone bricks, 500 wood, 100 iron blocks, 100 sand, 10 natural gemstones. Can recruit, half-elf ranger, tier 3. Chapter 35, continued recruitment. These 2 building blueprints were also obtained from the subterranean tomb. Lu Tong has all the necessary materials for constructing the Ranger's Lodge. After using 10 gemstones for building a farm, he still has 90 remaining. Among the materials required for the Sanctuary of Light, the most crucial elements, radiant stones and mithril, were discovered in the buried treasures of the eastern mountain ranges valley. Once Lu Tong gathered all the materials for these two special buildings, he erected them adjacent to the barracks. The construction of these buildings consumed resources from 5 fully stocked warehouses. Fortunately, he still has resources in 15 additional warehouses. Otherwise, he would face dire poverty. For the sake of future management, Lu Tong divided his territory into 4 distinct zones: the living area, military zone, residential area, and manufacturing zone. Additionally, the all-knowing tower, which he acquired from the goblin camp, can now be constructed. All-knowing tower, 500 stone bricks, 100 iron blocks, 50 green magic stones. Dark gold building blueprint. Skill, Eye of Omniscience, allows you to see all activities within a certain area on the map and reveal invisible units. Initially lacking the blueprint for stone bricks, this surveillance building blueprint had been collecting dust in Lu Tong's lordly tome. Today, it can finally be put to use. Lu Tong possesses numerous dark gold building blueprints, all of which have remained unbuilt due to the absence of construction materials. He constructed 4 all-knowing towers, positioning them at the 4 corners of his territory to comprehensively monitor all movements within. With the all-knowing towers in place, no intruder shall ever breach the territory undetected. As long as any non-allied units approach Lu Tong's domain, he will be promptly alerted. Subsequently, Lu Tong made his way to the military zone. Tomorrow morning, the elite forces of the Orc tribe will be dispatched. Therefore, Lu Tong must gather his troops tonight to withstand the impending assault. He possesses a total of 800 soul gems, sufficient to recruit a formidable army. The barracks in the military camp include the Barak, the Holy Light Altar, and the Ranger's Lodge. The current level 3 Barak can now recruit not only spearmen and militia, but also a new ranged unit, the Archer. One wonders what kind of unit the Archer might transform into upon triggering a 100-fold amplification. Let us recruit one to find out. As Lu Tong pondered this, he clicked to confirm the recruitment. Recruiting Archer, triggering a 100-fold amplification, transforms into Blackrock Sharpshooter. 10 minutes later, a slender young girl appeared. She wore a strapless top and shorts, revealing a pair of long, ivory-like legs. Her features were exquisitely delicate, with blue eyes, a dainty nose, and rosy lips, framed by black twin tails of varying lengths. Upon emerging from the Barak, the girl walked straight towards Lu Tong, standing before him with youthful exuberance, and said, "Greetings. My lord, I am at your service." Her appearance was not only striking, but her voice was also melodious, akin to the clear, cool waters of a spring thawing in early spring. The Blackrock Sharpshooter stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, just shy of Lu Tong by a head, and her proportions were perfectly balanced, especially those enchanting legs, truly mesmerizing. Having spent his days in the company of men, Lu Tong had nearly forgotten the existence of the opposite sex. Level 10 Blackrock Sharpshooter. Loyalty 100. Abilities: Combat, Archery. Skills 1. Machine Gun Mode. Level 10 Passive increases attack speed, gains piercing effect, and extends range. 2. Blue Feather Arrow. Level 10 Magic. After charging for 15 seconds, fires a magical arrow towards the target, dealing substantial magical damage upon impact. 3. Ethereal Shadow. Level 10 Martial Skill maximizes agility, making it impossible for enemies to target, and increases movement speed. The skills and attributes of the Blackrock Sharpshooter appeared quite commendable. With this new ranged unit, Lu Tong felt a renewed confidence in his ability to triumph in tomorrow's battle. Following tradition, he named the Blackrock Sharpshooter Hei. However, this aloof girl did not seem as easily swayed as the underworld soldiers or iron-blooded gunmen. Upon hearing her new name, she pouted and remarked, "My lord, I don't want to be called Hei. It sounds so unpleasant." This was the first time Lu Tong had been outright rejected in naming someone. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he cleared his throat and replied, "You must comply. Everyone else has similar names." Although the Blackrock Sharpshooter expressed her dissatisfaction, she ultimately acquiesced to the rather mundane name before her supreme lord. Subsequently, Lu Tong recruited an additional 200 Blackrock Sharpshooters. Gazing at the array of indifferent yet exquisite faces and the pairs of long, fair legs before him, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Lu Tong suddenly felt a surge of intensity within him. Under the influence of the Glory Tower, the loyalty of all soldier types within his domain reached its zenith. He pondered whether the Blackrock Sharpshooters would resist should he entertain any nefarious intentions towards them. Taking a deep breath, he dispelled such thoughts and focused on naming the Blackrock Sharpshooters before him, proceeding from left to right: Black 2, Black 3, Black 4, Black 5. This rudimentary and somewhat dismissive method of nomenclature inevitably incited considerable discontent among the sharpshooters. However, under Lu Tong's imposing presence, they had no choice but to acquiesce. He first directed the Blackrock Sharpshooters to the living quarters for sustenance, instructing them to eat their fill before retiring to the newly constructed cottage for a well-deserved rest. They would replenish their energy in preparation for the battle that awaited them at dawn. Lu Tong also possessed the altar and the Ranger's Lodge as his recruitment structures. He decided to recruit one unit from each to observe their capabilities. Recruiting Priest, Enhancement, Fallen Angel. Recruiting Half-Elf Ranger, Enhancement, Shadow Walker. Two notifications echoed in Lu Tong's ears. A gray light emanated from the holy light altar, accompanied by the haunting melodies of a fallen hymn. The gray light coalesced into a magnificent orb, and a figure gradually materialized from the ethereal haze. With feathers cascading like ash, the fallen presence descended. A tall, handsome young man stood before Lu Tong, clad in linen trousers that showcased his sculpted physique, reminiscent of a masterpiece crafted by the ancient Greek sculptors. The fallen angel, with wings unfurled, gently descended to the ground. Esteemed Lord, I am at your service. On the other side, a shadow suddenly appeared on the floor of the ranger's lodge. Approaching Lu Tong, the shadow, fluid like liquid, coalesced into a slender man, cloaked entirely in black, with only his eyes, glowing faintly red, visible. Greetings, esteemed Lord. I am at your service. Chapter 36, A Call for Help. Observing the two newly recruited units, each exuding an air of distinction, Lu Tong nodded in satisfaction. Regardless of the circumstances, the entrance of these new units was indeed unique. Level 10 Fallen Angel, Loyalty, 100, Abilities, Combat, Resurrection, Skills, 1. Shadow Doppelganger, Level 10 Martial Art creates two doppelgangers based on the user, each possessing 85 of the original strength, absorbing 150 damage. 2. Fallen Swordsmanship, Level 10 Martial Art, a formidable technique mastered by the Fallen Angel lineage. 3. Resurrection, Level 10 Divine Art revives a recently deceased ally. Provided the body is intact, cooldown period of 1 day. Though the ability to resurrect only one individual each day may seem limited, it remains extraordinarily powerful. Lu Tong pondered. If he were to perish, could he be revived? The thought crossed his mind, and he promptly tapped his forehead. He would not die. Level 10 Shadow Walker, Loyalty, 100, Abilities, Combat, Ambush, Assassination. Skill, Level 10 Destructive Shadow, allowing control over shadows to attack enemies concealed within. 2. Binding Shadow, Level 10 Magic immobilizes the target's shadow for 10 seconds. 3. Shadow Trick, Level 10 Magic allows the caster to meld into and hide within shadows. The Shadow Walker possesses skills of invisibility, control, and damage, making it a quintessential unit for assassination. It can be employed for intelligence gathering, executing decapitation tactics, and eliminating enemy leaders. When utilized effectively, it can yield surprising outcomes. In recruiting new units, the first task is, of course, to bestow upon them names. The Fallen Angel shall be named Fallen 1, while the Shadow Walker shall be called Shadow 1. Both individuals express satisfaction with their new titles. Each and every one of the 10th tier units has emerged from the blood-soaked battlegrounds, showing little regard for the triviality of names. To them, a name serves merely as a code. Only the Blackrock Archers, appearing to be youthful maidens of perhaps 16 or 17, seem to attach significance to such matters. Earlier, in recruiting the Blackrock Archers, Lu Tong expended 200 soul gems, leaving him with 600. His territory now comprises 50 units each of underworld soldiers and iron-blooded gunmen. Lu Tong intends to use 300 soul gems to recruit 150 underworld soldiers and 150 iron-blooded gunmen, thus expanding their ranks to 200 each. Afterward, with the remaining 300 soul gems, he plans to enlist 200 fallen angels and 100 shadow walkers. Consequently, a multitude of 10th tier units emerges, rapidly swelling the population of Lu Tong's territory to over 800. The current combat units in the territory include 200 underworld soldiers, 200 iron-blooded gunmen, 200 Blackrock Archers, 200 Fallen Angels, and 100 Shadow Walkers. The production units consist of 30 Titans. Due to the main city's level limitations, a level 4 city can only recruit 5 farmers per day, resulting in a rather meager count of production units, just 30 Titans. Were it not for the threats posed by the orc tribes, Lu Tong would have been reluctant to expand his military force. Now, with such a sizable population, the daily food consumption is indeed staggering. At present, the most expedient method of procuring food is through hunting magical beasts. The crops in the fields require an additional day to mature. To alleviate the food crisis in his territory, Lu Tong has constructed 20 more farms today. He has also managed to trade for blueprints for a breeding facility. However, constructing a level 1 breeding facility necessitates 500 stones, 500 woods, 500 sands, 10 iron, and 1 beast nest fragment. Lacking the beast nest fragment, the breeding facility cannot yet be established. The newly recruited units have yet to dine. And with a battle looming tomorrow, it is unacceptable for them to fight on empty stomachs. With a grand gesture, Lu Tong commanded the Titans to ignite numerous bonfires and retrieved ample provisions from the storeroom, organizing a barbecue feast for the evening, ensuring everyone would eat well and be satisfied. Each underworld soldier can consume 15 units of meat, and the iron-blooded gunmen possess a similar appetite. In contrast, the appetite of fallen angels and shadow assassins is relatively modest, consuming no more than 10 units of food in a single meal. Most astonishing to Lu Tong was the Blackrock Sharpshooters. Each Blackrock Sharpshooter could devour an astonishing 20 units of food in one sitting. Lu Tong was not distressed over the food itself, but rather concerned for their bellies. 20 units of meat equates to a staggering 40 pounds of beef. After consuming a full 40 pounds, the bellies of the Blackrock sharpshooters only swelled slightly. The upper bodies of the Blackrock sharpshooters were clad in black strapless tops, complemented by hot pants of the same hue, revealing their flat and smooth abdomens. Let it be stated clearly, my lingering gaze upon their elongated, graceful legs and exposed midriffs is not due to any lascivious intent. As a responsible lord, my concern lies solely with their physical well-being. My unwavering attention is a reflection of my focused and earnest nature. I am certainly not a lecherous old man. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as Lu Tong was captivated by the scene, he received a private message. Upon inspection, it was from Jiang Haiqing, the young lady with whom he had traded blueprints multiple times. Today, when a group of ingrates were disparaging Lu Tong in the nearby channel, Jiang Haiqing also sent a message in his defense. Initially, Lu Tong thought she was coming to claim the 50 units of meat, but to his surprise, her first words were a plea for help. Jiang Haiqing, Lu Tong, can you save me? Lu Tong, what is the matter? What has happened? Jiang Haiqing, it's about a challenge quest. My task is to defeat a third-tier skeletal warrior that has invaded. Lu Tong raised an eyebrow, taken aback. Among the lords in the nearby channel, aside from himself, the most challenging quest involved fending off 21st-tier hungry wolves. Though 20 hungry wolves may seem like a formidable number, it is crucial to note that they are merely first-tier magical beasts with limited intelligence. Dealing with them can be manageable, with proper traps and a few simple contraptions, along with the advantages of terrain and the collaboration of militia and farmers. One can successfully withstand the onslaught of hungry wolves with caution. However, Jiang Haiqing's task requires her to defeat a third-tier skeletal warrior. The distinction between third-tier monsters and first-tier magical beasts is stark. A first-tier militiaman, when faced with a second-tier monster, may engage in battle despite the level disparity, and with a stroke of luck, might even achieve a counterkill. Yet, if a first-tier militiaman encounters a third-tier monster, the prospect of victory is utterly bleak. A single blow from a third-tier monster could severely injure a militiaman. Though Lu Tong was unaware of how Jiang Haiqing's territory was developing, according to the progress of ordinary individuals, her main city should only be at level 2, having constructed a barracks with a militia unit, and a total population not exceeding 10. With such meager strength, it is impossible for Jiang Haiqing's territory to withstand a third-tier skeletal warrior. Thus, Lu Tong was perplexed as to what she had done to be assigned such a formidable challenge quest. Chapter 37, Fragment of the Map. The challenge of tasks is intricately linked to the scale of one's territory. If not for Jiang Haiqing's rapid territorial development, it could be surmised that she must have engaged in some extraordinary endeavor, thereby elevating the difficulty of her tasks. Lu Tong expressed his perplexities aloud. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Haiqing began to narrate the entire affair. Her territory was situated near mountainous terrain, surrounded by scattered stones, with a forest not far away that cradled a gentle stream. Abundant resources of wood, stone, and water were at her disposal. Although her territory lacked any rare resources, it was rich in fundamental resources. Overall, Jiang Haiqing's territory boasted a relatively advantageous location, far superior to those of lords residing in extreme terrains, such as desolate deserts or icy wastelands. In fact, her position was even more favorable than that of Lu Tong, whose territory was truly barren, devoid of any advanced resources and severely lacking in basic necessities. The northern wasteland was plagued by marauding orc tribes, while the western forest teemed with magical beasts and goblin clans. The eastern mountains posed no immediate threats, and the southern sea remained untroubled. Were it not for Lu Tong's 100-fold augmentation system, he might have perished immediately after his 7-day protection period elapsed. Jiang Haiqing, through diligent daily gathering of basic resources, could trade surplus materials through channels, allowing her territory to flourish. However, inadvertently, her farmers discovered an ancient, long-abandoned ruin hidden within the nearby forest. Most of the structures within the ruins had collapsed due to the ravages of time, leaving only a few intact edifices. The architecture bore a resemblance to temples, housing many toppled statues. The ruins were vast, divided into two sections, the above-ground ruins and the subterranean remnants. The above-ground ruins spanned approximately the size of 2 football fields, while Jiang Haiqing had never ventured into the underground ruins, leaving her unaware of their extent. Within the debris of the above-ground ruins, various blueprints were frequently uncovered. Jiang Haiqing retained the useful designs and sold those that held no value for her. This was the reason she could consistently present Lu Tong with a blueprint for trade each day. Through the exchange of blueprints, the growth of Jiang Haiqing's territory accelerated exponentially. Days prior, when Lu Tong was besieged by water elementals, she too faced the repercussions of her territory's rapid expansion, compelling her to undertake trial tasks, resulting in several of her farmers sustaining severe injuries. Reluctantly, she traded 2 relatively rare blueprints with Lu Tong. This incident remained vividly etched in Lu Tong's memory. Recently, Jiang Haiqing's farmers unearthed a hidden chamber beneath the rubble of the above-ground ruins, which contained a solitary black chest. Inside the chest lay a fragment of a map of uncertain utility. It was this very map fragment that transformed her initial trial task of defeating a first-tier skeleton into a daunting challenge of vanquishing a third-tier skeleton warrior. Such a task was far beyond her current capabilities, as the 7-day protection period expires tomorrow. There is no way for her territory to withstand the onslaught of a third-tier skeletal warrior. Jiang Haiqing racked her brain, unable to devise a solution to her predicament. Ultimately, she turned to Lu Tong, hoping he might possess a way to assist her. As a veritable overlord in the vicinity, if Lu Tong could not provide help, then others would certainly be at a loss as well. Dear sir, if you can rescue me, I am willing to bestow upon you all my treasured blueprints. Lu Tong pondered for a moment and replied, I do not require all your blueprints. Simply the map fragment obtained from the black chest will suffice as a condition for my assistance, if you agree. Jiang Haiqing exclaimed in delight. Do you truly have a way to save me? Lu Tong replied nonchalantly, indeed. That is wonderful. Lu Tong continued, I possess 2 scrolls of the water arrow spell. Once used, they will unleash magical water arrows, which should be sufficient to vanquish the skeletal warrior. Jiang Haiqing beamed. That is fantastic. Thank you, Lu Tong. Without delay, she sent the trading link for the map fragment obtained from the black chest. Lu Tong swiftly completed the transaction. Additionally, he provided her with some provisions. With these supplies, she could recruit 2 more militia and enjoy a hearty meal that night, ensuring she would have the energy and spirit to tackle the challenge the following morning. Deeply touched, Jiang Haiqing exclaimed, Thank you so much, Lu Tong. You are truly a good person. Lu Tong, feeling somewhat vexed, thought it amusing that he had received such praise without having done much at all. Upon receiving the magical scrolls, Jiang Haiqing hurriedly logged off. Relying solely on 2 magical scrolls to confront a third-tier monster felt rather precarious. She resolved to stay up late that night, digging deep pits around her territory to serve as traps. Following the completion of the transaction, Lu Tong too received the map fragment. Map fragment 110. Description: collect all map fragments to obtain a treasure map. A treasure map. This was indeed a fragment of a treasure map. What could the treasure be? Lu Tong diligently examined the map fragment in his hand, hoping to uncover some clues. However, regrettably, the expanse of the chaotic continent vastly exceeded the total landmass of the entire Earth by several multiples. With only this single map fragment, it was impossible for Lu Tong to discern any valuable clues. After studying it for a while, he abandoned the effort, rising to attend to other matters. Merely having combat units was insufficient. He also needed to equip them with weapons and a complete set of armor. The armaments available in his territory could only equip about 100 individuals at most, and Lu Tong needed to forge weapons and armor for the newly recruited troops overnight. Utilizing the Lord's book, it would take Lu Tong 5 minutes to craft an iron sword and 7 minutes for a beast-hide armor. And he could not produce them in bulk. Each item had to be confirmed individually. To equip the remaining 700 soldiers with weapons and armor, Lu Tong would require nearly a dozen hours. Chapter 38. Assassinations galore. Fortunately, he had constructed the specialized buildings of the blacksmith's forge and the tailor's workshop, allowing him to recruit the logistical units of blacksmiths and tailors. Blacksmith's forge. Recruitable. Blacksmith 0, 5. Blacksmith. Food 10, Soul Gem 1. Tailor's Workshop. Recruitable. Tailor 0, 5. Tailor. Food 10, Soul Gem 1. The blacksmiths are capable of crafting and repairing equipment, while the tailors can create armor and sew garments. As long as the blueprints for equipment and armor are entered into the Lord's book, both blacksmiths and tailors can manufacture them. There were fewer than 100 soul gems remaining for recruiting combat units, just enough to enlist a few blacksmiths and tailors. Lu Tong arrived at the manufacturing area, where he had concentrated the construction of special buildings such as the tailor's workshop, blacksmith's forge, and refining furnace. Recruitable blacksmith. Food 10, Soul Gem 1. Would you like to recruit? Recruitable tailor. Food 10, Soul Gem 1. Would you like to recruit? Lu Tong confirmed the recruitment on the corresponding page of the Lord's book. Recruiting blacksmith, triggering a 100-fold amplification to lava blacksmith. Recruiting tailor, triggering a 100-fold amplification to spirit tailor. A golden light flashed, and a towering man, 2 meters tall and robustly built, emerged from the blacksmith's forge. The lava blacksmith donned a black linen outfit, his muscles prominently defined, exuding an intimidating aura. Level 10 lava blacksmith. Health, 100. Loyalty, 100. Ability, forging. Description: equipment crafted by the lava blacksmith has a chance to enhance quality or bestow special attributes. Meanwhile, a golden glow also illuminated the tailor's workshop, revealing a graceful and beautiful woman. Though she too wore a black linen garment, hers appeared as if expertly tailored. Simple alterations transformed the ordinary linen into a fashion statement. Spirit tailor, level 10. Health, 100. Loyalty, 100. Ability, sewing. Description: garments crafted by the spirit tailor have a chance to elevate quality or confer special attributes. The lava blacksmith and spirit tailor approached Lu Tong, offering him a respectful bow. In unison, they proclaimed, "Greetings, esteemed lord. We are willing to heed your command." Lu Tong nodded in acknowledgement, smiling as he replied, "Welcome to my domain. From now on, this shall be your warmest home." Without further ado, Lu Tong refrained from excessive pleasantries, aware of the pressing tasks at hand. They were set to engage in battle with the orcs at dawn. Building rapport could wait for another time. He proceeded to recruit several dozen lava blacksmiths and spirit tailors, instructing them to join the others in the living quarters to satisfy their hunger before preparing for their duties. With the addition of these 2 military units, the speed of equipment manufacturing has indeed seen a significant enhancement. Notably, among every 5 pieces of equipment produced, 1 is likely to possess improved quality or additional attributes. In just over an hour, a task that would normally require over 10 hours for Lu Tong was accomplished. Weapons, armor, warriors, everything is in order. My lord, we the Shadow Walkers volunteer to undertake a mission tonight to infiltrate the orc tribe and eliminate their entire high command. ES proposal stirred something within Lu Tong. Just imagine, if the Shadow Walkers could capture all the leaders of the orc tribe tonight, the elite forces of the orcs would find themselves in a precarious situation, devoid of command by the following day. At that point, Lu Tong could easily annihilate the orc elite. Lu Tong pondered for a moment and replied, "While the idea is appealing, should you inadvertently expose yourselves, it could lead to dire consequences. The orc tribe comprises nearly 30,000 members, and you might find yourselves in mortal danger." Smiled reassuringly. "Esteemed lord, have no worries. We are the Shadow Walkers, the most formidable assassins on the chaotic continent. A mere small orc tribe will never detect our infiltration and assassination." Given Yi's confidence, Lu Tong acquiesced to allow the Shadow Walkers to proceed with their assassination mission that night. Before their departure, Lu Tong earnestly warned them to exercise utmost caution. Nodded in acknowledgement, and then led the 99 Shadow Walkers away from the territory towards the orc tribe in the northern wastelands. Nightfall is the most cherished time for the Shadow Walkers. Utilizing their shadow manipulation skills, they seamlessly melded into the darkness, becoming invisible. Lu Tong gazed in the direction they vanished, a look of mild astonishment gracing his features. It appears was correct. Concealed within the shadows, they were nearly undetectable. Returning to his stone abode, Lu Tong reclined on his bed and soon drifted into slumber. When dawn broke the next day, he awoke to find standing at the foot of his bed. The Shadow Walker was cloaked entirely in black, with only his faintly glowing red eyes visible, quietly observing him. Startled, Lu Tong felt a shiver run down his spine. Fortunately, he quickly recognized his visitor as the new military unit he had recruited the night before. Otherwise, he might have cried out in fright. Irritated, Lu Tong admonished, "In the future, if you need something, please knock or wake me up properly, rather than appearing suddenly at my bedside. You may refrain from disturbing my rest. Yet you dare to frighten me." Taking a deep breath, he slowly exhaled and inquired, "So, what transpired?" All leaders of the orc tribe were eliminated without exception. A total of 3,219 individuals, including 1 7th-tier orc chieftain, 12 6th-tier tribal elders, 3 5th-tier orc high priests, 4 tier orcs, and so forth. Lu Tong quickly interrupted, his curiosity piqued. Why does the orc tribe possess such an abundance of high-ranking officials? Could there truly be over 3,000 high-ranking individuals? Such a number is hardly befitting of a mere small tribe. Through Yi's explanation, Lu Tong came to realize that the Shadow Walkers had, in a fit of madness, exterminated all the orcs in the tribe who held any position of authority. From the tribe's chieftain, elders, and high priests, down to captains and even the servants tasked with guarding the beast cages, no matter the rank, all were ruthlessly assassinated. Chapter 39, The Battle. Lu Tong gazed at Yi before him, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. Initially, he had thought it sufficient that Yi could eliminate the tribe's chieftain. Yet he was taken aback by the sheer ferocity of the Shadow Walkers. The entire orc tribe comprised merely over 30,000 orcs. In just one night, Yi and his companions had managed to slay over 3,000, all of whom were significant figures within the orc tribe. This was no mere assassination. It was an outright massacre. He was deeply intrigued as to how the Shadow Walkers had managed to kill so many orcs within the tribe without detection and had managed to retreat unscathed. Lu Tong cast a profound glance at Yi. To be honest, he had previously underestimated the might of the Shadow Walkers. As a 10th-tier combat unit, their prowess far exceeded Lu Tong's initial assessments. Nevertheless, as the unit he had personally recruited, the greater their strength, the more advantageous it was for him. With all the high-ranking orcs having been assassinated, the orc tribe should now be in utter disarray. Without hesitation, Lu Tong donned his trousers, rose from his bed, and strode outside. He intended to assemble his troops for a proactive strike. With unwavering determination, Lu Tong aimed to eradicate the entire orc tribe in the northern wasteland, leaving no survivor. Upon stepping outside, he found the soldiers of the underworld, Iron Blood pikemen, Blackrock archers, fallen angels, and Shadow Walkers already assembled, queuing to receive their gear. The primary armaments of his domain included steel broadswords, steel shields, steel pikes, steel longbows, and steel arrows. Their armor consisted of leather armor and leather boots. Each soldier under his command was clad in a full set of leather armor, wielding iron weapons. The armor and weapons forged by the lavasmiths and spirit weavers had seen numerous enhancements in quality and attributes. Beholding the fully armed warriors before him, Lu Tong inhaled deeply and declared in a resonant voice, "Let us depart. Our target is the orc tribe in the northern wasteland." For this expedition, Lu Tong had left behind merely 50 underworld soldiers to guard the territory, just in case. His forces marched vigorously across the plains, advancing toward the orc tribe. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Lu Tong heard the prompt sound in his ear. "Please note, the 7-day protection period for all lords has expired. The territory is no longer under protection. Had it not been for the Shadow Walkers assassinating the high-ranking orcs, the tribe would have already rallied their forces and marched toward his territory." Lu Tong exhaled heavily. Truth be told, this was his first time commanding such a large number of troops in a battle. If one were to claim they were not anxious, it would undoubtedly be a falsehood. "I hope this battle proceeds smoothly," murmured Lu Tong. He opened the Lord's tome and turned to the page containing the map. Days prior, Lu Tong had acquired numerous items from a traveling merchant, among which were maps of the vicinity surrounding the Forgotten Lands, as well as several blank maps. The method of utilizing these maps was straightforward, akin to that of blueprints. By placing the map upon the Lord's tome, it could be absorbed. Consequently, an additional page labeled Map appeared in Lu Tong's tome. Upon examining the map, he discovered that the area surrounding the Forgotten Lands was fully unlocked, while the regions beyond remained shrouded in darkness. The map served another crucial purpose. It displayed the locations of his military units, allowing Lu Tong to clearly discern the position of each unit. He commanded his troops to quicken their pace, striving to reach the orc tribe within 3 hours. As 10th-tier soldiers, they merely needed to increase their marching speed without exhausting too much stamina. In pursuit of reaching the orc tribe swiftly, all units accelerated, and Lu Tong joined in a light jog. However, Lu Tong was but an ordinary man, lacking the formidable physique of a 10th-tier soldier. He yearned desperately for a mount. As a lord, it was rather pitiful to rely solely on his own 2 legs for travel. Once the orc tribe was vanquished, Lu Tong resolved to seek a level 9 magical beast to serve as his steed, thus befitting his stature. After a rapid march, within less than 3 hours, Lu Tong's forces traversed the plains and arrived at the wasteland. Not far ahead lay the orc tribe. Prior to his departure, Lu Tong had dispatched Shadow Walkers to infiltrate the orc tribe and sow chaos. It appeared the Shadow Walkers had executed their mission with remarkable success. From a distance, Lu Tong could see the plumes of black smoke rising from the orc tribe and hear the anguished cries. The entire tribe was in disarray. If not now, then when? Lu Tong's troops surged forth toward the orc tribe. At the forefront were the Grim Reaper soldiers wielding sword and shield, followed by the iron-blooded pikemen brandishing long spears. And finally, the Blackstone archers responsible for ranged attacks. The fallen angels unfurled their wings, hovering majestically in the sky, primarily tasked with supporting combat and resurrecting allied units. The chaotic orc tribe soon became aware of Lu Tong's forces. However, the leadership of the tribe had been entirely annihilated, including squad leaders and other ranks. Within the vast orc tribe, not a single commander could be found to organize a defense. Moreover, Shadow Walkers lurked within the tribe, wreaking havoc. Countless orcs scurried about like headless flies, their limited intelligence struggling to comprehend why they awoke to find their chieftain, elder, priest, squad leaders, captains, and overseers all slain. Bewilderingly, no one had discerned the identity of the assailants. Until now, the tribe continues to suffer casualties, unaware of the lurking assailant. The orcs are filled with rage. They would rather perish at the hands of a formidable foe than meet their end in such an inexplicable manner. At this moment, they sense the approach of an enemy, and the orcs unleash a furious roar, brandishing their weapons as they charge forward. Having long been shrouded in the dread of an unknown demise, these orcs have had enough. Upon witnessing the grand army of Lu Tong advancing, the orcs surged forth like a dam bursting, with tens of thousands erupting from the tribe. In an instant, the wasteland was teeming with orcish figures. Though their numbers appeared overwhelming, without a commander, these lowly orcs were akin to a disordered mass, easily scattered by the wind. Furthermore, the ranks of Lu Tong's troops far surpassed these lesser orcs in strength. Even when the orcish forces outnumbered them by dozens, Lu Tong remained unperturbed. The orc tribe, a true martial race, enters the world capable of standing and walking, possessing first-tier strength by the age of 5, reaching the second tier by 12, and achieving adulthood with third-tier capabilities at 15. In battle, every orc is a soldier. Chapter 40, Surveying the Spoils. This time, the orcs launched an all-out assault. Nearly 30,000 charging towards Lu Tong's forces, while Lu Tong commanded a mere 800 combatants. 3,800. Although this figure may seem daunting, it is essential to remember that a single high-ranking soldier can easily vanquish hundreds of lower-tier foes. Orc infantry, orc archers, wolf cavalry, orc shamans, orc berserkers, orc assault troops, all displayed a complete lack of teamwork, rushing forth in a chaotic frenzy. Some orc archers even disregarded the safety of their comrades, indiscriminately firing crossbow bolts ahead. Several orc infantrymen leading the charge were struck down by arrows from behind. The soldiers of the underworld stood resolute, their swords and shields forming a defensive formation to withstand the initial onslaught of the orcs, bolstered by the aura of death. The defenses of the underworld soldiers were significantly enhanced. The giant axe of an orc berserker struck against the shield of an underworld soldier, who remained unfazed, countering with a swift strike that cleaved the orc berserker in two. Faced with the tumultuous first wave of Orcish fervor, the underworld soldiers effortlessly held their ground. Following them were the iron-blooded pikemen, their lances eager for action. The iron-blooded pikemen didn't even need to unleash their skills. A mere strike from them could claim the life of an orc, coupled with two formidable passive abilities, Bloodlust, where attacking an enemy heals them, and Frenzied Slaughter, which increases damage after slaying a certain number of foes. These pikemen could transform into relentless machines of war. Further back, at a slight distance, stood the long-range assault formation established by the Blackrock archers. As the orcs approached the range of fire, the Blackrock archer drew his bow, each steel arrow imbued with arcane power, aimed at the advancing orcs. The ethereal blue magical arrows soared forth like the bolts of a colossal siege engine. Their formidable destructive capacity allowed these arrows to pierce through dozens of orcs before their power began to wane. Lutong's forces resembled a massive meat grinder, and any orc daring to draw near met only death. At the rear of the orc army stood over 100 shamans, clad in animal hide cloaks and wielding staffs adorned with ram skulls. They were the most learned and mysterious beings of the orc tribe. Yet, even as they prepared to unleash their potent spells in the face of their savage foes, they were caught unawares. From the shadows where they concealed themselves, the Shadow Stalker emerged with the swiftness of a striking serpent, with a decisive spell of binding, before the shamans could make any defensive moves. Their shadows were seized by the Shadow Stalker, rendering them immobile. In an instant, a surge of destructive shadow energy obliterated the shamans. Once the shamans had been vanquished, the Shadow Stalker retreated into the shadows once more, awaiting the next target. As time inexorably marched on, the once mighty orc horde dwindled to a mere 1,000 or 2,000. The remaining orcs were filled with terror, having unleashed nearly 30,000 of their kin to confront only 800 foes, only to suffer over 20,000 casualties, while their adversaries emerged unscathed, with not a single injury to report. This grim realization left the surviving orcs steeped in despair. For anyone facing such an insurmountable disparity in strength would inevitably succumb to hopelessness, with their hearts devoid of the will to fight. The remaining orcs discarded their weapons and fled in disarray. Yet, before they could distance themselves significantly, they were struck down by descending fallen angels, a single sword piercing their hearts. Throughout this battle, Lutong had remained steadfast at the rear, relying on the explosive magic of his enchanted ring for ranged bombardment. Bloodied, the Reaper stepped forward and reported, "My lord, the enemy forces have been entirely annihilated. Please give further orders." Lutong nodded. "Let us commence the cleanup. Ensure that not a single soul gem is overlooked." At this moment, another shadowy figure emerged from the nearby darkness. "My lord, the enemies within the orc tribe have also been thoroughly eradicated." Lutong praised. "Well done. We owe this swift victory to you Shadow Stalkers. It would have been impossible to obliterate the orc tribe's forces so quickly otherwise. The disparity between a disorganized mob and a well-structured army is unmistakable. Had there been an orc commander present, with the coordination of their varied forces and sheer numbers, it would have posed considerable trouble for me. Thankfully, with the assistance of the Shadow Stalkers, I achieved a far easier victory today. With the orcs vanquished, it was now time to survey the spoils of war." Lutong, accompanied by several of his subordinates, made his way toward the remnants of the orc tribe not far ahead. The orc tribe is vastly larger than Lutong's territory, approximately a dozen times its size. The orc settlement is established on a small hill in a desolate area, encircled by a low stone wall, within which stands a number of edifices. Most of these structures are constructed from stone, with only a few wooden buildings present. This puzzled Lutong, for he had heard from traveling merchants that orcs are averse to toil and production. Their sole expertise and passion lie in plunder. The orc mindset, ingrained since childhood, revolves around seizing whatever is available. Typically, an orc tribe, aside from special constructions such as ancestral altars, spiritual abodes, and totems of colossal beasts, opts for simple and lightweight wooden houses or tents made of animal hides. Although such shelters are prone to fire hazards, orcs remain unfazed by the prospect of a conflagration within their territory or the use of fire by enemies. For the orcs, the only possessions of value are their weapons. Should their encampment ignite, they merely relocate and establish a new camp. Moreover, in a new locale, they can plunder the surrounding areas anew. The construction of houses using abundant stone resources is an endeavor reserved for medium and large tribes. The growth of these larger tribes is attributable to their established territorial presence. In contrast, smaller orc tribes typically raid their surroundings before relocating in search of richer resources, only to repeat the cycle of plunder. Essentially, the orc race bears a striking resemblance to brigands and marauders. The rationale behind medium and large tribes choosing to settle in specific areas is straightforward. It is due to the abundance of rare resource points surrounding their territories, making them reluctant to depart. Chapter 41, the main event. My lord, the building ahead is the residence of the orc chieftain, reported Inxia. Lu Tong's eyes sparkled. Such a place as the orc chieftain's residence must surely contain treasure chests. He had an insatiable love for opening treasure chests. Lu Tong instructed the others to scour the tribe's storages and vaults, commanding, "Take all valuables. Leave no precious items behind." The iron-blooded infantry and fallen angels were tasked with clearing the battlefield and collecting soul gems, while the underworld soldiers, shadow walkers, and Blackrock archers were responsible for pillaging the tribe. He, accompanied by several underworld soldiers, made his way directly to the orc chieftain's residence. The residence of the orc chieftain is centrally located within the tribe, a uniquely styled edifice constructed from stone, wood, and animal hides, boasting a decor that is wild and untamed. The walls of the orc hall are adorned with the heads of magical beasts, and the floor is covered with thick animal hide carpets. As Lu Tong and his companions stepped upon them, they felt the soft, yielding texture beneath their feet. At the rear of the hall, prominently positioned, is a massive throne. Behind this throne, the walls are lined with an array of weapons and equipment. Lu Tong examined the array of weapons and equipment, noting that although they were stained with blood and marred by scars, giving them an appearance of having weathered countless battles, they were merely of the lowest white quality. To the side of the orc hall, there was a small door. Upon pushing it open, Lu Tong discovered it led to the orc chieftain's bedroom, which contained nothing but a large bed in its center. There was no other furniture to be found. After a thorough search, Lu Tong found himself empty-handed. How could it be possible? As the chieftain of the tribe, he must possess at least a treasure chest. He pondered in disbelief. Unwilling to accept this, he parted ways with the Reaper soldier and began to scour the entire orc hall, leaving no corner unchecked. Ultimately, Lu Tong's persistence paid off as he uncovered a concealed trapdoor beneath the throne's carpet. With a mixture of excitement and triumph, Lu Tong exclaimed, "I knew it. How could the orc chieftain not possess a single treasure? It seems there is a hidden vault." Pushing against the underground door with all his might proved futile. Frustrated, he called out, "Reaper 1, come here. At your command, my lord." After all, Lu Tong was merely an ordinary human, and his physical strength paled in comparison to that of a 10th-tier soldier. His inability to open the door did not imply that Reaper 1 could not. With a single hand, Reaper 1 grasped the doorknob and effortlessly pulled it open, revealing a dark passageway below. It was astonishing that the orc chieftain had amassed such treasures that warranted a secret underground vault. With a sense of anticipation, Lu Tong stepped inside. Clad in his abyssal armor, unperturbed by any potential ambush lurking in the shadows. As they ventured into the passage, they found themselves in a hidden chamber devoid of magical traps, but filled instead with 7 treasure chests, 4 bronze chests, 2 silver chests, and 1 golden chest. Eagerly, Lu Tong approached one of the bronze chests, his face alight with expectation as he opened it. Opened the chest and received white equipment, Orc Warrior Armor X100. Triggering a 100-fold amplification to Dark Gold equipment, Celestial Armor X100. Celestial Armor, Dark Gold quality, attributes, Level 9 Defense Enhancement, Skill, 1. Divine Blessing, Level 10 Magic Invulnerability for 10 seconds, increasing all attributes by 50 for 3 minutes. Fortune smiled upon him, as he did not anticipate that the first chest would yield 100 pieces of Dark Gold equipment. Without hesitation, he proceeded to open the remaining 3 bronze chests in one go. Opened the chest and received white equipment, Orc Warrior Gloves X100. Triggering a 100-fold amplification to Dark Gold equipment, Celestial Gauntlets X100. Opened the chest and received white equipment, Orc Warrior Boots X100. Triggering a 100-fold amplification to Dark Gold equipment, Celestial Boots X100. Opened the chest and received white equipment, Orc Warrior Helmet X100. Triggering a 100-fold amplification to Dark Gold equipment, Celestial Helm X100. Acquired a Dark Gold equipment set, Celestial Set. Celestial Armor Set, Armor, Gauntlets, Boots. Helmet, Dark Gold quality, attributes, Level 9 Defense Boost, Level 9 Damage Enhancement, Level 9 Speed Augmentation, Level 9 Magic Resistance Increase. Set effect, Descent of the Deity, Level 10 Magic Invincibility for 1 minute. Increases all attributes by 100 for 10 minutes. Skills 1. Salvation of the Deity, Level 9 Magic instantly restores full vitality. 2. Hammer of Judgment, Level 9 Martial Skill triggers a holy light explosion on the target, dealing substantial divine damage to a single enemy. 3. Wrath of Vengeance, Level 9 Magic infuses your being with vengeful light, increasing your damage by 50 for 3 minutes. This was his first encounter with an equipment set. Upon witnessing the attributes of the Divine Armor set, Lu Tong couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. It was truly formidable. Especially the set effect, Descent of the Deity, which granted invincibility for a full minute and augmented all attributes by 100. Such an extraordinary piece of equipment existed in a total of 100 sets. Lu Tong sincerely felt gratitude towards the orc chieftain he had never met. Had it not been for the hidden 100 sets of orc warrior armor in the underground treasury, he would never have acquired 100 sets of the divine armor. Immediately, Lu Tong stored these 100 sets of divine armor within the arcane ring, pondering over their future use. There remained 2 silver chests and 1 golden chest. Lu Tong decided to open the 2 silver chests first, reserving the golden chest for last. Opening the chest yields 1,000 black crystal coins, triggering a 100-fold amplification for a total of 100,000 black crystal coins. Opening the chest yields 1 glory charm, triggering a 100-fold amplification for a total of 100 glory charms. Upon discovering the glory charms, a look of surprise crossed Lu Tong's face. He had not anticipated finding such a crucial material for constructing the hero altar in this place. With the glory charms, Lu Tong could finally establish the hero altar and transition into a hero. This was indeed a remarkable find. Lu Tong quickly stored the black crystal coins and glory charms within the arcane ring. Next came the main event. Lu Tong turned his gaze towards the final golden chest, which he had deliberately saved for last, hoping its contents would not disappoint him. Opening the chest yields construction blueprints for a watchtower, amplified to special construction blueprints for a war fortress. War fortress, 5,000 stone bricks, 5,000 wood, 1,000 timber, 1,000 iron blocks, 1,000 sand. 1 castle heart. Description: a defensive castle structure, designed for troop garrison and the installation of city defense weapons, serving as the first line of defense against external threats. Lu Tong had most of the materials required for constructing the war fortress, but he was perplexed by the castle heart. He had neither heard of it nor seen it before. He carefully stored the construction blueprints for the war fortress, intending to inquire about it when the traveling merchant arrived in a few days. Having opened all 7 chests in the underground treasury, Lu Tong reflected on his considerable gains. Not only had he acquired the divine armor, but he had also obtained the key material, the glory charm, necessary for constructing the hero altar. This journey can be deemed immensely fruitful. A radiant smile graced Lu Tong's face. Chapter 42, The Cruel Game. I wonder how the others fared in their scavenging. Lu Tong and his companions exited the underground passage and made their way outside. Just as they emerged from the orc hall, Yi slipped out from a shadowy corner to report to Lu Tong about the resources and items they had procured from the orc tribe. Resources: 200,000 units of stone, 60,000 units of fire copper, 30,000 units of secret copper, 90,000 units of iron, 900 units of timber, 200 units of hay, and 50,000 units of food. Weapons: 12,020 orc war axes, 200 orc shields, 3,000 stone spears, 5,000 orc cleavers, 2,000 berserker axes, 5,000 orc crossbows, numerous arrows, 3 small siege crossbows, 2 small catapults, and 300 incendiary bombs. Blueprints: construction blueprints for the soul rest, the orc pen, the ancestral altar, the stone wall, the quarry, and the watchtower. Upon concluding Yi's report, Lu Tong furrowed his brow, not due to dissatisfaction with their haul, but rather because he found the abundance of mineral resources within the orc tribe to be perplexing. The orcs are a race that reveres violence and plunder. Persuading them to cultivate the land and mine is akin to convincing ogres to adopt a vegetarian lifestyle. It is inconceivable that these ruffians would willingly engage in mining. Upon entering the orc tribe, Lu Tong had sensed something amiss. From where did the orcs acquire such an abundance of stone to construct their dwellings? It is well known that the orcs of small tribes prefer to raid and flee rather than invest time and effort into building laborious stone houses. Given the time spent on mining, they would undoubtedly find it more gratifying to embark on additional raids. At that moment, Yi approached, her delicate hand clutching a thick cowhide scroll. In a hushed tone, she said, "My lord, this appears to be a map of the vicinity, which I discovered in the abode of an orc elder." "A map of the area? Let me see it," Lu Tong replied, taking the map from Yi's hands and unfurling it. The map, crafted from brown beast hide, was substantial, measuring 1 meter in length and half a meter in width. Colorful lines outlined a complex topographical representation, adorned with numerous strange characters that presumably constituted the orc language, which Lu Tong could not decipher. However, a red line marked an X in a certain location within the eastern mountain range, piquing Lu Tong's interest. He was aware that the eastern mountain range concealed abundant mineral resources. Nevertheless, mining would necessitate the excavation of a tunnel to access the various ores beneath the mountain. The undertaking of such a project is colossal, labor-intensive, and fraught with the risk of cave-ins. Most individuals seek natural caverns before commencing mining operations. During Lu Tong's last venture to the eastern mountain range, he hoped to discover a natural cavern for easier mining, yet he stumbled upon a treasure buried underground instead, which was a delightful surprise. The various doubts arising from the orc tribe suggest that they have likely discovered a natural cavern. It is no wonder that this band of orcs chose to establish a settlement in such a desolate and resource-poor region as the Forgotten Lands. Indeed, they must have uncovered a hidden wealth. It seems this orc tribe harbors considerable ambition. With ample resources at their disposal, they could soon evolve into a formidable mid-sized clan. After a moment of contemplation, Tong resolved to personally investigate the location marked with a red cross on the map. What he had previously surmised were merely conjectures. Accompanied by 20 Death Knights, 10 Fallen Angels, 10 Blackrock Archers, and 10 Shadow Walkers, he set forth with a total of 50 individuals. Before departing, he specifically instructed Shui to ensure that everything of value from the entire orc tribe was collected. Understood, my lord. I shall see this task through. After conveying his orders, Tong and his party proceeded toward the location marked on the animal hide map. This spot was conveniently situated to the north of the eastern mountain range. Previously, Tong had sought the cavern on the southern side of the range, which is the opposite side. North of the eastern mountains, the foliage and vegetation thrive abundantly. 5 Death Knights led the way, wielding their long swords to clear a path through the trees and vines. Prior to setting off, Tong had recorded the immense animal hide map into the Lord's book. In the dense environment surrounded by rich greenery, utilizing the large hide map was rather imprudent. The more compact and convenient Lord's book would serve him better. The map page in the Lord's book displayed Tong's position and the distance to the Red Cross destination, indicating that they would require approximately another hour to reach their goal. With time to spare, Tong flipped to the nearby channel page, perusing the chat logs as they journeyed. From 8 in the morning until Tong's obliteration of the orc tribe, a mere 4 hours had elapsed. Certainly, many unfortunate lords had perished during this challenging task due to their territories being too weak or the quests being excessively daunting. Help! A bear has appeared outside my territory, and I cannot defeat it. What should I do? Can anyone save me? Oh heavens, what have I done to deserve this punishment? Woe is me. Who can rescue me? I do not wish to die. Ha ha. No matter how many of you beasts come, I will slay every last one of you. Come at me if you dare. Sigh. I finally completed the challenge task, but my farmers are decimated, and even the militia have suffered greatly. It is truly tragic. Hee hee. You will never guess what I received upon completing the task. A treasure chest. I astonishingly opened it to find a piece of green equipment. Wow. The luck of the person above me is astounding. To acquire green gear. Have they been blessed by the luck of a true champion? Why did my treasure chest yield only a common white item? Where is the fairness in this? Such envy stirred within Tong as he observed the multitude in the channel, their hearts filled with yearning for a single piece of green quality equipment. He could not help but shake his head slightly. Such a lack of aspiration was truly disheartening. The mere possession of green quality equipment incites a wave of envy and resentment among many. Imagine their reaction upon discovering that they had just unearthed 100 sets of dark gold armor. They would surely be driven to madness. Although the challenge task at hand posed considerable difficulty, the majority managed to complete it, with only a select few left in perpetual obscurity, their names forever shrouded in gray. Perhaps they were simply ill-suited for this merciless game. In the future, the struggle for survival will only intensify, and the challenges will become increasingly formidable. Chapter 43. The mind. Tong glanced at his friends list. Liu Xiaohua, Jiang Haiqing, and others had all benefited from the 50 units of meat he generously provided, allowing them to survive. They had sent him several private messages inquiring whether he had completed the challenge task. Liu Xiaohua messaged him, asking Tong, have you completed the challenge? I have a few items I would like to trade with you. Jiang Haiqing also reached out, meticulously detailing her arduous battle against a third-tier skeletal warrior. Had there not been a character limit on messages, one could easily imagine her recounting the encounter in tens of thousands of words. Tong could not help but furrow his brow, thinking, she certainly has a talent for verbosity. Was she perhaps a writer back on Earth? After much rambling, she had yet to get to the crux of the matter. Exercising patience, Tong read through her lengthy exposition until he finally reached the end. The entirety of her 10,000-word discourse boiled down to just 2 lines. After vanquishing the skeletal warrior, she had obtained a key capable of unlocking the underground ruins. However, despite possessing the key, she hesitated to use it, fearing the monsters that might lurk within. Thus, she sought Tong's advice on how to proceed. While Tong was not particularly afraid of the monsters in the underground ruins, he was uncertain of the distance between his territory and Jiang Haiqing's. Although he possessed a teleportation scroll, it could only be used to transport to allied units, specifically, either his own allies or territories under his dominion. At present, the alliance functions had yet to be activated. Therefore, Tong could only advise Jiang Haiqing that without sufficient strength, she should refrain from attempting to unlock the underground ruins. After sending his message, regardless of whether Jiang Haiqing would see it, Tong logged off. For he had reached his destination, a location marked by a red cross on the beast skin map. He could hear the raucous sounds of orcs ahead, by the noise. There seemed to be quite a number of them. Moving cautiously, he concealed himself among the bushes and peered in the direction of the orc commotion. Before him, the forest had been cleared to create a vast open space, now a quarry. Several watchtowers surrounded it, atop which stood orc archers, vigilant against any potential monster attacks. Beside the quarry, hundreds of orc warriors were shouting, seemingly engaged in some lively discourse. Among them, Some were slaughtering magical beasts to prepare food. While in the midst of the crowd, two orcs were locked in combat, drawing cheers from the onlookers. It appears that they remain unaware of the complete annihilation of the orc tribe. Tong discovered several cages constructed from timber and vines near the quarry, within which were imprisoned dozens of enchanting young women, their skin fair and delicate, adorned with foxtails and ears. Upon examining their attributes, Tong learned that these captives belonged to a race known as the Fox People. He had previously heard from traveling merchants that the Fox People were a subset of the orc race, notably the weakest among them, without exception. An adult fox person possesses only the strength of a first tier, with only a few exceptionally gifted individuals able to ascend to the second tier. The existence of a third-tier fox person has never been recorded. Such a frail group is the most vulnerable to bullying and oppression within the orc tribe's brutal hierarchy, where strength reigns supreme. Many orcs even deny that such a feeble race could be considered part of the orc lineage. However, the fox people do possess distinctive advantages. Contrary to their meager strength, they exhibit an extraordinary capacity for learning. The fox people possess an intellect that surpasses what most orcs lack, their minds. They are remarkably clever, even more so than the most erudite goblins in the chaotic continent. Alas, their intelligence is regrettably contingent on the foundation of formidable strength. The goblins have become a powerful force in the chaotic continent not merely through cunning, but also through their formidable alchemy and technological prowess. At present, although the reason behind the orcs' captivity of these numerous fox people remains unclear, the fear and traces of tears on the faces of the fox women indicate that they are likely facing a grave threat of death. The fox women wept pitifully, their sorrowful pleas directed towards the fearsome orcs. Unfortunately, the orcs showed no compassion. Instead, they seized nearby battle axes and struck forcefully against the wooden bars of the cages. In an instant, the fox women within the cages were thrown into a frenzy, huddling together in the corners, trembling and softly weeping. It is not that the fox women lack beauty. Rather, the prevailing aesthetic among orcs dictates that the most desirable female orcs are those endowed with the strength to shatter stones with their chests, gallop like horses with their arms, and bear a profusion of fur across their thighs, chests, and arms. Particularly, those orc women with rugged features and large, yellowed teeth, exuding a pungent scent, are deemed the epitome of allure. In stark contrast, the slender, graceful forms of the fox women, whose only fur adorns their heads and tails while their bodies remain smooth and fair, emitting a subtle, fruity fragrance, lack any semblance of femininity in the eyes of the orcs. To them, the fox people, with their feeble strength and unappealing looks, seem to serve no purpose in survival. The quarry was guarded by approximately 100 orcs, the majority at the third tier, alongside over a dozen fourth-tier berserkers and a fifth-tier shaman. Clearly, the orc tribe places great importance on this mine. Otherwise, they would not have stationed such a formidable force to protect it. However, with this mere contingent of orc warriors, the notion of effectively safeguarding this mine seems like a fanciful dream. The orc tribe of 30,000 had been utterly annihilated by Tong, let alone the mere few hundred orcs before him. With this thought, Tong ceased to conceal himself and strode forth, confident that he alone could handle the orcs. As he emerged from the thicket, he was spotted by the orc crossbowmen stationed in the watchtower. They raised their weapons, aiming at him, prepared to unleash their bolts. In a swift motion, Tong raised his hand, conjuring a level 9 fireball that erupted with terrifying destructive power, striking the orc archers. The sheer force of the explosion obliterated the entire watchtower along with its occupants, leaving the unfortunate orc no time even to emit a cry of dismay. The tremendous noise instantly attracted the attention of the other orcs. They gaped at Tong for a moment before turning their gazes toward the wrecked watchtower. After a brief pause, the orcs regained their senses and charged at Tong with their weapons drawn. The remaining archers atop the watchtower, too, swiftly aimed their crossbows at him, preparing to shoot. In Chapter 44, titled The Beautiful Race, Tong summoned another fireball, which accurately struck one of the archers. Immediately following, another fireball was unleashed. The orc archers atop the watchtower were effortlessly dispatched by Tong. At that moment, orc infantry and berserkers rushed toward him, their battle axes raised high, ready to cleave down upon him. That's Tong's pupils transformed into a striking duality of black and purple, a mysterious and eerie mark appearing within his gaze. The first wave of orc infantry and berserkers, intent on encircling him, inadvertently met Tong's eyes. In the span of a single breath, the life force of the orcs before him was instantaneously drained. Once vibrant beings were reduced to frail, dying husks that collapsed to the ground, turning to ash. The skill known as Death's Eye possessed formidable power. Any creature of rank below 9, daring to gaze directly into its depths, would find their life force stripped away, meeting the inevitability of death. However, Tong was still too feeble at present, limited to using Death's Eye merely once a day. His physical constitution could not endure a second invocation. Drawing a sword from the arcane ring, Tong activated both the sacrificial halo of the abyssal armor and the skill Dark Descent, charging forth with his blade. Upon utilizing Dark Descent, his form expanded dramatically, emanating a terrifying aura. This skill amplified his attributes and abilities, enhancing his damage output. A circle of demonic fire ignited around him, inflicting substantial damage upon the surrounding orcs every second. At that moment, Lu Tong resembled a war god descended from the heavens, an unparalleled force of nature. He dispatched the orcs with ease, as if slicing through vegetables. None could withstand the might of his sword. This was further aided by the sacrificial halo of the abyssal armor, which continuously dealt significant magical damage to any orc that dared approach him. Rather than being slain by Lu Tong's iron sword, it would be more accurate to say that he was effectively incinerated by the sacrificial aura of the black abyss armor. Within the radius of this sacrificial aura, even the most lowly orc could barely endure for a mere 10 seconds. The orcs, despite their brutish nature and subpar intellect, were not devoid of any cunning. Upon realizing that melee attacks proved futile, they collectively retreated, preparing to unleash their ranged assaults. A group of archers emerged from among the orcs, each aiming their crossbows at Lu Tong. Many orcs brandished their battle axes and throwing spears, readying themselves for distant strikes. The sole 5th-tier unit in their ranks, the orc shaman, stepped forward. Chanting incantations, a totem pole materialized and anchored itself into the ground. A faint blue barrier enveloped the orcs, offering them protection. The shaman had refrained from engaging earlier, saving his energy for this moment to summon the 5th-tier Tide Totem. The Tide Totem, it summoned the power of the tides to create a magical shield that could absorb damage. The orc shaman naively believed that as long as they sheltered behind the Tide Totem, they could withstand the explosive fireballs launched by Lu Tong, while simultaneously mounting their own ranged counterattack. However, before they could even initiate their assault, a molten sphere, radiating a terrifying destructive force, struck the magical shield conjured by the Tide Totem. It was as effortless as a burning ember piercing through a sheet of paper. The orc chieftain was instantly engulfed by the searing heat and immense destructive power of Lu Tong's fireball, leaving no trace of the former valor they had displayed. Witnessing their formidable shaman being obliterated in a single blow, the remaining orcs fell into disarray and fled in terror. Lu Tong, indifferent to the prospect of pursuing each one, simply waved his hand dismissively. The Blackrock archers drew their bows, taking aim at the retreating orcs. None managed to escape. All succumbed to the arrows of the Blackrock archers. The others promptly gathered around the fallen orc bodies, collecting the soul gems and clearing the battlefield. In the chaotic land, once a creature perished, retrieving the soul gems would cause the corpse to vanish shortly thereafter. To craft iron arrows, one required a unit of iron and 2 units of wood, capable of producing 20 arrows at once. These iron arrows were durable and reusable. At present, Lu Tong's territory lacked iron mines, and his iron was sourced through trade with other lords. Until iron mines were discovered, resources like iron needed to be conserved judiciously. My lord, your efforts are commendable. Ming-Yi approached Lu Tong, reporting, this time, you have slain a total of 132 orcs and collected 132 soul gems. After a brief pause, Ming-Yi continued, additionally, there are 30 fox maidens. Shall we eliminate them as well? Lu Tong cast a glance at the trembling fox maidens huddled within their cage. It must be said that the fox folk were renowned for their beauty. Any one of these maidens, if placed on earth, would be of the type that could bring calamity and chaos, possessing an allure that could be described as dangerously captivating. The fox girls possess a sweet and charming appearance. Their skin so tender it seems one could almost extract water from it. They have alluring and voluptuous figures, typically standing between 1.60 m to 1.70 m, with long, fair legs that captivate the gaze. Lu Tong approached the cage where the fox girls were confined, softly inquiring, is there anyone among you who can speak the common language? Since the great migration of humanity into this world, all languages spoken on Earth have been forcibly altered to what is referred to as the common tongue in this realm. The common tongue is the most widely utilized language in this world, enabling communication among nearly all advanced races across the chaotic continent. Lu Tong had heard from traveling merchants that the fox people are an exceptionally intelligent race, capable of effortlessly mastering the languages of multiple races. Thus, he attempted to inquire whether any of the fox girls could speak the common tongue. The fox girls huddled together, trembling, their large, glistening eyes filled with tears, gazing up at Lu Tong with a pitiful expression. In truth, they understood the common tongue and had heard the ominous words spoken by Ming-Yi regarding Lu Tong's intentions to potentially execute them all. For a moment, none dared to speak. Observing the palpable fear in the eyes of the fox girls, Lu Tong reassured them, do not worry, I will not harm you. Is there anyone among you who can speak the common tongue? He repeated his question, this time with a gentler tone. Upon hearing his softening demeanor, the fox girls exchanged glances. Finally, one of the fox girls stood up timidly and said, respected and powerful master, we all speak the common tongue. Please do not kill us. We are willing to become your slaves, serving you forever. We shall never betray you, and you may do with us as you wish. Chapter 45, The Powerful Opposite Sex. Upon hearing the fox girl's declaration, a bewildered expression crossed Lu Tong's face. It was no wonder the traveling merchants had described the fox people as an exceedingly timid and cowardly race. They are among the most easily tamed, never daring to defy their master's commands, employing various methods to please their owner. Their inherent weakness compels them to survive in such a manner. No race is born with the desire to be enslaved. It is merely the harshness of life that drives them to such a fate. Lu Tong had no intention of making these fox girls his slaves, yet he was taken aback by their eagerness to offer themselves. "Do not be afraid. I will not harm you," Lu Tong said softly. "I merely wish to ask a few questions, and once I have my answers, I shall set you free." The fox girls hesitated but nodded, assuring him, "If it is within our knowledge, we shall tell you everything without any concealment." Lu Tong inquired, "Do you know where this place is?" "Yes, this is the orc's mining site, the cursed mine," one of the fox girls whispered. "The cursed mine?" Lu Tong's face displayed a look of curiosity. "Can you elaborate further? What does it mean to be a cursed mine?" "This mine is cursed. Any creature that enters it becomes afflicted by a mysterious curse that leads to their demise. We once inhabited a nearby tribe of fox people, where an unfortunate member inadvertently ventured into a mine, only to meet a tragic fate by dawn. From that day forth, the Grand Elder deemed this mine a forbidden place, forbidding anyone from entering. Eventually, the orcs discovered the mine and claimed it as their own. The Grand Elder warned the orcs of the curse that plagued the mine, yet they dismissed his words and brutally killed him instead. Subsequently, the orcs sent laborers into the mine to extract its riches, but every single orc laborer perished under the curse by the following day. Desperate to extract ore from the mine, the orcs attacked our tribe, capturing us to serve as laborers. Under the threat of death, our kin were forced to venture into the accursed mine. Many succumbed to the curse within its depths, leaving only a scant 20 of us remaining. At this juncture, the fox maiden could no longer contain her sorrow, softly weeping. Had it not been for Lu Tong's timely arrival, they too would have been driven to mine the cursed depths by the orcs. The orcs had promised them freedom upon the extraction of 100 units of ore, yet no creature had ever survived a second day within that cursed mine. With no options available, they were left at the mercy of their captors. Upon hearing the plight of the fox maidens, Lu Tong felt a deep sorrow for them. Such is the nature of this world, where the weak are devoured by the strong, and only the fittest survive. Any tribe or creature unable to adapt to the laws of this world has vanished without a trace. To thrive in this realm, one must possess formidable strength. Otherwise, one risks becoming a victim, much like the fox people, despite their extraordinary wisdom. To endure in the chaotic continent, one must abide by the law that venerates the powerful. After learning the full extent of their plight, Lu Tong honored his promise, unlocking the cage and allowing the fox maidens to escape. They emerged from their confinement, gazing around in bewilderment. Their tribe had been decimated by the orcs, and aside from a few who managed to flee, the majority had perished to the mine's mysterious curse. At that moment, they were lost, uncertain of where to find refuge. Among the group of fox maidens was one particularly petite and breathtakingly beautiful maiden, her appearance far surpassing that of her companions. She was the first to step forward and engage in conversation with Lu Tong. Her name was Inger, bestowed upon her by her kin due to her fondness for cherries, her favorite delicacy. While she adored cherries, her true preference lay with meat. Since she could remember, her daily sustenance consisted solely of tart berries and bitter white mushrooms. Cherries were a rare treat, only encountered on infrequent occasions, and to procure the sweet, delectable fruit, one had to brave the far reaches of the tribe's territory. In her lifetime, Inger had tasted meat only once. Though it was a grand occasion, the impoverished fox people could hardly offer any worthy tribute, and each year, the offerings to the fox deity were limited to berries and white mushrooms. During that celebration, the tribe's foxkin hunter remarkably captured a severely injured unicorn buffalo, resulting in a bountiful supply of beef. It was also at this festivity that Sakura tasted the most exquisite food of her life. Although the piece of meat she received was no larger than her little finger, Sakura felt utterly content. Her greatest desire was to find a safe haven, abundant with berries and white mushrooms, where she would never again have to fear monstrous creatures or hide in fear. Alternatively, she dreamed of marrying a capable foxkin hunter. She cared not for how many wives he had, as long as he could ensure she would never go hungry again. This aspiration resonated with all foxkin maidens. Since the destruction of their tribe, many foxkin had been captured and enslaved by orcs, forced to toil in cursed mines. Once a community of over 500, only a mere 20 foxkin remained. Sakura vividly recalled the horrific scenes, as if trapped in a nightmare. Her dear friend had ventured into the cursed mine, only to succumb to a gruesome fate the very next day, her body hardened and bleeding, a tragic end indeed. Reflecting on those moments, Sakura could still feel the profound confusion and helplessness that engulfed her. As companions vanished or perished before her eyes, she could do nothing but watch in despair. In those dark times, she yearned for a strong and valiant protector to rescue her from the clutches of the brutal orcs. And then came Lu Tong, the hero who would deliver her from peril. Marrying a formidable companion was indeed Sakura's dream. Gazing upon Lu Tong's handsome visage, the foxkin maiden felt a surge of determination. After a moment of contemplation, She made her decision. Sakura gracefully approached Lu Tong, her elegant legs moving swiftly, leaving him momentarily bewildered. He was uncertain of her intentions. This was a tradition among the Foxkin. When a maiden found a beloved partner, she would perform such an act to signify submission. However, as Lu Tong was not of their kind, he could not comprehend the significance of Sakura's gesture. Sakura looked up into his eyes, her own shimmering with innocence, and blushed as she shyly explained, "Sir, our tribe has been devastated by the wicked orcs, leaving us homeless. Would you consider taking us in? We promise we require little sustenance and will be most obedient. You may do as you wish. We would never resist." Upon hearing her words, not only was Lu Tong taken aback, but the other Foxkin maidens were equally astonished. While the prospect of newfound freedom was exhilarating, the harsh reality of their situation weighed heavily on them. With their tribe obliterated, survival in the wilderness would be a daunting challenge for such a fragile group. It seemed far wiser to seek a powerful master, rather than risk being slain by beasts in the wild and having their bodies consumed. Realizing this, the other Foxkin maidens quickly understood what they should do. In an instant, Lu Tong found himself adorned with a multitude of beautiful Foxkin maidens, seeking refuge at his side. With their captivating, large eyes, the Fox maidens gazed at Lu Tong with an air of pitiful longing. Over 20 enchanting Fox girl maidens surrounded him, pleading with sweet and alluring voices. Unlike the warped aesthetics of the Orcish kind, Lu Tong found himself contemplating their requests. After a moment of reflection, he consented to their wishes, for 20 Fox maidens were a manageable addition. Each of them was an exquisite blend of charm and innocence, and merely gazing upon them could lift one's spirits. Moreover, these Fox maidens possessed remarkable intelligence. In time, as Lu Tong's territory expanded in both size and population, he would undoubtedly find it challenging to govern alone. By nurturing these Fox maidens, he might even cultivate a few capable administrative assistants for his realm. Upon hearing Lu Tong's affirmation, the Fox maidens beamed with enchanting smiles, clustering around him as if they wished to remain by his side forever. Adorned in garments woven from plant fibers, their attire barely concealed their alluring figures reminiscent of characters from anime. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Lu Tong cleared his throat to halt their increasingly bold actions. The traveling merchant's words rang true. The Fox maidens were indeed a docile folk. Merely uttering a few words was enough to have them obediently step back to a respectful distance, no longer entangling themselves with him. Next, Lu Tong needed to confront the mysterious curse afflicting the cursed mine. After much effort in locating this mine, he had no intention of relinquishing it so easily. The mine exuded an eerie aura, suggesting that secrets lay hidden within its depths. The foremost task was to unravel the enigma of the curse. To extract ores and investigate the mine, he first needed to dispel the curse that shrouded it. Unlike the brutal orcs who would risk lives for mineral wealth, Lu Tong approached the mine's entrance, sensing nothing amiss. "Mei, do you perceive anything unusual?" Lu Tong inquired of his companion. Mei shook her head, her expression solemn as she replied, "I regret to inform you, my lord, that I have detected no anomalies." Lu Tong found himself in a quandary. From outside the cursed mine, it appeared to be an ordinary cavern, devoid of any discernible issues. Remaining outside, he could uncover no problems. Did he truly need to venture into the cursed mine to discern its mysteries? From the Fox maidens, he learned that any creature entering the cursed mine faced a grim fate. Within a single night, the accursed beings would meet a gruesome end, their bodies hardened and bloodied. This enigmatic curse baffled even the Orcish high priest. However, the high priest's inability to decipher it did not imply that Lu Tong was powerless against the haunting curse. The Shadow Walker's skill, Shadow Trick, allowed him to meld into shadows, providing a means to explore the unknown. According to the Shadow Walker, merging with the shadows is tantamount to entering an alternate realm, the Shadow World. This Shadow World is intricately linked to the world they currently inhabit, and the Shadow Walker possesses the ability to traverse into this ethereal domain through any shadow. In essence, once the Shadow Walker employs the Shadow Trickery skill, he transcends the present world, becoming enveloped in the Shadow World. Concealed within this realm, the Shadow Walker can still utilize shadows to surveil the outside world and maneuver at will. The cursed mine, shrouded in impenetrable darkness, serves as the perfect stage for the Shadow Walker. In such a pitch-black environment, his abilities are significantly amplified. Most importantly, by entering the Shadow World through Shadow Trickery, the Shadow Walker is no longer subject to the mysterious curses of the cursed mine. Prior to embarking on their journey to the cursed mine, in preparation for any unforeseen circumstances, Lu Tong assembled a formidable cadre: 20 underworld soldiers, 10 Blackrock archers, 10 fallen angels, and 10 Shadow Walkers. Even if a Shadow Walker inadvertently became afflicted by the curse within the mine, Lu Tong could rely on the resurrection spells of the fallen angels to restore the Shadow Walker to life. Thus, he harbored no concerns about the well-being of the Shadow Walkers. As the 10 Shadow Walkers transformed into ethereal shadows, merging with the darkness of the mine, they entered the cursed depths. Before their departure, Lu Tong had meticulously cautioned them to exercise vigilance. Taking a deep breath, Lu Tong could not shake the apprehension that, Despite the double assurance, an accident could still befall the Shadow Walkers. What followed was a tedious wait. Soon, noon arrived, yet the cursed mine remained ominously silent. With no indication of the Shadow Walker's return, Lu Tong absent-mindedly touched his stomach, feeling a pang of hunger. That morning, he and his subordinates had rushed from their territory to engage in battle with the orc tribe, neglecting even breakfast. Fortunately, his arcane ring contained ample provisions, including an assortment of jerky and fresh water. Although he had grown weary of jerky, in this desolate wilderness, there were few alternatives. The jerky and fresh water would suffice for the moment. Lu Tong retrieved nearly 800 units of jerky and a substantial amount of fresh water stored in barrels from his arcane ring. A tier 10 unit could consume considerable sustenance, and with the presence of the fox girl, Lu Tong decided to allocate 1/10 of his rations. While 800 units may appear plentiful, it would merely suffice for a single meal for the tier 10 units. He first laid out a large beast hide on the empty ground, stacking a veritable mountain of jerky at its center, accompanied by an abundance of fresh water. Then, Lu Tong began to call everyone to partake in the meal. The underworld soldiers, accustomed to Lu Tong's generous provisions, sat quietly, relishing the savory beef jerky and drinking the sweet water. Meanwhile, the fox girl appeared somewhat reserved. Although they were confronted with an abundance of food, the fox maiden stood in stunned silence. Typically, a common fox maiden would be fortunate to savor a single meal of meat throughout the entire year, with only a few days granting them the slightest taste of flesh. The most delectable fare they usually indulged in consisted merely of berries and white mushrooms. Now, before them lay a mountain of food, and among it, the most exquisite meats. All the fox maidens were transfixed, their eyes fixated on the tantalizing jerky exuding an irresistible aroma. Drool unwittingly trickled down their chins. However, without Lu Tong's command, none of them dared to act, fearful that any impolite gesture might provoke his ire. Observing these beautiful fox maidens, it was amusing to see them salivating over mere pieces of jerky. A smile involuntarily crept across Lu Tong's lips as he gently encouraged, "Do not remain in a daze. I trust you must be famished. Come, partake in this feast." With eager anticipation, they began to relish the jerky in their hands. The jerky, crafted from the fresh meat of magical beasts, bore a delightful sweetness and was tender to the bite. While Lu Tong and his followers had grown somewhat weary of such jerky after days of indulgence, for the fox maidens, who could only partake in meat once a year, it was akin to a celestial delicacy. After savoring the morsels, the maidens did not shy away from using their delicate tongues to clean the grease and remnants from their fingers. Having been captured by the orcs, they had languished in a cage for several days, subsisting solely on the meager leftovers of the orcs' repasts, barely managing to stave off starvation. Their recent days had been spent in hunger. Finally escaping the clutches of the orcs, they found themselves able to eat, and what a feast it was. The most prized of meats. Although there remained an abundance of jerky piled high on the furs, the fox maidens refrained from taking a second piece. Grateful for the rare opportunity to enjoy meat, they felt immense joy from this singular experience and dared not hope for more. Lu Tong observed that each maiden had consumed only a piece of jerky about the size of her palm, which puzzled him. Did they not enjoy eating meat? Yet, he soon discerned the longing glances in their eyes, realizing their true sentiment. It was not a lack of desire for meat, but rather a reluctance to eat without his express permission. With a resigned yet gentle tone, he reassured them, "Fear not, consume as much meat as you desire. In my domain, we may lack in many things, but we are abundant in jerky, to ensure the longevity of the meat and prevent spoilage." Lu Tong commanded the Titans to prepare large quantities of jerky daily for preservation, at their convenience. They could tear the jerky into pieces to use in cooking stews or enjoy it as it was. With this newfound freedom, the fox maidens approached the pile of jerky, their appetites unrestrained. Witnessing their obedience filled Lu Tong with satisfaction. He felt assured that once trained as the overseers of his domain, they would not defy his commands. In Sakura's cherubic mouth, succulent jerky was stuffed to the brim, and her face radiated an expression of pure bliss. It was, indeed, the happiest day of her life. Her greatest aspiration had always been to indulge daily in an endless bounty of berries and white mushrooms, with the occasional delight of meat only once a year. Little did she anticipate that one day her dreams would be surpassed beyond her wildest imagination. She had never considered that consuming meat could leave one feeling so fulfilled. Gently caressing her round little belly, she lay blissfully on the grass, her large, captivating eyes shimmering with adoration and admiration as she gazed at Lu Tong. Once her companions were satiated, Lu Tong leisurely devoured the remaining jerky. After his meal, he let out a contented belch, lamenting how the daily diet of meat was becoming rather monotonous. He found himself yearning for the diverse culinary delights of Earth: grilled gluten, chilled noodles, bubble tea, crayfish, fried chicken, and spicy hot pot, along with a variety of specialty dishes such as fish-flavored shredded pork, crispy potato slices, shredded pork with green peppers, and snail noodles. Consuming jerky day in and day out rendered the culinary experience excessively dull. Fortunately, with Titan's assistance, the maturation time for crops on the farm could be halved. At this pace, the variety of food in Lu Tong's domain would soon expand, allowing him and his people to enjoy a reprieve from the monotony of flavors. As time meandered on, it eventually reached 3 in the afternoon. Shadows emerged from the cursed mine. Instead of inquiring whether they had encountered any anomalies within the mine, Tong promptly asked if they had come into contact with the mysterious curse. Yi replied in a grave tone, "Rest assured, my lord, this expedition was quite smooth. Not only did we avoid the curse, but we also successfully uncovered the details of the matter." Tong's eyes gleamed with interest as he asked, "Have you determined the origin of the mysterious curse? What has caused it?" Upon entering the cursed mine, we ventured deep into its recesses. Even while cloaked in the shadows, we could sense an overwhelming aura of death permeating the air. Following this ominous presence, we reached the deepest part of the mine, where we encountered a creature, a skeletal warrior adorned with a crown and a cloak, wielding a sword. The pervasive aura of death emanated from this skeletal fiend. Any being below the 10th rank would be corroded by this miasma, meeting a tragic end, while only those of the 10th rank or higher could withstand its lethal influence. After hearing Yi's account, Tong furrowed his brow and inquired, "So, are you suggesting that the skeletal creature lurking deep within the cursed mine is quite formidable?" Yi hesitated before responding. "That skeletal creature is likely only of the 10th rank, yet it could very well be a hero." "A hero? A skeletal hero, no less?" This peculiar combination piqued Tong's curiosity, prompting him to ask, what level of combat prowess would be required to vanquish this skeletal hero? After a moment's contemplation, Yi replied, "Approximately 100 10th rank soldiers would be necessary to have a chance of defeating it." Tong's eyes widened in astonishment. "That many?" Chapter 48, The Orc Laborers. Beside him, Yi interjected, "My lord, you may not be aware that heroes are not mere ordinary combat units. They possess remarkable growth potential, far surpassing that of standard troops. A 10th tier hero could easily defeat 100 heroes of the same rank without breaking a sweat." Tong was taken aback. He had not anticipated the sheer prowess of heroes. He had always presumed that a hero was simply a super soldier endowed with a few more skills than regular units. However, he was astonished to learn that a 10th tier hero could vanquish 100 combatants of equivalent rank. This level of strength exceeded all of Tong's expectations. Yi continued, "Moreover, I sensed an immense power emanating from that skeletal warrior hero. It must be in possession of some formidable treasure." The mention of a treasure, especially a powerful one, sparked Tong's interest. A 10th tier hero. He wondered whether slaying it would yield a treasure chest. Not to mention the powerful artifact Yi had just referred to. Tong cast a commanding glance around the cursed mine. Although he had yet to defeat the skeletal monsters within, he had already claimed the treasure dropped by the skeletal hero as his own. Currently, the number of followers he had brought was somewhat limited. Yi had mentioned that to defeat the skeletal hero, they would need 100 10th tier units. Tong had immense confidence in his subordinates. Fortunately, the death aura of the skeletal hero only affected units below the 10th tier, rendering it ineffective against those of the same rank. Tong took out the Lord's book and marked the location of the cursed mine, planning to return the next day with a larger contingent. The cursed mine not only housed powerful monster heroes, but was also a resource-rich site teeming with ores. Regardless of how many people he brought, Tong was determined to claim this resource point for himself. The fox maidens cautiously followed Tong, making their way to their new home. Most of these fox girls were barefoot, their delicate, fair feet gliding over the ground. Therefore, he thoughtfully crafted several pairs of leather boots for them using the Lord's book. With their new footwear, the fox maidens beamed with joy, surrounding Tong and playfully leaning against him with their alluring figures. The fox ears atop their heads perked up excitedly, while their fluffy tails swayed in delight. In that moment, Tong finally grasped the joy of King Zhou, surrounded by such enchanting and innocent beauties who idolized him. Indeed, it was a challenge for an ordinary man to withstand such allure. Upon returning to his territory, Tong instructed Tai Yi to arrange accommodations for the fox maidens, finding them a few vacant cottages, and requested the seamstress at the tailor shop to craft suitable garments for them. Next, it was time to sort through the spoils obtained from the orc tribe. The rewards from vanquishing the orc tribe were substantial. In total, they had acquired over 30,000 soul gems. This meant that as long as Tong had sufficient food, built enough cottages, and maintained a robust population, he could recruit up to 30,000 10th tier combat units. However, that was merely a thought for the future. The northern orc tribe has been utterly annihilated, and the Forgotten Lands currently pose no threat to my existence. I have recruited 30,000 tier 10 combat units in one breath. Yet merely providing sustenance for them presents a formidable challenge. Even with the 100-fold amplification system, relying solely on hunting to procure food is insufficient for such a vast number of warriors. The true utility of my system lies in treasure chest openings, unit recruitment, and the extraction of rare resources. To merely dissect magical beasts without undertaking any substantial endeavors would be a gross misallocation of resources. In the absence of life-threatening dangers, maintaining an army of 800 within my territory is quite adequate. Once the farms and breeding facilities yield a sufficient food supply to sustain all units, I shall gradually recruit more warriors and expand my forces. Should a formidable enemy invade, my stockpile of provisions would enable me to swiftly enlist over 1,000 Tier 10 combat units. In addition to soul gems, I possess a wealth of various resources, special materials, weaponry, and blueprints. Blood E has adhered strictly to my commands, leading his compatriots to thoroughly pillage the orc tribe. Every structure was razed to the ground, and anything movable was taken. In the end, only the foundations of buildings and a heap of worthless debris remained. Such efficiency left me in awe, surpassing even the devastation wrought by the Locust army. This campaign yielded over 1 million units of assorted resources, the majority of which were mineral resources extracted from the cursed mines. The orc tribe's agricultural units are referred to as orc laborers, a class of orc with a status akin to that of slaves. The captives from defeated tribes, as well as criminals and slaves from the orc tribe, are the sources of these laborers. Orc laborers hold the lowest status within the tribe and are the least valuable type of unit. In the Orc Empire, a single black crystal coin can purchase 10 orc laborers. In order to mine minerals, the orcs not only sent all their laborers into the cursed mines, but also raided the fox tribe, capturing all the foxes to serve as slave laborers for the orc tribe. Each piece of ore extracted from the mines bears the blood and life force of orc laborers and slaves. Aside from stone, wood, iron, and fire copper, what truly piqued my interest were the rare resources discovered within the orc tribe. These precious materials were so uncommon that even I had never heard of them. I surmised that upon discovering the mines, the orc tribe aspired to seize control of the entire northern wasteland, aiming to elevate their status from a small tribe to a medium-sized one. It appears that the orc chieftain was not entirely foolish. He harbored considerable ambition. Yet, all the rare resources and blueprints painstakingly gathered by the orc tribe have ultimately fallen into my hands. Chapter 49. Tong is here to relish the spoils. To accommodate the loot acquired from the orc tribe, I constructed 10 new warehouses and upgraded them to store such an abundance of resources. In addition to the resources and blueprints, the weapons and equipment seized from the orc tribe constitute a significant haul. The orcs, a truly combative race on the Chaos continent, are inherently warlike, with a lifelong penchant for battle. Every adult orc is a seasoned warrior. The instinct for combat is deeply etched in the very essence of their bloodline. Surprisingly, what was scavenged most from the orc tribe was not food or everyday items, but rather weapons. The total count of weapons, equipment, and armor amounts to over 100,000 pieces. Despite the orc tribe's population being nearly 10,000, their arsenal far exceeds their numbers. However, what troubles Tong is that a substantial portion of the orc's weaponry has been damaged during skirmishes with his soldiers. After all, the destructive power of a 10th-tier soldier is no trifling matter. A mere strike can effortlessly pierce an orc's armor, while a casual swing can easily sever an orc's weapon. The dilemma of how to handle these damaged arms vexes Tong. Discarding them seems a waste, yet keeping them occupies precious storage space. He wonders aloud if the lava smiths in the blacksmith shop might possess the skills to repair these weapons. I shall inquire with the lava forgers later. It would be splendid if they could mend them. Subsequently, Tong carefully stores away the blueprints acquired from the orc tribe. Among these designs are many valuable items: stone walls, beast pens, and soul abodes, all worthy of attention. First, however, he decides to have a meal. After dining, he will thoughtfully plan the construction of his territory. Not only has he completely annihilated the orc tribe, but he has also uncovered a resource-rich mining site. Tong's spirits are high, and with a grand gesture, he instructs the Titans to light numerous bonfires, each adorned with cooking pots. Tonight, we shall indulge in hot pot, a feast to celebrate our victory. Let everyone eat heartily. He then accesses the nearby channel, intent on procuring some food. After all, his territory currently only has meat to offer. Eating nothing but meat for hot pot would be rather monotonous. Thus, Tong prepares to purchase other food items to enhance their meals. Regrettably, many others had just endured a challenging task that morning, suffering considerable losses. The channel is rife with grim tidings. Everyone's provisions have been allocated toward recruiting troops, leaving little room for trade. Tong even hopes to buy some berries and white mushrooms to elevate their diet, but finds this impossible. With a resigned sigh, he is approached by Tai E, who brings good news. The various crops planted in the ranch 2 days prior have matured and are ready for harvest. Tong constructed 10 ranches, all brimming with fruits and vegetables. This harvest yields a total of 400 units of food, primarily consisting of breadfruit, along with some black mushrooms, cherries, strawberries, and gumma berries. The breadfruit possesses a texture and flavor reminiscent of bread, and when roasted, it presents a uniquely delightful taste that lingers in memory. As night descends, the sky is adorned with a dazzling array of stars. The campfires within the territory of Tong illuminated the surrounding area, casting a warm glow. Each fire was adorned with a cooking pot, simmering tender slices of meat, while a grill nearby held several loaves of breadfruit and skewers of roasted mushrooms. Tong deftly used chopsticks to retrieve a perfectly cooked slice of meat from the pot, placing it into his bowl, where he sprinkled a hint of chili powder before savoring it. The The succulent meat paired with the aromatic and spicy warmth of the fruit powder was truly a rare delight. If only he had a bottle of cola or Sprite. It would have been even better. In fact, iced tea would suffice. With a slight sigh of regret, Lu Tong contemplated his meal. At that moment, Sakura, who was attending to Lu Tong, gracefully scooped a cup of clear water from a nearby wooden barrel with her pianist-like fingers and presented it to him. "My lord, please drink," she gently urged. Lu Tong nodded appreciatively as he accepted the cup from her. Although this world lacked beverages, the presence of enchanting individuals like Sakura, who catered to his needs, was quite satisfying. Having triumphed in battle that day, Lu Tong was in high spirits. In such a joyful moment, how could he not share it with others? He retrieved the Lord's book and snapped a photo of the delectable spread before him, posting it in the local channel along with a caption. "Why do experts recommend eating until 70 full at dinner? The remaining 30 is reserved for a midnight snack." At that moment, the local channel was abuzz with discussions about the recent challenges and the significant losses incurred, predominantly focused on lamentation. Amidst the somber atmosphere, Lu Tong's photo of the hot pot suddenly captured everyone's attention. What? Why does Lu Tong appear unfazed? Wasn't the difficulty of the challenge supposed to escalate with the territory's advancement? I thought he had been silent all day due to the severe losses, yet here he is, enjoying hot pot. Lu Tong, could you possibly share some meat? My territory suffered greatly, my people are injured, and we are running out of food. If this continues, loyalty will surely plummet. Goodness, look. It seems there's a woman beside Lu Tong. How can there be a woman in his territory? Is she a newly recruited unit? I'm so envious. My territory is filled with men, and after so many days without seeing a woman, I've nearly forgotten what they look like. Oh my. Lu Tong's life is too blissful. Not only does he have a companion, but he also enjoys hot pot. Just look at those exquisite legs in the photo. They're simply stunning. It was only upon the channel's remarks that Lu Tong realized he had inadvertently captured the foxwoman alongside him in the photo. Although only her legs were visible, the channel's imagination ran wild, conjuring visions of the enchanting companion by Lu Tong's side. In an instant, a wave of intense envy and jealousy surged among all the men in the channel towards Lu Tong. It was clear he was not merely surviving in this world, but rather, he was reveling in it. Indeed, many individuals are consumed by envy towards Lu Tong's life, casting disparaging remarks such as, "Humph, we haven't even seen her face. What are they all babbling about? A girl with beautiful legs need not possess an equally stunning visage. What if she merely has attractive legs while her face is utterly ghastly? With such exquisite legs, what more could one desire?" Such statements, however, fail to recognize the nuances of contemporary society, where the prevalence of cross-dressing has birthed an array of extraordinary beings. Chapter 50, 10 Natural Gemstones. Discourse within the channel swiftly shifted to Sakura, as they hastily concluded that she must be an unattractive cross-dresser. Only this assumption could somewhat soothe their envious hearts. In the face of their skepticism, Lu Tong merely raised an eyebrow, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He pulled Sakura into his embrace, and, glancing at the Lord's book, captured another photograph to share with the nearby channel. Upon the release of the image, the previously fervent discussions within the channel fell into a stunned silence. Everyone gazed in disbelief at the picture of Lu Tong and Sakura. In the photograph, Sakura, caught off guard by Lu Tong's sudden embrace, blushed adorably, her charming eyes tenderly gazing up at him. Her pure and enchanting face, coupled with a figure that seemed to leap from the pages of a comic, showcased her long, fair legs and delightfully petite feet. At that moment, it was evident that Sakura was the epitome of an exquisite beauty. Though the Lord's book could capture images, it lacked any beautifying features. Many internet celebrities and stars on Earth invest hours retouching their photos to achieve the desired aesthetic before sharing them online. Yet, a natural beauty like Sakura, belonging to the fox tribe, would undoubtedly be regarded as a goddess on Earth. Instantly, all the men in the channel were captivated by the sight. The women, too, found themselves momentarily speechless, not solely because of Sakura, but due to Lu Tong himself. This was Lu Tong's first foray into sharing his photo within the nearby channel. Prior to this moment, many had envisioned him as a rotund middle-aged man. For no young individual could have rapidly upgraded their territory while amassing a substantial amount of meat in the early stages. However, upon witnessing Lu Tong's youthful and radiant visage, the female lords were left entranced. Yet, Lu Tong desired more. He summoned Hei Yi, pulling her into his embrace as well, and requested Ming Yi to assist in capturing another photograph with the Lord's book. Under the influence of the Honor Tower, the loyalty of any creature within its range significantly increased, resulting in Hei Yi's loyalty reaching its maximum of 100 points. Now, even should Lu Tong make more audacious demands, Hei Yi would never refuse. Thus, with one arm around the pale-skinned, strikingly beautiful Hei Yi on his left and the pure, charming, and voluptuous fox tribe beauty Sakura on his right, Lu Tong shared the photograph. The moment it was released, the nearby channel erupted into chaos. Oh my! How can one compare to another? It's simply infuriating. It is utterly unfair. Why is it that the illustrious Lu Tong can embrace beauty on either side while I am left in solitude? I never anticipated that Lu Tong would be so strikingly handsome. How I long to be held by him. Goodness. The enchanting maiden to Lu Tong's left possesses fox ears and a tail. She is indeed a beast-eared girl. To be candid, I am consumed by envy. Ah, the agony. Why must I witness Lu Tong flaunting his affection? Upon viewing 2 photographs of himself, Lu Tong nodded in satisfaction at the impact they had on nearby channels. This is precisely the effect I sought. The greatest joy in life is to revel in one's own bravado and then retreat. Just as Lu Tong was about to shut down the channel, Lu Xiaohua unexpectedly sent him a message. Are you there, Lu Tong? I have something to discuss. Yes. What is it? Lu Tong replied. I currently possess 2 blueprints. Do you require them? What blueprints? Lu Tong inquired. Without further ado, Lu Xiao was sent the 2 blueprints. Brewing barrel, capable of fermenting fruits or grains into exquisite wine. I propose a trade of 200 units of meat for them. What do you think? Lu Xiao was suggested. However, I am not interested in exchanging meat. I wonder if you possess any natural gems. I wish to trade for them, Lu Xiao clarified. Lu Tong furrowed his brow, taken aback that Lu Xiao was sought to trade natural gems. He still had over 80 gems in his possession, more than sufficient for a transaction. How many natural gems do you wish to trade? Lu Tong inquired. If the price was reasonable, he would not mind trading them. Clearly, Lu Xiaohua had already devised a price in mind. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Tong agreed to the trade. Thank you, esteemed Lu Tong. Thank you. Lu Xiaohua expressed his gratitude profusely. Lu Tong casually asked, what do you need 10 natural gems for? Are you planning to construct a farm? To be honest, he found Lu Xiaohua's actions somewhat perplexing. While natural gems are rare, they occasionally form naturally in the wild. With a bit of luck during exploration, one could stumble upon them. A stroll through the grasslands, rivers, or forests could yield a chance encounter with natural gems. Lu Xiaohua could easily explore the wilderness to seek out gems, merely requiring a few extra days of effort. Thus, there seemed no need to barter precious blueprints for them. Therefore, Lu Tong inquired about Lu Xiaohua's reasoning, as there must be a cause behind such actions. He found it hard to believe that Lu Xiaohua would part with 2 valuable blueprints without justification. Lu Xiaohua did not hold back and recounted the entire story to Lu Tong. In this recent challenge, Lu Xiaohua had recruited militia using the 50 units of meat that Lu Tong had generously provided, successfully completing the challenge. As a reward, Lu Xiaohua received a treasure chest. Upon opening it, she discovered a magical scroll inside. Nature scroll. Activation conditions. Sacrifice 10 natural gems to initiate. Effect. Restores vitality to a specified nearby area. With this magical scroll, Lu Xiaohua can restore the orchard that was previously devastated by fire elementals. The territory of Lu Xiaohua is remarkably situated. Nestled within a secluded canyon abundant with fruit trees. Uninterrupted by monsters and blessed with a plethora of fruit-bearing flora, it flourished in potential. Had it not been for the unforeseen challenge task, the growth of Lu Xiaohua's domain would have been significantly swifter. The fire element, in its fierce blaze, ravaged all the fruit trees within the canyon. Lu Xiaohua lost his most reliable support. Had it not been for the trade with Lu Tong for meat to sustain him, he might have starved to death. Now, presented with an opportunity to restore the vitality of the former orchard, Lu Xiaohua could not let it slip away. The material known as natural gems is not particularly rare. Given a little over 10 days, he is confident in gathering 10 natural gems. However, a disheartening thought crosses his mind. After the recent challenge task, everyone has traded away their surplus supplies, leaving their warehouses as barren as their faces. Thus, finding anyone with leftover natural gems seems implausible. In this urgent moment, Lu Xiaohua recalls the most formidable man in the nearby channel. He hastily tries to contact Lu Tong, but at that moment, Lu Tong is preoccupied with matters concerning the orc tribe and is unable to spare time for a conversation with Lu Xiaohua. Reluctantly, Lu Xiaohua must wait until evening. He is uncertain whether Lu Tong possesses any natural gems, for they are not mass-produced. Encountering even one in the vicinity is a stroke of luck. Locating natural gems relies not only on fortune but also on experience. The formation of these gems requires time. And if one has just found a natural gem in a certain location, it is unlikely that another will appear there soon after. Although 10 natural gems may seem modest, few can gather them in a short period. Fortunately, Lu Tong has an excess of natural gems. Lu Xiaohua breathes a sigh of relief, his admiration for Lu Tong deepening. He has also seen the images Lu Tong shared in the nearby channel, and he cannot help but feel a twinge of envy. How fortunate it must be to be close to such enchanting beauties. After completing the transaction, Lu Xiaohua expresses a lengthy stream of gratitude before logging off. This night promises to be one of sleeplessness. Among the many male lords in the nearby channel, the thought of Lu Tong sharing a bed with 2 stunning beauties tonight stirs a restlessness, jealousy, envy, and resentment brew within them, stemming from their inability to experience the joy that Lu Tong enjoys. Meanwhile, Lu Tong indeed spends the night awake, lying alone in bed, pondering a perplexing question. Despite having annihilated the entire orc tribe, why has he not received the completion notification for the task? Such a challenging endeavor surely warrants a reward of a golden treasure chest. It is thanks to Lu Xiao's reminder that he recalls this issue. Why have I eradicated the orc tribe, yet received no task reward? Could there be remnants that escaped my notice? In the northern wasteland, a chasm lies 1,000 meters from the orc tribe, revealing a deep gorge. At the bottom of this gorge stands an ancient and rugged edifice, emanating a faint glow. As the radiance of the building fades, a towering orc materializes atop it. This edifice is the Storm Altar, a sacred site for the orc clan, where heroes can undergo a rebirth through the altar. Those transformed into heroes via the Storm Altar can be resurrected once again, albeit at the cost of substantial resources and time. The orc chieftain, possessing foresight, chose to construct the Storm Altar in this secluded gorge rather than within the tribe itself. As a 7th-tier hero, the chieftain is considered a high-ranking orc within the Orc Empire, unlike their lower-tier counterparts. High-tier orcs possess intelligence comparable to that of humans and wield formidable strength. Without such prowess, the orc clan would not have ascended to become one of the 8 major powers of the chaotic continent. The events of the previous night linger vividly in the chieftain's mind. While preparing to rest and rejuvenate for a day of pillaging in the Luton territory, he was caught unawares. Silently, a figure known as Ian approached the orc chieftain's bedside, swiftly severing his neck with a single stroke. The ambitious chieftain met his end in slumber, utterly bewildered by the sudden brutality of his demise. Fortunately, after constructing the Storm Altar, he had prepared the necessary materials for his resurrection. Upon his death, the altar activated autonomously, consuming the prearranged resources to revive the orc chieftain. Dazed and confused, he emerged from the gorge, grappling with the mystery of his untimely death. Could it be a rebellion within the tribe? Surely, as a 7th-tier orc hero, there should be no one capable of such a swift assassination. Perhaps an enemy had invaded? Yet, in the vicinity of the Forgotten Lands, it seemed implausible that anyone could surpass his might. The thought of rival factions encroaching on his territory tightened his chest with anxiety. Initially, he had intended for his small tribe to recuperate in the Forgotten Lands before embarking on further raids. However, unexpected news had reached him. His patrolling sentinels had stumbled upon a rich vein of ore within a cavern. The laborers tasked with mining the ore were the lowest-ranking orc workers, whose lives were expendable to the chieftain. The loss of these workers would not weigh heavily on him. He could always procure more slaves from slave traders or seize captives from other tribes to replenish his ranks. The Forgotten Lands, with its scarcity of resources and lack of notable products, rarely attracted visitors to its desolate expanse. The orc chieftain had initially envisioned leveraging the abundant ore from the cursed cavern to elevate his small tribe into a medium-sized clan. As long as the plan proceeds smoothly, the development of my tribe into a large clan should pose no issues. However, now I find myself assailed in my dreams, with my tribe still oblivious to the situation at hand. Such an audacious act could only be orchestrated by a few formidable forces nearby. Could it be that someone has uncovered the secrets of the cursed mine, prompting them to strike against me? The orc chieftain had issued a stringent decree forbidding anyone in the tribe from disclosing even the slightest detail about the mine. Any transgression would result in immediate demotion to the status of an orc laborer. With a sense of foreboding, the orc chieftain cautiously made his way toward the tribe. If the chieftain himself has been eliminated, it is highly probable that his tribe has already succumbed to enemy conquest. Although he had anticipated the potential devastation of his tribe, he could never have fathomed the sheer malice of the enemy. Not only had they slaughtered all his warriors, but they had nearly stripped his years of diligent governance bare. The level of plunder exhibited was alarmingly more proficient than that of his own kind. Orcs might pillage for people, resources, and supplies, but these unknown adversaries had not spared even the buildings of his tribe, demolishing every structure and absconding with all valuables. Gazing upon the ruins of his once thriving tribe, the orc chieftain suppressed his fury and began to survey the remnants. He walked directly to the former location of the orc hall, only to discover that his secret treasury had been unearthed. His countenance shifted dramatically. The underground vault housed treasures, wealth, and supplies amassed over many years. He realized that his secret treasury had indeed been located, and its contents were likely long since looted. Yet, the orc chieftain remained undeterred, stubbornly traversing the subterranean passage. After a considerable time, he emerged from the underground vault, his face ashen. All was lost. The orc chieftain's complexion darkened. Cursed be it, who could have done this? He yearned to seek vengeance upon the shadowy figure behind this atrocity. However, the orc chieftain was not a mindless brute. He possessed the capacity for thought. He understood that even if he identified the perpetrators of the assault on his tribe, he lacked the strength to retaliate. With all his warriors slain, the adversary's ability to strike him down once implied they could do so again. Taking a deep breath, the orc chieftain acknowledged that the immediate priority was to locate the enemy responsible for the attack. Only after confirming their identity could he contemplate revenge. When Blood and his companions departed, they left no traces concealed. By examining the marks on the ground, the orc chieftain deduced that the enemy had emerged from the Forgotten Plains. In his recollection, the Forgotten Plains were a desolate, barren wasteland devoid of life. Then a thought struck him. Just 2 days prior, a hunting party from his tribe had been annihilated by a mysterious force from the Forgotten Plains. Today, He had intended to dispatch a troop to raid the newly emerged territory, capturing slaves to serve as miners in the cursed mine. Could this sudden emergence from the Forgotten Plains be the work of those very foes? The orc chieftain murmured to himself. In a desolate land such as the Forgotten Plains, it is inconceivable for any formidable power to emerge. Yet, among the entirety of the Forgotten Lands, the newly arisen territory is the most suspect. The orc chieftain finds it impossible not to harbor doubts. Various pieces of evidence suggest that the demise of his tribe is inexorably linked to that territory within the Forgotten Plains. After a moment of contemplation, the orc chieftain resolutely departed from the ruins of his tribe, heading northward. Having concluded that the perpetrators of his tribe's destruction are affiliated with that territory, he prepares to journey to the Orc Empire, seeking the strength for vengeance. He believes that many tribal chieftains within the Orc Empire would be intrigued by the cursed mine in the Forgotten Lands, for a mineral-rich resource point is bound to attract considerable attention. The following day, in the early morning, Tong stretched languidly, his eyes fluttering open in a daze. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. Why did he feel a heaviness upon him? Looking down, he discovered that Inger had somehow made her way onto his bed, her soft form curled up like a small creature, resting upon him. The movement stirred Inger from her slumber. She slowly opened her eyes, emitting a sound akin to a fox's gentle whimper. Sitting up, a faint smile graced her lips as she spoke in a voice both delicate and beguiling. "Good morning, master." Inger still wore the simple attire fashioned from plant fibers that she had donned the previous day, thin and rudimentary clothing that offered little coverage. Most notably, the Foxkin tribe had no custom of wearing undergarments. Thus, apart from a wrap that barely concealed her chest, she was left with only a short skirt that barely reached her hips. From Tong's vantage point, everything was undeniably visible. To his surprise, such a scene greeted him at dawn. "Oh," Tong exclaimed, caught off guard. Inger, her sparkling eyes brimming with curiosity, inquired, "Master, what troubles you?" Clearing his throat awkwardly, Tong hastily responded, "Inger, why are you in my bed? Please, get down." With a sweet smile, Inger gently replied, "Master, do you not remember? Last night, you promised me that I would be your personal maid. I came this morning to wake you." Currently, Tong could manage the territory alone and had no need for a governor. As for the Foxkin maiden, he decided to keep her by his side as his personal maid, allowing her to learn how to manage the territory alongside him. "But how did you end up in my bed?" Tong continued, his curiosity piqued. Sticking out her tongue, Inger softly explained, "I saw that you were sleeping so soundly that I couldn't bear to disturb you. I thought to let you rest a while longer. And then I accidentally fell asleep too. You won't be upset with me, will you?" With a resigned sigh, Tong assured her, "Don't worry, I won't be upset. Please, get up." Upon hearing this, Inger obediently climbed out of bed. It must be said that having a Foxkin maid is indeed quite delightful. After Tong got up and refreshed himself, he found that Inger had already prepared breakfast and set it before him. This morning's breakfast consisted of toasted breadfruit, a substantial portion of roasted steak, and a plate of strawberries. Tong adeptly picked up the steak with chopsticks and took a hearty bite. Savoring the rich aroma of the meat, he felt that the grilled fare today was far more delectable than usual. Upon learning that today's breakfast had been prepared by Sakura, who had risen early, Tong generously lavished praise upon her. Sakura's face lit up with a radiant smile in response to his compliments. After finishing their meal, Tong, accompanied by Sakura, departed from the Lord's manor and ventured outside. The other young ladies of the Fox clan were awaiting their return. Upon seeing Tong emerge, they rushed forward, encircling him, their innocent and adorable faces nuzzling against him. This was a customary gesture among the Fox clan, expressing their affection much like playful puppies. Such a delightful moment was too precious not to share. Tong retrieved the Lord's book, raised it high, and captured a photograph of the surrounding Fox maidens. He promptly shared it in the nearby channel. Others, dragging their weary bodies from slumber, still grappling with dark circles under their eyes and worries about the day's meals, were taken aback when they saw Tong's latest image. Curiosity compelled them to open it, and they were nearly overwhelmed with envy. They wondered, is this something a mere mortal could accomplish? Who would casually share a photograph in the early morning, frolicking with a multitude of beast-eared maidens? This was simply too enviable. Many in the nearby channel shed tears of anguish, secretly wishing ill upon Tong, hoping for his swift misfortune. A splendid day began with a touch of showmanship. The time was around 9 in the morning, and the inhabitants of the territory had risen, gathering in the living quarters for breakfast. Chapter 53, Rewards. As a new day dawned, Tong was once again able to recruit 10 farmers. Since upgrading the main city, his recruitment capacity had doubled from 5 to 10 farmers per day. With the increasing diversity of combat units, the demand for production units had markedly risen. A golden light flashed as 10 titans emerged sequentially from the main city. "Greetings, esteemed lord. The titans are at your service." Tong instructed Tai to lead the newly recruited titans away, as they would now fall under his management. Having accomplished this task, Tong turned his attention to other pressing matters. He had obtained numerous useful blueprints from the orc tribe. After the combat units finished their meals, there were additional tasks awaiting completion. First, Lu Tong intended to construct several breeding farms in proximity to the existing farms. The construction of these farms required a crucial material, beast nest fragments. Conveniently, the orc tribe possessed breeding farms, and with Blood Yi's assistance, he leveled all of them, ultimately acquiring 7 beast nest fragments. With these fragments in hand, Lu Tong was now poised to construct the breeding farms. Upon selecting confirmation in the Lord's book, 7 beams of white light flashed, and a breeding farm materialized in a nearby clearing not far from the farm. The area before the breeding farm was approximately the size of a basketball court, capable of nurturing 20 young magical beasts. In the territory of Lu Tong, there were only carnivorous meats and jerky, with no live young magical beasts to be found. Thus, he could only send Blood Yi out today to assist in capturing a few juvenile magical beasts to rear within the breeding farm. After constructing the breeding farm, Lu Tong prepared to build stone walls next. With the stone walls, Lu Tong's territory could finally be deemed a proper city. Constructing a 1-meter stone wall required 10 units of stone. Lu Tong swiftly encircled his territory with the stone walls, enclosing not only the farm, but also the newly established breeding farm. The walls stood at 1.5 meters high and were approximately 30 centimeters thick. This was merely a level 1 wall. By consuming double the amount of stone, he could further upgrade the walls. Lu Tong, not lacking in resources for upgrading, immediately elevated the walls to level 5. To upgrade the walls further, a type of or known as dark stone was required. The level 5 walls stood 3 meters high with a thickness of 2 meters. Their color exhibited a deep gray hue, presenting an imposing sight from afar, thereby officially allowing Lu Tong's territory to be recognized as a city. With these walls, the defensive capability of the territory increased significantly. The walls were not only high and wide, but also allowed for the stationing of troops atop them. At each corner of the walls, there were all-seeing towers responsible for surveillance, capable of monitoring all invisible units both within and outside the territory. No assassin or infiltrator could hope to breach Lu Tong's domain. Ordinary magical beasts and monsters would find it even more impossible to assault Lu Tong's territory. Level 5 walls could withstand any attack below level 5. As his territory expanded in the future, Lu Tong could also reposition the walls at any time through the Lord's book, alleviating any concerns that the walls would hinder the expansion of his domain. At that moment, the inhabitants of the territory had just finished their breakfast. Lu Tong instructed a fox maid to summon everyone before the Lord's mansion, as he had an announcement to make. In less than 3 minutes, all were gathered: titans, underworld soldiers, iron-blooded spearmen, blackrock archers, fallen angels, lava forgers, spirit seamstresses, and fox maids. Once everyone had assembled, Lu Tong revealed the purpose of their gathering. Following the complete annihilation of the orc tribe yesterday, not only had they achieved a resounding victory, but they had also acquired a substantial amount of resources and, most importantly, discovered a cavern abundant in mineral resources. Thus, Lu Tong decided to hold a reward ceremony this morning. Of course, all present in the territory were Lu Tong's most loyal subordinates. Even the fox girls who had only recently joined the territory found their loyalty instantly maximized to a full 100 due to their proximity to the Tower of Glory. Lu Tong opted against delivering lengthy speeches and instead delved straight into the heart of the reward ceremony. In the Orc campaign, the Shadow Walker unit distinguished itself remarkably. They executed their assassination missions with exceptional skill, eliminating all high-ranking officers and commanders of the Orc tribe, thereby leaving the entire clan in a state of disarray, devoid of leadership. This pivotal action enabled Lu Tong's forces to swiftly conclude the battle. Had they faced a well-coordinated Orc army, victory might still have been achievable, but the process would have undoubtedly consumed more time. Moreover, upon the discovery of the cursed mines, it was the Shadow Walkers who first ventured into the depths to investigate, uncovering the origins of the curse within the caves. Consequently, Lu Tong summoned the 10 most outstanding Shadow Walkers to the forefront: In Yi, In Wu, In Lu, In Shi Ba, In San Air, In San Si, In Wu Shi, In Lu Yi, In Lu Air, and In Jiu Wu. Each of these individuals had exhibited remarkable prowess during this campaign. Lu Tong personally bestowed upon them a reward, a set of dark gold grade armor, the Celestial Armor set, which includes the Celestial Armor, Celestial Helm, Celestial Boots, and Celestial Gauntlets. The assembly was left in awe as they beheld the precious equipment conferred directly by their esteemed lord, symbolizing the utmost honor within Lu Tong's domain. Following this, Lu Tong awarded the Celestial Armor set to other commendable warriors based on their performances. Among them were the Underworld Soldiers, Ming Yi, Si Shijiao, and Ming Yi Bai San, the Iron-Blooded Gunmen, Shui Yi and Shui Ba Shi, the Blackrock Archers, Hei Yi and Hei Shi San, and the Fallen Angel, Duo Yi. In total, Lu Tong personally granted 19 warriors the Celestial Armor set during this reward ceremony. Despite acquiring 100 sets of armor, this quantity was woefully insufficient for Lu Tong's 800-strong army. The challenge lay in the allocation of these sets among the troops, as he, being the Lord, might appear biased. Thus, Lu Tong devised a method to award the Celestial Armor sets to those warriors who showcased exceptional performance. The Shadow Walkers, having excelled in this campaign, received the majority of the rewards. Although other units also performed admirably, their accomplishments were largely average, complicating Lu Tong's ability to judge them fairly. In Chapter 54, the first hero was successfully promoted. Beyond the rewards of equipment, another significant matter arose: the hero altar. Within the underground passages of the Orc tribe, Lu Tong unearthed 100 glory charms from the chests. With these charms, he gathered the crucial materials needed to construct the hero altar, allowing him to promote ordinary troop units within his territory into formidable hero units. The skeletal creature discovered in the depths of the cursed mines yesterday was, in fact, a hero of 10th rank. What astonished Lu Tong the most was the realization that to vanquish a Tier 10 skeleton hero, it would necessitate the presence of 100 Tier 10 combat units. By this reckoning, with 800 Tier 10 combat units at his disposal, only 8 Tier 10 heroes would suffice to achieve victory. The combat prowess of heroes far exceeded Lu Tong's expectations. Given that he possessed all the materials required to construct a hero altar, it was imperative for him to create several of these formidable hero units. Hero altar, legendary tier, 500 stone bricks, 100 gold, 100 silver, 100 iron blocks, 1 glory talisman. He resolved to first construct a single hero altar to assess the situation, curious to discover if there were any adverse effects associated with its construction or if there were any restrictions on hero promotions. A radiant golden light manifested in the vacant space before Lu Tong, persisting for nearly half an hour before gradually dissipating, revealing an ancient and majestic edifice. The exterior of the hero altar resembled a diminutive palace combined with a throne, the throne embellished with a life-sized sculpture. Lu Tong summoned the attributes panel of the hero altar. Hero altar, legendary tier, uncontracted heroes. Effect 1. Allows ordinary units to enter the hero space and complete challenges to be promoted to heroes. Note: there is a certain probability of death upon entering the hero space. Proceed with caution. Effect 2. Requires specific materials to resurrect contracted heroes. Upon examining the properties of the hero altar, Lu Tong's expression grew solemn. Indeed, the path to hero promotion was not as straightforward as he had hoped. He pondered the mortality rate of ordinary units entering the hero altar. If threats arose, would they be able to retreat in time? Lu Tong had 99 glory talismans remaining. Together with the constructed hero altar, he could potentially promote 100 hero units. However, the difficulty of the challenges within the hero space remained uncertain. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Tong shared the matter of the hero altar with his people. The prospect of transforming into heroes promised immense power, albeit with the risk of death. He was unperturbed by the notion of death, for he commanded fallen angel units, capable of casting resurrection spells once a day to restore fallen allies. Lu Tong inquired among his companions to see who wished to be the first to undergo hero promotion. Acknowledging that unexpected incidents were likely to occur during the initial attempt, he refrained from designating anyone specifically, allowing them the autonomy to volunteer. To his surprise, each member of his domain exhibited eagerness. Their unwavering loyalty signified not only their obedience to Lu Tong's commands, but also their readiness to lay down their lives for him. Ultimately, Lu Tong decided to send Blood E as the first to attempt the transformation into a hero. The Iron-Blooded Spearman, known for its high damage output and ability to strike enemies while restoring its own health, was a formidable choice. The hero trial presents a formidable challenge, and Shui Yi is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Lu Tong equipped Shui Yi with a complete set of gear, ensuring he also carried healing potions. Furthermore, Lu Tong entrusted Shui Yi with the demolition ring and the blessing. Fully armed, Shui Yi declared with a smile, "My lord, I shall succeed in my class change." Lu Tong made extensive preparations for this inaugural endeavor, even instructing the fallen angel to be ready to use resurrection magic at any moment. At that moment, Shui Yi approached the hero altar, drawing the attention of all present. A radiant golden light enveloped him before dissipating, and Shui Yi's figure vanished. After approximately 10 minutes, Lu Tong received news. Iron-Blooded Gunner successfully transitioned into a hero. Shui Yi reappeared before Lu Tong, proclaiming, "My lord, I have fulfilled my duty." Lu Tong examined Shui Yi's attributes. Level 10 Iron-Blooded Hero, Stamina, 100, Loyalty, 100, Abilities, Combat, Leadership, Skills, 1, Berserk Strike, Level 10 Martial Skill unleashes a Berserk Strike, delivering 3 consecutive thrusts to nearby enemies. 2, Frenzied Slaughter. After defeating a certain number of enemies, base damage is increased. 3, Bloodthirsty Desire. The Iron-Blooded Gunner can attack enemies to restore health. 4, Bloodthirsty Aura. Within a certain range, converts 80 of enemy spell damage into health, increasing speed by half. The changes may not appear drastic, yet the combat prowess of the newly transitioned Shui Yi remains uncertain. Lu Tong promptly inquired, "Shui Yi, what is your combat strength?" With a grin, Shui Yi responded, "I can defeat 100 level 10 ordinary soldiers on my own." It seems that the most evident enhancement when a unit transitions from a soldier to a hero is indeed combat strength. A level 10 hero can overpower 100 soldiers of the same tier. Thus, 100 level 10 heroes could potentially vanquish 10,000 soldiers of the same rank. One can only imagine the might of a legion composed entirely of heroes sweeping across the chaotic continent. According to Shui, the challenges posed by the hero altar's tasks are not to be underestimated. In the trial space, he encountered a mirror monster that mirrored his skills and level precisely. Fortunately, the mirror monster could only replicate strength and skills, not weaponry or equipment. Armed with his dark gold-grade gear, Shui easily overwhelmed his opponent, defeating the mirror monster in less than 10 minutes. Facing an adversary of identical strength is no trivial feat. Sharing the same level and skills equates to battling oneself. To conquer an exact replica, one must transcend their own limits in combat or possess extensive battle experience. Shui's triumph over the mirror monster resembled a form of cheating, as he leveraged his exceptional gear to dominate the trial space, ultimately achieving his hero class change. After his transition, the sculpture atop the hero altar transformed to reflect Shui's likeness. Beyond facilitating class changes, the hero altar also possesses the capability to resurrect heroes, provided the necessary materials are gathered. Upon witnessing the hero altar's capability to resurrect heroes, Tong suddenly contemplated a matter of great significance. He turned to inquire of Yi, who lurked in the shadows, about a particular topic. Is the chieftain of the orc tribe considered a hero? As Yi slowly emerged from the shadows, he responded with utmost reverence. Tong, deep in thought, continued his questioning. During your plundering of the orc tribe, did you happen to encounter the hero altar of the orc race? After receiving the answer, Tong finally grasped why. Despite having annihilated the entire orc tribe, he had not received a notification of challenge completion. The creatures of the chaotic continent were far from the mindless beings of a computer game. The orc chieftain was a level 7 orc, and according to the lore of the chaotic continent, a level 7 orc was considered a high-ranking orc. While the lower-tier orcs may lack intellect, the wisdom of high-ranking orcs was comparable to that of ordinary humans. If Tong possessed an item capable of resurrection, it would undoubtedly be hidden in the most secure of locations. The absence of a hero altar capable of reviving the orc chieftain within the orc tribe implied that the orc hero altar must be concealed in a highly secretive location. Though Yi had slain the orc chieftain, on the surface, the chieftain appeared dead. In reality, he had successfully been resurrected through the orc hero altar. Consequently, Tong's challenge task remained incomplete. Originally, Tong's challenge had merely required him to fend off a vengeful force of 5,000 orcs. Having eradicated an entire tribe of 30,000 orcs, he had far exceeded the challenge's requirements, yet had ultimately failed due to the escape of a single orc chieftain. Tong felt as though he were being subjected to undue hardship, and this was not the first instance of such a predicament. He vividly recalled the previous ambush by the water elementals. Confronted by the mysterious voice that transported them to another world, he recognized that it was targeting him. Yet he found himself powerless to respond. This recent blunder stemmed primarily from his lack of understanding regarding hero units. Tong was unaware that hero units could be resurrected through a contracted hero altar, or else this situation would never have transpired. What had seemed like a near-certain reward for completing the challenge had slipped away. After a moment of anguish, Tong swiftly regained his composure. The reward for this challenge was already lost, and the orc chieftain, having narrowly escaped, had surely fled the land of oblivion. One must indeed live in the present. Although the rewards from the challenge had vanished, the skeletal hero within the cursed mine awaited him. Tong's great sword was already eager for action. Next, it was time for the others in his territory to undergo their transformations into heroes. Utilizing the Lord's Book, Tong constructed an additional 20 hero altars adjacent to the already established one. The creation of a hero altar required 500 stone bricks, 100 gold, 100 silver, 100 iron blocks, and 1 glory talisman. Tong had unearthed over 30,000 gold and more than 40,000 silver from the buried treasures within the eastern mountains. He was not lacking in the gold and silver necessary for constructing altars. Rather, the most crucial material for building the heroic altar was the glory talisman. Currently, Tong had only encountered this elusive item while opening treasure chests. Beyond that, he was unaware of any other means to acquire such a resource. In pursuit of his dream of establishing a heroic legion, Tong planned to inquire with the traveling merchant when he arrived in a few days. Tong did not intend to immediately promote all 100 heroic altars to heroes. Although the strength of heroes was formidable, and forming a legion composed entirely of them was indeed his aspiration, Tong had deduced from his own transformation into a blood butcher that the primary utility of heroes lay in commanding troops. A multitude of unit types, complemented by powerful hero units, would allow for the most effective synergy in combat, maximizing their combined might. Naturally, Tong would not hinder those in his territory who wished to become heroes, enabling them to successfully navigate the trials of heroism. Initially, he aimed to construct 20 heroic altars, and once these were utilized, he would proceed with further constructions. The candidates for promotion to heroes included Ming-Yi, Hei-Yi, Duo-Yi, and In-Yi. As they were the first units Tong had recruited, it was only fitting that they were appointed as squad leaders. Choosing to become heroes served dual purposes, enhancing their strength and improving their ability to manage the team. If his subordinates were to advance to hero status while he remained an ordinary unit, it would indeed be quite awkward. Lu Tong did not allow the four of them to challenge the trial space simultaneously. Instead, he instructed them to enter one by one. This decision stemmed from the fact that Lu Tong possessed only one set of the Burst Magic Ring and Tidal Blessing. To ensure that his subordinates could utterly dominate the mirror images within the trial space, he insisted they be fully equipped, as if armed to the teeth. After all, he had ample time at his disposal. As for the skeletal hero in the cursed mine, it could wait. Addressing it in the afternoon would suffice. The morning was reserved for promoting his heroic units and examining available blueprints for construction or crafting. Currently, the Lord's Book of Lu Tong contained nearly 100 blueprints, many of which were of the dark gold grade. However, due to a lack of materials, he was unable to construct them, leaving him in a state of frustration as he could only gaze longingly at the designs. Among the blueprints, the one that piqued his interest the most was a special building blueprint obtained from the orc tribe, known as the Soul's Refuge. Soul's Refuge, stone 500, wood 500, beast blood 10, beast meat 10, beast bones 10, soul sand 50, soul crystal 1. The effect of the soul sanctuary is quite intriguing. It can gather the souls of the soldiers who have perished under your command. By expending a significant amount of resources, you may resurrect them through the soul sanctuary. However, the cost of resurrection is exorbitant, far beyond the means of an ordinary tribe. The resources required to revive a third-tier orc infantryman could instead procure 50 such soldiers from a slave trader. Resurrections are reserved for critical missions, such as those involving the chief's own offspring. Common orc warriors do not merit such privileges. The soul sanctuary is a structure commonly found in most orc tribes, and unless absolutely necessary, particularly in times of existential peril, it is not used to resurrect ordinary orc soldiers. In Chapter 56, titled Class Transition, during yesterday's battle with Lu Tong, the orc tribe also sought to use the soul sanctuary to revive their warriors. Yet, only the tribe's high priest has the capability to wield the powers of the soul sanctuary. Others lack the knowledge to resurrect allies. Tragically, the high priest of the northern wasteland orc tribe had been assassinated by a shadow walker that very night. One of the most unique structures of the orc race ended up being utterly useless. Even if the high priest had survived and could employ the soul sanctuary to revive orc warriors for Lu Tong, it would merely result in the additional offering of a soul gem. In addition to the soul sanctuary, the orc tribe possesses a notably representative architectural blueprint, the Beast Pen. The Beast Pen, requiring 500 wood, 500 stone, 50 iron, and 1 beast soul, serves the purpose of taming any mount-like magical beast. By raising the juvenile magical beasts within the Beast Pen, they will mature into exceptional mounts that obey their master's commands. The orc wolf riders, for instance, have their great wolves nurtured in this manner. Previously, in the goblin encampment within the western forest, Lu Tong had encountered a similar structure. However, that beast pen was a poor imitation crafted by the goblins based on the orc design. Aside from its resemblance, it bore no special effects. Upon dismantling the orc tribe's beast pen, several beast souls were obtained, which Lu Tong could utilize to construct a few beast pens for his territory. In the future, when he captures juvenile magical beasts and raises them in the pens, they will become the finest mounts upon reaching maturity. Additionally, Lu Tong had acquired 2 item blueprints yesterday, the brewing barrel and the honey box. The brewing barrel allows for the fermentation of fruits or grains into exquisite wines. The materials required for crafting these items are quite basic, enabling Lu Tong to effortlessly produce 10 brewing barrels and honey boxes each. The honey boxes were placed not far from the farm, while the brewing barrels were situated in the living area, conveniently close to the cooking space. Subsequently, Lu Tong constructed several other buildings and items, such as magic stone lamps, granite floor tiles, wooden tables, and wooden chairs. These blueprints were obtained through meat trades with others prior to the commencement of the last challenge task. The materials required to create a magic stone lamp consist of 1 unit of luminous stone and 2 units of timber. The territory of Lu Tong originally did not produce luminous stones. However, one must not forget that the underground tombs are adorned with numerous luminous stones embedded high above for illumination. Just yesterday, while clearing out the orcs in the northern wasteland, Lu Tong dispatched titans to the underground tombs to retrieve all valuables within. It is perplexing to consider the intentions of those who originally constructed the tomb, utilizing such rare resources for mere decoration. What a waste. Lu Tong has always abhorred wastefulness. Now that the monsters and treasures of the underground tomb have been completely cleared away, the tomb has lost its purpose, and the resources used for decoration are indeed squandered. With the magic stone lamps, there will be no need to light torches when night falls. Lu Tong has laid an extensive expanse of granite tiles throughout the territory, placing a magic stone lamp every 10 meters. This thoughtful arrangement has transformed what was once a chaotic domain into a more aesthetically pleasing environment. He has also constructed numerous wooden tables and chairs, allowing everyone to dine comfortably instead of sitting on the ground. As Lutong gradually transformed his territory, a graceful fox maiden approached, softly reporting, "Master, Lord Mingyi and the others have successfully transitioned into heroes." Lutong replied gently, "Very well, I understand. I shall go to them now." At that moment, his gaze fell upon the rudimentary garments worn by the fox maiden. These fox girls were still clad in attire that left much to be desired. Although he appreciated the view, it was indeed disheartening that his subjects lacked even decent clothing. He decided to first check on Mingyi and the others, intending to address the clothing issue of the fox maidens afterward. After their class change, the group exhibited subtle shifts in both aura and appearance. Without further ado, Lutong directly examined their new status panels. Level 10 Reaper, Legendary Hero, Stamina, 100. Loyalty, 100. Abilities, Combat, Resistance, Leadership, Skills, 1. Reaper's Sword Chi, Level 10 Martial Skill unleashes sword energy, inflicting damage upon struck enemies. 2. Shield Strike, Level 10 Martial Skill swings the shield to deal damage and stun adversaries. 3. Guardian Aura, Level 10 Aura enhances the basic defense of nearby allies designated as Reaper Guardians. The more Reaper Guardians present, the stronger the personal defense. 4. Reaper's Sai, Level 10 Martial Skill summons the Reaper's Sai sword to vanquish foes, with a 10 chance of instant kill. Mingyi's first 3 skills remained unchanged. With the addition of a new skill called Reaper's Sai, a level 10 martial technique capable of summoning the sword of Reaper's Sai to potentially slay enemies. Although it possesses only a 10% chance for an instant kill, if Lutong can cultivate 10 heroes of Reaper's Sai, wouldn't that probability soar to 100%? In future encounters with formidable foes, he could send forth the Reaper's Sai, one by one, each wielding a sword. Perhaps, one could swiftly annihilate formidable foes. Level 10 Black Rock Shadow, Health, 100. Loyalty, 100. Abilities, Combat, Attack, Leadership, Skills, 1 Machine Gun Mode. Level 10 Passive increases attack speed, grants penetrating effect, and extends range. 2. Blue Feather Arrow, Level 10 Magic after charging for 15 seconds, releases a magical arrow towards the target direction, inflicting significant magical damage on struck units. 3. Ethereal Shadow, Level 10 Martial Skill enhances agility to the utmost, rendering the user undetectable by foes and increasing movement speed. 4. Level 10 Shadow Magic Aura, increases the range of all ranged units by 100. The transformation of Black One is the most pronounced among all heroes. In her previous incarnation as the Black Rock Archer, one might say her legs could captivate for a year. Now, having transitioned into Black Rock Shadow, her long, fair, and alluring legs draw even greater attention. It is evident how monumental her transformation has been since becoming a hero. Black One remains unchanged in her first 3 skills, but has acquired a new ability known as the Shadow Magic Aura. This aura empowers all allies within its reach, doubling their range. As the saying goes, within the range lies the essence of truth. This aura skill of Black One is exceptionally formidable, if wielded adeptly. The enemy could be obliterated by the ranged forces commanded by her before they even draw near. Chapter 57, The Mining Cave. Level 10 Fallen Angel Governor. Health, 100. Loyalty, 100. Abilities, Combat, Revival, Command, Skills, 1. Shadow Clone. Level 10 Martial Skill creates 2 Shadow Phantoms, each possessing 85 of the original strength, absorbing 150 damage. 2. Fallen Sword Arts. Level 10 Martial Skill, a powerful technique mastered by the Fallen Angel tribe. 3. Healing Art. Level 10 Divine Art restores all health and cures all injuries and ailments of the target. 4. Fallen Holy Light. Level 10 Divine Art revives up to 6 Fallen friendly units within the vicinity. Cooldown 1 day. The first 2 skills of Fallen One remain unchanged, but the third has transformed into the Healing Art, which can entirely restore the target's health and ailments. His 4th skill has evolved from the original Revive into the current Fallen Holy Light, although it still requires a day of cooldown. The number of units that can be revived has expanded from 1 to 6 friendly units. Following his promotion to hero, the effects of his newly acquired skills have proven remarkably satisfactory to Lutong. Level 10 Shadow Tyrant. Health, 100. Loyalty, 100. Abilities, Combat, Ambush, Skills, 1. Shadow Destruction. Level 10 Magic manipulates shadows to release shadow energy in the vicinity ahead, inflicting damage upon nearby enemies. 2. Binding Technique. Level 10 Magic shackles the target's shadow, immobilizing them for 10 seconds. 3. Shadow Trick. Level 10 Magic One can merge and conceal oneself within the shadows. 4. Shadow Descent. Level 10 Magic. This spell allows one to ensnare an adversary into the realm of shadows, effectively sealing all their abilities. The first 3 skills under the Shadow category remain unchanged, with the introduction of the new spell, Shadow Descent. Through this skill, an enemy is dragged into the shadow world, rendered incapable of utilizing their skills, akin to fish on a cutting board, vulnerable and at the mercy of their captor. With the advent of Shadow Descent, the execution of assassination tasks becomes markedly more effortless for Ini. Overall, Lu Tong is quite pleased with the results following the transition of his companions into heroes. The inclusion of heroes has significantly bolstered the overall strength of his territory. Now, Lu Tong's domain boasts not only imposing 3-meter-high thick walls, but also various essential infrastructures, resembling a small city in its own right. Currently, Lu Tong's territory comprises 5 heroes, 800 combat units, 50 production units, 40 logistical units, and 20 foxgirl maids. Presently, Lu Tong finds himself troubled by a slight deficiency in productivity. Initially, in order to withstand the orc tribes, Lu Tong opted to bolster his military forces. The population of his territory has surged, bringing considerable strain, with daily food consumption escalating to a substantial figure. It has only been 8 days since the entire populace traversed into this world. In contrast, most other lords possess territories with a total population not exceeding 10. Yet, Lu Tong's domain has already surpassed 1,000 inhabitants. The majority are combat units, while production units number less than 100, resulting in a lag in productivity. This predicament is unavoidable. Currently, the main city can recruit only 10 farmers per day. It is imperative to locate the blueprint for hardwood planks to upgrade the main city, thereby enhancing the daily recruitment capacity for farmers. The morning hours swiftly passed, and before he knew it, noon had arrived. After lunch, Lu Tong prepared to venture into the cursed mine to eliminate the skeletal hero lurking deep within. This time, he intended to bring all 5 heroes along, eager to witness their combat prowess firsthand in a practical setting. In addition to the 5 heroes, Lu Tong also assembled 50 Reaper soldiers, 50 iron-blooded pikemen, 50 Blackstone archers, 30 fallen angels, and 20 shadow walkers, culminating in a formidable force of 200. Just before departure, Lu Tong assigned Tyre to oversee the hunting party, instructing him to pay close attention to the hunting of magical beasts, as well as the observation of beast cubs. The breeding grounds and pens within the territory require a substantial number of magical beast cubs. Hence, Lu Tong specifically advised Tyre to keep an eye out for these cubs during their hunts. Additionally, if they were to encounter mounts among the magical beasts, it would be even more fortuitous. Once his instructions were conveyed, Lu Tong led his troops through the pre-designated city gates, departing the territory with great momentum towards the eastern mountains. 3 hours later, Lu Tong and his companions finally arrived at the entrance of the cursed mine. Due to the presence of the 10th tier skeletal hero deep within the cursed mine, an aura of death permeates the entire cavern. Any creature below the 10th tier that ventures into this mine is doomed to meet a tragic end, succumbing to the insidious grip of this morbid essence. Conversely, beings of the 10th tier or higher possess the fortitude to withstand its malevolent influence. Although Lu Tong is adorned with several pieces of dark gold equipment, he remains fundamentally an ordinary human. Should he enter the mine, his fate would be sealed. Therefore, he resolved not to descend into the depths himself. Instead, he entrusted the task to Ming Yi and 4 other heroes, accompanied by 100 combat units, to eliminate the skeletal hero within the mine. Once inside, Ming Yi would assume command. According to the intelligence gathered by the Shadow Walker during their reconnaissance yesterday, the mine's depths harbor only a single 10th tier skeletal hero, devoid of any other adversaries. 5 10th tier heroes are more than sufficient to vanquish the skeletal foe, while the 100 10th tier combat units serve merely as a supporting force. On his left hand, Lu Tong wore a dark gold ring imbued with a 9th level reconnaissance spell known as the Eye of Darkness. By invoking this ability, he could share his vision with the eye. Thus, even without entering the mine, Lu Tong could observe every scene within its confines. As Ming Yi and the others began their descent into the cursed mine, Lu Tong extended his index finger, tracing a black triangle in the air, composed entirely of dark mist. In an instant, the triangle solidified into a crystalline form, its center transforming into an abyss of darkness, from which a dark red eye gradually emerged. Controlling the Eye of Darkness, Lu Tong accompanied Ming Yi and the others into the mine. Through the eye, he could share their vision and witness the various scenes unfolding within the cursed depths in real time. The mine was shrouded in shadow and depth, riddled with numerous winding paths that could easily lead one astray. Fortunately, the Shadow Walker had meticulously charted the mine's major routes during their previous exploration. In these convoluted passages, an ordinary person could easily lose their sense of direction, especially as the tunnels bore a striking resemblance to one another, making confusion inevitable. However, such trickery would not ensnare the denizens of the Shadow Realm. Chapter 58, The Training Partner. Leading the way, Yi followed a narrow path directly toward the depths where the skeletal hero resided. Ming Yi and the others, torches in hand, closely trailed behind him. Through the Eye of Darkness, Lu Tong gained a clear view of everything within the mine. It must be said that this cavern was indeed vast. While certain areas were quite constricted, there were also expanses large enough to accommodate a basketball court. Not only was it spacious, but it was also rich in various mineral resources. He could see an abundance of iron, gold, silver, and copper within the mine. Once Ming Yi and the others had dispatched the skeletal creatures, the Titans could be summoned to commence mining operations. Soon, Ming Yi and his companions arrived at the deepest recesses of the mine. Advancing further, they approached the lair of the skeletal monster. At this moment, Lu Tong wielded the Eye of Darkness, meticulously surveying the surroundings. The depths of the cursed mine unveiled an expansive cavern, nearly the size of an open-air stadium. Towering stone pillars, shrouded in darkness and reaching unknown heights, were adorned with a profusion of mushrooms and moss. Among them, a particularly exquisite variety of white mushroom emanated a gentle glow reminiscent of fireflies. These mushrooms, roughly the size of a fist, radiated light that illuminated a radius of 2 feet around them. Clusters of these luminous fungi thrived together. As Lu Tong maneuvered the Eye of Darkness around a massive stone pillar, he noted that the mushrooms on its reverse side spanned at least a 100-meter radius, casting a remarkable brightness. The moss, on the other hand, emitted a verdant glow, intertwining with the white light to bathe the surroundings in a lush green hue, invoking an eerie chill within. The bioluminescent moss and mushrooms provided ample illumination for the entire vicinity of the mine's depths. Ming Yi and his companions extinguished their torches, following Yi towards the 10th-tier skeletal hero. As they drew near, Ming Yi unsheathed his iron sword, grasping his shield tightly, readying himself for battle, as did the others. Even though Ming Yi held an overwhelming numerical advantage, he remained vigilant. Even the mightiest lion exerts its full strength when hunting a mere rabbit. This was precisely why Lu Tong placed his trust in Ming Yi. As they approached the skeletal hero's domain, Lu Tong, through the Eye of Darkness, discerned several unusual features within the mine's depths. This cavern appeared to be naturally formed. However, the signs of human architecture were evident. He observed numerous remnants of structures, including granite-carved stone walls and various furnishings made of stone, such as tables, benches, and goblets. Had this place once been inhabited, or was it an underground city? As they drew closer to the skeletal hero, the signs of human presence became increasingly pronounced, revealing several relatively intact buildings and a multitude of abandoned household items. Lu Tong's conviction that this place had once been a dwelling grew stronger. But who could have lived in the depths of this mine? At the very heart of the cursed mine, within a palace now reduced to ruins, Lu Tong beheld the 10th-tier skeletal hero, adorned with a crown, wielding a rusted sword, and clad in tattered armor draped with a frayed cloak. The skeletal hero resembled a king, seated upon the sole throne of the desolate palace, ensnared in slumber. As Ming Yi and his companions approached, the empty void of its eye sockets ignited with 2 cold flames of soul fire. The skeletal hero slowly awakened from its slumber, its somewhat stiff body laboriously rising from the throne. Confronted by the sudden appearance of the crowd, the skeletal hero displayed no sign of panic. Instead, wielding a weathered iron sword, it trudged forward in a dazed manner, step by step, toward Ming Yi and his companions. It was evident that although the skeletal creature possessed the strength of a 10th-tier hero, it lacked any semblance of intelligence, relying solely on the instincts it had in life to engage in battle. However, this worked to Ming Yi's advantage, as it served as an excellent opportunity to train the new hero of his domain. The weapon of the skeletal hero was a massive 2-handed greatsword. Dragging this cumbersome blade along the ground, the dull edge scraped and clashed, emitting a jarring noise. Unfazed, Ming Yi raised his sword and shield to meet the impending confrontation. Meanwhile, Lu Tong, situated outside the mine, focused intently on this spectacle, as it was his first opportunity to witness a clash between heroes. As the distance between them diminished, the skeletal hero's pace quickened. It transformed into a sprint, and the intense friction between the sword and the ground sparked flames. Upon reaching a mere 3 meters from Ming Yi, it halted abruptly, raising the greatsword high before delivering a powerful downward strike. Maintaining his composure, Ming Yi lifted his shield to deflect the skeletal hero's blow. The collision of iron against the greatsword resonated with a metallic clang, a harsh and piercing sound. Almost immediately, the skeletal hero, wielding its greatsword with both hands, unleashed a flurry of 3 successive strikes upon Ming Yi's shield. The quality of the greatsword was uncertain, but it was undoubtedly superior to Ming Yi's white-grade shield. Although the skeletal hero's blows did not shatter the shield, it was evident that it was nearing its breaking point. Observing the now distorted shield in his grasp, Ming Yi furrowed his brow. Once again, the skeletal hero swung its greatsword toward Ming Yi. Aware that his iron shield could not withstand this impending strike, he prepared to counterattack. With a surge of crimson energy, Ming Yi's iron sword glimmered with a blood-red light as he swung it with fervor, unleashing a wave of sanguine sword energy toward the skeletal hero. With a powerful push from its toes, the skeletal hero braced the greatsword against its shoulder and leaped backward, deftly evading Ming Yi's lethal strike. Despite its lack of intelligence, the skeletal hero's combat experience from its former life made it a formidable opponent. It was clear that this skeletal hero was not to be underestimated. Lu Tong found himself intrigued, eager to uncover the identity it held before its transformation into an undead being, as well as the hidden underground palace deep within the mine. Regrettably, Lu Tong could only rely on the Eye of Darkness to perceive the events within the mine, preventing him from examining the skeletal hero's attribute panel. He remained unaware of the skills possessed by the skeletal hero. As it evaded Ming Yi's attack, the skeletal hero forcefully plunged its great sword into the ground, unleashing a surge of dark flames that surged forth, targeting Ming-Yi directly. Ming-Yi chose not to confront the challenge head-on, but instead opted for evasion. The formidable skills of a 10th-tier hero should not be underestimated, and moments ago, the skeletal hero had nearly rendered his white-quality shield into ruins. With one more attack, Ming-Yi's shield would be utterly destroyed. Suddenly, a layer of eerie green netherfire enveloped the blade of the skeletal hero's sword as it swung its infernal weapon directly toward Ming-Yi, striking with ferocity. Displaying remarkable composure, Ming-Yi took action just as the skeletal hero was about to land a blow. He brought his shield crashing down upon its waist. The shield bash. The skeletal hero was taken aback by this unexpected maneuver, unable to dodge in time, and was struck by Ming-Yi's shield, interrupting its skill and rendering it momentarily stunned. Seizing this opportune moment, Ming-Yi unleashed a lethal sword aura. The skeletal hero, incapacitated in its dazed state, could do nothing but witness the deadly energy strike true. Unable to evade. After enduring Ming-Yi's 2 attacks, the skeletal hero was gravely injured. A successful execution of the Death's Sigh skill would ensure its demise. However, Ming-Yi refrained from this course of action, choosing instead to turn away. He remembered that Lu Tong had brought them 5 new heroes to this destination for the purpose of honing their abilities against the formidable 10th-tier skeletal hero. Others were also prepared to engage in battle. Next was Bloody. Impatiently awaiting his turn, he approached with his spear in hand, brimming with enthusiasm. Bloody did not take advantage of the situation. Instead, he waited for the skeletal hero to recover before launching into combat. His attacks were swifter and more perilous than Ming-Yi's. In contrast, Ming-Yi excelled in defense, his combat style primarily revolving around counterattacks. Bloody, on the other hand, was an aggressor, known for his fierce offensives and remarkable regenerative capabilities, much like an indomitable cockroach. Observing the downed skeletal hero, Bloody licked his lips, a hint of regret crossing his face. How he longed for an equally matched opponent to engage in a thrilling battle. Alas, the skeletal hero proved too frail. It had barely unleashed its skills before being overwhelmed. Then came the fallen angel. All 5 heroes had battled the skeletal hero in turn, except for Bloody, who, being a ranged unit, found it disadvantageous to confront a melee opponent like the skeletal hero. Thus, Bloody aimed merely to demonstrate her superior range and formidable firepower to Lu Tong. The skeletal hero was felled time and again, yet it resembled a soulless puppet, struggling to rise repeatedly, akin to a marionette, launching its attacks anew. This exemplifies the tragic nature of undead creatures. The vast majority of these beings are devoid of any intelligence, mere puppets of existence. They endlessly wander in designated areas, attacking any living beings that draw near. Only a select few of the undead possess true wisdom. Creatures of the undead, such as death sirens, death knights, and liches, possess remarkable intelligence and the gift of eternal life. They are often referred to as the nobility of the undead. Ultimately, it was the blade of Ming-Yi that extinguished the life of the skeletal hero. Upon his demise, a black crown was relinquished. Without needing Lu Tong's command, Ming-Yi and his companions instinctively dispersed to search for traces of treasure in the vicinity. In a place frequented by a 10th-tier hero, it was certain that a treasure chest or some precious artifact lay hidden nearby. The group conducted a meticulous search, leaving no corner unexplored, in hopes of uncovering the coveted chest or treasure. Eventually, behind the throne in the dilapidated palace, they discovered a golden treasure chest. This chest could only be opened by heroes and lords. Having undergone trials to become heroes, Ming-Yi and his companions were now capable of unlocking the chest. Prior to entering the mine, Lu Tong had expressly instructed Ming-Yi and the others that if they encountered any treasure chests within, regardless of their quality, they were to heed the Lord's command. Naturally, Ming-Yi and his companions adhered strictly to this directive. None dared to defy Lu Tong's admonitions by opening the chest without permission. In addition to the chest, Ming-Yi also stumbled upon an ancient diary at the throne's location. With the black crown dropped by the skeletal hero, alongside the notebook and golden chest discovered near the throne, Lu Tong decided to dispel the skill known as the Eye of Darkness. This expedition not only alleviated the curse of the mine, but also awarded him a golden treasure chest, making it a bountiful return that left Lu Tong exceedingly satisfied. More importantly, with the death of the skeletal hero, the death curse haunting the mine should also dissipate. Freed from this malevolent curse, Lu Tong felt confident in allowing the Titans to enter and extract ore. Though the pervasive aura of death within the mine posed a lethal threat only to beings of tiers below 10, it inflicted minimal harm upon those of the 10th tier. The Titans, with their formidable physical bodies, could withstand the corrosive effects of this deathly aura. Yet, prolonged exposure to such an environment would inevitably lead to ailments over time. Resolving the mysterious curse was, therefore, a significant step toward eliminating a potential peril. Lu Tong resolved to construct a mining facility at the entrance of the mine today. He planned to allocate half of the Titans tasked with logging from the western forest to assist in mining in the eastern mountains the following day. At the mine's entrance, there stood an orc-built mining facility and some rudimentary enclosures. Unable to utilize the orc's construction, Lu Tong directed the soldiers of the underworld and the iron-blooded spearmen to dismantle the mining facility with brute force. Subsequently, he erected a new mining site in the location of the previous orc facility. Just as Lu Tong completed the construction of the mining site, Ming Yi and his companions emerged from the cursed mine. Ming Yi approached Lu Tong directly and respectfully stated, "My lord, we have slain the 10th-tier skeletal hero deep within the cursed mine, and the suffocating aura of death is beginning to dissipate. I believe that within the span of a night, the lingering deathly presence in the mine will completely vanish." Lu Tong nodded in approval, exclaiming, "You have all performed admirably." Through the eye of darkness, he observed the fierce battles among the heroes, gaining a general understanding of the combat prowess of the heroic units. Ming Yi continued, "After vanquishing the skeletal hero, we discovered a crown, a treasure chest, and an ancient diary." The three Ming Wang soldiers stepped forward, presenting the items before Lu Tong. Chapter 60. The unattractive man Lu Tong did not immediately open the treasure chest. Instead, he first picked up the diary he had found upon the throne in the ruined palace. He reserved such thrilling activities as opening treasure chests for last, akin to saving a delectable feast for the end of a meal. Lu Tong was filled with bewilderment regarding what he had witnessed in the depths of the cursed mine. Why were there so many dilapidated structures deep within the mine, alongside signs of former habitation? Had people once dwelled in the abyss of the cursed mine? Yet, why would they choose to live in such a lightless cavern rather than on the surface? These enigmas weighed heavily on Lu Tong's mind. Perhaps he could glean some clues from this ancient diary. The cover of the diary was crafted from a peculiar dark red leather, exuding an odd texture upon touch. The cover bore no inscriptions, remaining entirely blank. Upon opening the diary, Lu Tong was met with a dense scrawl of strange, twisted symbols that he could not comprehend. After all, as a traveler from another world, it was understandable that he could not decipher the writing of this realm. The diary contained many pages adorned with bizarre patterns formed by peculiar lines, as well as numerous odd mathematical formulas. After perusing it for a while, Lu Tong decided to store the ancient diary in his arcane ring, intending to present it to someone capable of interpreting its contents when the opportunity arose. Next, Lu Tong picked up the crown that had dropped from the skeletal hero. The crown appeared to be forged from white bones, embellished with 13 pearls, each carved into the shape of skulls from black gemstones. His first action upon obtaining the crown was to examine its attribute panel. Paleface crown, dark gold quality. Paleface set. 1-3. Attributes. Level 9 mental enhancement, level 9 mental protection, skills. 1. Death aura, level 9 aura within the aura's range. Enemies will continuously suffer from the miasma of death, ultimately leading to their demise. 2. Control of the dead, level 9 magic command up to 6 deceased units to fight on your behalf. The controlled units are invulnerable and cannot be dispelled, lasting for 30 minutes. It seemed that this equipment was the source of the pervasive aura of death within the cursed mine. The two skills conferred by the Paleface crown were quite formidable. The death aura functioned as a large-scale destructive ability. Once activated, all creatures below level 10 would be doomed. Had Lu Tong acquired this equipment sooner, he would not have needed to sacrifice troops while battling the orc tribe. He could have simply unleashed the death aura. All the orcs of the tribe possess a strength below the 10th tier, rendering them incapable of resisting the encroaching aura of death, regardless of the number of orcs present. As long as Lu Tong stands before the orc legion and unleashes the deathly aura, it is futile. Not even 30,000 orcs could withstand it, let alone an additional 30,000. The ability to manipulate corpses not only allows control over the remains of allied units, but also those of the enemy. Most notably, the corpses under his command exist in an invincible state. Regrettably, the duration of this ability is limited to half an hour, were it to last a tad longer. It would be utterly perfect. The Pale Crown is one of the pieces of an equipment set, yet the whereabouts of the remaining pieces remain unknown. Should he manage to collect the entire Pale set, its effects would undoubtedly be formidable. Lu Tong effortlessly adorned the Pale Crown upon his head, clad in the ancient, pallid crown and exquisite, ornate black abyss armor. Complemented by his striking features, Lu Tong resembled a regal emperor of the empire. The next act was the piece de resistance. Lu Tong took a deep breath and directly opened the golden treasure chest. Acquired architectural blueprint, skeleton hut. Enhancement, dark gold architectural blueprint, undead tombstone. Acquired 10 rare undead gems. Enhancement, 1,000 undead gems. Acquired 10 rare bone souls. Enhancement, 1,000 bone souls. From the golden chest emerged an architectural blueprint and 2 types of rare resources. Undead tombstone, 100 stone bricks, 10 undead gems, 10 bone souls. Before departing, Lu Tong left behind a 10-man squad to guard the quarry, ensuring that no beasts would pass by at night to damage the quarry structures. He provided the squad with ample food and fresh water, as well as flint. As he passed the remnants of the orc tribe, Lu Tong suddenly spotted a group of individuals near the orc settlement. Contemplating this, he moved toward the newly appeared group, to avoid alarming them. Lu Tong only took 5 heroes with him, leaving the remaining troops on standby in the eastern mountains. Before Lu Tong could approach, the opposing party had already noticed him and came forth to greet him. The figure was an orc, yet distinct from those Lu Tong had previously encountered. This orc belonged to the Pigman clan, standing around 1 meter 60 tall, with a stout build, garbed in a loose robe resembling silk, embellished with golden thread at the cuffs and collar. The Pigman had 3 fingers on each hand, adorned with 6 large gemstone rings in total. Around its neck hung 3 dazzling gold necklaces, each as thick as a baby's arm. The Pigman radiated an unmistakable nouveau riche aura, particularly accentuated by the jewelry that nearly blinded Lu Tong. This Pigman's appearance starkly contradicted Lu Tong's preconceived notions of orcs. In his mind, orcs were a savage, bloodthirsty warrior race. Their brutality and ferocity epitomized the true essence of the Orcish kind. Lu Tong had never before encountered an orc of the nouveau riche variety, particularly one resembling a pig-headed creature. This pig-headed orc was remarkably courteous, bowing deeply to Lu Tong as a form of greeting. With a fluent command of the common tongue, it inquired, "Good afternoon, esteemed sir. Might I ask if you know the whereabouts of the Axe tribe that once resided here?" "The Axe tribe? Are you referring to the orc tribe that used to inhabit this place?" Lu Tong replied. The pig-headed orc grunted in affirmation, hastily continuing, "Indeed, sir. Do you know where they have gone?" Casually, Lu Tong remarked, "They offended me, so I eradicated them." Upon hearing Lu Tong's words, the orc's small eyes widened in astonishment. It had not anticipated that this seemingly unattractive man possessed such formidable power. Prior to Lu Tong's arrival, the pig-headed orc had made numerous attempts to contact the chieftain of the Axe tribe, all of which ultimately proved futile. Such circumstances typically heralded grave misfortune for the orc tribe. The orc race was known for its penchant for battle and plunder, yet this did not render them invincible. The success of raiding other tribes hinged upon their ability to best the opposition. Chapter 61, The Slave Trade. The chaotic continent was home to numerous powerful races, many of which surpassed the orcs in strength. Orcs did not enjoy an absolute guarantee of success in their raids. Should they encounter a force of remarkable might, their plundering bands might never return. It was even conceivable that they might provoke a vengeful response, resulting in their own tribe being thoroughly looted. Such retaliatory strikes were not uncommon within the Orc Empire, a reality to which the pig-headed orc had long since become accustomed. However, it was beyond its expectations to discover a force capable of vanquishing the Axe tribe in a place as forsaken as the Forgotten Lands. The Axe tribe had been experiencing rapid growth in recent years. It was projected that within a decade, they would evolve from a small tribe into a medium-sized one. With their formidable strength, the Axe tribe could easily dominate the entirety of the Forgotten Lands. The pig-headed orc displayed a hint of regret upon realizing that such a powerful tribe had been vanquished, not out of sympathy for the Axe tribe, but rather lamenting its own futile journey. This orc had traveled to the Forgotten Lands because the chieftain of the Axe tribe had contacted it through a special sorcery, expressing a desire to engage in trade. After a long and arduous journey, it arrived only to find the tribe annihilated, rendering any transaction impossible. Its journey had been in vain. With a disgruntled grunt, the pig-headed orc quickly regained its composure. Since the Axe tribe had been wiped out and trade was no longer feasible, it considered that the Forgotten Lands still housed other potential customers. Perhaps this individual before it might be interested in its wares. A conciliatory smile spread across its face as it introduced itself. "I am Tam, a merchant. May I inquire about your name, sir?" "I am Lu Tong." Lu Tong replied after a brief pause. "As you are a merchant, I presume you have goods for sale?" "Indeed. Would you care to view my merchandise?" Upon hearing Lu Tong's inquiry regarding trade, a smile illuminated Tam's countenance as he responded. "My merchandise is highly praised throughout the Orc Empire, characterized by fairness and integrity, and many tribes specifically reach out to me for trade." Lu Tong expressed some confusion. "I have annihilated the orc tribes and slaughtered all the orcs. Would you still trade with me?" To Lu Tong, the pig-headed man was also part of the orc race. Although it appeared courteous, he had indeed taken the lives of its kin. The pig-headed man chuckled heartily and replied, "Mr. Lu Tong, in our orc society, strength is revered. Your ability to destroy the War Axe tribe demonstrates your might, while simultaneously highlighting the frailty of the War Axe tribe. Nature favors the strong. Only the powerful deserve to survive." To the pig-headed man, the War Axe tribe was inconsequential. In the chaotic continent, countless lives perish daily, while many others come into existence. The Orc Empire boasts a population nearing billions, rendering a small tribe of 30,000 insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Lu Tong nodded thoughtfully and said, "Then let me see what goods you have. Rest assured, esteemed guest, my products will certainly meet your satisfaction." Tam's cargo-laden cart dwarfed that of ordinary traveling merchants. Its cart was approximately the size of a train car. Such a sizable vehicle required extraordinary beasts of burden, namely enormous gray lizards measuring 2 meters in length. The cart itself was forged from sturdy black iron, cloaked in a layer of black burlap, with dozens of carts lined up in unison. A multitude of pig-headed men clad in leather armor, wielding weapons, stood guard near the black iron carts. As Lu Tong approached the cart, he detected a faint metallic scent of blood and heard quiet sobs. His brow furrowed, and before he could speak, he witnessed a pig-headed man forcefully pulling down the black burlap from the cart, revealing a black iron cage within, containing over 30 orcs. Their expressions vacant and bodies marred with wounds. The pig-headed man enthusiastically introduced, "Esteemed guest, these slaves before you are healthy orcs aged between 15 and 35. With an average strength around the 3rd tier. They make for excellent laborers, ready to work immediately at a very reasonable price." It was then that Lu Tong comprehended that Tam was not an ordinary merchant, but rather a slave trader. The orcs in the black iron cage had become slaves due to the defeat of their tribe. Orc tribes not only raid other races, but also pillage fellow orc tribes. Conflicts frequently arise between orc tribes, and if mishandled, they can escalate into warfare. When orc tribes clash, the vanquished lose all their possessions to the victors, and all orcs from the defeated tribe, regardless of age or gender, are condemned to servitude. Additionally, orc tribes often prefer to relegate criminals to slavery. Many tribes do not require such a surplus of laborers, and thus opt to sell their excess orc workers to slave traders. The slave trader subsequently resold the captives to other orc tribes in dire need of forced labor. Within the Orc Empire, the most prevalent types of merchants are those dealing in weaponry and slavery. Apart from acquiring slaves from other tribes, slave traders also engage in the predatory practice of raiding weaker tribes, capturing all healthy orcs within the targeted settlements and selling them to different tribes. Typically, each slave trader commands a formidable slave-capturing force. Although orc merchants may appear more polite and agreeable than their ordinary counterparts, the inherent brutality and predatory instincts of their kind remain unchanged. When confronted with powerful factions, these traders adopt a demeanor of genteel merchants. However, when faced with significantly weaker opponents, they transform into the most ferocious marauders. Tam's ability to thrive as a merchant indicates that he is far from foolish. He quickly discerned the formidable presence radiating from several individuals behind Lu Tong, a sensation he had previously encountered in a chief from a large tribe. Consequently, he exercised caution, adopting a humble posture. Tam, the slave trader, enthusiastically presented the slaves confined in cages to Lu Tong. These captives were originally intended for sale to the Axe tribe, but alas, Tam arrived too late, as the Axe tribe had been annihilated by Lu Tong. Having traveled a considerable distance from the Orc Empire, Tam found his journey fruitless, incurring various expenses along the way, including the wages of caravan guards, totaling several black crystal coins. This venture yielded no profit. Instead, he faced a substantial loss of several black crystal coins. Although the slave trade is notoriously lucrative, the costs associated with sustaining slaves, providing them with food to prevent starvation and medical care in the event of illness, are significant, as the death of a slave would result in a considerable loss. Therefore, Tam was eager to sell several slaves to Lu Tong in an attempt to mitigate the financial setback from this unproductive trip. Chapter 62. Acquiring all the foxskin. However, Lu Tong expressed no interest in the orc slaves within the cages. Having traversed from a civilized society into this world, he harbored a certain aversion to the institution of slavery. Furthermore, the orc race is known for its propensity to provoke conflict and resist authority. Observing Lu Tong's disinterest, Tam adeptly gauged the situation but refrained from conceding defeat. In the desolate land of the Forgotten, aside from the eradicated Axe tribe, Lu Tong remained the only individual capable of purchasing his slaves to offset his losses. After a moment of contemplation, Tam resolved to present the finest slaves from his caravan, confident that no man could resist such an offer. With a sly grin, he remarked, "Mr. Lu Tong, it is apparent that you have no need for these laborious orc workers. Might I inquire if you possess any interest in the beautiful maidens of our Orcish lineage?" "Oh, beautiful orc maidens. If that is the case, I must admit I am quite intrigued indeed." Tam displayed a knowing smile that all men would understand, responding accordingly. "Please follow me. I shall take you to behold the most exquisite maiden of our orc clan," Tam proclaimed. Once, the chieftain of the Razor tribe was willing to part with 100 black crystal coins for her, yet I could not bring myself to sell. Upon hearing this, Lu Tong's curiosity about the so-called beautiful orc maiden deepened. Could she possibly surpass Sakura of the Fox tribe in beauty? Tam guided Lu Tong to the rear of the caravan, where a compartment significantly larger than the others awaited them. The number of guards surrounding this area was also noticeably greater, indicating Tam's particular regard for this rear compartment. "Mr. Lu Tong, prepare yourself. In previous tribes, many orcs have gone into a frenzy upon glimpsing the maiden within." With that, Tam stepped forward and personally drew back the dark veil shrouding the compartment. Upon the revelation of the orc maiden in the iron cage, Lu Tong gasped in astonishment. What on earth is this? Before him stood a staggering figure, a grotesque creature, with a face marred by excess flesh, towering nearly 2 meters in height, with a physique reminiscent of a hulking beast, its muscular arms and thighs covered in a thick coat of black fur. Lu Tong had always assumed that the beautiful orc maiden Tam spoke of would at least be comparable to Sakura. He had harbored a glimmer of expectation, yet he was utterly unprepared for the reality that lay before him. Is this truly a woman? She appeared more fearsome than a berserker. Yet, it was precisely this formidable female that exerted an irresistible allure over the surrounding orcs. As the veil was lifted, the surrounding pig-headed guards gazed at the creature within the cage with rapt fascination. Several of them even appeared breathless and on the verge of fainting from excitement. Even Tam, the leader of the caravan, was not immune to her charms. Were it not for the fear of inciting jealousy and revenge among his peers, he would have long claimed this enchanting beauty as his own. What say you, Mr. Lutong? Were you not captivated by her unparalleled beauty at first glance? Lutong cast a look of disillusionment at Tam, utterly speechless at the orc's warped sense of aesthetics. Tam, oblivious to Lutong's expression, continued. You must know that every man who has laid eyes on her has gone mad with desire. If you truly wish to purchase her, I would not part with her for fewer than 200 black crystal coins. No need for that. You may keep her. Lutong hastily declined. I suddenly remembered that I left the gate of my estate unlatched. I must take my leave. With that, he hurriedly prepared to depart. Tam regarded Lutong's swift exit with confusion, unable to comprehend why he was unmoved by such a delicate and alluring maiden. Could it be that he felt unworthy of her beauty, leading to his self-doubt? Tam pondered thoughtfully, just as he was about to leave. Lutong's ears caught a familiar whimpering sound emanating from a cage in the center of the caravan. That voice, could it be? Lutong approached the carriage from which the sound of weeping emanated, forcefully tearing away the black cloth that covered it. Revealed beneath was an iron cage, containing over 100 young foxfolk maidens. Suddenly exposed to the sunlight, all the fox maidens huddled together in fright, their terrified eyes gazing at Lutong outside the cage. In a low voice, Lutong inquired, are they also slaves? A nearby slave trader, Tam, sauntered over and replied nonchalantly, indeed, while en route to the land of oblivion, we encountered a foxfolk tribe devastated by beasts. Many foxfolk were fleeing in all directions, and I casually captured a few maidens, intending to sell them cheaply to the Battle Axe tribe, but alas, you, Mr. Lutong, have annihilated that tribe. With that, Tam let out a sigh. The Battle Axe tribe, for reasons unknown, had suddenly increased their demand for labor from beastmen, even seeking out the most useless of foxfolk. Tam, hoping for a modest profit, had decided to capture these fleeing foxfolk. Otherwise, he would not have bothered with them. Weak in strength, timid in nature, and lacking in beauty, they seemed utterly worthless. It was a mystery why such a race as the foxfolk existed at all, bringing shame to the beastman kin. Most beastman tribes, barring special circumstances, would not purchase foxfolk slaves. As Tam articulated, the foxfolk were physically inferior, with alarmingly low work efficiency. In labor-intensive tasks such as mining or logging, the feeble foxfolk were utterly incapable. One beastman laborer could equal the strength of 3 foxfolk. Furthermore, the appearance of female foxfolk did not align with the aesthetic preferences of beastmen, rendering them nearly unsellable. Tam was troubled, pondering how to dispose of these foxfolk slaves. Selling them was out of the question, and they had already consumed several days' worth of his provisions. It seemed a shame to simply release them. I shall take them all, regardless of the price, Lutong stated calmly. Tam continued to grumble quietly about his significant losses on this venture, failing to hear Lutong's words. With no other option, Lutong repeated himself. Tam was momentarily taken aback, but soon his face lit up with surprise as he exclaimed, Mr. Lutong, do you truly wish to purchase these foxfolk? Indeed. How much for the entirety of your cargo? Lutong inquired. Without hesitation, Tam replied. All the foxfolk are within this carriage. Since the male foxfolk fled swiftly, we only captured some females. As for the price, a single black crystal coin will suffice. Chapter 63, A Bounty of Meat. Are you suggesting that you sell all the foxfolk in this carriage for just 1 black crystal coin? Lutong asked, astonished. Tam, thinking Lutong found the price too steep, quickly added, if you wish to buy these foxfolk, I am willing to throw in an additional gift. Lutong was not dismayed by the cost. Rather, he was taken aback by how inexpensive the foxfolk were. The prospect of purchasing over 100 young maidens for merely 1 black crystal coin, along with a bonus, was truly unexpected. He retrieved a black crystal coin from his arcane ring and handed it to Tam. Tam held the black crystal coin, scrutinizing it carefully before contentedly stowing it away. With a wave of his hand, he signaled to the nearby pig-headed bodyguard to release all the fox maidens confined within the iron cage of the carriage. These maidens now belonged entirely to Lutong. Tam, with his 3 stout fingers, retrieved a black beast-hide scroll from the folds of his silken robe and handed it to Lutong. Hee, Mr. Lutong, this is a gift, Tam chuckled. Lutong accepted the scroll, toying with it in his hands. What is this? What purpose does it serve? Tam blinked his small eyes and replied. This is a communication scroll. With it, you can contact me anytime, anywhere. Should you wish to buy or sell slaves, I am at your beck and call. However, do remember, the scroll may only be used once a day, and it is solely for reaching me. Indeed, a merchant is a merchant. Even an orc, seemingly lacking in wit, becomes remarkably shrewd once he dons the merchant's mantle. The gift bestowed upon Lutong by Tam was merely a tool for future communication. Devoid of any other utility, Lutong paid little mind. as acquiring over 100 fox maidens for a single black crystal coin was an exceedingly worthwhile deal in his eyes. Once the transaction was concluded, Tam prepared to depart the Forsaken Land. Remaining in such a desolate place yielded no benefits, and the slaves in the iron cage would only consume more food each day. Although Tam had incurred losses of several black crystal coins on this venture, selling the unwanted fox maidens was a minor profit in itself. The caravan of slave traders swiftly readied themselves for departure, heading towards the Orc Empire, leaving behind 100 tearful fox maidens and Lu Tong standing in place. Presently, Lu Tong's territory was in dire need of labor. Everyday tasks such as cooking, cleaning, and waste disposal were diligently handled by the hardworking Titans. The Death Guards and iron-blooded soldiers, being combatants, naturally did not partake in such menial work. Preparing meals for over 1,000 individuals daily was rather slow when relying solely on the Titans. As a lord who cherished his people, Lu Tong could not bear to witness the Titans toiling so hard each day. Thus, he had chosen to spend a black crystal coin to procure a substantial number of fox maidens to bolster the labor force of his territory. Moreover, the fox race was characterized by their timid disposition and complete obedience to their masters, unlike the bloodthirsty and troublesome orc slaves. Additionally, the fox folk were notably intelligent, which was the aspect Lu Tong valued the most. In the future, as Lu Tong's territory expanded and the population increased, it would become impossible for him to manage everything alone. If he could adequately train the fox maidens, he could delegate various mundane tasks of the territory to them. He could hardly expect to personally organize warehouses, tally spoils of war, and meticulously plan the entire territory, for that would surely lead to his exhaustion and deprive him of the joys of life. The fox girl maidens, clad in rudimentary garments woven from fibers, could barely conceal their ample bosoms and pert posteriors. With even the slightest movement, they risked exposure. Being of the beast folk, the fox tribe possessed a sense of modesty. However, they remained indifferent to the visibility of their bodies, while the beast folk exhibited no interest whatsoever in the fox girl maidens, scarcely deigning to cast them a glance. To refer to them as maidens is somewhat imprecise, as many among them are slightly older fox women. Tam, in a bid to secure a better price, falsely claimed that these foxes were youthful maidens. The fox tribe does not show signs of aging. Even the older fox women bear no trace of the passage of time. Rather, they retain a beauty akin to that of 18-year-olds, exuding a unique allure reminiscent of ripe peaches. Lu Tong gently inquired, "Do any of you speak the common tongue?" Having encountered the fox girl maidens in the eastern mountain range, Lu Tong had begun to discern the nuances of interacting with them. Aware of their timid nature, he adopted a soft tone to avoid startling them. The aesthetic sensibilities of the fox tribe mirror those of humanity, unlike the distorted tastes of the beast folk. Upon witnessing the strikingly handsome youth addressing them with kindness, the fox maidens responded, "Yes, master. We all speak the common tongue." With this understanding, Lu Tong continued, "I hereby declare that from this moment forth, you are all free, no longer slaves, but rather esteemed citizens of my domain. By working for me each day, you will earn comfortable housing and delectable food." The fox maidens, comprehending Lu Tong's proclamation, beamed with joy at the prospect of delicious sustenance, kneeling in gratitude for his generosity. Accompanied by the fox maidens, Lu Tong and his retinue met with the soldiers of the eastern mountain range and proceeded toward their territory. Even from a distance, Lu Tong could discern the imposing black walls of his city standing in the heart of the forgotten plains. On the 2-meter-wide ramparts, several Blackrock archers vigilantly scanned the surroundings. Any approaching foe would be swiftly dispatched by their arrows. At the entrance, over 20 Reaper soldiers stood sentinel, guarding the gate. Though Lu Tong possessed the blueprints for the city's walls, he lacked those for the gate itself. The so-called gate was merely a narrow opening for passage, somewhat aesthetically displeasing, yet unavoidable. Tai E and Tai Er stood at the forefront, ready to report the day's findings to Lu Tong. During timber harvesting in the forest, Titan had fortuitously discovered a cave obstructed by a massive boulder. After clearing the stone, he uncovered 3 wooden treasure chests, a delightful surprise. Meanwhile, Tai Er's hunting party had successfully captured 183 large magical beasts, and also discovered over 120 magical beast cubs, thus fulfilling the task Lu Tong had assigned to them. Chapter 64, Mounts. Lu Tong praised Titan and the hunting team before personally inspecting the young magical beasts raised at the breeding farm. The young magical beasts were categorized into 2 types, those suitable for breeding and those unsuitable. The breedable young magical beasts were typically gentle in temperament and easy to nurture, capable of producing various agricultural byproducts. Conversely, the unbreedable young magical beasts were characterized by their bloodthirsty and violent nature. Most of the young magical beasts discovered by the hunting team were of a species known as the fluffy sheep. In addition to the fluffy sheep, there were also fruit milk cows, fiery chickens, and pig-like beasts, all of which were highly suitable for cultivation. However, the hunting team did not find any magical beasts suitable for training in the beast pens. After all, the varieties of magical beasts appropriate for use as mounts were exceedingly rare. Over the years, the orc tribe had only identified a single type of giant wolf that could serve as a mount. Lu Tong did not press the matter. If they could not find any, so be it. The development of the territory was not urgent. Suitable magical beasts would eventually be encountered in the future. Gently patting Sakura's head, Lu Tong said, "Sakura, I have a task for you." "Master, what is the task?" Sakura inquired, lifting her head from Lu Tong's embrace and blinking her large, captivating eyes. Lu Tong pointed towards the fox people nearby and softly remarked, "They will soon be the new inhabitants of our territory. Please inform them of the rules of the territory, and the daily cooking tasks will henceforth be entrusted to you." With a sparkle in her eyes, Sakura replied, "Rest assured, Master, we will ensure the tasks you have assigned to us are completed." After settling the fox people, Lu Tong proceeded to the residential area to begin constructing dwellings. It would not do for 100 fox people to sleep outdoors. In addition to the houses, Lu Tong built over 100 wooden beds. He also retrieved a substantial amount of animal skin blankets, wooden cups, bowls, chopsticks, and other daily necessities from the warehouse, providing each foxwoman with a complete set. With abundant resources at his disposal, Lu Tong was determined not to skimp on the comfort of his territory's inhabitants. Upon completing the dwellings, Lu Tong turned to the Lord's book and navigated to the section for constructing the Necromancer's Tombstone. Necromancer's Tombstone: 100 stone bricks, 10 necromantic gems, 10 souls of the deceased. According to the description of the tombstone's effects, this structure appeared to belong to the military category. Lu Tong decided to position the Necromancer's Tombstone within the military camp area, which had ample empty space nearby. After selecting the location, he confirmed the construction in the Lord's book. A dark golden light materialized out of thin air, lasting for nearly 10 minutes before dissipating. A dilapidated, shadowy gray stone tablet emerged before Lu Tong. Necromancer's Tombstone: dark gold-level structure. Effect: capable of transforming any deceased creature's corpse into a necromantic being. Transformable necromantic beings, 0-10. After studying it for a while, Lu Tong comprehended the purpose of the Necromancer's Tombstone. Regardless of whether the corpses belonged to enemies or allies, the Necromancer's Tombstone could convert them into necromantic beings. A single Necromancer's Tombstone could transform a maximum of 10 necromantic beings. To transform a multitude of undead creatures, it is essential to construct numerous necromantic tombstones. With a spirit of experimentation, Lu Tong dispatched individuals to retrieve the carcass of a magical beast from the warehouse. He intended to employ the necromantic tombstone to metamorphose the beast's remains into an undead entity. Soon, a skeletal soldier emerged from the warehouse, effortlessly carrying the corpse of a first-tier magical beast, the night-horned horse. This majestic creature measured 3 meters in length and stood 2 meters tall. Enveloped in a layer of armor-like scales, remarkably resilient, crowned with a 1-foot-long singular horn. The night-horned horse roamed the border between the western forest and the Forgotten Plains, favoring nocturnal activities, rendering it a rare sight during daylight hours. It remained a mystery how the hunting party managed to capture it. Placing the night-horned horse's remains upon the soil before the necromantic tombstone, the process of undead transformation commenced. Suddenly, the ground in front of the tombstone transformed into a marsh-like terrain. The immense carcass of the night-horned horse began to sink slowly. In a short span, the body of the beast completely vanished beneath the earth, concealed from view. Approximately 5 minutes later, peculiar and distorted script materialized upon the previously blank stone tablet, emanating a soft green luminescence. Simultaneously, Lu Tong received a system notification, transforming undead creature, night-horned horse, triggering a 100-fold amplification, nightmarish beast. Following this, the soil before the necromantic tombstone began to tremble, and a colossal figure erupted from the ground. It was a being composed entirely of bones, devoid of flesh, with its cranial cavity replaced by a swirling mass of ghastly green soul fire. Its hollow eye sockets were filled with an eternal flame of the undead. Spikes protruded from its skeletal form, and its hooves blazed with unquenchable hellfire. It emitted a silent howl before remaining obediently still, exhibiting a degree of compliance. Though Lu Tong remained uncertain of its attributes, he murmured to himself as he examined the attributes of this undead creature. Nightmarish beast, tier 10, undead creature. Abilities: immune to toxins, fear, and illusions. Skills: 1. Nightmare, level 10 magic forces a target into a sleep state. Attacks can awaken the sleeping unit. 2. Hellfire, level 10 magic summons a hellfire strike from above, inflicting substantial damage and causing 10 seconds of dizziness to nearby foes. Lu Tong was astonished to discover that the transformation of an undead creature could trigger the 100-fold amplification system. An ordinary first-tier beast, the night-horned horse, had remarkably evolved into a tier 10 undead entity, the nightmarish beast. What Lu Tong lacked most in his domain were mounts. After all, he was a lord, the most formidable force in the Forgotten Lands, the most audacious man in the nearby channels. Yet, every time he ventured out, he had to rely solely on his own 2 legs, which felt rather demeaning. Have you ever seen a great lord who had to walk everywhere, trudging for 3 to 4 hours at a time? Lu Tong harbored an earnest desire for his territory to possess mount-like units. Yet such aspirations do not materialize merely through longing. The varieties suitable for mounts have always been scarce, and cultivating a qualified steed typically requires no less than 2 to 3 years. Among the various empires of the chaotic continent, the most precious and challenging troops to train, aside from magical units, are cavalry. With the advent of the undead tombstone, Tong glimpsed a sliver of hope. The nightmare beast retained the original form of a nightmare, albeit with a more fearsome appearance. Moreover, the nightmare beast exhibited remarkable obedience. With a modicum of training, it might very well transform into a splendid mount. Chapter 65, Orc Weapons. The sole dilemma that remained was how to manage the sharp skeletal spines protruding from the nightmare beast's back. Tong certainly did not wish to find himself seated in discomfort. The nightmare beast asserted, "Of course, master." Tong, taken aback, exclaimed, "Goodness, you can speak." Previously, the nightmare beast was merely an ordinary magical creature, feeble in strength and limited in intellect. However, upon its transformation into an undead entity, not only had its powers surged, but its intelligence had also significantly increased, enabling it to converse. Now that it could speak, matters became more manageable. Yet, upon uttering those words, Tong sensed an oddity in what he had just said. The nightmare beast, with utmost seriousness, reassured him, "Rest assured, master, my physique is robust. I shall ensure your utmost comfort, elevating your experience to celestial heights." "Enough. If you continue, this book will be banned." Tong hastily interrupted the nightmare beast. The creature wore an expression of grievance, having merely spoken the truth. The skeletal structures upon the nightmare beast could be repositioned at will, allowing it to alter its form to become more suitable for riding. Subsequently, the nightmare beast willingly knelt, facilitating Tong's ascent, manipulating its entire skeletal frame. The creature adeptly fashioned a seat upon its back. Once seated, Tong found it surprisingly comfortable, devoid of discomfort. As an undead being, the nightmare beast could remain active indefinitely as long as its unquenchable flame endured, truly a perpetual motion machine. With the nightmare beast as his mount, Tong prepared to venture out into the evening air. The night had fully descended. Riding atop the nightmare beast, he raced through the darkness, the cool breeze caressing his face. For reasons unknown, Tong suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to shout at the top of his lungs. The hooves of the nightmare beast blazed with eternal hellfire, leaving a long trail of scorched hoofprints in its wake. Employing the nightmare beast as a steed proved to be an excellent choice. Tong resolved to construct several more undead tombstones and transform the magical beasts he had hunted today, which remained unbutchered, into undead beings. With the nightmare beast as a mount, he intended to have the lava forgers craft wooden carts, allowing the nightmare beast to pull them, thereby transporting the carcasses of magical beasts with ease and efficiency. Having a mount would greatly facilitate his excursions outside the territory, far surpassing the speed of traveling on foot. The wooden treasure chest is regarded as the most rudimentary among all types of chests. Tong, in one breath, opened 3 chests simultaneously. Acquired rare resource natural gem 1, triggering a 100-fold amplification to rare resource natural gem 100. Acquired rare resource natural gem 10, triggering a 100-fold amplification to rare resource natural gem 1000. Acquired white item blueprint for silkworm breeding room, triggering a 100-fold amplification to dark gold item blueprint from magical silk manufacturing machine. In total, 3 wooden chests were opened, of which 2 yielded natural gems, culminating in a total acquisition of 1,100 natural gems. The remaining chest unveiled a dark gold quality item blueprint. The magical silk manufacturing machine. Magical silk manufacturing machine. 100 green magic stones, 100 refined iron, 100 mithril, 100 gold. Effect: capable of producing 1 magical silk per day. The function of this item is to create silk. Currently, most of the clothing in Tong's territory is crafted from beast hide, including even the undergarments he wears. Although garments made from beast hide provide considerable warmth, they can be quite coarse and uncomfortable to wear. In the territory, only Tong, alongside the Titan, Death Guards, iron-blooded gunmen, and fallen angels, don armor and undergarments made from beast hide. Conversely, the Blackrock archers and the Foxgirl maidens disdain the unattractiveness of armor and the roughness of beast hide undergarments, opting instead to forego them altogether in favor of going into battle unencumbered. The Blackrock archer dons her black wrap and matching shorts, her long, fair legs captivating the gaze of onlookers. The Foxgirl maidens are similarly attired, as they are not combatants and have no need for armor, often clad in their loosely fitting burlap garments that leave little to the imagination. In response, Tong expresses his intention to respect the wishes of his territory's inhabitants. If they choose not to wear them, so be it. Nonetheless, he would wholeheartedly endorse the creation of more comfortable fabrics for clothing. The materials required for the magical silk manufacturing machine are nearly complete, save for one essential component: refined iron. This material necessitates the use of a refining furnace to produce it from iron blocks. Fortunately, during the last visit from the traveling merchant, Tong had acquired the blueprint for the refining furnace. He had constructed several refining furnaces in the manufacturing area, which had remained unused until now. Upon arriving at the manufacturing district, he found the lava smith and the spirit weaver diligently repairing the weapons and armor seized from the orc tribe, which had suffered significant damage in battle. Lu Tong's subordinates held these weapons in low regard and deemed it wasteful to discard them. Thus, he had sought out the lava smith and spirit weaver to ascertain if they could restore these items. Thankfully, they affirmed their ability to do so. In the past few days, Lu Tong urged the lava smith and spirit weaver to expedite the repairs. While his territory may not have a need for these armaments, he could sell them to other lords in the nearby channels. In the present day, as the 7-day protection period comes to an end, many lords of the territories find themselves in need of self-defense capabilities. Beyond the recruitment of militia, they require weaponry to arm their forces. A soldier's combat effectiveness diminishes significantly without appropriate weapons. Lu Tong estimates that the weapons and armor of the orcs could fetch a handsome price in the nearby markets. 5 units of iron and 1 unit of coal can be smelted into 1 unit of refined iron. However, Lu Tong's territory currently lacks coal as a resource. Nevertheless, by utilizing 5 units of iron and 3 units of wood, one can also forge a unit of refined iron, albeit at a slower pace compared to using coal. The wood-based smelting process takes approximately 20 minutes to yield refined iron. To enhance efficiency, Lu Tong constructed over 10 additional refining furnaces to commence simultaneous production of refined iron. Chapter 66, The Paradise of the Foxskin. After attending to these matters, a strikingly voluptuous foxskin maiden approached Lu Tong and softly said, "Master, dinner is ready." Lu Tong instructed the lava forgers and the spirit seamstresses to cease their labors and join him for a meal, followed by a well-deserved rest before resuming work the next day. Tonight's dinner was crafted by the foxskin maidens themselves. The foxskin are remarkably clever, able to master culinary skills with but a single demonstration, producing dishes that are visually appealing and delectable. Although the craftsmanship of the Titans is commendable, it still pales in comparison to that of the foxskin maidens. The main courses for dinner included roasted breadfruit, black mushroom meat soup, and pepper steak, with desserts featuring cherries, strawberries, and crystal mangoes, all cultivated from the farm. Lu Tong also procured various seasonings from nearby markets, such as sea salt, pepper, and chili, enhancing the flavors of these simple dishes. As Lu Tong took a bite of the pepper steak, sipped the mushroom soup, and relished several cherries and strawberries, he let out a sigh of nostalgia. Upon hearing his sigh, the attentive Sakura rushed to Lu Tong's side, her expression anxious, and inquired, "What troubles you, master? Is the dinner not to your liking? If it does not please you, I shall immediately prepare another." Sakura spoke with a hint of nervousness. Lu Tong shook his head with a smile and replied, "I am not sighing due to your cooking. Your dishes are delightful. I merely find myself unexpectedly nostalgic for the culinary delights of Earth." Over these many days, Lu Tong longed to savor once more dishes such as spicy shredded pork, sweet and sour pork, and boiled fish. Sakura, unfamiliar with the concept of Earth, occasionally overheard her master mention it, understanding it as his former homeland. Biting her lip, she asked, "Master, would you like to see me dance?" Lu Tong exclaimed in surprise, "You can dance, Sakura?" With a twinkle in her large eyes, she replied, "Of course. Our Foxskin clan venerates the fox deity, who is also known as the god of moonlight and dance. On every full moon night, we Foxskin perform a dance beneath the moonlight to delight our goddess. In our Foxfolk community, every individual possesses the enchanting ability to dance." Upon hearing that a fox girl could dance, Lu Tong's interest was piqued. In this world, while many aspects are delightful, it is somewhat lacking in entertainment. Without mobile phones, TikTok, or popular games, the days become quite arduous. Each day, aside from occasionally admiring the exquisite legs and delicate bare feet of the black rock shooter, or tenderly caressing the exceptionally soft body of the fox girl, there are no other sources of amusement. Lu Tong's existence felt dreary and mundane. Sakura approached a nearby clearing before Lu Tong and began to sway gracefully, her movements reminiscent of a woodland sprite dancing through nature, twisting like a graceful willow, captivatingly beautiful. Others, still engaged in their meals, turned their gazes towards the dancing Sakura. Within their tribe, she was renowned as the most beautiful and talented dancer. Each year during the Fox God Festival, the tribe's elder would specifically request Sakura to perform. Such exquisite dance should not be kept to oneself. Lu Tong retrieved the Lord's book, activated the camera function, and captured a series of photographs, sending them to the nearby channel. As night fell, weary from a long day, everyone lay in bed, passing time by browsing the nearby channel. Suddenly, they stumbled upon Lu Tong's set of images showcasing Sakura's dance. Instantly, the channel was infused with a sense of envy. "Damn it, I have worked myself to the bone, barely able to fill my stomach. And here is Lu Tong enjoying the sight of a beautiful maiden dancing. Jealousy drives me mad. How I envy Lu Tong," they exclaimed. "That lovely fox girl is simply adorable. She is my goddess." To witness the beast-eared maiden dance is a fulfillment of a lifetime. Not only to witness, but from the photos Lu Tong had previously shared, it was evident their relationship was extraordinary. The fox goddess they spoke of likely awoke each morning from Lu Tong's bed. "Why does your remark excite me even more? You upstairs, you're rather abnormal." Glancing over the comments in the nearby channel, Lu Tong nodded in satisfaction. His arduous efforts in capturing and sharing these images were simply to display a certain flair. With his objective accomplished, he contentedly exited the channel. As Sakura concluded her dance, her body glistened with a sheen of sweat, and a pure, lovely smile adorned her face. She then leapt into Lu Tong's embrace, her sultry eyes glimmering as she asked, "Master, did Sakura dance beautifully?" Gazing at Sakura's beguiling demeanor, Lu Tong found it difficult to maintain his composure. Indeed, she danced splendidly. Sakura's sensual lips brushed against Lu Tong's ear, softly whispering, "Then, master, shall I come to your room every night to dance?" A sharp intake of breath escaped Lu Tong. He finally understood the joys that King Zhou once felt. Beside them, he let out a discontented huff, harboring an inexplicable dislike for the little fox being so close to her lord. Today, the fox girl maidens, recently acquired by Lu Tong, were blissfully savoring the delectable pepper steak. It was the first time in their lives that they had tasted such exquisite food. Though Lu Tong's territory may lack many luxuries, it is abundant in meat. As long as one does not overindulge, there is no limit to the quantity one can consume. In the chaotic continent, the Fox Clan's tribes share similar living conditions, often going an entire year without a morsel of meat. To feast upon berries and white mushrooms is already considered a divine delicacy. Many of the fox maidens reflected on their fortune, believing that becoming a slave was the most unfortunate event of their lives. Yet, they had unexpectedly encountered such a benevolent master. One who did not wield a whip against them, but instead provided them with an abundance of delightful food. This place was nothing short of paradise for the Fox Clan. Do not misunderstand. This is not for any ulterior motives. As a lord, it is only natural to have a personal attendant to care for him. Thus, it is quite normal for Lu Tong to have the fox maid Sakura sleeping beside him. Furthermore, as a lord, it is prudent to have a bodyguard to thwart any potential ambushes. Hence, having the heroic Hei by his side while he sleeps is equally justifiable. After all, he is an ordinary man. If he were to sleep with a throng of dozens of Reaper soldiers, that would indeed be unusual. Aside from the Reaper soldiers on night watch, all others in the territory are resting. As a special privilege for heroes, what was once a shared dwelling for 5 now becomes a private abode for each hero after their ascension. Additionally, each hero unit is granted a unique nightmarish beast mount. Lu Tong constructed 20 necromantic tombstones, transforming a total of 200 nightmarish beasts. Chapter 67. The making of garments. In recent days, the hunting party has captured magical beasts, all of which Lu Tong has converted into undead creatures. With these mounts, Lu Tong finds transporting supplies and traveling to be significantly more convenient. Before retiring for the night, he specifically instructed the Reaper soldier on watch to monitor the refining furnace and to replace the iron block once the smelting was complete. His goal was to ensure that all the refined iron needed for the magical silk-making machine would be ready by morning. At dawn, Lu Tong awoke from slumber, feeling the silky, soft body nestled closely beside him. Upon opening his eyes, he found both Hei and Sakura sleeping soundly, one on either side of him. Hei's long, fair leg draped across him, her delicate arm resting on his chest, while the charming Sakura curled up in his embrace. Lu Tong vaguely recalled that the previous night, his intentions were purely innocent and noble when he allowed Sakura and Hei to stay in the Lord's manor as his personal maid and bodyguard, respectively. He distinctly remembered that, before falling asleep, he had settled in the master bedroom while they were to sleep in the guest room. Yet, upon awakening, both Sakura and Hei were in his bed, clad in so little attire. Lu Tong took a deep breath, acutely aware of the normal response his body was experiencing. To avert any potential awkwardness, Lu Tong resolved to rise promptly. Upon glancing at the bed, he noticed that Sakura and Hei were still peacefully slumbering. Reluctant to disturb their rest, he gently repositioned Hei's lovely legs and arms, and slowly nudged Sakura aside. After alighting from the bed, Lu Tong swiftly donned his attire and exited the master bedroom. Following a refreshing wash in the bathroom, he stepped out of the Lord's manor. The time was now 8 in the morning. The azure sky radiated with brilliant sunshine. The weather was splendid, and most of the inhabitants of the territory were already awake. Tai approached Lu Tong and inquired, "My lord, shall we proceed to the western forest to gather wood today?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Tong replied, "The mysterious curse within the eastern mountains cursed mine has been dispelled by me. Today, half of you shall gather wood, while the other half shall delve into the mine for ore." Tai nodded appreciatively, stating, "Understood, my lord." Subsequently, Lu Tong produced the Lord's book, allowing him to recruit 10 farmers once again. A golden light shimmered, and 10 newly recruited titans appeared beside Lu Tong. He entrusted these titans to Tai, tasking him with overseeing their management and instructing them on the territory's regulations. The rules of Lu Tong's domain were, in fact, rather few. Thanks to the Glory Tower's influence, the troops and newcomers alike displayed unwavering loyalty to Lu Tong. Every word he uttered was regarded as an absolute command to be fulfilled. No one would betray Lu Tong, nor would anyone contravene his orders. The regulations of the territory were merely trivial matters, such as ensuring daily meals and completing routine tasks. Lu Tong felt assured, leaving these responsibilities to Tai Yi. He then proceeded to the manufacturing area, where, after a night of continuous operation, 20 smelting furnaces had produced a total of 600 units of refined iron. The soldiers of the underworld took turns guarding the furnaces every 3 hours, tirelessly working from night until dawn, when the sun rose in the east, to yield this substantial amount of refined iron. Naturally, Lu Tong did not forget to commend the soldiers responsible for the smelting. Following this, he opened the Lord's book and confirmed the creation of a magical silk loom. As the light dissipated, an extraordinary metallic machine resembling a piano materialized before him. Lu Tong scrutinized this peculiar machine, murmuring, "Is this the magical silk loom? How does one operate it?" The left side of the machine featured a lever, accompanied by an operation panel adorned with buttons of myriad colors. After examining it, Lu Tong surmised that the panel allowed for the selection of silk colors to be produced. He pressed the red button and forcefully pulled down the lever adjacent to the machine. The magical silk loom began to hum with activity. After a moment, a length of red silk gradually emerged from the machine's outlet. Lu Tong ceased pulling the lever, and the silk promptly halted its flow. As its name suggests, magical silk is crafted using arcane energies. Garments fashioned from magical silk not only provide warmth in winter and coolness in summer, but also offer an exquisite comfort when worn. The magical silk manufacturing machine produces 1 roll of silk each day, with dimensions of 2 meters in width and 33 meters in length. With a population exceeding 1,000 in the territory, the output of a single machine is utterly insufficient. Given the abundance of resources, Lu Tong, with his lavish disposition, constructed 2 additional magical silk machines. Subsequently, he visited the tailor shop and requested the skilled seamstress, Ling Luo, to employ the magical silk in crafting garments for all the inhabitants of the territory. During battles, every combatant must don protective beast-hide armor. However, such armor can be cumbersome for daily wear, necessitating the creation of more casual attire. The seamstress, Ling Luo, exhibited remarkable tailoring skills, effortlessly transforming the magical silk into a splendid ensemble of a shirt and trousers. Her craftsmanship rivaled that of the finest designers on earth. With a simple outfit, she was capable of designing 7 or 8 distinct styles, ensuring that the inhabitants would not be burdened by monotony in their attire. Fortunately, Ling Luo could conjure various styles and designs that were both exquisite and aesthetically pleasing. In addition to outerwear, Ling Luo crafted numerous articles of men's undergarments, allowing Lu Tong and the men of the territory to finally bid farewell to the coarse beast-hide underpants. While designing the garments for the Blackrock marksman and the Foxgirl maid, Ling Luo sought Lu Tong's opinion. It is worth noting that Lu Tong, a man of unwavering strength and resilience, had little knowledge of women's fashion, having never paid attention to such matters on Earth. Terms like sailor suits, maid outfits, cheongsams, nurse uniforms, flight attendant attire, miniskirts, hot pants, Lolita, shrine maiden costumes, bunny girl outfits, knee-high socks, stockings, bikinis, and school swimsuits were merely names he had overheard from friends, and he found them rather tedious. Nonetheless, he retained a vague recollection of these styles and decided to share his thoughts with Ling Luo, albeit as mere suggestions. He certainly did not intend for the Blackrock marksman and the Foxgirl maid to wear sailor suits, maid outfits, cheongsams, nurse uniforms, flight attendant attire, miniskirts, hot pants, Lolita, shrine maiden costumes, bunny girl outfits, knee-high socks, stockings, bikinis, or school swimsuits for his amusement. In Chapter 68, quite unreasonable, with Lu Tong's subtle suggestions, Ling Luo quickly grasped his intent. She began to tailor the garments according to his descriptions. In less than 10 minutes, a black and white maid outfit was completed. At that moment, Sakura hurriedly approached Lu Tong, breathless. Upon waking, she discovered her master was no longer in bed, prompting her to hastily dress and search for him throughout the territory. Blushing, Sakura apologized, "I am sorry, master, for not rising on time." To which Lu Tong replied, "No worries. I simply could not bear to wake you while you were so peacefully asleep." Lu Tong's lips curled into a peculiar smile as he said, "Let us head to our room. I have a garment I would like you to try on." "A garment?" Inger tilted her head, her expression one of innocent curiosity. Upon returning to the Lord's manor, Lu Tong presented Inger with a freshly tailored black and white maid outfit crafted by the Spirit Weaver. "This is the new uniform for our territory. Every fox maid must wear this. Would you kindly try it on?" Without a hint of hesitation, Inger accepted the maid outfit and promptly removed her coarse linen corset and short skirt, revealing her fair and voluptuous figure. Lu Tong felt a sudden warmth at the tip of his nose as blood began to trickle down. Noticing his distress, Inger urgently inquired, "Master, what is the matter? Are you injured?" With remarkable composure, Lu Tong wiped away the blood, his eyes unwavering as he replied, "It is nothing. The weather has been rather dry these past few days, causing a bit of discomfort." "Oh, very well." Inger quickly donned the maid outfit, transforming into a fresh and adorable fox maid. Her figure, reminiscent of a comic book character, was snugly enveloped by the uniform, exuding an enticing yet pure charm. The hem of the maid's skirt rose 20 centimeters above her knees, showcasing her radiant legs, while her bare feet adorned a pair of black leather shoes, specially crafted by the spirit weaver. The only slight flaw was the absence of white stockings. Silk stockings, while elegant, lacked the breathability of nylon ones. As it happened to be summer, Lu Tong, being a considerate lord, could not possibly allow his fox maids to wear stockings that provided inadequate ventilation in the sweltering heat. Nevertheless, the sight of the fox maiden in her maid outfit, barefoot in her shoes, presented a unique allure. Within Lu Tong's maid brigade, there were 10 fox maids and 10 Blackrock archer maids. He intended to form a personal guard unit to ensure his safety. The standard guard unit comprised the underworld soldiers, responsible for external protection, while internal security required a more immediate and personal guard, ideally present during private moments such as sleeping or bathing. As a male lord, it was only fitting that his closest guard would consist of female soldiers. Although the Blackrock archers were ranged units and somewhat lacking in close combat prowess, they could still assist in restraining foes. This personal guard unit was dedicated to implementing protection within the territory, which could currently be described as tightly secured. Not even the tiniest ant could elude the watchful eyes of the omniscient tower. Yet, Lu Tong remained vigilant. After all, there are always stronger beings beyond the horizon. The chaotic continent is rife with formidable powers and masters. Lu Tong approached his responsibilities with utmost caution, preparing for every conceivable danger. Presently, his personal maids consisted solely of Blackrock archers, but in the future, he would continue to recruit other combat units. At that moment, Lu Tong would be able to assemble a formidable battalion of battle maids. Glancing at the adorable and innocent fox girl maid beside him, a mischievous smile crept across Lu Tong's lips. As the saying goes, good things are meant to be shared. With such a charming fox girl maid at home, it was only fitting to allow others in the nearby channel to appreciate her beauty. Lu Tong instructed Sakura to sit on the bed, adopting a playful duck-like pose while gazing up at the camera. Following this, a series of clicks filled the air. After a meticulous selection process, Lu Tong discovered a photograph that could only be described as perfect, which he then shared in the nearby channel. Accompanied by the caption, "My fox girl maid is truly a mischievous little sprite. She couldn't wait to show off her new outfit." The denizens of the nearby channel had grown accustomed to Lu Tong's daily displays of affection, sharing photos that exuded his fondness. When they noticed another picture posted early in the morning, they anticipated yet another display of love. However, upon opening the image, they were utterly astonished. This incorrigible scoundrel, Lu Tong, not only had a charming fox girl with beast ears, but also had dressed her in a maid outfit. Ah, the maid outfit. How many otaku on earth cherish such attire? Even among non-otaku, one must ask, how many men can resist the allure of a maid's ensemble? This was simply too enviable. Many in the nearby channel, consumed by envy and jealousy, nearly hurled their lord's books in frustration. How detestable Lu Tong was. Not only did he have a fox girl at home, but he also flaunted her in photographs every day. Do you have any idea how us single folks have been enduring these past years? It was utterly unfair. If it weren't for the recent incidents where those who dared to criticize Lu Tong were swiftly blacklisted, no one would have the audacity to utter a word against him. With this precedent in mind, no one in the nearby channel dared to speak ill of Lu Tong anymore. They could only mutter their grievances in private, wary of the repercussions. Had it not been for Lu Tong's vast reserves of meat, no one would dare offend him. Otherwise, they would ensure he understood the meaning of cruelty. At this juncture, Lu Tong began to reflect upon his actions. In this world, every lord was a solitary figure, surrounded solely by male farmers and militia within their territories. The long nights were indeed lonely. Countless lonely souls, despite wishing to converse with the opposite sex in the nearby channel, found that even such interactions came at a cost. 1 unit of food for an hour of chat, and 5 units for a single racy image. In all likelihood, Lu Tong was the only one in the entire world channel who displayed affection so ostentatiously. He felt a profound sense of guilt for indulging his own desires while disregarding the feelings of others. It was clear that the seamstress of Ling Luo had crafted various outfits, including sailor suits, cheongsams, and Lolita dresses. To limit the other lords in the nearby channel to merely the maid outfit was rather inconsiderate. Subsequently, Lu Tong had Sakura change into various outfits, taking pictures and posting them in the nearby channel. Yet, merely photographing Sakura alone felt insufficient, prompting him to summon Hei-E to join in for a photo session. The exquisite, slender legs of Hei-E could captivate for an entire decade without losing their charm. Dressed in a sailor outfit, she showcased her stunning legs to perfection. Meanwhile, Ing-Er donned a delicate pink qipao that accentuated her beautiful curves. Yet, even amidst such splendor, Lu Tong felt a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. He summoned over a dozen foxwoman maids and Blackrock archers, each adorned in various eclectic costumes. With the Lord's book in hand, he reveled in the moment, snapping photographs with glee. From sailor outfits to Lolita dresses, kipeos to bunny suits and nurse uniforms, he unleashed a cascade of images that soon flooded the nearby channels. Initially, the crowd erupted in curses, but gradually, they found themselves at a loss for words. They mechanically clicked through image after image, their faces etched with expressions of envy and frustration. The male lords in the vicinity fell into a profound silence. They yearned to chastise Lu Tong, yet hesitated. Though they wished to avert their gaze from the images, an insatiable curiosity compelled them to continue clicking. The torment was palpable, their expressions twisting in a blend of envy and exasperation. Contrastingly, the usually quiet female lords in the nearby channel buzzed with excitement, chattering incessantly. "Oh, these outfits are simply stunning. Far more beautiful than anything I've seen on the runway," one exclaimed. Another chimed in, "Lu Tong, dear, are these garments available for purchase? Since arriving in this world, I have worn nothing but this single outfit for days. My stockings have developed quite an unpleasant odor." From above, a voice called out, "I would gladly trade 5 units of food for your odorous stockings." Another added, "That's rather peculiar, but I would offer 8 units for a pair worn by a lady." The chatter escalated, with many declaring their willingness to barter increasingly large quantities of food for such peculiar items. As the post in the nearby channel grew ever more bizarre, Lu Tong swiftly intervened, posting, "Of course, the garments can be sold, priced between 1 to 50 units of food, depending on the type. For instance, undergarments, being less fabric-intensive, will be priced more affordably. Ultimately, it depends on what they wish to acquire." At this moment, Jiang Haiqing sent a message to Lu Tong. "Are you there, Lu Tong? I would like to purchase some clothing." Lu Tong replied, "Yes, what type of clothing are you interested in? Undergarments or maid outfits?" After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Haiqing responded, "Do you have anything more ordinary?" "Certainly. Wait a moment. I will send you a selection of images for you to choose from," Lu Tong replied. In addition to maid outfits, sailor uniforms, and Lolita dresses, the seamstress of Ling Luo had designed numerous styles of everyday women's clothing. However, Lu Tong found these ordinary garments unsatisfactory, feeling they were too conservative and revealing too little. Let me clarify in advance that a paragon of virtue like Lu Tong, a truly exceptional lord, would never be deterred by the scant attire of ordinary women. Rather, it is the sweltering heat of summer that dictates his preferences. On such a scorching day, one must consider the well-being of the Black Rock archer and the fox maid. Should they be overdressed, they may succumb to heat stroke. His decision stems solely from a desire to care for his subjects, not from any personal inclination to behold their attire. Thus, he suggested such garments for the Black Rock archer and the fox maid. Lu Tong sent photographs of ordinary clothing to Jiang Haiqing. After some time, Jiang Haiqing replied, "Dear sir, I would like to procure 2 sets of that white shirt and black trousers." Lu Tong inquired, "Do you require anything else?" After a brief pause, Jiang Haiqing shyly responded, Dear sir, I would also like to purchase 2 sets of undergarments." Lu Tong asked, "Would you prefer white or black?" To which Jiang Haiqing replied, "Black." Lu Tong confirmed, "Very well, that totals 60 units of food." Jiang Haiqing then asked, "Might I exchange blueprints instead?" Lu Tong replied, "Of course, I would welcome that." Lu Tong was aware that near Jiang Haiqing's territory lay an ancient ruin, concealing a plethora of blueprints amidst numerous perilous threats. Previously, Jiang Haiqing had successfully completed a daunting task using the magical scrolls traded from Lu Tong, ultimately acquiring a key to the underground ruins. The upper ruins of the ancient site were replete with blueprints, and he believed that even more valuable designs awaited in the depths below. However, Jiang Haiqing's territory was notably weak, making her hesitant to venture into the underground ruins. Given her current capabilities, even if she were to unlock the entrance, she would surely fall prey to the lurking monsters. With no protective grace period of 7 days, an encounter with formidable foes could spell disaster for her domain. Jiang Haiqing wisely chose to gradually strengthen her forces, intending to explore the underground ruins when she was adequately prepared. The blueprint she selected for trade with Lu Tong was a white-quality architectural design for a bronze gate, allowing her to construct a bronze door within her territory. Presently, it is likely that no lord across the world possesses even a simple wooden fence for defense, let alone a proper city wall. Even with the blueprint for a bronze gate, it would serve little purpose without accompanying fortifications. It would be rather monotonous to have an isolated bronze gate standing amidst an empty expanse. Jiang Haiqing felt somewhat uncertain about the utility of her blueprint, willing to compensate Lu Tong with additional food if he were displeased. However, to her surprise, upon seeing the blueprint for the bronze gate, Lu Tong agreed without hesitation. The absence of walls among other lords did not imply that Lu Tong lacked fortifications. His territory was already encircled by a wall, only missing a city gate. Generally speaking, aside from those with peculiar tastes, most individuals prefer to don more conventional attire. Though Lu Tong deemed the ordinary garments unremarkable, the women in the neighboring channels appeared to hold a different opinion, whether in craftsmanship, design, or materials. The garments fashioned by the Ling Luo seamstresses transcend those created by the most renowned and skilled fashion designers on earth by several magnitudes. From merely selling clothing, Lu Tong has amassed a considerable fortune. The clientele consists primarily of female lords, as male lords seldom invest resources in acquiring aesthetically pleasing attire. This morning, in addition to assisting the Ling Luo seamstresses with the design and tailoring of garments, Lu Tong ventured to the farms and constructed over 50 additional agricultural establishments. Yesterday, Upon opening treasure chests, 3 in total, he discovered that 2 contained natural gemstones, yielding a grand total of 1,100 soul gems. With such an abundance of soul gems, it is only prudent for Lu Tong to establish several more farms. In recent days, Lu Tong has been engaged in extensive construction of various edifices. What was once a spacious territory has rapidly become somewhat congested. Consequently, he has decided to expand the boundary walls outward, thereby granting his domain a semblance of spaciousness once more. Chapter 70. Soaking in the Hot Springs. Furthermore, Lu Tong has erected 4 bronze gates along the perimeter walls of his territory. Bronze gate, 100 copper or 50 iron blocks. Each bronze gate stands 3 meters high and 2 meters wide, perfectly aligning with the height of Lu Tong's city walls. The gates are adorned with intricately carved depictions of ferocious beasts, instilling a sense of trepidation in those who behold them. However, compared to the 3-story stone gates he encountered in the underground tomb, these gates still fall short. One wonders when his territory will be capable of constructing towering walls that reach several dozen meters in height. When that day arrives, he is determined to take inspiration from the heroic corridor behind the stone gates of the underground tomb to design his own corridor of heroes. Just envision the splendor. Upon entering Lu Tong's territory through the city gate, one would push open the massive doors to reveal a corridor stretching hundreds of meters, its floor adorned with gold, flanked by dozens of heroic statues soaring to heights of several meters. What an awe-inspiring sight that would be. As the day swiftly turned to night, the presence of nightmare beast mounts made travel significantly more convenient for the populace. Today, the hunting party successfully captured over 300 beasts, along with a substantial number of magical creature offspring. The efficiency of the hunting party has been increasing day by day. The Titans, embarking on their first mining expedition today, unearthed a wealth of stone blocks, iron blocks, and fire copper ore, in addition to discovering a stone treasure chest. Lu Tong could hardly contain his excitement as he opened the chest, and a dark golden light emanated from within. Acquired the blueprint for the bathhouse, triggering 100-fold amplification for the dark golden architectural blueprint. Life Spring. Life Spring. 500 stone bricks, 1 underground water well, 10 flame crystals, 10 life gems. Lu Tong possesses the requisite stone bricks, flame crystals, and life gems, yet he lacks the blueprint for the construction of an underground water well. For the past few days, the entire territory has relied on fetching water from a spring located several miles away, which has proven exceedingly inconvenient. It is high time to procure the blueprint for the underground water well. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Tong, he routinely stocked 10,000 pounds of meat and casually posted a message indicating his intent to acquire blueprints for underground water wells, offering 100 units of meat in exchange. These blueprints were exceedingly valuable in the early stages, as possessing an underground water well signified an inexhaustible water resource. Lords ruling over arid territories such as deserts, wastelands, and mines yearned to obtain such blueprints to resolve their water scarcity. Initially, all blueprints were remarkably rare. Unless one were exceptionally fortunate, it was challenging to discover blueprints in the wild. However, since the conclusion of the 7-day protection period, the availability of blueprints in the wilderness had surged significantly. The avenues for acquiring blueprints had also diversified, rendering previously scarce blueprints like that of the underground water well not as elusive as before. Lu Tong was confident that by offering a high-tier exchange, he would successfully procure the underground water well blueprint from others. 100 units of meat was no trifling sum. It was not akin to 100 units of mushrooms or berries, but rather genuine, succulent beast meat. No one could resist the allure of such a delectable offering. As anticipated, within mere moments of posting his request for the underground water well blueprint, he received a message from someone claiming to possess the coveted blueprint. Seeking to negotiate a trade, the individual introduced himself as Jiang Xiaoyu. Lu Tong recalled this name, as Jiang Xiaoyu seemed to reside by a riverbank. In the early days, he had acquired the blueprint for a fishing rod, enabling him to fish at the river, making him one of the few capable of securing meat through his own efforts. Occasionally, he would offer a few units of fish meat in the local channel, albeit in quantities far inferior to Lu Tong's grand display of 10,000 units of meat. Jiang Xiaoyu inquired, "Esteemed one, do you truly wish to trade 100 units of meat for the underground water well blueprint?" Lu Tong replied, "Absolutely. I shall post the trade link immediately. You may purchase it directly." Without delay, Lu Tong posted the offer of 100 units of meat in exchange for the underground water well blueprint. "Very well, esteemed one. I shall send the blueprint to you now. I will log off afterward," Jiang Xiaoyu responded. Once the transaction was completed, Jiang Xiaoyu promptly logged off, and Lu Tong acquired the underground water well blueprint. Underground water well, stone 100, wood 50, grass rope 30. Lu Tong chose to construct the underground water wells in the living area, not far from the open-air kitchen, erecting a total of 10 wells. Additionally, he established 10 wells in the residential area. It was impractical for the inhabitants of his territory to travel a great distance to fetch water from the living area for their daily needs. With the installation of the underground water wells, all materials necessary for constructing the life spring were now at hand. Lu Tong selected a picturesque location within his territory, boasting a broad view and an advantageous position. Turning to the construction page of the Lord's book, he confirmed the establishment of the life spring. As the golden light dissipated, a steaming, crystal-clear spring materialized. The perimeter of the life spring was adorned with stones of various sizes, exuding a unique charm. In the tranquil waters of the hot springs, illuminated by the gentle glow of the moonlight, a soft amber radiance ripples across the surface. Immersing oneself in the life-giving waters not only provides a gradual healing of one's wounds, but also revitalizes the spirit. After a long day of toil, when fatigue weighs heavily upon the body, there is no better remedy than to luxuriate in the soothing embrace of the hot springs. After dinner, Lu Tong once again constructed several dozen life springs, striving to ensure that all the inhabitants of his domain could indulge in their restorative warmth. The life springs are vast, comparable in size to swimming pools on Earth, each capable of accommodating over 100 individuals. Lu Tong built a total of 20 springs, averaging one for every 50 people, thus preventing overcrowding. To ensure the comfort of his subjects while soaking, Lu Tong has indeed spared no expense. His collection of elemental crystals and life gems, rare and precious resources, was rapidly depleting. Typically, a noble such as Lu Tong would be expected to enjoy a spring all to himself, a privilege befitting his status. However, due to the limited supply of life gems and elemental crystals in his storeroom, he found himself unable to construct an additional spring. Consequently, he would have to share a spring with his subordinates. Sighing, Lu Tong lamented the incongruity of this situation with his noble identity. Sharing a spring with his subjects was certainly less pleasurable than luxuriating alone. Yet what could he do? He was a lord who cared deeply for his people. With that thought, Lu Tong strode directly into the hot spring room occupied by the Blackrock Archer and the Fox Maid. His subjects, both male and female, necessitated some discretion, so he had constructed wooden walls around each life spring for privacy. Each room bore labels, inscribed with charcoal, indicating male and female to distinguish between them. Naturally, one would soak in the springs without any clothing. However, Lu Tong was no lecherous individual. He ensured that both the Blackrock Archer and the Fox Maid donned garments while in the springs. The life springs possess the remarkable ability to gradually restore vitality and rapidly replenish energy. Clad in shorts, Lu Tong settled into the warm waters, feeling as though his very flesh were being healed, every inch of him caressed by ethereal, gentle hands. The restorative effects of the life springs were indeed extraordinary. All traces of fatigue from the day vanished without a trace. While the springs healed his body, the Fox Maid and the Blackrock Archer soothed his spirit, elevating his very soul. At that moment, Sakura approached, carrying a wooden tray adorned with several wooden cups and an assortment of fruits. She stepped into the spring, her form nearly pressed against Lu Tong's as she presented him with a cup. "Master, this is cherry wine brewed using the winemaking apparatus. It is exquisite. Please do sample it." The winemaking apparatus, acquired through a trade with Lu Xiaohua, allowed fruits placed in the fermentation barrel to transform into delightful wines after a day's fermentation. Sakura lifted a cup of cherry wine from the tray and offered it to Lu Tong. He accepted it and took a sip, marveling at the craftsmanship of the brew. Placing the fruits within the winemaking vessel, the resulting fruit wine not only possesses no trace of alcohol, but also delights the palate with its exquisite flavor. Lu Tong consumed an entire cup of this fruit wine in one swift motion. Beside him, Inger, with her delicate and fair fingers, picked a strawberry from the wooden tray and offered it to Lu Tong's lips. Gazing at him with tender eyes, she softly urged, "Master, eat the strawberry." Lu Tong savored the fruit, marveling. Now this is how a lord should live. No bloodshed, just feasting and revelry every day. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, a sigh escaped his lips, for he knew that such a leisurely existence could not last for long. Lu Tong raised his gaze to the heavens. The sky tonight was devoid of clouds, allowing the myriad stars to shine brightly. As he beheld the luminous full moon, he fell into a contemplative reverie. Meanwhile, in the Orc Empire, at the blood-soaked highlands, within the Butcher tribe, the Orc chieftain, Battleaxe, who had witnessed the annihilation of his entire tribe by Lu Tong, sat in the hall of the Butcher tribe, seemingly awaiting someone. Battleaxe wore a grave expression. Had it not been for the thirst for vengeance, he would never have deigned to set foot in such a cursed place. The Butcher tribe, led by the chieftain known as Butcher, was the most formidable force in the blood-soaked highlands, unparalleled in strength. Additionally, the Butcher tribe was notorious as one of the most brutal and fearsome tribes in the entire Orc Empire. The chieftain's greatest passion and amusement lay in inflicting torment. Any orc or member of another race who fell captive to their tribe faced a fate far worse than death. They were subjected to cruelty, ultimately succumbing to their unbearable suffering. Alas, with his tribe vanquished by Lu Tong, Battleaxe sought revenge, leading him to the Butcher tribe. Prior to this, he had sought alliances with other tribes, hoping to leverage the cursed mine as a bargaining chip to rally their strength against Lu Tong. Reports indicated that the mineral resources within the cursed mine were estimated to exceed 50 million units, akin to a substantial resource point. No orc could resist the allure of such a significant resource. Upon hearing this news, nearly every chieftain displayed an interest. However, the majority lost their enthusiasm when they learned that the cursed mine was located in the resource-scarce Forgotten Land. With a dismissive wave, they expelled Battleaxe from their tribes. Left with no other options, he turned to the Butcher tribe in his quest for revenge. As footsteps approached, a slender orc entered the hall. This orc was markedly different from the typical robust and imposing figures of his kin. Clad only in black leather trousers, his upper body bore the scars of numerous battles, exuding a pungent aura of blood. This was Butcher, the chieftain of the Butcher tribe, an 8th-tier hero. As the Butcher entered the hall of the orcs, the sight of the battle axe brought a smile to its lips. "Is that not my dearest brother?" it inquired. "Since your departure from the Butcher tribe, I have not laid eyes on you. What brings you to my domain today?" The voice of the Butcher was not one of masculine timbre. Rather, it resembled the croak of a male duck, akin to metal scraping against concrete. The battle axe managed a faint smile and replied, "My tribe has been annihilated by enemies. All its members ruthlessly slaughtered. Therefore, I beseech you to lend me a legion to exact my revenge." Despite being the elder brother, the battle axe appeared somewhat ineffectual when compared to the Butcher, who, gifted with extraordinary talent, had attained the 4th tier of strength before adulthood and reached the 6th tier upon maturity. The father had bequeathed the chieftaincy to the Butcher, succeeding the former chief, the Savage, after his demise. Consequently, the tribe was renamed the Butcher tribe, which stirred discontent within the battle axe. Yet, in the realm of Orcish society, strength held paramount importance. The strong possessed everything. The battle axe, unable to rival the Butcher, could not ascend to the chieftaincy, regardless of its dissatisfaction. It was compelled to suppress its emotions. As the Butcher matured, it grew increasingly ruthless and bloodthirsty, deriving pleasure from the torment of others. Ultimately, the battle axe could no longer endure the situation and departed to establish its own tribe. After years of wandering, the battle axe tribe garnered the favor of the orcs and finally discovered a significant resource point. With the resources from the cursed mine, the battle axe believed it would not be long before its tribe ascended to a medium-sized tribe. However, just as it began to revel in its fortunes, the battle axe was easily assassinated in its slumber by the Shadow Walker. Even the tribe, comprising 30,000 souls, was effortlessly eradicated by Lu Tong. Such events ignited a fiery rage within the battle axe. It longed to skin Lu Tong alive, turning every inhabitant of his territory, regardless of gender, into slaves. Upon hearing the battle axe's lamentations, the Butcher scoffed derisively, unimpressed by the passage of years. Its brother remained as ineffectual as ever. To be defeated by some obscure figure from nowhere was a disgrace. The Butcher sneered, "Battle axe, am I granting you favor? Were you not my brother? I would not even entertain the thought of meeting you. If you wish to avoid suffering at my hands, I suggest you leave my tribe at once." The battle axe was not taken aback by the Butcher's words, fully aware that even his own brother would not willingly assist him in seeking vengeance. Such was the nature of Orcish kinship, void of any genuine emotion, characterized solely by coldness and brutality. Chapter 72. The Dragon Clan. The battle axe spoke in a low voice. "Within the territory of my enemies lies a mine, a substantial resource point, containing at least 50 million units of ore." "Oh." The Butcher raised an eyebrow, intrigue lighting its expression. "A large resource point, indeed a treasure. You must know that even among large orc tribes, there are few who possess such significant resources." Without hesitation, the Butcher inquired, "Where is this large resource point you speak of?" "In the eastern mountains of the Forgotten Land." The battle axe spoke urgently. The Forgotten Land. Upon hearing that name, the Butcher's expression darkened instantly. With a fierce glare, he retorted, "You cowardly scoundrel, are you mocking me? Who in the chaotic continent does not know that the Forgotten Land is the most barren region in terms of resources? How dare you deceive me? Even if you try to flee now, you will not escape. I shall use you to test my latest invention of torment." The battle axe hastily replied, "Listen to me. There is indeed a significant resource point in the Forgotten Land. I am not lying. I swear by the beast god." The Butcher scoffed him. "Even if the beast god himself were to arrive today, you would still meet your end." The battle axe was merely a 7th-tier hero, whereas the Butcher had ascended to the 8th tier. There existed a complete tier difference between them. Furthermore, this was the Butcher's territory, where he could summon an army at any moment. The battle axe stood no chance whatsoever. If captured by the Butcher, the true horror would not be death, but a fate worse than it. Desperation overcame the battle axe as he knelt on the ground, pleading loudly, "Butcher, you must believe me. There truly exists a large resource point in the Forgotten Land. If you doubt my words, you can send someone to scout and verify my honesty. Your tribe has long been unable to elevate to a large tribe due to resource limitations. If you seize this large resource point within a decade, your tribe could ascend to greatness." Upon hearing this, the Butcher fell into contemplation. Indeed, while his Butcher tribe was the mightiest in the Bloody Highlands, most resource points in the region were merely small scale, with only a few being of medium size and none classified as large. To evolve into a large tribe, not only was a sufficient population necessary, but ample resources were paramount. Surrounding the Bloody Highlands, there existed a large resource point. Yet it was claimed by several major orc tribes. The butcher could not contend with them, thus he could not seize the large resource point. All resource points within the Orc Empire's territory were occupied by various tribes. The rules of the Orc Empire were simple. If you desire a resource point, seize it by force. This was the law of the Orc Empire, where the weak are devoured by the strong. If a large resource point remained unclaimed by major tribes, it would indeed be a remarkable opportunity. The butcher cast a sidelong glance at the battle axe. Although his brother was a complete fool, he was not the kind to commit the folly of deception. Tell me the location of that large resource point. I shall dispatch scouts tonight to investigate. If it proves false, humph. The butcher's gaze, filled with cruelty and bloodlust, bore down on the battle axe. His impatience to torment a 7th-tier orc hero was palpable. An orc hero should possess a more vigorous vitality than an ordinary orc, allowing for a prolonged amusement. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, the battle axe disclosed the whereabouts of the cursed mine to the butcher. It did not inform the butcher that the large resource point was cursed. Any creature that ventures into the cursed mine will mysteriously perish by dawn. Of course, the battle axe was unaware that the enigmatic curse within the mine had already been eradicated by Lu Tong's agents. For the orcs, the mysterious curse of the mine posed no significant threat. If the orc laborers were to succumb to the curse, so be it. They could simply perish. Once the orc miners were gone, they could easily procure new slaves from the slave traders. If that were the case, the butcher would promptly dispatch a legion to annihilate all factions in the Forgotten Lands. Such a resource point could only belong to the butcher tribe. Any other factions must perish. In seizing the resources, he could also avenge his worthless brother. With this thought, the butcher regarded the battle axe with increased disdain. What sort of respectable faction could possibly exist in a forsaken place like the Forgotten Lands? The butcher was confident that with his army of 10,000 orcs, he could effortlessly obliterate Lu Tong's territory. The following day, at dawn, Lu Tong awoke to find, as expected, Hei-E and Sakura had stealthily climbed into his bed during the night. In addition to Sakura and Hei-E, several foxgirl maids, clad in black and white maid outfits, stood by his bedside, eagerly awaiting his rise. They were specifically tasked with attending to Lu Tong's morning needs. Rising from his bed, Lu Tong was assisted by one of the foxgirl maids as he dressed, while 2 others aided him in his morning ablutions. On the dining table in the Lord's Hall, breakfast was already prepared: a cup of fruit wine, a portion of grilled steak, 2 slices of toasted bread, and a small basket of fruits. Lu Tong sat down, hardly needing to lift a finger to eat, as the charming Sakura personally fed him bite by bite. This indulgence led Lu Tong to reflect on the decadence of such a life. How blissful it was to be a lord. Yet, he wondered how long this happiness would last, for soon he heard a terrifying roar emanating from beyond his territory, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of dread. The weaker foxgirl maidens could hardly withstand the oppressive force and collapsed, trembling in fear. Though Sakura's complexion paled under the weight of the terror, she endeavored to maintain her composure before her master, bracing herself against the table to steady her trembling form. Witnessing this, Lu Tong was filled with rage. Who dared to wreak havoc in his domain? They were clearly courting death. He retrieved his formidable equipment, including the Black Abyss armor, the explosive magic ring, and the pale crown, donned them swiftly, and pushed open the door of the Lord's manor to step outside. Looking up, he beheld a creature soaring through the skies above his territory, a dragon, reminiscent of a lizard, measuring hundreds of meters in length, with colossal wings that obscured the sun. Its body was covered in tough black scales, enveloped in a red magical aura, and with every breath, it exhaled a plume of dark dragon fire. Chapter 73. The audacity to come forth to meet death. Lu Tong immediately examined the attributes of the dragon-shaped monstrosity soaring in the sky. Black Dragon, Tier 10. Abilities: Magic Immunity. Skills: Black Dragon Breath, Tier 10 Magic. Great Curse, Tier 10 Curse. Cataclysm, Tier 10 Magic. It was indeed a black dragon. No wonder the fox maid had been so terrified. After all, dragons are among the apex beings of the chaotic continent. Yet, why had a black dragon ventured into my territory? As Lu Tong pondered this perplexity, Ming-Yi arrived at his side, his demeanor grave. My lord, he reported. Just 3 minutes ago, this black dragon appeared above our territory. It must be an intruder. The Blackrock archers are ready. With a mere command from you, we can eliminate it. Fortunately, the territory boasted the Blackrock archers, a ranged unit. Against such flying beasts, the most formidable combatants, the Death Knights, Iron Blood Pikemen, and Shadow Walkers, would be rendered utterly ineffective. Lu Tong shook his head, a smile gracing his face. Do not permit the Blackrock archers to engage. I wish to capture it alive. A few days prior, he had obtained a dark gold grade saddle from the goblin encampment, capable of taming a tier 10 beast as a mount. Regrettably, in the Forgotten Lands, the mightiest beasts did not exceed tier 3, rendering the dark gold saddle useless, merely gathering dust in the warehouse. Little did he anticipate that this very morning, a tier 10 beast would present itself at his doorstep, and a dragon, no less. Should he succeed in taming the black dragon as his steed, it would far surpass the allure of riding a nightmare beast. Today, Fortune was decidedly in his favor. What extraordinary luck! Lu Tong exclaimed with excitement. Let DUI lead his fallen angel troops into action, striving to capture the black dragon from the sky alive. Remember, do not harm it. Otherwise, we would have to heal it post-taming, which would be quite the hassle. The fallen angels leaned towards being support units, akin to healers stationed in the rear. However, they were not merely frail caregivers. They possessed formidable combat capabilities, albeit with limited offensive skills. It was merely a Tier 10 black dragon. Lu Tong's territory housed a full 100 Tier 10 fallen angels, alongside a Tier 10 hero, the fallen angel governor. With sheer numbers, they could easily overwhelm it. Dragons are an immensely powerful breed of beast. Even a newborn dragon possesses the strength of a Tier 5 beast, while adult dragons reach the pinnacle of Tier 10. With their formidable dragon legions, dragons are one of the most dominant forces across the chaotic continent. Simultaneously, dragons are notoriously avaricious. They have a penchant for treasure, often hoarding vast amounts of wealth within their lairs, using it for decoration, bedding, or sustenance. The greatest delight of any adult dragon is to slumber in a cavern brimming with riches. Upon reaching maturity, dragons scour the chaotic continent in search of gold and other treasures, which they sequester within their lairs. The degree of a dragon's greed rivals that of orcs. However, while orcs favor plunder for resources and survival, dragons simply indulge in their insatiable desire for wealth. The avarice of dragons stems from their innate affinity for glittering treasures. On the chaotic continent, there once existed a profession known as dragon slayers, a group of individuals whose vocation revolved around the pursuit and extermination of these majestic beasts. The allure of abundant gold and silver within dragon lairs enticed many adventurers to take perilous risks. However, the majority of dragon lairs were situated within the territories of the Beast Empire, where any would-be slayer had to navigate through vast expanses occupied by formidable beasts. Upon entering the realm of the dragon kin, one had to remain vigilant against the onslaught of other dragons. Moreover, the dragon race harbored a fierce sense of vengeance. Any who dared to slay their kin would face the most brutal retribution. Consequently, the profession of dragon slayer gradually faded into obscurity. Kiri, a young dragon who had only recently reached adulthood, had long awaited the day she could depart from the Beast Empire and traverse the chaotic continent in search of treasures. This day had been her fervent desire for years, and she had nearly lost her sanity in anticipation. After 5 arduous years of toil, cunning, and deception, she had finally amassed a trove of riches sufficient to fill a cave. For her own safety, she chose to conceal her treasure in the Forsaken Land, a desolate place devoid of resources and human presence. Burying her wealth in such a forsaken locale seemed the most prudent choice, allowing her to adorn her lair with gold and jewels, and to slumber atop her hoard each night, a dream shared by many dragons. Yet, to her dismay, all her painstakingly collected treasures had been stolen, leaving not even a single gold coin behind. Witnessing this devastation, Kiri was nearly driven to madness. After 5 years of laborious accumulation, her entire cache had been plundered. However, she did not succumb to despair. Through the myriad clues left at the scene, she deduced that her gold had been taken by intruders from the central region of the Forsaken Plain, specifically the territory of Lu Tong. In this Forsaken Land, only Lu Tong bore signs of substantial disturbance, leading her to conclude that it was indeed the source of her misfortune. How audacious it was for someone to dare pilfer from the horde of dragons. Whoever it was would surely perish beneath her fiery wrath. With a thunderous roar, the black dragon spread her wings and ascended to the skies above Lu Tong's territory, unleashing her full might without reservation. From her lofty vantage point, she beheld numerous foxwomen engaged in mundane tasks, who were instantly rendered unconscious by her fearsome presence. To her astonishment, this domain was inhabited by such feeble beings, their populace comprised of weak foxfolk. Kiri resolved to incinerate all within this territory and seize its resources for herself. Yet, before she could execute her plan, she noticed a host of peculiar winged humanoid creatures ascending to encircle her in the air. A smirk of disdain graced Kiri's lips. Once again, mere mortals dared to provoke the might of the great dragon race. Are they all fools, unaware that adult dragons are 10th-tier soldiers, daring to come forth to meet their demise? Kiri brimmed with confidence. Even though these avian beings could soar, they were no match for her. The dragon race is heralded as the mightiest aerial force, unmatched by any other race in the skies. A smirk of derision curled at the corners of Kiri's lips. Come forth, insignificant mortals, let me witness your strength. Soon, however, Kiri regretted uttering those words, for she had never anticipated that these seemingly feeble avians were, in fact, all 10th-tier soldiers. A full 100 of them, each a 10th-tier combatant. Kiri was on the brink of madness, struggling to comprehend when such a formidable force had emerged from the realm of oblivion. A territory that appeared nondescript housed an entire legion composed of 10th-tier soldiers. Chapter 74, Good Companions. Realizing the dire predicament, Kiri decisively opted to flee. Even though she belonged to the powerful and noble dragon lineage, she knew that 2 fists could not contend with 4 hands. 100 10th-tier soldiers could easily encircle and eliminate her. As she prepared to take flight, a command had already been issued by Tong to capture the Black Dragon alive, leaving no room for her escape. Numerous fallen angels surrounded the Black Dragon, intent on capturing her, while the Black Dragon struggled desperately, revealing a black magical array inscribed with mysterious runes upon her maw. In the next moment, a searing, corrosive draconic breath erupted from the center of the magical array. The fallen angels nimbly evaded the Black Dragon's breath. After all, they were not the soldiers of the underworld, and their defenses were inadequate to withstand a 10th-tier spell. Seizing this opportunity, the Black Dragon flapped her wings, preparing to flee this terrifying place. However, the fallen angel governor stood directly in her path. As the Black Dragon readied to unleash magic once more, Dee did not grant her that chance, delivering a powerful punch to the Black Dragon's head. Because Tong had ordered her to capture the dragon alive, Dee refrained from using a weapon. A typical 10th-tier unit could not withstand the full force of a 10th-tier hero's strike. The Black Dragon, known for her exceptional physical prowess among dragons, though not adept in magic, possessed magical immunity and formidable strength. As Dee's fist approached, the Black Dragon did not evade but continued to cast her spell. A mere ordinary attack would not be fatal, and the Black Dragon prepared to unleash her most potent magic, Cataclysm. Yet, when Dee's punch landed, the Black Dragon's proud defenses crumbled. The opponent was a 10th-tier hero. Astonishment filled the Black Dragon's eyes. This territory held not only hundreds of 10th-tier soldiers, but also a 10th-tier hero. The 100 fallen angels combined their strength to restrain the Black Dragon, pinning her to the grass beside the territory. Upon witnessing the Black Dragon subdued, Tong promptly retrieved the reins of his steed from the warehouse. With the reins in hand, he eagerly departed the territory, racing towards the Black Dragon's location. The Black Dragon, hundreds of meters above, was forcefully pressed to the ground by the fallen angels, with the terrifying strength of over 100 10th-tier soldiers rendering it utterly incapable of struggle. Yet, despite this predicament, the Black Dragon refused to relinquish its resistance, persistently thrashing against its captors. "Release me, you wretched creatures. I am of the noble dragon lineage. Should you wish to avoid inciting the wrath of my kin, you must immediately free me and provide ample treasures as compensation. Otherwise, the Dragon Legion shall unleash its breath upon the entire forgotten land, reducing it to ashes." Tong was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this Black Dragon could articulate speech. He had always presumed that dragons were merely elevated beasts of magic. Yet here it was, conversing in a commendably fluent common tongue. In truth, the dragon had spoken while airborne, but its altitude had rendered Tong unable to hear its words. "Since you can speak, that is all the better," Tong inquired. "Why do you come to disturb my territory?" Upon hearing this question, the Black Dragon responded with fervor, "You shameless thief, you filthy brigand, how dare you pilfer my treasures?" Insulted by the dragon's accusations, Tong's mood soured instantly. He furrowed his brow and retorted, "I advise you to mind your language. You are currently my captive. Should you dare to insult me again, I may just end your life and make a hot pot of you for dinner." Whether due to Tong's threat or not, the Black Dragon's demeanor calmed, and she no longer exhibited the same agitation. In a subdued tone, she huffed, "You thief, how could you steal my treasures? I have never pilfered from anyone. Everything within my domain has been earned through my toil and sweat." Tong asserted with righteous indignation. The treasure buried in the Forgotten Land, in the Eastern Mountain Range, was stolen, and the evidence left at the scene indicates it was your territory that committed this act. Upon hearing the keywords Eastern Mountain and underground treasure, Tong's memory was jogged. He recalled how he had ventured to the Eastern Mountains with Titan in search of a mine, only to stumble upon a treasure trove instead. At that time, Titan had cautioned Tong that this treasure could very well belong to someone else. If the original owner of the buried treasure were to come seeking it, the situation could become quite precarious. At that moment, Tong had dismissed the thought, believing that without knowing the owner, whoever unearthed it could claim it as their own. Yet, he had never anticipated that the true owner of the treasure would indeed come looking for it. This was rather embarrassing. The Black Dragon seethed. "It is indeed you who have stolen my treasures. Release me at once, return all my riches, and provide compensation. Otherwise, I shall immediately notify my kin, and the Dragon Legion will annihilate you all." While it was true that Tong had excavated the treasure, he had utilized most of the gold and silver to develop his territory. The remaining treasures were not intended for compensating the Black Dragon. Tong was not foolish enough to do so. The Black Dragon, sensing Tong's unwillingness to release her, understood that he was likely concerned about the repercussions of letting her go and the potential for revenge. The Black Dragon spoke with a tone that was half a reminder and half a warning. "I advise you to release me at once. Should you choose to slay me, you will awaken the blood dragon curse within me. Once ensnared by this curse, you will be pursued relentlessly by my dragon kin for the rest of your days." The blood dragon curse was a formidable spell devised by the dragon race to counter the dragon slayers. Any being that triggered this curse would bear a crimson dragon mark deep within their soul, no matter where they might hide on the chaotic continent. dragons could effortlessly sense the location of the curse. Thus, the black dragon's words were not mere intimidation directed at Lu Tong. Lu Tong chuckled softly, replying, "Fear not, for I shall not take your life. Rather, we may become the best of allies." A flicker of disdain crossed the black dragon's eyes. Though captured, the proud dragon race would never consider befriending a lesser species. However, when she observed Lu Tong retrieve a dark golden-hued riding reins from behind him, understanding dawned upon her regarding his intentions. Having roamed the continent in search of treasures over the years, the black dragon had acquired considerable knowledge and recognized that riding reins could tame magical beasts. Most reins were of white quality, suitable only for subduing lower-tier beasts. She had heard tales of legendary dark golden quality reins capable of taming 10th-tier beasts, yet no one had ever witnessed such reins in person. The intelligent races of the chaotic continent regarded this as mere folklore, as none had laid eyes on dark golden quality riding reins. The black dragon never anticipated that she would witness such an artifact under these circumstances. Chapter 75, A Tour. A smile graced Lu Tong's lips as he assured her, "Do not worry, it will not hurt, and it will be over swiftly." He had no intention of relinquishing a 10th-tier mount so easily. Moreover, should he allow the black dragon to escape, her potential vengeance with a dragon army would surely spell trouble for him. The black dragon, Chili, exclaimed in terror, "What do you intend to do? I am a member of the noble black dragon lineage, and I shall never yield to become your mount." As she spoke, her voice carried a hint of a sob. Before the imposing figure of the hundreds of meters-long black dragon, Lu Tong appeared as inconspicuous as an ant. With the aid of several fallen angels, he climbed onto her back and employed the dark golden riding reins. "Do you wish to use the riding reins on the black dragon, 10th tier?" Without hesitation, Lu Tong affirmed, "Yes." The reins, shimmering with dark golden light, dissipated into a radiant glow. Simultaneously, Lu Tong received a notification confirming that he had acquired the mount, Black Dragon Chili. Chili? That name bears a resemblance to a female dragon, does it not? Clearly, the black dragon Chili also received the notification, realizing that she had become Lu Tong's mount. She never expected to be subdued by him and relegated to such a role. It was the first time in her life that she experienced such a humiliating circumstance. Once transformed into a mount, she would be unable to defy any command from her master. Surrounded by numerous fallen angels, the black dragon, Kiri, was finally liberated from their oppressive presence. Witnessing the dragon's sorrowful tears, Lu Tong gently reassured her, "Do not weep. Rest assured, with me by your side, you shall not suffer any loss. Is there something you cherish?" To his astonishment, Kiri, true to her draconic nature, exhibited an affinity for the shimmering treasures. Lu Tong inquired further, "Can you reduce your size?" The black dragon, spanning over 100 meters, occupied an immense space. If she could diminish her form, it would greatly facilitate their journey. Though Kiri was reluctant to heed Lu Tong's request, her role as his mount compelled her to comply. Despite her inner turmoil and resentment towards him, which even sparked thoughts of harm, she ultimately transformed, slowly assuming a humanoid shape. Before him stood a stunning young woman with flowing black hair, golden eyes, and fair skin, a striking contrast to her former terrifying self. It appeared that dragons possessed the ability to shift seamlessly between their draconic and human forms. As Kiri, now bound as his steed, harbored deep-seated animosity towards Lu Tong, she found herself unable to inflict even a single hair on him harm, compelled instead to obey his every command. Lu Tong surveyed her with satisfaction and softly asked, "Do you have a name?" Gritting her teeth, Kiri replied, "I am called Kiri." "Ah, splendid. Henceforth, you shall be a member of our domain. Welcome." With Kiri's capacity for flight, the first order of business was to soar through the skies atop her back. Having lingered in the land of oblivion, Lu Tong had yet to explore the splendor of the chaotic continent. After preparing in his territory, he set forth with Ming Yi, Hei Yi, and Duo Yi, accompanied by 10 soldiers from the underworld, 10 black rock archers, and 10 fallen angels. With the protection of these 3 heroes, they were well equipped to face the majority of dangers across the chaotic lands. Iron E and Een E remained behind to safeguard the territory. Kiri, being vast, could comfortably accommodate many passengers. Lu Tong resolved to lead the group away from the land of oblivion into uncharted territories. Alongside their troops, he had also packed ample provisions and fresh water. As they ascended onto Kiri's back, she bore the weight of humiliation, yet, under Lu Tong's imposing authority, she had no choice but to submit to her role as a mount. Her broad back provided sufficient space for all. However, there were no secure spots to cling to, leaving them to grasp tightly onto her scales to avoid being thrown off during flight. To the north of the land of oblivion lay the desolate wasteland, beyond which lay the Orc Empire, home to numerous Orc tribes. Just days prior, a traveling merchant had traversed from the Orc Empire to Lu Tong's territory. To the west sprawled a lush forest, the exact expanse of which Lu Tong was unaware. He had never explored what lay at the forest's end. The chaotic continent was vast, dwarfing the combined landmass of Earth itself by several multiples. The western forest, by conservative estimates, surpassed even the Amazon rainforest, the largest forest on Earth. Relying solely on human effort, it is utterly impossible to explore the entirety of the Amazon rainforest. Lu Tong intended to ride the black dragon, Chile, to the western edge of the forest for a glimpse, although he yearned to soar immediately into the chaotic continent for an extensive adventure. The multitude of formidable beings there compelled him to cautiously decide to traverse only the forgotten lands atop Chile. At Lu Tong's command, Chile, albeit reluctantly, assumed the role of a mere mode of transportation. Spreading her wings, she soared toward the western forest. Initially, the takeoff was jarring, but once Chile entered a steady flight, Lu Tong gradually acclimated to the experience, beginning to relish the joy of gliding through the sky. The azure expanse above was dotted with drifting clouds, so vividly blue that one might feel they could reach out and touch it. Lu Tong even dared to stand on the dragon's back and gaze downward, where the beasts on the ground appeared as diminutive as ants. Before long, the black dragon circled above a logging site within her territory, where several titans were diligently at work. As Chile hovered in the sky, they merely cast a nonchalant glance before resuming their tasks. Titans, creations of the earth goddess, displayed little regard for the powerful dragon, notorious for its fearsome reputation, seemingly unfazed by her presence. This indifferent attitude irked Chile, a noble member of the dragon lineage, renowned throughout the continent. Other races in the chaotic realm would tremble and plead for mercy at the sight of a dragon. Yet these lumberjacks exhibited no fear whatsoever, utterly disregarding her. Chapter 76, Regret is Futile. However, Chile soon recalled her current predicament as a mount for the insufferable Lu Tong. Unable to defy any of his commands, her status akin to that of a lowly slave. As a prodigious member of the Black Dragon clan, she never imagined she would be reduced to such a state. Unable to contain herself, Chile let out a mournful wail. Yet, Lu Tong's voice interrupted her thoughts. Be quiet. You're disturbing me. Thus, Chile had no choice but to obediently close her mouth and continue her flight toward the western forest. It must be noted that Chile's speed surpassed any previous flight Lu Tong had experienced. In less than an hour, they reached the western edge of the forest. To Lu Tong's astonishment, he discovered that the forest's termination led to a vast desert, stretching endlessly before him. Standing atop Chile, he gazed out at the expanse of sand, unable to discern its boundaries. Lu Tong had no intention of exploring the desert, for aside from sand and cacti, there was little of interest. However, at the boundary where the desert met the forest, he spotted an abandoned temple. Drawing from his experience, Lu Tong knew that such locations often concealed treasure chests. He would never overlook an opportunity for treasure. He commanded Chile to descend near the dilapidated temple. Once dismounted, Lu Tong led his companions toward the temple to commence their treasure hunt. The overall design of the temple bears a resemblance to ancient Roman architecture, adorned in a hue reminiscent of the desert, a warm ochre. At the entrance of the temple stands a statue, depicting a peculiar creature with a human body and a canine head, wielding a long-handled axe. As a seasoned player of League of Legends, Lu Tong immediately recognized this bizarre entity, reminiscent of the champion known as the Sand Reaper. Upon entering the temple, two desert lizardmen suddenly emerged from the shadows. Before these low-tier foes could advance, they were swiftly dispatched by the waiting soldiers of the underworld. The interior of the temple appeared modest in size, dominated by a 3-meter-tall statue of a crocodile at its center. A strange expression crossed Lu Tong's face. Outside stood a Sand Reaper, while inside resided a desert butcher. He pondered whether the Emperor Azir might also be present. Curiously, Lu Tong discovered a mural on the temple wall that bore a striking resemblance to one he had seen in an underground tomb. The mural within this dilapidated temple had suffered from years of neglect, ravaged by the elements, leaving it in a state of disrepair with nearly a third of it destroyed. However, the remaining fragments were sufficient for Lu Tong to ascertain that this mural was indeed identical to the one he had previously encountered. Why did such murals frequently appear in these temple ruins? What significance did this particular mural hold? At that moment, Lu Tong's thoughts shifted to Chile. As a native of the chaotic continent, she surely possessed deeper knowledge of its history than he did. Promptly, he summoned Chile, who had been idly blowing bubbles outside, to take on her human form and enter the temple. Pointing to the mural, he inquired, Chile, do you know what this mural depicts? Chile cast a glance at the mural and casually remarked, it likely illustrates the war of the gods from ages past. The war of the gods. Indeed, a millennium ago, the dark faction represented by the 10 great demons sought to dominate the chaotic continent, aiming to eradicate or enslave all races that did not belong to their ranks. At that time, the light faction, led by the Elven Empire, the Goblin Empire, and the Beastmen Empire, vowed to resist the dark forces. Ultimately, the 10 great demons were sealed away, and their minions were banished to the underground realm. Today, numerous murals recounting the war of the gods remain scattered across the continent. Our dragon race was a principal force in resisting the dark faction, Chile continued, her pride evident as she pointed out the figures of their dragon ancestors depicted in the mural. It was a moment of joy for her to reflect on the honorable history of her race. For a fleeting instant, she forgot that Lu Tong had once regarded her as a mere mount, instead eagerly taking his hand to show him the dragon figures on the wall. Indeed, during that era, the dragon race had left a favorable impression on many of the continent's inhabitants as they fought against the dark faction. However, as time wore on, the dragon's greedy nature was unveiled, and many races across the chaotic continent had fallen victim to their plundering. Thus, the reputation of the dragon race gradually tarnished. The group, led by Ming Yi, tasked with exploring the temple, made a new discovery. Beneath the sculpture of the desert butcher, they uncovered a stone treasure chest. Lu Tong opened the chest with great anticipation. Acquired rare resource Judgment Stone X10, triggering a 100-fold amplification, resulting in 1,000 Judgment Stones. Acquired low-level teleportation scroll X1, triggering a 100-fold amplification, resulting in 100 high-level teleportation scrolls. Coincidentally, Lu Tong possessed a blueprint in his lord's book that required these materials. Furthermore, the teleportation scroll was an exceptionally rare item. Lu Tong had previously obtained a low-level teleportation scroll within an underground tomb. The effect of the low-level teleportation scroll allowed the lord or hero to transport themselves and up to 10 nearby units to any territory controlled by their own side or allies. With Lu Tong's system amplification of 100 times, one low-level teleportation scroll was equivalent to 100 high-level teleportation scrolls. High-level teleportation scroll transports the lord or hero and up to 1,000 nearby units to any territory controlled by their own side or allies. The sole distinction between the high-level and low-level teleportation scrolls lay in the number of units they could transport. The low-level scroll could only convey 10 units, while the high-level scroll could astonishingly transport 1,000 units at once. Lu Tong was exceedingly pleased with the treasures unearthed from the chest, particularly the teleportation scroll, which promised to be of immense utility if utilized wisely in the future. Aside from the stone treasure chest, there were no other treasures within the abandoned temple. After several searches, Lu Tong and his companions mounted the black dragon Chili and departed from the temple. The western forest concluded in the desert. Lu Tong pondered what lay at the end of the eastern mountain range. With this thought in mind, he commanded Chili to soar towards the eastern mountains. As they passed the canyon where Chili had buried her treasure, she nearly burst into tears. Had she not provoked Lu Tong back then, she would not have found herself in such a predicament. Regret, alas, was futile. Chili could only fulfill her role as a steed, dutifully carrying Lu Tong towards the end of the eastern mountain range. As time passed, after flying for over an hour, Lu Tong and his party arrived at a vast chasm, hundreds of meters wide and tens of thousands of meters long. This chasm was so deep that its bottom was obscured from view. Standing above it, Lu Tong gazed down, estimating its depth to be at least several thousand meters. Opposite the chasm loomed a towering snow-capped mountain. Though distant, Lu Tong could still feel the chilling air emanating from the mountain, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Chapter 77. No more worries about food. Looking around, Lu Tong found no remarkable features nor any signs of temples or relics, leaving him somewhat disappointed as he mounted the black dragon Chili to depart from the end of the eastern mountain range. The western forest ended in the desert, while the eastern mountain range concluded with a chasm and a snow mountain. Lu Tong resolved to explore the southern sea next. The black dragon Chili, filled with indignation, lamented the relentless nature of their journey. From the west to the east, and now to the south, it seemed she was merely being used as a mode of transportation. In her heart, Chili harbored 100 sentiments akin to the love of mandarin ducks, yet she dared not voice her anger. She could only obediently depart from the eastern mountain range, soaring towards the southern ocean. The ocean lay a considerable distance away. It took Chili a full 3 hours of flight to finally reach the southern sea. It must be said that the southern ocean was far more expansive and beautiful than Lu Tong had imagined. The sea was an exquisitely pure azure, its waves smooth and tranquil, reminiscent of the serene West Lake on a spring morning. Occasionally, a gentle breeze would stir up myriad delicate ripples, enhancing the golden, sunlit surface of the water, making it appear both graceful and delightful under the early summer sun. Lu Tong had never beheld such a magnificent ocean. The sky above was equally radiant, a brilliant blue adorned with only a few wispy clouds. In the face of such splendid scenery, Lu Tong retrieved a beast skin blanket from the arcane ring and laid out an abundance of food upon it. Today could be deemed a picnic of sorts. He reveled in the breathtaking ocean view while indulging in delectable treats, cradling a freshly plucked coconut from a nearby palm tree in his hands. The golden sands, the azure waters, and the towering coconut trees inspired Lu Tong to resolve that one day he would construct a seaside villa where he could vacation during the summer with his loyal Blackrock sharpshooter and fox maid. In the living area, bonfires flickered, while the residential, military, and production zones were illuminated by magical stone lamps, presenting a scene of prosperity and stability. Lu Tong was not idle either. He took out the Lord's book and began preparations to construct a judgment tower. The judgment tower served as a defensive structure capable of emitting beams of judgment light, configurable to either sentry or alert modes. The judgment light, a 10th tier spell, boasted accompanying effects of scorching heat, holy light, and dispelling evil. In sentry mode, a person must remain within the judgment tower to manually operate the launch of judgment light, precisely targeting any enemy within a 500-meter radius. In alert mode, the tower could utilize the all-knowing tower surveillance to identify any intruders within the territory, attacking any hostile entities that entered its alert range, passively firing judgment light to eliminate any who dared trespass. With a 500-meter attack radius, constructing several such towers would completely enshroud the entire territory. Lu Tong also erected dozens of judgment towers along the city walls. Any enemy daring to invade his domain would be met with a barrage of judgment light from multiple towers. In the ensuing days, Lu Tong enjoyed a leisurely existence within his territory. His daily routine consisted of playfully teasing Chili, relishing the meticulous care of his fox maid, and napping on the exquisite legs of the Blackrock sharpshooter, occasionally sharing photos in the nearby channels. Life was indeed delightful. At this moment, at 9 in the morning, Lu Tong lounged in life-giving hot springs, clad in shorts, while Sakura, dressed in a snug swimsuit, gazed tenderly at him, feeding him breakfast. Such indulgence early in the day was a luxury reserved solely for Lu Tong. Beside Sakura stands Chili, adorned in an elegant black qipao that accentuates her voluptuous figure. The dress features a high slit, reaching up to her thigh, revealing a pair of long, fair legs. In recent days, Chili has endured the dual burden of being Lu Tong's steed and transforming into a doll-like figure, donning peculiar outfits daily. Although she feigns reluctance, her body betrays her true feelings. Though she is a mighty dragon, she is also a girl, possessing an affinity not only for treasure, but also for exquisite garments. She finds delight in the finely tailored clothes crafted by the spirit weaver. While it is true that she often displays an unwilling demeanor when Lu Tong insists she wear various outfits, in truth, she relishes the opportunity to don such beautiful attire. It is merely her pride as a dragon that compels her to assume a facade of discontent. Meanwhile, Lu Tong enjoys the sustenance provided by Sakura while passively browsing posts on nearby channels. The past few days have been marked by tranquility, with no events unfolding. The populace seizes this fortuitous opportunity to expand their territories. Numerous farms and ranches have reached their harvest season, yielding a bountiful supply of food. After laboriously developing their lands for several weeks, the inhabitants can finally procure sufficient sustenance to nourish themselves and the farmers and militia of their territories. Consequently, the demand for Lu Tong's meat has dwindled, as the populace is no longer in dire need of food. Hence, Lu Tong has voluntarily halved the quantity of meat he offers. His initial decision to sell meat daily was not only to acquire resources, but also to assist those lords facing hardships, particularly those in extreme environments such as deserts and tundras, where basic resources and food are scarce, leaving only rare materials like sand or ice. These singular resources, while easily extractable, are insufficient for survival. Lu Tong would exchange for any resources offered, regardless of their utility, simply to stave off starvation for a few individuals. Now, all in the nearby channel need not worry about food scarcity. As a result, Lu Tong sees no need to maintain his previous offering of 10,000 pounds of meat each day. The emergence of farms and ranches has alleviated hunger for every lord. Moreover, many have upgraded their barracks, allowing them to recruit second-tier spear units. Haha, my barracks have been upgraded. I can recruit second-tier spear units. I am invincible. Look at how dashing my spear soldiers are. Attached image. Wow, the person above is impressive. They can even recruit second-tier spear units. Sigh. I wonder when I will be able to upgrade my barracks. Recently, a band of goblin thieves has been plaguing my lumber resource point, frequently attacking my farmers. It is utterly vexing. I wonder how the territory of the esteemed Lu Tong has developed. I have only ever seen his pictures of indulgence and merriment, but none depicting the strength of his domain. That rascal Lu Tong spends all his time in revelry. Surely he has no time to cultivate his territory. He has likely fallen behind others long ago. Indeed, I have noticed a significant decrease in the meat he has been offering lately. It seems his supplies are dwindling. It appears there are quite a few who harbor disdain for Lu Tong. I have also found him rather irksome for quite some time. Had it not been for Lu Tong's oppressive influence last time, I would have surely voiced my grievances more vehemently. That little scoundrel Lu Tong, with just a smattering of meat in his territory, has nothing to boast about. Yet he continues to flaunt his feasts and frolics, and I have grown increasingly weary of him. Chapter 78, Selling Equipment. Hey, you all are being rather petty, aren't you? When we first approached the esteemed Lu Tong about selling meat, none of you were this brazen. Back then, each of you was humble, almost calling him father. Now, it seems as if you've all transformed. Oh, look, the sycophants of Lu Tong have resurfaced. We are criticizing Lu Tong. What business is it of yours? I simply cannot abide by people like you. If it weren't for Lu Tong's meat, do you have any idea how many in our vicinity would starve? What does that have to do with me? I find Lu Tong insufferable, and I will voice my discontent. Can that useless Lu Tong even dare to confront me? In recent days, Lu Tong has been sharing numerous intimate photographs with Inger, Hei Yi, Chi Li, and others. While these images evoke envy in many, they also provoke jealousy in a few narrow-minded individuals. Lu Tong anticipated this reaction, and he unabashedly continues to showcase his affection. fully aware that such displays would incite dissatisfaction in some. Yet, he remains unperturbed and continues to flaunt his love daily. If Lu Tong cannot even boast about his possessions, then what is the purpose of his arduous efforts to develop his territory? He might as well hide in a remote mountain corner and await his demise. However, with an ample supply of food and a formidable contingent of second-tier spear soldiers, many have developed a misguided sense of superiority, believing they can now escape Lu Tong's influence and even ride on his coattails. Yet Lu Tong asserts, "I shall always be your superior." Those who dared to insult Lu Tong were swiftly blacklisted, one and all. In the nearby channels, aside from a handful of detractors, the majority rallied in support of Lu Tong, defending him vociferously. After all, not everyone is ungrateful. Many have benefited from Lu Tong's generosity and naturally rise to his defense. Moreover, the last time someone insulted Lu Tong in the vicinity, he generously rewarded each person who defended him with 50 units of meat. Such grand gestures sent a tremor through the entire channel. The petty individuals, after all, are but a minority. Soon, the discourse in the nearby channels began to overwhelmingly favor Lu Tong. Those who had just insulted him found themselves unable to lift their heads in shame. Yet they persisted in their obstinacy, displaying a stubbornness akin to a pig unperturbed by boiling water. So what if I am ungrateful? Indeed, let that little wretch Lu Tong come and confront me. You lot, the dutiful sons, what can your insults achieve? They cannot wound me. And you are merely expressing impotent rage. At that moment, a mysterious voice abruptly resonated. Ding. Please be advised, the Lord's conflict has commenced. Any Lord may attack the territories of others, conquering or seizing them. The Allies page has been activated. Any Lord may select alliances there. This announcement instantly stirred astonishment within the nearby channels. The verbal skirmishes ceased as everyone began to deliberate over the implications of the voice's proclamation regarding the Lord's conflict. Clearly, this sudden emergence of conflict was designed to incite chaos among the Lords within proximity. A small fraction of individuals, including Lu Tong, had already anticipated that a fierce battle among numerous Lords would ensue. After all, their collective transition into this realm was not a mere game. Unexpectedly, after just a few days of tranquility, their previously serene existence was shattered. The news spread like wildfire, igniting a wave of anxiety among all. Damn it, I thought this was merely a farming game, only to discover we can invade others' territories. Fortunately, my land lies within the desert, seemingly devoid of nearby inhabitants. Surely, no one would dare assault me, right? I implore the esteemed lords in the nearby channels to spare my territory. I possess nothing of value, and you shall undoubtedly suffer losses. What is there to fear? With such an expansive world map, I refuse to believe anyone can locate my territory. The wilderness is teeming with monsters. I doubt anyone would risk their lives to attack another's domain. Wait, look. The Lord's book has unveiled a new map page displaying our territory locations, alongside those of others. Lo and behold, it's true. The positions of all territories within our nearby channels are now visible. This means everyone's locations are entirely exposed. Curse it. I discover that there are 4 individuals near my territory. Brothers, shall we not pursue peaceful development? Upon receiving this news, Lu Tong also noted that his Lord's book map page had been marked with numerous small white dots indicating locations. The maps of other lords were newly revealed, while Lu Tong's map had long since existed. To his astonishment, the Forgotten Lands, where he resided, were home to several other lords. One was situated to the northwest, another to the northeast, and a third at the center of the western desert. These 3 lords were the closest to Lu Tong. Nevertheless, they were merely 3 lords. Regardless of their intentions, Lu Tong regarded them with indifference. He could easily dispatch a 10th-tier combat unit to obliterate their territories. Currently, the most formidable troop type within the nearby channel was the second-tier spear soldiers, numbering no more than 20. The underworld soldiers boasted their capability to defeat 100 foes at once. With such meager strength, posing a threat to Lu Tong's domain was nothing short of a fool's dream. Even the goblin tribe surpassed the strength of their territory. Suddenly, Jiang Haiqing sent a message to Lu Tong. Lu Tong, dear, may I trade some weapons with you? Upon receiving this message, Lu Tong instantly perked up. Just a few days prior, the blacksmith and tailor shops had completed the repairs on all the orc weapons and armor. A staggering number of weapons and armors, amounting to tens of thousands, were stacked in the warehouse. Lu Tong had been waiting for the opportune moment to trade these weapons. The onset of the lordship struggle had presented him with an opportunity, possibly even a chance to profit from the war. Lu Tong replied, of course, I will send you the trading links for the weapons and armor, so you can see what equipment you require. The list included Orc Battle Axe, white quality. Attributes, level 1 sharpness enhancement. Orc Lance, white quality. Attributes, level 1 piercing enhancement. Orc Leather Armor, white quality. Attributes, level 1 defense enhancement. Orc Shield, white quality. Attributes, level 1 defense enhancement. Orc Crossbow, green quality. Attributes, attack enhancement. Skill, power shot, martial technique. Orc Bone Staff, green quality. Attributes, magic enhancement. Skill, blood-sucking technique, magic. Wolf Rider Long Knife, green quality. Attributes, sharpness enhancement, skill, blood cross / martial technique. Berserker armor, green quality, attributes, defense enhancement, skill, berserk, martial technique. Chapter 79, Await Your Demise. The extensive list of weapons left Jiang Haiqing momentarily speechless. She had never anticipated that Lu Tong would possess such a multitude of weapons. Moreover, all these weapons bore the prefix orc. Where had he acquired so many orcish items? Jiang Haiqing did not dwell on this, nor did she inquire about the origin of the equipment. She had no inclination to pry into others' privacy. Nevertheless, in her heart, Lu Tong's mystery and fear factor escalated dramatically. Jiang Haiqing inquired, "Lu Tong, dear, what is the price of these weapons?" After pondering for a moment, Lu Tong responded, "For white quality weapons and armor, each can be exchanged for 400 wood, for 100 stone, 100 iron, and 20 gold. For green quality weapons and armor, each can be exchanged for 1200 wood, 1200 stone, 300 iron, and 60 gold. Among these weapons, Jiang Haiqing was most eager to acquire the Wolf Rider long knife and the Berserker armor, both of which were of green quality. Not only did they come with sharpness and defense enhancements, but each piece was also accompanied by a skill. However, the exorbitant price of the green equipment was beyond her means. After considerable thought, Jiang Haiqing decided to purchase 30 orc leather armors, 20 orc battle axes, 10 orc lances, and 10 orc shields. Jiang Haiqing asked, "Lu Tong, dear, may I settle the transaction with blueprints?" Lu Tong replied, "Of course." He welcomed the idea of Jiang Haiqing using blueprints for the trade, as blueprints were a universal currency. With blueprints, one could continuously manufacture various items and buildings. In total, 70 pieces of weapons and armor were exchanged for 5 white-quality blueprints. Even Lu Tong could not fathom the number of blueprints in Jiang Haiqing's possession. However, judging by her casual display of 5 blueprints for trade, Lu Tong surmised that she must possess over 100. Yet, possessing a plethora of blueprints necessitates the corresponding strength to safeguard them. Otherwise, no matter how many blueprints and resources one possesses, lacking the requisite power would eventually lead to their confiscation by others. With the onset of the Lord's War, Jiang Haiqing found herself in a precarious situation. There were 3 individuals in close proximity to her territory, and were still. The newly revealed map not only indicated the location of the lords, but also displayed their names and avatars. In this lawless land, possessing striking beauty was both an advantage and a potential calamity. Should someone succumb to temptation and invade her territory, it would spell disaster. Furthermore, the ancient ruins near her domain could pique the curiosity of others, prompting her haste to acquire resources from Lu Tong. Upon concluding the transaction with Jiang Haiqing, Lu Tong activated the nearby channel and posted a link for trading weapons and equipment. Astonishingly, the renowned figure had an abundance of weaponry at his disposal. It appeared that these items were primarily suited for orc usage. Could it be that Lu Tong had eradicated an entire orc tribe? Among the offerings were even green-quality weapons, though their exorbitant prices rendered them unattainable for many. Resolved to purchase some weapons as a precaution, Lu Tong reminded himself that vigilance was paramount. As the Lord's War commenced, participants in the nearby channel professed a desire to refrain from invading one another's territories, seeking only to cultivate their own lands. Yet, the true intentions of each individual remained known only to themselves. In this untamed realm, no one would champion justice on their behalf. One could only rely on oneself. In no time, thousands of weapons were sold out. Along with a substantial amount of resources, Lu Tong also acquired dozens of blueprints through trade. Indeed, profiting from the tumult of war proved most lucrative. With a sigh of contentment, he closed the Lord's book and resumed enjoying life. He regarded the nearby lords with indifference. With 800 Tier 10 combat units, over a dozen Tier 10 hero units, and fortified defenses such as walls, judgment towers, and omniscient towers, Lu Tong felt unperturbed. Even if 100 lords were to unite and assault his territory, their combined forces would not stand a chance against even a mere squad of 10 from Lu Tong. While Lu Tong held no interest in invading their territories, as long as they refrained from foolishly attacking his domain, he would remain undisturbed. However, one could not underestimate the propensity of others to court their own demise. In a small valley to the northeast of Lu Tong's territory, Zhao Quan glared fiercely at the map, fixating on the location of Lu Tong's domain. With a bitter expression, he muttered, "Let you revel in your triumph for a while longer, Lu Tong. Once my forces are fully recruited, your end shall come." Since arriving in this world, Zhao Quan had made significant progress, fostering a delusion that he was indeed the fated child of destiny. Regrettably, Lu Tong's extravagant daily expenditure of 10,000 units on meat has garnered him a legion of devoted admirers in the surrounding channels. Zhao Quan, who has long harbored disdain for Lu Tong, found himself blacklisted after verbally assaulting him, rendering him unable to procure meat from Lu Tong. During his initial quest, he nearly met his demise, but fortune favored him. He ultimately persevered. The root of his predicament lay in his own choice to slander Lu Tong. Yet he refrained from introspection, instead directing his ire solely at Lu Tong. Since that incident, Zhao Quan has been consumed by resentment towards him. In recent days, Lu Tong has incessantly posted affectionate photographs, intensifying Zhao Quan's animosity to its zenith. Seizing what he perceives as divine intervention, Zhao Quan considers that fate has aligned against Lu Tong, as evidenced by their territories being in such close proximity. Zhao Quan, who has always regarded himself as the chosen one, has his reasons for such beliefs. He eagerly turned to the recruitment page of the Lord's book, where the final entry detailed the enlistment of three-tiered ogre brawlers. Upon his arrival in this world, Zhao Quan had stumbled upon a treasure chest during his explorations, which yielded a green blueprint for an ogre lair, allowing for the recruitment of ogre brawlers. With the prospect of invincible three-tiered ogre brawlers at his command, Zhao Quan was confident that no one in the vicinity could boast a superior army. The annihilation of Lu Tong's territory would merely be a matter of moments. Though Lu Tong possessed abundant weapons and resources, without high-tier troops, such assets amounted to nothing more than a mobile warehouse. Soon, all the resources of Lu Tong's territory, along with the alluring maidens, would belong solely to him. Zhao Quan chuckled sinisterly. Humph, Lu Tong, prepare to meet your demise. Chapter 80, A Proactive Strike. A day swiftly passed. The following morning, Lu Tong, still in slumber, was roused by the buzzing of the Lord's book. Extracting his hand from the embrace of Sakura beside him, he opened the tome to discover messages from several acquaintances, including Jiang Haiqing and Lu Xiaohua. Jiang Haiqing, Lu Tong, are you alright? If you need assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Lu Xiaohua, Lu Tong, are you still alive? Please respond. Upon reading these messages, Lu Tong was left bewildered. What was happening? A certain Zhao Quan had been incessantly boasting in the nearby channel about his army, explicitly challenging Lu Tong by name. Let me show you what a true warrior's army looks like. Attached image. The photograph revealed a throng of towering, two-headed, ochre-skinned monster soldiers wielding massive wooden clubs. Behind them stood nearly 70 to 80 neatly arranged first-tier militia, the majority clad in pristine wooden armor, brandishing sharp wooden spears. The sight of Zhao Quan's forces, numbering close to 100, incited gasps of astonishment from the surrounding channel. In their eyes, the sheer number of troops and the terrifying monstrous soldiers were astonishing. Zhao Quan's strength was already formidable. Those dozens of two-headed monster soldiers could not possibly be mere third-tier creatures. The aura they exuded was overwhelmingly fearsome. It was no wonder Zhao Quan had previously dismissed the esteemed Lu Tong. He possessed such remarkable strength and confidence, hidden beneath a veneer of modesty. Could it be that we would need to reconsider our choice for the prominent figure in our channel? It seemed unlikely. I still held great faith in Lu Tong's capabilities. After all, a man who could produce 10,000 units of meat in a single day was certainly no ordinary character. However, Lu Tong had rarely mentioned the powerful troops at his disposal. As for the meat supply, it was likely that Lu Tong's territory, conveniently located near the grazing lands, was the source of such abundance. Surely, Lu Tong would not be defeated by Zhao Quan. I desperately relied on Lu Tong's meat supply for my survival. At last, someone had the audacity to champion justice. Lu Tong, that unscrupulous merchant, selling overpriced meat daily, was hardly a true leader. He was merely a heartless traitor. I wholeheartedly supported Zhao Quan in his endeavor to eradicate this unscrupulous merchant. Upon seeing his name mentioned in the nearby channel, Zhao Quan's lips curled into a smile. Yet, when he noticed that many continued to speak in Lu Tong's defense, the smile vanished instantly. A frown creased his brow, since they idolized Lu Tong so fervently. Once he breached Lu Tong's territory and captured him, he would surely relish in tormenting Lu Tong and documenting his misery to share in the channel. With this thought, Zhao Quan gathered his forces and set forth toward Lu Tong's domain. Before departing, he took a photograph, declaring, "My army has embarked. It will take approximately 5 hours to reach Lu Tong's territory. You would do well to surrender promptly and present all the beauties of your domain to me. I might spare you one life. Otherwise, when my forces arrive at your gates, it will signal your demise." In response, Lu Tong wore a perplexed expression. Earlier, Zhao Quan's photograph displayed two-headed monster soldiers, and upon inquiring with the nearby Sakura, he learned that they were ogre pugilists of third-tier strength. In total, Zhao Quan commanded 100 soldiers, of which only a little over 10 were third-tier, the rest were first-tier. Even the goblin tribe Lu Tong had encountered in the western forest was superior to Zhao Quan's army. What audacity did Zhao Quan possess to provoke him? Did he wish for death? Lu Tong could not fathom Zhao Quan's motives for such actions. Nonetheless, since he had chosen to court disaster, and Lu Tong was always eager to assist, he would certainly lend a hand. After rising, Lu Tong donned fresh attire with the assistance of his fox-girl maid and proceeded to the hall of his lordship to partake in breakfast. After all, Zhao Quan required 5 hours to reach Lu Tong's territory, so there was no need for haste. Just a solitary Zhao Quan. Any 10-man squad within his territory could easily annihilate him. Comparatively, the question of what to have for breakfast today was far more pressing than Zhao Quan's threats. This morning's breakfast consisted of fresh milk, pure meat sausages, and fried eggs. The territory's ranch is now ready for harvest, and the pure meat sausages were crafted using the sausage machine created from item blueprints. Lu Tong casually captured a photo of his breakfast and shared it on the nearby channel with the caption, A wonderful day begins with a delightful breakfast. Wow, Lu Tong has finally spoken up, came the excited remarks. I can't believe he's still managing to eat breakfast right before the impending battle. Lu Tong truly is a formidable figure, showing no fear even in such times. Go, Lu Tong. Annihilate that trash, Zhao Quan. Others chimed in, humph. It's wise to eat well before facing death. I support Zhao Quan. Defeat that pretentious Lu Tong. The nearby channel quickly divided into two factions. Though Lu Tong possessed ample food and weaponry, he had never disclosed the strength of his troops. In contrast, Zhao Quan commanded a Tier 3 unit, arguably the strongest seen by the channel's audience, with nearly 100 soldiers, a sight to behold. This Tier 3 unit could obliterate any lower-tier troops, representing a near-invincible force. Most individuals in the territory could only muster around 20 to 30 soldiers, with the strongest being Tier 2 riflemen. In comparison, Lu Tong appeared somewhat feeble. If Lu Tong lacked Tier 3 troops, he would undoubtedly be unable to defeat Zhao Quan's army. Seeing Lu Tong still sharing pictures of his meal infuriated Zhao Quan. To him, Lu Tong should have been quaking in fear, not flaunting photos. Just wait, Lu Tong. You will have your moment of despair. The wait was always long and tedious. After finishing his breakfast, Lu Tong glanced at the clock. Only 20 minutes had passed. There were still 4 hours and 40 minutes until Zhao Quan would arrive. With time to spare, Lu Tong decided to indulge in a soak in the hot springs. When the time felt right, Lu Tong leisurely emerged from the springs, dressed himself, and proceeded to the military camp. He randomly selected 2 squads, one comprising Reaper soldiers and the other Iron Blood riflemen, totaling 20 individuals. Mounting his nightmarish beast, he opened the city gates and galloped towards Zhao Quan's direction. Little did he know how long he would have to wait for Zhao Quan to arrive. If Zhao Quan were to catch a glimpse of his territory's true strength and flee in terror, it would be quite the embarrassment, rendering his wait pointless. Thus, Lu Tong resolved to take the initiative. To avoid scaring Zhao Quan away, he intentionally chose not to ride his black dragon, Chili, opting instead for a more understated approach aboard the nightmarish beast. Meanwhile, Zhao Quan, having marched for several hours, was already feeling fatigued. Glancing at the map, he realized he was nearing Lu Tong's territory. A smile of joy involuntarily spread across Zhao Quan's face. However, before he could revel in his excitement, he heard the thunderous sound of hooves approaching from the distance. A squad of knights exuding an aura of terror and bloodlust charged directly towards Zhao Quan. Upon encountering the cavalry unit, mounted upon skeletal beasts wreathed in hellfire, clad in dark leather armor and wielding iron weaponry, Zhao Quan could not help but feel a surge of panic. Such an elite force must possess formidable strength, not lacking in awareness. He recognized that as he approached Lu Tong's territory, provoking other adversaries would spell disaster. Moreover, the cavalry before him exuded an aura that promised trouble. Urgently, Zhao Quan commanded his troops to conceal themselves while they remained unnoticed. However, fate had other plans. The cavalry appeared to be barreling directly towards him. Just as Zhao Quan grappled with uncertainty, he suddenly heard a voice call out, "Are you Zhao Quan?" The revelation that they knew his name left him momentarily stunned. Hesitantly, he replied, "I am Zhao Quan. Who are you?" "I am Lu Tong. Prepare to meet your end." No sooner had Lu Tong's words fallen than the iron-blooded soldiers surged forth like ravenous beasts. Before Zhao Quan could even react, his pride, his Tier 3 ogre fist fighter, was swiftly pierced by the iron lance wielded by Tai Yi. With a sickening thud, the lance penetrated the ogre's corpse and continued its deadly trajectory towards the militia behind. Tai Yi's lance struck true, nailing a neatly arranged row of bodies to a tree as if they were mere sugar-coated hawthorns. In a single strike, Zhao Quan lost dozens of combatants. The horrifying spectacle sent him reeling backward, collapsing to the ground, his face a mask of terror as he gazed upon Tai Yi. Since acquiring his Tier 3 ogre fist fighter, Zhao Quan's confidence had swelled exponentially, leading him to believe he was invincible in this region. While he had anticipated the strength of these knights, he had not envisioned such overwhelming power, nor did he fathom that these warriors were, in fact, Lu Tong's subordinates. In a mere 5 minutes, Zhao Quan's nearly 100-strong army was entirely annihilated by Tai Yi alone, without the need for the other iron-blooded soldiers to engage. They merely encircled the perimeter to prevent any escape. His once celebrated Tier 3 ogre fist fighter could not endure even a second before succumbing to Tai Yi's lethal prowess. The stark disparity in strength left Zhao Quan frozen in place, as if struck dumb with fear, his expression vacant. It was not until a nearby militia member was impaled, blood gushing forth, splattering Zhao Quan, that he snapped back to reality. The gruesome scene of blood and corpses seared into his psyche. He emitted a strangled cry and clumsily scrambled to his feet, frantically seeking refuge in a nearby thicket. Yet, before he could gain any distance, an iron-blooded soldier seized him with a firm grip. Having just witnessed the brutal slaughter at the hands of the iron-blooded soldiers, Zhao Quan was paralyzed with terror. Offering no resistance, like a rag doll, he was dragged before Lu Tong, who sat astride a nightmarish beast, gazing down upon the man who had dared to challenge him. At this moment, Zhao Quan was devoid of his previous arrogance. Instead, He gazed at Lu Tong with a countenance marred by fear. Upon witnessing Lu Tong's true prowess, Zhao Quan finally comprehended the depths of his own ignorance and absurdity. His body trembled violently as he implored, "Please, I beg you, do not kill me." In this moment of desperation, he knelt before Lu Tong, tears streaming down his face as he begged for mercy. Lu Tong, however, paid him no heed and opened the nearby communication channel. "Zhao Quan, have you not yet dispatched that little wretch Lu Tong? I can hardly wait to witness Lu Tong begging for mercy. Zhao Quan, you must share the photographs." They clamored. "Humph, you fickle turncoats." Were it not for the substantial provisions Lu Tong generously provided in the past, countless lives would have perished of hunger in this vicinity. Indeed, when they required Lu Tong's sustenance, they had all behaved like sycophants. Now, with their needs fulfilled, they reveled in his misfortune. Lu Tong captured the image of Zhao Quan, sobbing and pleading on his knees, and shared it in the nearby channel. Instantly, silence enveloped the communication space, lingering for approximately 10 seconds. Subsequently, a frenzy of posts erupted. "Lu Tong is magnificent. I always knew that scum like Zhao Quan could never triumph over Lu Tong. Haha, where have all Zhao Quan's diehard fans vanished to? Behold the true nature of the one you idolized, reduced to begging for mercy before Lu Tong. I told you, Lu Tong is the strongest in our vicinity. The victor is crowned king." The seemingly formidable Zhao Quan was effortlessly defeated by Lu Tong. In that instant, all present began to rally behind Lu Tong, including many who had previously remained silent. They had been biding their time, waiting to ascertain the outcome of the battle. Should Lu Tong prevail, they would support him, and should Zhao Quan win, they would align with him. This strategy allowed them to avoid offending either side. Upon witnessing Lu Tong's victory, the opportunists swiftly expressed their allegiance. Meanwhile, those who had initially championed Zhao Quan and threatened to eliminate Lu Tong remained silent, allowing Lu Tong's supporters to berate them freely. With Zhao Quan's defeat, they dared not reveal themselves, fearful of retribution from Lu Tong. They had once believed Zhao Quan capable of vanquishing Lu Tong, thus allowing them to bask in his glory. To their chagrin, Zhao Quan proved utterly ineffectual, once boasting in the nearby channel of using Lu Tong's head as a chamber pot, only to find himself groveling for mercy. Now, their greatest hope was that Lu Tong would be magnanimous and not hold their previous actions against them. However, Lu Tong had no intention of letting bygones be bygones. Such individuals were quintessentially ungrateful, quick to criticize once their needs were met. No matter how benevolent Lu Tong might be, they would not hesitate to strike him down given the chance. He placed all those who had slandered him or supported Zhao Quan on his blacklist. Henceforth, he would engage in no dealings with them, and those on the blacklist would face dire consequences. He would show them no mercy. Thus, the time has come to deal with Zhao Quan. Chapter 82, The Subordinate Territory. Lu Tong dismounted from the nightmarish beast, wielding an iron sword as he slowly approached Zhao Quan. At this moment, Zhao Quan's nerves were taut. The slightest rustle could send him trembling. He understood that today, he could hardly escape death. Yet, it was only when faced with mortality that he found his heart brimming with dread. He could not muster the courage. The fierce words that hovered on his lips transformed into desperate pleas for mercy. "Great Lu Tong, I implore you, spare me this once. I was wrong, truly wrong. If you let me go this time, I swear I shall never offend you again. Great Lu Tong, may I call you grandfather? If you release me, I shall willingly become your vassal territory, and all my resources shall belong to you henceforth." Lu Tong's expression remained impassive as he approached Zhao Quan, sword in hand, and remarked, "You speak too much. Close your eyes. I shall be swift." No, no. "Grandfather Lu Tong, I beg you, I truly regret my actions. I shall never dare again." Zhao Quan, paralyzed by fear, attempted to struggle to his feet, but was pierced in the thigh by a nearby iron-blood spearman. Zhao Quan's thigh was impaled, rendering him immobile, and he emitted a chilling scream of agony. Lu Tong, with his iron sword, approached from behind and swiftly severed Zhao Quan's head. The wailing ceased abruptly. Lu Tong gazed at Zhao Quan's head, rolling on the ground with an expression of terror, and casually drew out the Lord's book, capturing a photograph to share in the nearby channel. What a splendid day it is. Upon witnessing Zhao Quan's beheading, the entire nearby channel fell into a hushed silence, the onlookers too frightened to utter a word. After a long moment, someone finally dared to speak. Zhao Quan was truly slain by Great Lu Tong. Great Lu Tong is remarkably decisive. He has directly executed Zhao Quan. Great Lu Tong is indeed a man of few words, but resolute actions. To the esteemed gentleman in the channel, I assure you, my territory possesses no resources. Please do not attack me. I too merely wish to develop my territory in peace, without engaging in conflict with others. Witnessing Zhao Quan's tragic fate sent a chill down everyone's spine. Many in the nearby channel expressed their desire to avoid battle and quietly cultivate their lands. This marked the first time the group confronted the brutal reality of war. The victor reigns, while the vanquished meet their demise. After eliminating Zhao Quan, Lu Tong received a notification. "You have slain Lord Zhao Quan. Would you like to claim his territory?" Naturally, Lu Tong chose to occupy it. Successfully occupied Zhao Quan's territory. Acquired all warehouse resources. Notice, all farmers and militia of Zhao Quan's territory have fled. A lord's book materialized from Zhao Quan's corpse. The Ironblood spearman nearby picked it up and personally handed it to Lu Tong. After receiving it, Lu Tong followed the instructions and placed the two lords' books together. Suddenly, a flash of white light enveloped them, merging the two into one. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Lu Tong opened the lord's book. Oh, it appears that Zhao Quan possesses some remarkable items. Among the blueprints Zhao Quan holds, there are several that Lu Tong does not have. Hardwood plank, blueprint. Ogre lair, blueprint. To Lu Tong's astonishment, Zhao Quan actually possesses the coveted blueprint for the hardwood plank that Lu Tong has been seeking. What a fortunate acquisition. With the hardwood plank blueprint in hand, Lu Tong's main city, barracks, and other structures can once again be upgraded. It turns out that this little rascal Zhao Quan had it all along. In Zhao Quan's territory, all the farmers and militia fled in fear after the lord was slain. Lu Tong, however, did not mind. He held little regard for such lowly troops. Let them flee. The immediate priority now was to rush to Zhao Quan's domain. After all, Zhao Quan's territory has become an appendage of Lu Tong's own, and it cannot remain unguarded. It is, after all, Lu Tong's property. Upon returning to his territory, Lu Tong hastily selected 100 combat troops and 30 fox maidens. He then pulled the still sleeping Chili from her bed in a nearby cottage. The means to swiftly reach Zhao Quan's territory, aside from riding a nightmare beast or using a precious teleportation scroll, was limited to flying on a dragon. The nightmare beast would take an hour to arrive, and the teleportation scroll was far too valuable. Hence, flying on the dragon proved to be the most economical choice, taking merely 10 minutes to reach Zhao Quan's territory. Abruptly awakened, Chili was not pleased. Without even donning her attire, she lunged at Lu Tong, intending to sink her dragon fangs into him. How dare this insignificant human disturb the slumber of the great dragon kin? With her dark hair and golden eyes, Chili forcefully pinned Lu Tong down, seeking to bite him. Perhaps still dazed from sleep, Chili momentarily forgot her current human form. Her delicate, cherry-like mouth could hardly pose a lethal threat. Lu Tong, mistaking Chili's actions for playful affection, gently patted her back and said, "All right, no more playful antics. We have urgent matters to attend to. We can continue this later." At his words, Chili grew exceedingly irate. "Who is being playful with you? I aim to sever your throat, drink your blood, and feast upon your flesh." With renewed vigor, Chili fiercely nipped at Lu Tong's throat. Due to the reins of her mount, Chili, now bound to Lu Tong, was unable to harm her master. Moreover, mounts are compelled to obey their master's commands unconditionally. Though Chili felt reluctant, her body involuntarily followed Lu Tong's orders. Once prepared, Lu Tong and his entourage climbed onto Chili's back. Yet, the 30 fox maidens were somewhat intimidated by Chili and hesitated to mount the dragon. The dragon kin are renowned as one of the most fearsome races in the Chaos continent. Most races, even those who have never encountered a dragon, are certainly aware of their notorious reputation. Furthermore, the overwhelming pressure emanating from the dragon was beyond what the timid fox maidens could withstand. As they approached the dragon, all the fox maidens began to tremble uncontrollably, let alone riding on the black dragon. Lu Tong could only ask Chili to restrain her aura, lest she frighten the fox girl. When did the noble dragon clan ever need to consider the feelings of a mere fox girl? Chili murmured inwardly, yet her body obediently complied, suppressing her draconic presence. Without the oppressive aura of the dragon clan, the fox girls, somewhat anxious, sat atop the colossal dragon. Their gazes towards Lu Tong filled with admiration. They were astonished that their master possessed such prowess, capable of taming a ferocious dragon. Chapter 83, A Complete Misunderstanding. The group, riding the dragon, reached the skies above the affiliated territory in a mere 10 minutes. This territory lay within a gorge in the northern part of the eastern mountain range, surrounded by rich fundamental resources, a vast forest, and a mine. The mine, though smaller in scale than Lu Tong's cursed mine, still represented a commendable resource point. Upon entering the affiliated territory, Lu Tong's first action was to take charge of the main city. The main city of the affiliated territory had a vacant position. Lu Tong could appoint someone else to assume this role, aiding him in the management of the territory. This was precisely why he had brought the fox girl to this domain. The fox clan is an exceedingly intelligent race, possessing high IQs, and with a little cultivation. They make the finest candidates for governance. Within his territory, aside from the production unit, the Titans, all remaining units were combat entities. For them, battle was their forte, and having them manage the affiliated territory would not allow them to fully unleash their potential. It was most advantageous to have a fox girl oversee the management. Moreover, the fox clan is timid and cowardly. They would never deceive Lu Tong. With the support of the Honor Tower, it was inconceivable for the fox girl to betray him. Lu Tong had already selected the candidate for the governor of the affiliated territory, the slightly older fox girl named Xiaobai, whom he had purchased from a slave trader. Xiaobai earned her name due to her entirely white fur. The fox clan, being relatively weak, sees most of its members struggle to live to a ripe old age. Xiaobai, at 25, was considered older among the fox girls. Unlike the others who exuded a youthful charm, Xiaobai radiated the elegance of a mature woman. Initially, Lu Tong intended for Sakura to take on the role of governor of the affiliated territory. However, Sakura expressed her reluctance to leave his side, weeping like a rain-soaked flower. Reluctantly, Lu Tong had to choose the composed and mature Xiaobai to serve as the governor of the affiliated territory. Do you choose Xiaobai to become the governor of your affiliated territory? Yes. The main city emitted a radiant white light, which gradually coalesced into a sphere the size of a human head, floating before Xiaobai. As the white light dissipated, a pristine lord's book appeared in Xiaobai's hands. From that moment onward, Xiaobai became the governor of the affiliated territory. The functionality of her lord's book was akin to that possessed by others, allowing her to recruit troops, construct buildings, and manufacture items at will. She could also engage in discussions on the local channel. However, as the governor of the affiliated territory, she could only wield partial authority, for all powers resided in Lu Tong's hands. Even the troops that Xiaobai personally recruited would ultimately pledge their allegiance solely to Lu Tong. Lu Tong softly remarked, "From now on, you shall be the governor of the affiliated territory. Manage it wisely." Beside him, Xiaobai, clad in a black qipao that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure, exhibited long, beautiful legs through a high slit. Her captivating, almond-shaped eyes gazed tenderly at Lu Tong as she bit her lip and replied, "As you command, master. Xiaobai shall fulfill any order you give." It must be said that the fox girls are a uniquely innocent and alluring race, particularly the slightly older ones, whose charm and grace are unmatched by their youthful counterparts. Next, it was time to renovate this affiliated territory. Previously, Zhao Quan's domain housed 2 warehouses, 3 pastures, 1 breeding farm, 1 barracks, 1 ogre den, and 25 cottages, yet lacked walls or any defensive structures. Should beasts or monsters launch an attack, it would spell certain doom. Nevertheless, the location of this territory was quite favorable, nestled within a secluded canyon, which is why Zhao Quan had refrained from wasting resources on erecting fences. Lu Tong began by constructing 4 level 5 stone walls to encircle the territory completely, followed by the installation of bronze gates on each wall. At the corners, he erected towers of omniscience, and on the walls, judgment towers. Thus, the defensive fortifications were established. Within the territory, Lu Tong restructured the layout, segmenting it into 4 zones, akin to his own domain. Moreover, he ensured the presence of underground wells, a communal kitchen, wooden tables, chairs, beds, and blankets. Lu Tong toiled until nightfall before finally taking a respite. The 100 combat troops and 30 fox girls he brought along were sufficient to handle the defense and logistics of the affiliated territory. With the establishment of the affiliated territory, Lu Tong now possessed 2 main cities, each capable of recruiting a certain number of farmers daily. Through the Lord's Book, Lu Tong could summon individuals to appear in the affiliated territory. Before retiring for the night, Lu Tong glanced at the local channel. After a day of reflection, most individuals had calmed down and were gradually coming to terms with Lu Tong's slaying of Zhao Quan. He believed they would soon adapt to this harsh world. The following morning, Lu Tong awoke with bleary eyes to find Xiaobai still peacefully asleep beside him. He gently slipped out of bed, dressed, and stepped outside. Of course, it must be emphasized that their shared slumber the previous night was entirely a misunderstanding. The events unfolded as follows. Xiaobai, serving as the governor of a subordinate territory, had to sleep in the main city at night. Lu Tong, the lord of the primary territory, naturally also resided in the main city. However, the main city of the subordinate territory contained but a single bed. Thus, under great reluctance and compulsion, Lu Tong and Xiaobai found themselves sharing the same bed. Ahem. Let us set that aside for now. Yesterday, after vanquishing Zhao Quan, Lu Tong inherited all of Zhao Quan's possessions, including blueprints. Among these blueprints was the design for upgrading the main city's construction with hardwood planks. Hardwood plank, 10 hardwood. Conveniently, not far from the subordinate territory lay a grove of hardwood trees, and the territory's warehouse was stocked with a considerable quantity of hardwood. The requirements for upgrading the main city were 5,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of hardwood planks, 10,000 units of stone bricks, 1,000 units of granite, 100 units of magic stones, 100 units of leather, 500 units of sand, 500 units of iron blocks, and 500 units of glaze. Lu Tong was only lacking the glaze to elevate the main city to level 5. Meanwhile, on the other side, the gaunt and cold-eyed butcher sat upon the throne in the center of the orc hall, where a trembling orc scout stood below. Chapter 84, The Rune Giant. Are you saying that you were attacked by the enemy before you even approached the mine? The butcher inquired with an icy tone. The orc scout gulped nervously and replied, "Indeed, chief. My brothers and I had just neared the mine, yet we were suddenly ambushed by the enemy before we could investigate." "What kind of troops were they? And how many?" The orc scout, recalling a horrifying incident, displayed fear upon his countenance and stammered, "The enemy seemed like an invisible reaper, hunting us down. With the slightest lapse in attention, my comrades met with bizarre and untimely deaths. Of the 10 in our scouting team, I am the sole survivor." "Oh, is that so?" The butcher rose from his seat, his expression dark, and approached the surviving orc scout, coldly asking, "If the entire scouting team perished, why are you still alive?" The butcher produced a silver iron hook from somewhere and forcefully pierced the orc scout's collarbone, pulling it sharply. A large chunk of flesh was torn from the scout's chest. Several orc warriors stepped forward in the hall, dragging the semi-conscious orc scout into the butcher's slaughterhouse. The slaughterhouse was a venue for the butcher's cruelty, for in the butcher tribe, there was no death penalty. Any tribesman who erred was sent to the slaughterhouse. The place could only be described as a living hell. As the scout's agonized cries faded into the distance, an oppressive silence enveloped the orc hall. From the shadows, War Axe emerged, solemnly stating, "Butcher, do you now believe me? The strength of that territory in the Forgotten Lands is formidable." I too was suddenly taken down in my sleep, without even seeing who the assailant was. The butcher scoffed disdainfully, retorting, "Silence, you worthless fool. Who can ascertain whether you fled at the critical moment or if you were truly vanquished by the elusive assassin you spoke of?" The butcher has always held disdain for this brother, whose blood ties mean little to him. Had it not been for the slight utility he provides, the butcher would have dispatched someone to confine him to the slaughterhouse and subject him to a torturous demise, as he has never inflicted torment upon a hero unit before. Humiliated by his own brother, the battle axe revealed a countenance of fury. He proclaimed loudly, "I am a great warrior. I would never resort to the cowardly act of retreating in the face of battle." Humph. The butcher scoffed and retorted, "In a desolate realm like the Forgotten Land, it is utterly inconceivable for a formidable power to emerge. Yet, they dared to slay my warriors. In 3 days, I shall dispatch a legion of 10,000 to obliterate that territory." The battle axe frowned slightly. 10,000 cannot possibly contend against that realm. I suggest you send a greater force. Once, my tribe boasted 30,000 orcs, and they were all annihilated. Huh. The butcher gazed mockingly at the battle axe, deriding. That merely signifies that the warriors in your tribe are as inept as you. The repeated humiliations from the butcher rendered the battle axe's expression exceedingly grim. However, with no alternative, one must bow their head beneath the eaves. In pursuit of vengeance, he could only leverage the power of the butcher's tribe. The butcher resolved to send forth a legion of 10,000 orcs in 3 days to embark on an expedition to the Forgotten Plains and eradicate all forces therein. Unbeknownst to anyone, as the orc scout was dragged away, a shadow beneath his feet quivered slightly, as if animated, and slipped into the shadow of the battle axe. It learned of the orc tribe's impending assault on the Luton territory in 3 days. The shadow then seized the opportunity to depart from the battle axe's shadow, infiltrating the shadow of another passing orc infantryman. Thus, the shadow walker continuously shifted its target, swiftly departing the butcher's tribe and heading towards the Luton territory. At the front of the subordinate tribe's main city, Luton perused the Lord's tome and chose to recruit 10 farmers. This morning, he had upgraded all buildings in the subordinate territory that were eligible for enhancement, for his resources were plentiful. He also erected a tower of glory in the open space before the subordinate territory's main city. The quarry and lumber mill had been completed, strategically positioned near the entrances of the forest and mine. With the lumber mill and quarry established, not only could mining efficiency be enhanced, but resources could also be temporarily stored, proving exceedingly convenient. Luton did not intend to meddle in the daily tasks and defenses of the subordinate territory. Instead, he sat in a chair, observing as the fox girl, Xiaobai, directed and allocated tasks. The ingenuity of the fox people was fully realized within Luton's domain. They were not only adept and industrious, but also quick learners, mastering any skill upon merely observing it once. Though Xiaobai had never managed a territory before, this was her inaugural experience, and she orchestrated the management of the land with remarkable precision. Although Xiaobai is capable of commanding the troops recruited by Lu Tong, the ultimate authority remains firmly in his hands, and their sole allegiance is to Lu Tong alone. In addition to enlisting farmers, Lu Tong has also recruited an ogre fistfighter. The ogre fistfighter is a tier 3 unit, summoned from the ogre lair. Recruiting an ogre fistfighter triggers a 100-fold amplification, arcane rune giant. As the dark golden light dissipated, a colossal figure suddenly emerged beside the ogre lair. Arcane rune giant, 10th tier. Health, 100. Loyalty, 100, enhanced by the Tower of Honor. Abilities, combat, defense, skills, 1. Arcane resistance skin, level 10 defense, increases the arcane rune giant's resistance to magic, mitigating 90 magic damage. 2. Rune skin, level 10 defense, enhances the arcane rune giant's physical resistance, reducing 90 physical damage. 3. Arcane penetrating light cannon, level 10 magic, fires a beam of magical energy, inflicting substantial magical damage on all enemies in a straight line. The arcane rune giant stands nearly 10 meters tall, with a bronze-hued skin intricately etched with incomprehensible arcane runes. Its upper body is bare, showcasing its robust musculature, while it dons a pair of black linen shorts below. The giant bent down to gaze at Lu Tong at its feet and respectfully stated, "My lord, I am at your service." Concerned that the giant might not hear him, Lu Tong called out loudly, "Welcome to my domain." From now on, your name shall be Moe. The arcane rune giant boomed in response. Thank you for the name, my master. The sheer volume of its voice caused Lu Tong to experience a slight ringing in his ears. From the 3 skills of the arcane rune giant, it is evident that it is a defensive unit, possessing formidable defensive capabilities with high magic and physical resistances. However, the giant's enormous size poses a challenge. Standing at approximately 10 meters tall, surpassing even the height of the city walls, rendering it impossible to accommodate within the territory. It seems that a dwelling for the arcane rune giant must be constructed in the open space outside the domain in the future. Chapter 85. Everything has changed. After dealing with matters concerning the subordinate territory, Lu Tong prepared to depart. With a smile, he remarked, there is plenty of time. We shall wait for another day. With that, he mounted Chili and soared towards his territory. Upon returning and just having landed, Yi emerged from the shadows of a corner. Yi reported, my lord. 10 orcs were seen lurking near the cursed mine yesterday. Orcs? Are they remnants of the Battle Axe tribe? Lu Tong inquired. Yi shook his head and replied, it does not appear so. The totems on those orcs differ from those of the Battle Axe tribe. They are likely scouts sent by another tribe. Casually, Lu Tong asked, is that so? Have those orc scouts been dealt with? The presence of orc scouts near the mine indicates that they may be aware of its significance as a major resource point. Lu Tong is unconcerned about the prying eyes of other orc tribes. Having annihilated the Battle Axe tribe, he has acquired over 30,000 soul gems. As long as Lu Tong is willing, he can commence the recruitment of over 30,000 Tier 10 soldiers at any moment, sufficient to withstand the majority of the orc tribes. Lu Tong nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging that Yi's approach was commendable. This method not only serves as a warning to the adversary, but also facilitates the gathering of intelligence on the enemy. The Shadow Walkers can truly be regarded as one of the most formidable assassination units. And Lu Tong firmly believes that the orc tribes will never uncover the infiltration of the Shadow Walkers. Lu Tong instructed the Shadow Walkers and the Death Knights to bolster their defenses, particularly emphasizing the need to reinforce the security of the mines. Additionally, he dispatched several Shadow Walkers to remain vigilant, monitoring the activities of the Northern Orc Empire's various tribes. With the enemy already aware of the mine's existence, they would undoubtedly seek to seize this significant resource. Lu Tong was determined to prepare adequately in advance for the impending orc raiding parties. After Yi departed, Lu Tong proceeded to the military camp, where he constructed an ogre den adjacent to the barracks and subsequently recruited 10 rune giants. Due to the colossal size of the rune giants, Lu Tong refrained from enlisting too many, finding 10 to be sufficient. He designated a vast area in the open space to the west of his territory for the rune giants to roam. Deep within the western forest, numerous redwood trees towered hundreds of meters high, perfectly suited for constructing dwellings for the rune giants. As noon approached, Yi once again sought out Lu Tong. Calmly, Lu Tong instructed him to summon the individual for an in-person report. No sooner had he spoken than Yin San emerged from the shadows. Evidently having anticipated Lu Tong's request and waiting patiently, Lu Tong was well accustomed to the Shadow Walker's uncanny ability to appear and vanish at will. Lu Tong inquired about which tribe of the Orc Empire was investigating the cursed mine. He pressed further, asking about the strength of the Slaughterblade tribe and the size of its forces. After hearing Yin San's report, Lu Tong's expression turned contemplative. Although the orc raiding party comprised 10,000 warriors, Lu Tong remained unfazed. After all, he had previously routed the Axe tribe, which boasted a force of 30,000. What troubled Lu Tong was the revelation that a medium-sized orc tribe possessed nearly 250,000 orcs. Given the ferocity of the orc race, if Lu Tong were to annihilate the Slaughterblade tribe's forces, it was inevitable that they would retaliate with an even larger army in a bid for vengeance. In the orc society, every individual is a soldier. In times of war, all orcs can wield weapons and fight. If the Slaughterblade tribe were to mobilize their entire population, the sight of 250,000 orcs would be an overwhelming tide. Lu Tong would have no choice but to expend all his soul gems to recruit a vast number of combat units to withstand the orc onslaught. However, should this scenario unfold, the population of his territory would inevitably surge beyond sustainable limits. With over 30,000 additional combatants, the current food reserves would be insufficient to sustain them. It appears that a swift resolution to eradicate the Slaughterblade tribe is imperative. Otherwise, even if they do not seek revenge, the information regarding the cursed mine's location will undoubtedly spread. At that time, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of other orc tribes. In preparation for the orc legion from the Butcher tribe arriving in 3 days, Lu Tong must start making arrangements promptly. In addition to reinforcing the walls of his territory, he also planned to add more judgment towers and omniscience towers, and even increase the fortifications around the cursed mines. Furthermore, Lu Tong commanded Yi to dispatch a team of Shadow Walkers to infiltrate the Butcher tribe, ensuring constant surveillance on their every movement. Without his explicit orders, they were to remain utterly discreet. Lu Tong contemplated whether to construct a double wall around his territory, dividing it into an inner city and an outer city, where a substantial military presence would be stationed for defense. Relying on the walls and judgment towers, he believed they could withstand a considerable assault from the orc forces. For the time being, the orcs would be unable to breach the outer wall, granting Lu Tong the opportunity to remain within the inner city, continuously recruiting troops, repairing the walls, and constructing defensive structures. With the resources amassed in his 30 warehouses, he was confident he could outlast the orc army. Just as Lu Tong was preparing to commence construction, Ming Yi suddenly approached him, whispering, "My lord, the traveling merchant has arrived. He waits outside the city gate for your summons." Lu Tong calculated the days, realizing it had indeed been several days since their last meeting. And today was the appointed day. "Let him in," Lu Tong replied nonchalantly. "As you command." The traveling merchant stood outside the city gate, bewildered. The last time he visited the Forgotten Lands, there had been no towering walls as seen before him now. Observing the defensive towers infused with terrifying magical energy, and the dozens of Blackrock archers clad in leather armor, vigilantly watching him from the ramparts, he doubted whether he had lost his way and stumbled into another territory. Yet, there was only Lu Tong's faction in the entire Forgotten Lands. He could not have possibly gone astray. Moreover, the last time he visited, there had been no walls or defensive towers. Everything had transformed in just a few days. Chapter 86. The scheme succeeds, receiving Lu Tong's orders. Ming Yi opened the city gate and stepped outside. "Our lord requests your presence. Please follow me," Ming Yi stated impassively. The traveling merchant rubbed his hands together and asked with a sheepish grin, "May I inquire if this is indeed Lord Lu Tong's territory?" He decided it prudent to clarify, lest he had inadvertently wandered into another's domain. "Indeed, this is Lord Lu Tong's territory," Ming Yi replied, casting a curious glance at the merchant, wondering how he could forget so quickly after only a few days since his last visit. Upon receiving confirmation, the merchant smiled. "That's splendid. Let us proceed at once. We must not keep Lord Lu Tong waiting." Though he spoke cheerfully, a sense of wariness toward Lu Tong began to brew within him. The ability to erect such imposing walls in a short span was no small feat, particularly in the resource-scarce Forgotten Lands. Could there be some hidden treasure or concealed resources within the Forgotten Lands? Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for Lu Tong's territory to have developed so rapidly. The traveling merchant was engulfed in a myriad of thoughts as he navigated his black carriage, following Ming Yi into the territory. Upon witnessing the buildings and facilities within, his earlier suspicions were further confirmed. The last time he visited Lu Tong's domain, to speak candidly, even the orc tribes boasted better infrastructure than this. Yet now, Lu Tong's territory resembled a well-ordered city, immaculate and orderly. However, he was perplexed as to why there were so many foxgirl maidens residing here. Were they intended as sustenance? The merchant found himself bewildered. He could not comprehend Lu Tong's rationale for breeding such a timid and inferior race, which was typically unable to fetch a good price even as slaves. Moreover, it appeared the foxgirls led a rather comfortable existence, adorned in various exquisite garments. A sense of familiarity washed over him as he gazed at the fabric of their clothing, as if he had encountered it before. A contemplative expression crossed his face as he recalled a similar item he had seen at a rare goods auction held by the Merchant Alliance. If he was not mistaken, the garments worn by these fox maidens were likely crafted from magical silk. This magical silk, a precious commodity long lost due to the disappearance of its manufacturing blueprints, would command an astonishing price at auction. Overcome with excitement, the merchant leaped from his carriage and lunged towards the nearest foxgirl. However, before he could approach, Ming Yi swiftly intercepted him, delivering a forceful blow that rendered him unconscious. Everyone in the territory was aware that these foxgirls were Lu Tong's private property. No one was permitted to lay a hand upon them. Regardless of the merchant's intentions, it was utterly audacious to assault one of Lu Tong's maidens. Had it not been for Lu Tong's desire to summon him, Ming Yi would have already beheaded him and hung his head at the city gate. This scene was clearly observed by the merchant's bodyguard, the Black Iron Dwarf, who was powerless to intervene or even voice a word of protest. Ming Yi's formidable presence left the dwarf almost breathless. He, too, was baffled by his employer's reckless behavior, as he inexplicably threw himself upon the nearby foxgirl. The Black Iron Dwarf hurriedly moved to lift the unconscious merchant and placed him back in the carriage, then proceeded to drive the carriage. Following Ming Yi toward the Lord's manor along the granite pathway. When the merchant regained consciousness, he found himself before Lu Tong. Confused, he pondered, "Who am I? Where am I?" His gaze, dazed and unfocused, scanned the surroundings before settling on Lu Tong. After a moment, the events began to piece together in his mind. Silk. Magical silk. To his astonishment, there was indeed magical silk here. The merchant was filled with amazement, though his expression remained unchanged. He promptly rose to his feet, adjusted his attire, and greeted with a beaming smile, "My lord Lu Tong, it is a pleasure to see you again. Please forgive my earlier indiscretion." Lu Tong replied coolly, "It is of no concern. What was the matter with you just now? Why did you assault my maid?" So that was the case. Lu Tong's lips curled into a faint smile. Although he was aware that the traveling merchant was lying, he chose not to expose the deception. The merchant hastily shifted the conversation, saying, "Lord Lu Tong, I have dedicated considerable time and effort to gather the materials you requested. I have managed to procure one type. Moreover, I have also collected numerous blueprints for various items and constructions as per your instructions. At this moment, the black iron dwarf beside him opened the carriage, revealing a long shelf laden with an array of goods. Following Lu Tong's directive, the merchant had focused on acquiring blueprints. Regardless of whether they were for items, buildings, or equipment, Lu Tong accepted every blueprint presented to him. Consequently, the merchant concentrated his efforts on collecting these blueprints, amassing over 30 in just 1 week. Most of these were of white quality, with a few green quality and one black quality blueprint among them. After scanning the blueprints, Lu Tong did not opt to purchase any. Instead, he inquired, "Did you bring back that chest opening game from last time?" Upon hearing the mention of the game, the merchant's expression instantly froze. The memory of his significant losses from that encounter resurfaced, causing a pang in his heart. This incident had left an indelible scar on the merchant's career, an unforgettable sorrow. Taking a deep breath, the merchant composed himself and donned a professional smile. "Of course, last time, you opened 5 chests in one go, and I went ahead and stocked up." Lu Tong exclaimed with joy, "That's splendid. How many chests do you have in total?" "I want them all." A fleeting grin of cunning crossed the merchant's face, realizing his scheme had succeeded. "I knew you would want to buy them all. This time, I have a total of 20 old chests. Do you truly wish to take them all?" Lu Tong nodded, declaring, "I want them all. I am willing to pay a high price for any quality." The merchant chuckled heartily, "No problem. I will be sure to bring many chests in the future." Chapter 87. The Leaves of the World Tree. He arrived at the Merchant Alliance headquarters and purchased 30 old chests from the warehouse. Such old chests were plentiful in the Alliance's storage and were quite inexpensive. They were discovered in the chaotic continent, among various indigenous tribes, remnants of cities, and monster caves, and had been verified by professional treasure hunters to ensure they were the lowest grade, incapable of yielding valuable items, before being discarded in the warehouse. Perhaps the memory of Lu Tong's remarkable luck in opening 5 dark gold items had spurred the merchant to be meticulous in his selection while wholesale purchasing chests. He spent a considerable amount of time sifting through the inventory, hoping to unearth a few chests concealing dark gold treasures. This delay prompted a series of complaints from the old gremlin guarding the warehouse entrance. After a lengthy deliberation, the merchant finally selected 30 chests to his satisfaction and exited the warehouse. Upon returning to his abode, the merchant secured the doors and windows tightly, drawing the curtains closed with utmost care. He excitedly rubbed his hands together, filled with anticipation as he opened the first treasure chest. Opening the chest granted an ogre's toothbrush. The traveling merchant, undeterred by the lack of fortune with the first chest, proceeded to open the second. Opening the chest granted a gray goblin's foot rag. The third chest. Opening the chest granted a goblin's stirring stick. The fourth chest. Opening the chest granted a tattered bedsheet. The fifth and the 10th chest. Opening the chest granted a discarded curved dagger. The traveling merchant opened 10 chests in one go, yet emerged without a single valuable item. It could be said that he had suffered a significant loss. However, it became evident that Lu Tong's previous luck in unearthing 5 pieces of dark gold gear was indeed a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Taking a deep breath, the merchant acknowledged that, while he had not procured dark gold equipment like Lu Tong, he still had 20 discarded chests left to sell to him. Selling all the discarded chests would yield a decent profit of 20 black crystal coins. Based on the merchant's years of experience, Lu Tong had previously opened discarded chests to reveal 5 pieces of dark gold gear. According to the gambler's fallacy, Lu Tong would undoubtedly wish to play the treasure chest guessing game once more. The merchant was determined to see if Lu Tong's luck could really be that good. From the wagon's compartment, a black iron dwarf bodyguard unloaded 20 dilapidated chests, stacking them before Lu Tong. Lu Tong then reached into his arcane ring and produced 20 black crystal coins, handing them to the merchant. The merchant, with a beaming smile, accepted the coins and inquired, "Lord Lu Tong, shall you open the chests now?" Lu Tong shook his head, replying, "I will open the chests later. First, I wish to see what blueprints you have brought." "Very well." The merchant's face fell into a look of disappointment. He had hoped to witness whether Lu Tong would experience a repeat of his previous stroke of luck with the chests. The merchant could hardly believe that Lu Tong's fortune could remain so consistently favorable, unless he were the illegitimate child of the goddess of luck. It seemed implausible for anyone to be so fortunate every time. What the merchant truly wished to see was Lu Tong purchasing a chest for a black crystal coin, only to uncover a pile of worthless items. Lu Tong approached the shelf of goods that had been pushed out from the wagon and began selecting blueprints. With the exception of a few useless ones, he purchased all the remaining blueprints on the shelf. The total expenditure amounted to 985 black crystal coins, and with a discount applied, it came to 788 coins. After completing the transaction, Lu Tong recorded all the newly acquired blueprints into the Lord's book. In a recent conquest against the Axe clan, he had opened a chest in the Orc Hall's underground chamber and obtained 10,000 black crystal coins. To him, that sum was merely a drop in the bucket. Today, having secured a substantial business deal, The traveling merchant could hardly contain his joy, his eyes nearly disappearing in delight. Lu Tong casually inquired, "Last time, I asked you to help gather those materials. You found only one, did you not?" Previously, Lu Tong had entrusted the merchant with a significant order to assist in the collection of materials. In the span of a week, the traveling merchant managed to procure merely a single item, the nature of which remained a mystery. Upon hearing Lord Lu Tong's inquiry, the merchant quickly regained his composure. "Indeed, my lord, I shall retrieve it at once," he exclaimed, hastening to his cart. After a considerable duration, he emerged, cradling a delicate wooden box in his hands. "My lord, the materials you seek are exceedingly rare. It took me an entire week to find this one." The merchant elaborated. Within the exquisite box lay 3 vibrant, emerald leaves, exuding a potent aura of vitality. Merely holding them, Lu Tong could sense the invigorating life force they emanated. "This is a treasured artifact of the elven race, the leaves of the world tree." The merchant continued, "The world tree is indeed a priceless possession of the elves. Not even the commoners of their kin are permitted near it, let alone those of other races. I have exerted every effort to procure these 3 leaves." However, Lu Tong was accustomed to taking the merchant's words with a grain of salt. As an ordinary trader of the Shepherd's Flute Guild, Lu Tong was well aware of the merchant's capabilities. If the leaves of the world tree were as precious as he claimed, how had the merchant managed to acquire them? The merchant persisted in his lengthy narration regarding the difficulties he faced in obtaining the leaves. Lu Tong, growing impatient, interjected, "Enough. Just tell me the price." With a sheepish chuckle, the merchant replied, "My lord, you need only provide me with 100 black crystal coins. Is that so?" Lu Tong fixed the merchant with an intense gaze, his voice laced with gravity. Under the weight of Lu Tong's scrutiny, a bead of cold sweat trickled down the merchant's forehead. I seem to have made an error. It is only 80 black crystal coins. Are you certain?" Lu Tong's tone grew more pronounced. The merchant, struggling to swallow, stammered, "Actually, I believe I misremembered again. It is only 50 black crystal coins." Upon uttering these words, the merchant gasped for breath as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Seeing this reaction, Lu Tong nodded in satisfaction. At last, the merchant had spoken truthfully. Earlier, while fixating on the merchant, Lu Tong had employed a fraction of his death magic eye skill. It was not a full release, but rather a subtle exertion of its power. Under the invisible threat of the death magic eye, the merchant's soul resonated with a mournful wail, compelled by the warning of death, leading him to divulge the truth. Indeed, the world tree was a sacred treasure of the elves, vigilantly guarded, and inaccessible to anyone outside the elven royal lineage, a fact the merchant had accurately conveyed. However, the leaves themselves held little value. The world tree naturally shed thousands of leaves daily, a normal occurrence that posed no threat to its existence. Aside from their use in concocting healing potions, the leaves had no other significant utility. While their price was relatively steep, it was far from the exaggerated 100 black crystal coins the merchant had initially proposed. It requires merely 45 black crystal coins to procure a leaf from the world tree, and when one adds the travel merchant's shipping fees and travel expenses, a total of 50 black crystal coins emerges as a most reasonable price. However, as a shrewd merchant, the travel merchant constantly contemplates ways to earn additional black crystal coins. Thus, he could not resist the temptation to inflate the price of the world tree leaves. Such manipulation of information for profit is a tactic employed by nearly every merchant at some point. Chapter 88. The Auction. Lu Tong, residing in the Forgotten Land, is unfamiliar with the chaotic continent and is likely unaware of the true value of the world tree leaves. Yet, to his surprise, he is immediately seen through by Lu Tong. For reasons unknown, upon making eye contact with Lu Tong, the travel merchant experiences an inexplicable sense of trepidation and fear. Previously, he had the audacity to deceive even the brutal and despicable lords of the abyss, but the moment he met Lu Tong's gaze, he felt his very soul tremble in fear. Unable to contain himself, he divulged the true price in one fell swoop. Handing over 150 black crystal coins to the travel merchant, Lu Tong stowed the world tree leaf within his arcane ring. Today's transaction with the merchant proved to be quite fruitful. In high spirits, Lu Tong remarked, "Why not stay for lunch today? It's on me." The nearby black iron dwarf, overhearing this, could not help but let a droplet of saliva escape. The last dinner he had at Lu Tong's domain was the only substantial meal he had enjoyed in years. Eager to accept the invitation, the black iron dwarf wished to respond immediately. However, the travel merchant shook his head in polite refusal, saying, "I must take my leave promptly. There is an orc tribe not far to the north of your territory, and fearing a robbery by the orcs, I made a considerable detour to arrive here." "An orc tribe?" Lu Tong replied with a faint smile. "The orc tribe in the northern wasteland has been eradicated by me. All the orcs have been vanquished, and the tribe itself has been destroyed. Now, only the remnants of their structures remain." The travel merchant's face registered shock, exclaiming, "You actually annihilated that orc tribe." His astonishment was understandable. Drawing from years of experience in trade across the chaotic continent, the merchant had considerable insight. He surveyed the approximate number of farmhouses within Lu Tong's territory and deduced that the population was likely just over 1,000. A small orc tribe typically boasts a population ranging from 30,000 to 50,000, especially since every orc is a warrior. The ratio of combatants on both sides could not possibly be comparable. Should war erupt, Lu Tong's territory would scarcely withstand even the initial assault from the orc tribe. Yet, the notion of Lu Tong completely annihilating the orc tribe seemed like a fantasy. However, as the travel merchant's gaze drifted to the towering walls of Lu Tong's territory, comprehension dawned upon him. If bolstered by the formidable defenses of the high walls, along with defensive structures and a plethora of city defense weapons, it indeed could withstand an orc tribe's onslaught, though it may be said otherwise. The remarkable ability to construct such wonders and utterly annihilate the orc tribes showcases the formidable strength of the territory governed by Lu Tong. A thought that lingered in the mind of the traveling merchant. With the threat of orcs eliminated, the merchant was certainly not one to forego a complimentary feast. They proceeded to the living quarters, where fox maidens, clad in elegant attire, served delectable dishes upon the table. Today's lunch comprised of roasted chicken, vegetable salad, beef skewers, mushroom soup, and boiled eggs, accompanied by fruit wine and honey mead. In his daily life, the traveling merchant was notoriously frugal. He and the black iron dwarf subsisted on a mere slice of black bread, a thin sliver of ham, and a jug of water for their midday meal. Opportunities to indulge in such exquisite fare were rare, and thus he was determined to indulge heartily. Just as the merchant and the dwarf were swiftly devouring the food before them, Lu Tong lifted a goblet of fruit wine, took a sip, and remarked nonchalantly, "Are the garments of my fox maidens truly so valuable?" Upon hearing this, the traveling merchant felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his body trembling in disbelief. He raised his head from the food, his eyes wide with astonishment. How could Lu Tong have discerned anything about the magical silk, when he had revealed not a whisper of information? Before the merchant could voice his confusion, Lu Tong continued, "From the moment you entered and assaulted my maidens, I sensed something amiss. Although you feigned caution on your way to the dining hall, I noticed you stealthily eyeing the garments worn by my subjects." A wry smile crossed the merchant's face. He had believed himself to be sufficiently discreet, yet he had been discovered by Lu Tong. Thus, he was left with no choice but to speak the truth and divulge all that he knew. It turned out that the blueprints for the magical silk manufacturing machine had been obliterated in a cataclysm 1,000 years prior, leaving not a single trace behind. Presently, only a few thousand garments made of magical silk remained in the chaotic continent. This scarcity rendered such garments exceedingly valuable, capable of fetching impressive prices at auction. The merchant surmised that Lu Tong's territory likely housed a magical silk manufacturing machine. Otherwise, the fox maidens would not each possess a piece of attire crafted from this coveted material. Having confirmed this, the merchant contemplated deceiving Lu Tong into selling the machine at a low price, with the intent to resell it for a handsome profit. However, as is often the case, plans that appear splendid in theory can falter in reality. When the merchant attempted to mislead Lu Tong into purchasing leaves from the world tree, he was immediately seen through and, under the looming threat of the death eye, found himself unable to conceal any secrets, forced to speak candidly. With each successive failure, the merchant's confidence was severely shaken, extinguishing any thoughts of tricking Lu Tong into acquiring the magical silk manufacturing machine. Yet, before he could utter a word, Lu Tong anticipated his intentions. After listening to the merchant's account regarding the magical silk, he remained contemplative, unperturbed by the high prices commanded by magical silk. Lu Tong found himself captivated by the auction mentioned by the traveling merchant. "Pray tell, where is this auction held, and how often does it take place?" Lu Tong inquired with curiosity. After a brief pause, the merchant replied, "The stone tablet auction is hosted by our Piper Merchant Alliance, and only those in possession of an invitation from the alliance may attend." Intrigued, Lu Tong pressed further, "And how might one obtain an invitation to this auction?" He was taken aback to learn that participation in the stone tablet auction required such a prerequisite. Without hesitation, the merchant explained, "Acquiring an invitation is rather straightforward. One need only present a valuable auction item and have a merchant from the Piper Merchant Alliance vouch for them to secure an invitation." "I see," Lu Tong nodded thoughtfully. Recognizing Lu Tong's interest in the auction, the merchant added, "The 15th of this month has already passed, so if you wish to attend the stone tablet auction, you will have to wait until next month. If you are indeed interested, I would gladly act as your guarantor." The merchant was confident that Lu Tong would have no trouble presenting a worthy item. After all, merely producing a dark gold item obtained from a treasure chest would elevate him to the status of a distinguished guest at the auction. Not to mention, Lu Tong was rumored to possess a magical silk manufacturing machine. It could be said that Lu Tong's worth surpassed even that of the merchant, who had spent years in commerce. Lu Tong consented to attend the auction on the 15th of next month at Stone Tablet Island. Chapter 89. An Abundance of Provisions. After finalizing their arrangement, the traveling merchant resumed his indulgence in the culinary delights before him. Meanwhile, his bodyguard, a black iron dwarf, showed little concern for his employer. focusing intently on his meal. Once satiated, he leaned back comfortably in his chair, savoring a cup of fruit wine, casting a glance at the surrounding fox girls. The dwarf couldn't help but shake his head, pondering the reason behind Lord Lu Tong's decision to keep so many fox folk. The foxes were known for their frailty and timidity, a fact well recognized among the myriad races of the chaotic continent. The fox girls, with their delicate features and lack of facial hair, possessed slender limbs that lacked any semblance of robustness or femininity. The black iron dwarf muttered to himself, perplexed as to why Lord Lu Tong would choose to harbor such a multitude of fox maidens, given that the Orc Empire was not far from the Forgotten Lands. With numerous Orc tribes frequently roaming the area, the presence of such a neighbor certainly warranted concern. After their meal, Lu Tong gleaned much information about the Orc Empire from the traveling merchant, deepening his understanding of this formidable race. With their bellies full, the merchant and the black iron dwarf, their rotund bellies swaying with each step, made their way toward the merchant's cart. Once seated, the merchant let out a hearty belch and set the cart in motion, leisurely departing from Lu Tong's territory. The cup of life, life gem X10, leaf of the world, tree X1. As he poured clear water into the cup, it transformed into a superior healing potion, with a daily usage limit of 10. Lu Tong had gathered all the necessary materials for the cup of life. He possessed 1,000 life gems and 3 leaves of the world tree, allowing him to create 3 cups of life. A flash of dark golden light revealed a cup imbued with the essence of nature, crafted from emerald gemstones. The cup of life could convert clear water into a superior healing potion. Naturally, Lu Tong's first action was to assess the cup's capacity. Fortunately, it appeared quite ample, approximately 500 milliliters, akin to the volume of a bottle of iced tea. After testing its capacity, the next step was to evaluate its effectiveness. Lu Tong instructed a fox maid to bring a barrel of clear water and an empty wooden bucket. He filled the cup of life with clear water, and soon a rich aura of vitality emanated from it. Within seconds, the clear water transformed into a viscous, pale green liquid, the superior healing potion. A single sip of this potion could heal any injury, as long as there was still breath in the body. With the cup of life usable 10 times a day, Lu Tong assigned a fox maid to oversee its care. Her daily task would be to utilize the 3 cups of life to convert clear water into superior healing potions. With no wars erupting in recent days, he planned to amass a substantial stockpile of healing potions for future use. Unfortunately, as he could not yet produce glassware, he had to store the potions in wooden barrels, which seemed rather rudimentary. During his dealings with traveling merchants, he had acquired a wealth of blueprints, including the coveted design for steel armor. Currently, the various military units in Lu Tong's territory were equipped with merely average beast skin armor, with a select few honor warriors donning the divine armor set bestowed by Lu Tong. While the beast skin armor offered moderate defense, it excelled in agility, making it well suited for highly nimble troops. The Iron Blood pikemen and shadow walkers were quite pleased with the beast skin armor. However, for the underworld soldiers, its defensive capabilities were woefully inadequate. As defensive units, they prioritized high protection to withstand enemy assaults at the front lines. With the Orc Legion poised to attack in 3 days, Lu Tong was quite troubled by the lack of high defense armor in his territory. Fortunately, the timely intervention of the traveling merchant had alleviated this issue. To forge the steel armor, a significant quantity of refined steel was required. Lu Tong commanded 5 lava smiths to utilize the refining furnace to convert iron blocks into refined steel, while the remaining smiths diligently crafted the steel armor. Subsequently, Lu Tong made his way to the Lord's manor. He refrained from opening the weathered treasure chest acquired from the traveling merchant, as it had previously yielded dark golden items, an occurrence he deemed remarkably improbable. If something extraordinary were to emerge this time, it would undoubtedly arouse the suspicions of the traveling merchants. Spending 20 black crystal coins, Lu Tong casually placed the 20 dilapidated treasure chests he had purchased in the Lord's manor. The delightful act of opening treasure chests was, of course, reserved for last. A total of 20 chests. This was Lu Tong's first time opening such a multitude of chests since arriving in the chaotic continent. Although the chests were of relatively low grade, their sheer quantity outweighed their quality. Upon opening a chest, he acquired a white item blueprint, a stone axe, which triggered a 100-fold amplification resulting in a dark gold item blueprint, a golden axe. Upon opening a chest, he obtained a building blueprint, a goblin's workshop, which triggered a 100-fold amplification resulting in a dark gold building blueprint, an enchantment table. Upon opening a chest, he received white armor, grass shoes, which triggered a 100-fold amplification resulting in dark gold equipment, instant battle boots. Upon opening a chest, he gained ordinary resources, 10 sands, which triggered a 100-fold amplification resulting in rare resources, 1,000 soul sands. Upon opening a chest, he obtained a white potion, a lizardman's strange elixir, which triggered a 100-fold amplification resulting in a dark gold potion, a dragon's elixir. Upon opening a chest, he received ordinary resources, 1 building cornerstone, which triggered a 100-fold amplification resulting in rare resources, the heart of the castle. Lu Tong opened the 20 chests one by one. In an instant, the entire Lord's manor was enveloped in a golden glow. Blueprints, equipment, resources, and potions were abundant. Eagerly, Lu Tong picked up each dark gold item to inspect its attributes, placing the useful ones into the arcane ring while discarding those that were currently unnecessary into the warehouse. The instant battle boots came with a level 9 spell of instant teleportation. Quite impressive. Lu Tong immediately donned the instant battle boots. They were a vital tool for survival, allowing him to escape danger in an instant. Chapter 90, War Fortress. The enchantment table would enable the enchanting of equipment, enhancing attributes, also quite beneficial. Lu Tong happened to possess all the materials required for constructing the enchantment table, so he built one conveniently in the manufacturing area, right next to the blacksmith shop. The dragon's elixir, when consumed, promised to bestow a physique comparable to that of a giant dragon, quite appealing. Having previously experienced the effects of a potent magical energy potion, Lu Tong did not hesitate this time and downed the dragon's elixir in one gulp. However, he soon regretted it. As soon as the dragon's elixir hit his palate, it felt cool, reminiscent of a blend of chocolate coffee and peppermint candy. After a brief span of about 10 seconds, the elixir took effect. Lu Tong felt as though a blazing inferno had ignited within his belly, creating an unbearable sensation. He felt a wave of heat engulfing him. His expression twisted slightly as his skin turned a shade of red, resembling a cooked shrimp. The heat coursed through him like flames. Lu Tong hastily removed his black abyss armor, wishing to shed every article of clothing he wore. Outside, Inger heard the commotion and entered to find Lu Tong in considerable distress. "Inger, I feel so hot. Help me," he exclaimed, his face contorted in pain. Instantly, Inger's face flushed crimson, and, shyly, she began to remove her clothing. She was actually starting to undress. "Lu Tong, I did not mean it that way. I am genuinely feeling quite hot," Lu Tong lamented. Sakura, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, replied, "Master, I feel the same." Lu Tong responded, "Fortunately, the side effects of the demon dragon potion do not last long." The intense heat within him soon dissipated. As the effects of the potion completely faded, Lu Tong's body temperature gradually returned to normal. He could distinctly feel that his physique had significantly improved. Once he fully regained control over his body, he discovered an abundance of strength in his arms, the result of the potion's profound enhancement. Not only that, but he also enjoyed a series of additional benefits. His vision, hearing, and sense of smell had all been greatly heightened. Remarkably, he had experienced a second growth spurt. His height, originally 1.8 meters, had now reached nearly 1.88 meters. Beyond just the increase in stature, what delighted Lu Tong the most was the emergence of 8 well-defined abdominal muscles. Such a physique would undoubtedly captivate countless admirers back on Earth. However, as the intense heat departed from his body, it also expelled impurities, leaving Lu Tong's skin marred with unpleasant residues. Was this the legendary process of bone cleansing and marrow washing? Lu Tong finally experienced what protagonists in online novels often described: consuming rare treasures of heaven and earth and undergoing such transformations. He felt invigorated, brimming with energy. Yet, the expelled impurities were intolerably foul, prompting Lu Tong to seek a hot spring for cleansing. He scooped up Sakura in a princess carry and exited the Lord's manor. Sakura, still bewildered, struggled to comprehend what had just transpired. The life-giving hot spring not only restored vitality and stamina, but also purified the body. Any dirt that touched the spring water would be thoroughly cleansed. Immersed in the warm waters, Lu Tong closed his eyes in bliss, relishing Sakura's massage. After an hour in the hot spring, he emerged, and 2 maidens clad in black and white fox attire approached, delicately drying his body with towels made from soft wool. Following their attentive service, Lu Tong donned a black robe made of magical silk. The orc army from the Butcherblade tribe was soon to arrive at the Forgotten Land, and Lu Tong needed to prepare for battle. Initially, he had intended to construct multiple layers of walls to encircle his territory in 3 layers. However, after opening a treasure chest, he obtained a rare material that altered his plans: the heart of the castle, one of the core materials for constructing a war fortress. War fortress: 5,000 stone bricks, 5,000 wood, 1,000 iron blocks, 1,000 sand, 1 castle heart. Description: a defensive fortress structure suitable for garrisoning troops and installing city defense weaponry, serving as the first line of defense against external threats. There was no need to engage in battle within his own territory against the Butcherblade tribe. With the establishment of the war fortress, Lu Tong could select a site in the northern territories to serve as a buffer zone. Thus, the Orc Legion would not pose a direct threat to his domain. Without delay, Lu Tong, accompanied by his guard, mounted his nightmare beast and galloped towards the northern wasteland. He resolved to construct the war fortress upon the ruins of the Battle Axe tribe. In this manner, when the Orc Legion advanced, they would first have to dismantle the obstacle posed by the war fortress before entering the Forgotten Plains. As he opened the Lord's book to initiate construction, A structure reminiscent of a monstrous abyss materialized before Lu Tong and his companions once the radiant light dissipated. The war fortress resembled a medieval castle from the west, its thick walls adorned with arrow slits for archers and placements for various siege weaponry. At the heart of the fortress stood a 3-story magical tower, embellished with an array of arcane symbols. Upon reviewing its attributes, he discovered: War Fortress, dark gold structure, skills, 1. War Shield, activates a magical barrier enveloping the entire war fortress, capable of withstanding up to level 10 magic for a duration of 6 hours, with a cooldown of 10 hours. 2. War Space, the war fortress can house 1,000 combat units. The greater the number of station units, the stronger the fortress's defenses become. Lu Tong also took the opportunity to construct several all-knowing towers and judgment towers within the war fortress. The following day, he planned to dispatch a 500-man contingent to garrison the fortress, thus completing his first line of defense. Meanwhile, in the Orc Empire, at the Bloodied Highlands, the Butcher tribe was preparing for war. The march from the Bloodied Highlands to the Forgotten Lands would take nearly 3 days, necessitating the meticulous preparation of various supplies, particularly an ample provision of food to prevent the Orc Legion from fighting on empty stomachs. As the order for the Butcher's expedition to the Forgotten Lands was issued, the entirety of the Butcher tribe began their organized preparations for the impending conflict. Within the Orc Hall, the leader of the Battle Axe tribe, visibly perturbed, queried, "Do you intend for me to partake in the war in the Forgotten Lands as well?" Seated upon the central throne, the Butcher, cradling a rugged Orc woman larger than a grizzly bear, cast a cold glance at the Battle Axe leader and replied nonchalantly, "You refuse?" Naturally, the Battle Axe leader was vehemently opposed. After all, he had been caught unawares and eliminated while in slumber, never having glimpsed even a shadow of the enemy. Furthermore, the Butcher disregarded his protests, insisting on dispatching a legion of 10,000 orcs to the Forgotten Lands. He recalled how the Battle Axe tribe, once comprising over 30,000 orcs, had been annihilated without a single survivor. Chapter 91. Fair competition. Although the Battle Axe harbored a desire for vengeance, he had not succumbed to the madness of revenge. He understood that sending 10,000 orcs to the Forgotten Lands was tantamount to a death sentence. Should he accompany this legion on their expedition, not only would he fail to achieve revenge, but he would also meet his own demise. The destruction of the Battle Axe tribe rendered the Storm Altar unusable once more. Should the Battle Axe meet its demise this time, it would indeed face eternal death, never to be resurrected. Although reluctant, as an orc warrior, it could not refuse the call to war and combat. To do so would not only brand it a coward but also subject it to the punishment of the orc tribe, stripping it of its warrior status and relegating it to the life of an orc laborer. The Butcher, while gently caressing the thick leg hair of an orc woman beside him, coldly remarked, "I was not mistaken about you, brother. You are truly a failure, achieving nothing while hindering everything. Do you lack even the courage to avenge your own tribe? Enough, silence yourself." The Butcher interrupted the Battle Axe's attempt to continue. "Just tell me whether you will go or not." After much contemplation, the Battle Axe ultimately acquiesced. "Very well, I shall comply. But you would do well to dispatch several legions, otherwise you will suffer greatly." The Butcher, with an air of impatience, dismissed the Battle Axe from the Orc Hall, unwilling to endure any further drivel from such a useless being. After all, what formidable power could possibly arise from a resource-poor forsaken land? In the Butcher's eyes, the Battle Axe's words were merely a feeble excuse, a veil to mask its failures in the Forsaken realm. A failure is a failure, regardless of the place. How could it possibly bear the shame of being vanquished by a minor power from the Forsaken land and still have the audacity to live? The Butcher did not conceal his disdain for the Battle Axe. Once the Battle Axe departed, the Butcher revealed an eager expression, toppling the corpulent, grotesque orc woman in his arms onto the throne. The orc woman offered a shy smile, exposing a mouth full of yellowed teeth, with remnants of half-eaten vegetables and rice clinging to them. The Butcher, displaying a wicked grin, kissed her without a hint of revulsion. This macabre yet beautiful scene was nearly unbearable for anyone to witness. Even the Shadow Walker felt the weight of it, knowing that remaining here would lead to his own madness. Suddenly, the shadow beneath the Butcher began to twist, and seizing the moment, it stealthily departed from the Orc Hall. The Shadow Walker prepared to re-enter once matters within were concluded. After issuing his orders, Lu Tong personally led a contingent of over 100 Shadow Walkers, journeying tirelessly to the Bloodied Highlands, stealthily infiltrating the Butcher's tribe. The highest-ranking entity within the Butcher tribe was the chieftain himself, an 8th-tier hero unit. Beyond him, no being of greater rank existed, rendering the discovery of 10th-tier Shadow Walkers impossible. Upon arriving at the Butcher tribe, the mission involved not only gathering intelligence but also remaining vigilant of the tribe's upper echelons, ready to implement a decapitation plan should circumstances dictate. In the territory, Lu Tong had been preparing for the impending orc army assault over the past few days, and it could be said that he was nearly ready. The blacksmith's workshop had successfully produced enough fine steel armor to equip Lu Tong's forces, and the Minus soldiers could finally don armor befitting their title. When the time comes to engage in battle, The soldiers of the underworld, clad in steel armor, will surge forth like an unstoppable torrent of iron, capable of withstanding the fiercest assaults from the orc legions. Suddenly, a shadow walker emerged from the shadows behind Lutong. "My lord, the orc legion of the Butcher tribe has set out," reported Shur-san in a hushed tone. "At last, they have arrived." Lutong inquired, "What has been the response from the Butcher tribe regarding the orc legion's departure?" The Butcher tribe displayed little reaction. They perceived this expedition to the Forgotten Lands as an effortless endeavor. "I see." Lutong nodded, then continued. "How many days will it take for the orc legion to reach the Forgotten Lands?" "As you command, my lord." With that, Shur-san transformed once more into a shadow, vanishing from Lutong's side. With merely 10,000 orcs, the garrison stationed within the war fortress could easily vanquish them. Lutong's true concern lay with the more than 200,000 orc warriors of the Butcher tribe. If Lutong were to eliminate the orc legion, he feared their wrathful retaliation. In such a case, he would have no choice but to unleash his troops. Having not engaged in the nearby channel for quite some time, Lutong reclined in his chair, leisurely retrieving the Lord's book to browse the local discussions. "Today, I caught a rather plump hen. What a delight. I'll stew it at noon, adding some mushrooms for a delightful chicken and mushroom dish. I envy those upstairs who can feast on meat. I've been subsisting on the farm's vegetables and fruits. My palate is growing weary. Tonight, I'll ask the esteemed Lutong for a pound of meat to satisfy my cravings. What is black crystal currency? I still believe this world is preferable. The disparity between the rich and poor on earth is too stark. Even if an ordinary person toils their entire life, they cannot compare to the mere finger of the wealthy. Indeed, this world seems fairer. Everyone starts from zero and competes on equal footing. Hey there, is the gentleman upstairs bored? If so, I can keep you company for just 5 units of food per hour. No, I don't even know what black crystal currency is. From its name, could it be the currency of this world? In my opinion, among everyone in this nearby channel, only the esteemed Lutong is likely to possess black crystal currency." Chapter 92, Endless Fruits. Lutong indeed possessed a considerable amount of black crystal currency. However, he had no intention of engaging in transactions with this individual in the nearby channel. Since the declaration of the Lord's competition, the relationships among the participants had transformed into rivalries. In this realm, the sole fate of the defeated is death. Moreover, the market price of a single black crystal currency is rather steep. Lutong doubted that he could afford the resources needed to exchange for it. Although the nearby channel appears harmonious on the surface, beneath it lies a current of tension. Numerous individuals have discreetly reached out to Lutong, seeking to purchase weapons and equipment from him. Among these, some were motivated purely by self-preservation, for one must guard against the malice of others. Others, however, were biding their time, waiting for the opportune moment to wage war and invade another's territory. After all, the allure of acquiring a subordinate territory is simply too great. In just 2 days, the territory managed by Xiaobai has flourished remarkably, yielding a substantial harvest of resources daily. Even without opting to seize other territories, he could plunder all blueprints, materials, and resources from his rivals. To expedite the development of his domain, attacking others and pillaging their resources stands as the swiftest method. A certain individual seeking to purchase black crystal coins had posted several messages in the nearby channel, yet none responded to his request for an exchange. Desperately, he exclaimed, "The merchant is about to depart. I implore all esteemed individuals who possesses black crystal coins for exchange. If I cannot trade soon, the merchant will leave." Yet, the nearby channel remained indifferent to his plight. Cursed be it, the merchant has departed. As Lutong observed the nearby channel, preparing to close it, he suddenly received a message from Lu Xiaogua. "Lutong, are you there? I wish to purchase some weaponry." "Yes, what weapons do you need?" "I have stone spears and stone shields." The previous sale of tens of thousands of orc armaments had been completed in a single day. However, such a limited stock could hardly satisfy the immense market demand. The announcement of the Lord's competition prompted many lords to recruit and stockpile troops and weaponry. These lords required vast quantities of arms to equip their forces. Few lords in the nearby channel possessed blueprints for weaponry, with only a handful holding such knowledge. Yet, Lutong stood alone as the sole lord capable of mass-producing weapons. Naturally, he could not afford to miss this lucrative opportunity. His collection of weapon blueprints was unrivaled, not only in the nearby channel, but across the entire world channel. Besides stone spears and shields, Lutong's territory also boasted a variety of iron weapons, albeit at a higher price that currently few could afford. Most individuals sought affordable options, opting for the economical stone spears and shields. "I would like 100 sets of stone spears and shields," Lu Xiaowa requested. Lutong was taken aback. "What do you need so many weapons for?" 100 sets indicated that Lu Xiaowa's military population had reached 100. While this number posed little concern for Lutong, it represented a formidable force within the nearby channel. Previously, Zhao Quan had astonished the area with an army nearing 100, which led to his subsequent expansion. Zhao Quan audaciously provoked Lutong, even declaring war on his territory, vowing to behead Lutong to use his head as a chamber pot. Ultimately, Zhao Quan met his demise, his head severed and his corpse left to decay in the wilderness. With a woeful expression, Lu Xiaowa lamented, "My territory has drawn the attention of others, and not just one." Yesterday, he had unexpectedly discovered several militia members brazenly surveying near his domain. It was evident that these were militia sent by the other 3 lords in the vicinity. Lu Xiaowa's territory lay nestled within a canyon, abundant with fruit trees, yielding hundreds of units of fruit each day. During his inaugural challenge, the suddenness of the task caught Lu Xiaowa unprepared, resulting in the complete devastation of the fruit trees in his territory by fire elements. Fortunately, during the subsequent challenge, Lu Xiaowa executed the task flawlessly. Upon its completion, he was awarded a natural scroll, which possessed the remarkable ability to restore vitality to the scorched fruit trees surrounding his domain. Upon utilizing the scroll, the trees in the vicinity of his territory were rejuvenated, allowing Lu Xiaowa to once again indulge in a bountiful harvest of fruits daily. The gorge where Lu Xiaowa's territory was situated, abundant with food resources, naturally attracted the attention of neighboring lords. Many recognized him and were aware of the plentiful fruit trees near his land. As the struggle among the lords commenced, everyone hastily examined the newly added map to ascertain the identities of the territories surrounding their own. The map clearly delineated the positions of neighboring territories and the names of their lords. Thus, Lu Xiaowa's gorge orchard was laid bare before the eyes of others. Each day, Lu Xiaowa needed to exert minimal effort. A few farmers dispatched could effortlessly gather hundreds of units of fruit. The nearby lords, upon realizing their proximity to Lu Xiaowa, began to entertain ulterior motives, collectively envisioning the notion of eliminating Lu Xiaowa and claiming the gorge orchard for themselves. Although everyone had constructed farms and breeding grounds, achieving self-sufficiency, food was no longer as scarce as it had been in the early stages. Yet, no one would refuse an excess of provisions. Additionally, the gorge where Lu Xiaowa's territory lay was a natural sanctuary, exceptionally concealed. Without a map, no one could locate his domain. Such an advantageous location was coveted by all. Dispatching militia for reconnaissance became the initial step. On one hand, it aimed to ascertain the number of troops and defensive structures within Lu Xiaowa's territory to prepare for a future assault. On the other hand, it served to test Lu Xiaowa's limits. Should he choose to endure their probing, they would not hesitate to escalate their actions further. Having spent several years in society, Lu Xiaowa understood the axiom that kindness could invite exploitation. Faced with the combined probing of 3 lords, any display of weakness on his part would invite graver invasions. Demonstrating remarkable decisiveness, Lu Xiaowa commanded his militia to capture the scouts sent by the neighboring territories. Following this, he emulated Lu Tong and executed all captured militiamen, displaying their severed heads at the entrance of the gorge. Furthermore, he took photographs and privately messaged the 3 lords, warning them that should they dare send more individuals to his territory, they would face utter annihilation. In addition to his verbal admonitions, Lu Xiaowa remained industrious. He promptly constructed dozens of cottages and began recruiting an army. The resources he had painstakingly accumulated over a long period were swiftly depleted. Yet, he felt no remorse. Without a formidable army for protection, even the most abundant resources would render him nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter in the eyes of others. Although Lu Xiaowa appeared remarkably resolute, he was, in truth, somewhat anxious. Chapter 93. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. The lord who cast his gaze upon his territory was ultimately 3 in number, whereas Lu Xiaowa stood alone. His legion comprised 100 soldiers, a seemingly formidable force, and he could certainly triumph over any one of the 3 adversaries. However, should the trio choose to unite against him, the outcome for Lu Xiaowa would be undeniably disastrous. In this lawless and chaotic land, the fate of the vanquished is invariably grim. In addition to recruiting an army, Lu Xiaowa required weaponry to equip his troops. Thus, he turned to the most formidable man in the vicinity, Lu Tong. Lu Tong, my friend, the situation is dire, and I implore your assistance. Upon learning the circumstances, Lu Tong refrained from further inquiry and promptly posted the transaction link. Once the transaction was completed, Lu Xiaowa hastily logged off, presumably to train his army. Lu Tong then closed the nearby channel and turned to the map page. The locations of all territories appeared to be systematically distributed, with 3 or 4 individuals residing in close proximity to each lord. This arrangement likely facilitated warfare and plunder among the lords. Ever since Lu Tong effortlessly dispatched Zhao Quan, no one dared to speak ill of him in the nearby channel. The might and ferocity Lu Tong exhibited instilled a profound sense of dread in all. Zhao Quan commanded a powerful Tier 3 army, consisting of a full 100 soldiers, yet he was easily defeated by Lu Tong. Speculation abounded regarding whether Lu Tong's territory harbored Tier 4 units, for only such entities could vanquish Tier 3 forces. Alas, they were all mistaken. Not a single soul in the nearby channel fathomed that Lu Tong's troops were entirely comprised of Tier 10 units. However, such ignorance was to be expected, as none could anticipate the existence of such exceptional beings in this world. 3 days later, the Orc Legion set forth from the Butcher tribe, marching briskly for 3 days to reach the borders of the Forgotten Land. Advancing a mile further would bring them to the former site of the Battle Axe tribe. The orc commander opted to encamp here for the night. After 3 days of rapid marching, even the robust orc bodies found it taxing. Once they had feasted and quenched their thirst, they settled down for a well-deserved rest, rejuvenating themselves for the impending assault on the Forgotten Land at dawn. The tents used by the orcs were rudimentary, constructed from animal hides. Ordinary orc soldiers were not entitled to sleep in tents. They simply found any suitable spot and lay down to rest. Only the officers of the Orc Legion enjoyed the privilege of tent accommodation. The evening meal for the orc tribe was equally simple. Most orcs favored raw meat, tossing beast flesh onto the fire for a brief roast before consuming it. After their meal, the orc soldiers lay down where they were, closing their eyes and soon drifting into slumber. Apart from those tasked with keeping watch, the rest of the orcs quickly succumbed to sleep. However, within the tent, the battle axe remained alert, eyes wide open, clad in full leather armor and wielding his axe, vigilant to any rustle of wind or grass around him. Clearly, the previous assassination in his dreams has left him with a profound psychological scar. Particularly as they approached the Forgotten Lands, he remained in a state of heightened vigilance, foregoing sleep for the ensuing days. Not only that, he urged the orc warlord to triple the number of sentinels, believing that such measures were essential to avert a nocturnal ambush. However, the orc commander scoffed at his counsel, dismissing his concerns as unfounded. Despite being a 7th-tier hero unit, capable of vanquishing 100 ordinary commanders, the warlord's disdain stemmed from the fact that the chieftain of the Butcher tribe held an aversion to him. The Butcher, an 8th-tier hero, could easily overpower 10 of him. Furthermore, within the orc tribe, cowardice was frowned upon, particularly in the case of one like him, whose own tribe had been annihilated by a seemingly weaker faction from the Forgotten Lands. The orcs of the Butcher tribe regarded him as a source of amusement. Under such circumstances, one must bow their head when under the eaves. In pursuit of vengeance, he could only endure in silence. Thus, he remained on high alert until dawn broke. The night passed without incident. At 5 in the morning, the orcs of the temporary encampment awoke from their slumber, igniting bonfires to roast a few pieces of meat, carelessly consuming them without regard for their doneness, chewing hastily before swallowing. The war axe, still on edge, emerged from the tent. Though he had not slept a wink, his spirits were remarkably high. The attributes of a hero unit far surpassed those of ordinary units. One night without rest posed no challenge, and even several days awake would not dampen his vigor. After breakfast, the Orc Legion began to assemble, setting their sights on the Forgotten Lands. The commander resolved to sweep through the entire expanse of the Forgotten Lands in a single day, intending to obliterate every faction, regardless of size. As he relayed the intelligence he had gathered on the Orc Legion to Lucid, he noted that the Orc Horde consisted of 10,000 warriors, led by a 7th-tier warlord, accompanied by 2 6th-tier vice-commanders, 4 battalions of Orc infantry, 2 battalions of Orc crossbowmen, 1 battalion of Wolf Riders, 1 battalion of Berserkers, 5 squadrons of Wind Riders, 5 squadrons of Bat Riders, and 1 battalion of Shamans. Each 10 orcs formed a squad, 10 squads constituted a company, and 10 companies made up a battalion. This meant the Orc Legion comprised 4,000 3rd-tier infantry, 2,000 3rd-tier crossbowmen, 1,000 4th-tier Wolf Riders, 1,000 4th-tier Berserkers, 500 5th-tier Wind Riders, 500 4th-tier Bat Riders, and 1,000 5th-tier Shamans. Additionally, there were squad leaders, company leaders, battalion leaders, and the warlord among the orc commanders, each possessing strength surpassing that of the units they commanded. It was evident that the Butcher tribe wielded significantly more power than the War Axe tribe, as reflected in the composition of their forces. The majority of the War Axe tribe's units were composed of orc infantry and crossbowmen, with fewer numbers of Wolf Riders, Berserkers, and Shamans, and an utter absence of Wind Riders and Bat Riders. Tong, with an air of calm and composure, lifted a cup of milk and drank slowly, showing no signs of anxiety as the impending battle approached. "By the way, my lord," Enwu suddenly interjected, "I have discovered someone in the Orc Legion that I believe will pique your interest." "Oh, who might that be?" Tong inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Enwu replied, "The chieftain of the Battle Axe tribe, whom I personally dispatched, has inexplicably resurfaced in the Slaughterblade tribe and is now present within the Orc Legion." Upon hearing that it was the chieftain of the Battle Axe tribe, Tong's interest was piqued. He placed his empty milk cup on the table and asked, "Are you certain it is the chieftain of the Battle Axe tribe, and that you are not mistaken? Orcs tend to bear a striking resemblance to one another, and misidentification is quite possible." Enwu confirmed, "It is undoubtedly him. I can assure you with absolute certainty." Tong nodded and replied gravely, "Last time he evaded my grasp, but this time I refuse to believe he can escape once more. Keep a close watch on him, and once the battle commences, eliminate him. Do you understand?" "Yes, my lord." With that, Enwu transformed into a shadow and vanished into the darkness. In the second challenge, Tong successfully completed his task, vanquishing all the orcs from the encroaching tribe. Yet, the chieftain of the Battle Axe tribe had resurrected through the hero altar and managed to flee, leaving Tong's challenge incomplete. Fortunately, the chieftain, undeterred by death, returned. And this time Tong was determined not to let him escape. If he showed up, he would not leave alive. The rewards for completing the challenge awaited Tong. The war fortress was manned by 500 Tier 10 soldiers, alongside 14 hero units and numerous judgment towers. Tong's domain now boasted a total of 21 hero units, including 5 who had advanced from the ranks of the underworld soldiers to heroes, 6 iron-blooded gunmen, 3 black smoke archers, 4 fallen angels, and 3 shadow walkers. Tong was confident that with the war fortress, he could annihilate the Orc Legion. He had every faith in this endeavor. This battle did not even require his direct command. The presence of heroes like Ming-Yi would suffice. With ample time at hand, he decided to indulge in a hot spring. Stretching lazily, he embraced Sakura beside him and made his way toward the hot springs. At the war fortress, Ming-Yi, clad in divine armor, stood upon the ramparts, observing the approaching Orc Legion with a serene expression. Beside him was Tai-Yi, also adorned in divine armor. My, what a multitude! Tai-Yi licked his lips, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. At last, I can revel in the thrill of slaughter. The foes we encountered previously were far too feeble. Not a single blow could they withstand. Though these adversaries appear weak as well, their sheer numbers promise a satisfying bout of carnage. Hearing Tai-Yi's words, Ming-Yi maintained his impassive demeanor and replied calmly, "We shall handle the frontal assault, while your iron-blooded gunman's task is to intercept any fleeing enemies. The Lord's command is clear, spare not a single orc. We must annihilate this entire Orc Legion. Since it is the Lord's command, we shall proceed to intercept the fleeing enemies." The Iron-Blood Lancer departed from the formidable walls of the war fortress, ready to lead his squadron through the side gate, intending to encircle the Orc Legion from behind in collaboration with Ming-Yi and others. The commander of the Orc Legion, mounted atop a 2-meter-tall dire wolf, surveyed the war fortress with a grave expression. To his surprise, amidst the desolate forgotten lands, such an impressive fortress stood before him. His position as the Legion commander was not only due to his 7th-tier prowess, but also his extensive experience. Based on years of warfare, he recognized that the fortress boasted thick walls and defensive weaponry, making it a formidable stronghold that would be costly to assault. The fortress was strategically located on the sole route into the Forgotten Plains, providing the quickest access to the territory of Tong. While alternate routes existed through the eastern mountains or the western forest, they would consume considerable time, and the enemy would not passively allow such maneuvers. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to order an assault to dismantle the war fortress. However, the Orc Legion had not brought siege weaponry for this expedition to the Forgotten Lands, complicating their endeavor to destroy the fortress. The Warlord, astonished, gazed at the stronghold, which had recently been the domain of his tribe, now usurped by the imposing fortress. Amidst his shock, a flicker of rage emerged. The slayers of his kin had the audacity to erect new structures upon the ruins of his tribe. Should the opportunity arise, he vowed to capture the mastermind behind this affront, incapacitate him, and cast him into the beast pens as fodder for the dire wolves. Unbeknownst to the Warlord, a subtle shift occurred in the shadow beneath him. Following a brief discussion on siege tactics among the Legion commander, deputy commander, and the battalion leaders, the assault on the war fortress commenced, igniting the flames of battle. The first to take flight were the airborne units of the Orc Legion, the Wind Riders and Bat Riders. The Wind Riders, 5th-tier warriors resembling mutated dragons, were adorned with verdant scales, sharp claws, blood-red eyes, and menacing fangs. Each was ridden by a formidable orc, who grasped the reins of the wind beasts with one hand while wielding a specially crafted spear, imbued with a lethal poison, in the other. Each Wind Rider carried at least 50 of these poisoned spears. In a disciplined formation, the Wind Riders soared through the skies towards the war fortress, followed by a disordered swarm of Bat Riders. These 4th-tier warriors, robust orcs mounted on enormous bats, appeared similar to ordinary bats, but were several dozen times larger. The Bat Knight held the reins of the bat in his right hand, while his left grasped a peculiar glass bottle containing a strange liquid that swirled in hues of yellow and red. This enigmatic substance, known as flame fuel, was a special concoction brewed by the voodoo sorcerers of the Orc tribe. Typically, flame fuel was stored in sealed glass bottles. The Bat Knight would soar through the skies and, with great force, hurl the potion downwards, shattering the bottle upon impact with the ground or a structure, igniting a ferocious blaze the moment the liquid met the air. Thus, the Orc tribe showcased their most representative aerial units, the Wind Knights, known for their agile flight, and the Bat Knights, adept at nimble maneuvering. Generally, conventional ranged units found it exceedingly challenging to strike moving aerial targets, which allowed the Orc commander to dispatch them with confidence. While the formidable walls of the war fortress were stout, they could not defend against airborne units. As long as the Wind Knights and Bat Knights could sow a measure of chaos around the fortress, the Orc army would find it effortless to seize the stronghold. However, reliance on aerial units alone was insufficient. Simultaneously deploying the flying units, the Orc commander commanded the remaining Orc troops to charge forth. With the aerial and ground forces operating in tandem, they aimed to capture the war fortress in one decisive blow. Alas, the reality often diverges from one's grand designs. Before the Wind Knights could approach the fortress, they were felled by a swift arrow. The 5th-tier Wind Knight was eliminated almost instantaneously, having no time to react due to the arrow's astonishing speed. Following this, a deluge of arrows descended upon the Wind Knights like a tempest, leaving them utterly bewildered. How could they be struck from such a distance, nearly 1,000 meters away from the fortress? In this world, how could there exist ranged units capable of such remarkable distances? The Wind Knights had a shooting range of 300 meters, while their adversaries boasted a range of no less than 1,200 meters. This meant that the enemy could strike the Wind Knights from 1,000 meters away, leaving them with no recourse but to evade, as they could not return fire. Yet, given the current circumstances, evasion proved exceedingly difficult, for the enemy's aim was unerringly precise. The Wind Knights were unable to dodge the incoming arrows and could only maneuver the reins to retreat. The Blackrock archers possessed a range of 600 meters, but their range had doubled to 1,200 meters thanks to the hero-level skills acquired after their promotion. The 10-level Shadow Demon Aura, within the aura's radius. All ranged units experienced a 100 increase in shooting range. Enveloped by this aura, the Blackrock archers boasted a range that had effectively doubled, transforming from 600 to 1,200 meters. Through this range suppression, the Wind Knights' endeavor was thwarted before it even began. As they turned to flee, the retreat proved dire for the Bat Knights trailing behind. The throwing range of the Bat Knights was a mere 150 meters, even inferior to that of the Wind Knights. As the Wind Knight made his escape, the Bat Knight remained oblivious, the massive bat beneath him proving far less maneuverable. Before they could react, a deluge of arrows from the Blackrock sharpshooters decimated a significant portion of their ranks. Hundreds of orc and bat carcasses, intermingled with those of the Wind Knights, plummeted from the skies. In an instant, roughly half of the Orc Legion's total of 1,000 aerial units lay lifeless. The leader of the advancing Orc Legion gazed in bewilderment at the sky, where bodies fell like dumplings. What had transpired? Why had the Wind Knights and Bat Knights, even before nearing the fortress, been utterly annihilated? Soaring at an altitude of at least 200 meters, the Bat Knights and Wind Knights were difficult for the ground-bound Orc Legion leader to observe. All he could discern were individual Wind Knights and Bat Knights crashing down. The aerial forces of the Orc Legion had suffered substantial losses even before approaching the war fortress. Without their airborne units to distract the enemy's ranged attacks, the ground forces charging ahead were now vulnerable to concentrated enemy fire. The imminent threat of ranged assault loomed large. Yet the Orc Legion leader had no choice but to press on, resolutely charging forward. At the forefront were Orc infantry and berserkers, flanked by wolf riders on either side, while the Orc crossbowmen and shamans held the rear. A vast, dark mass of orcs marched in relatively orderly ranks, their roars echoing as they surged towards the war fortress. After dispatching the Wind Knights and Bat Knights, the Blackrock sharpshooters ceased their assault, choosing not to engage the Orc ground forces further. The Orc Legion leader found this perplexing. The enemy had allowed them to enter range without retaliating. At a distance of 400 meters from the war fortress, the shamans and Orc crossbowmen halted. Having reached their optimal range, as ranged units, they could unleash spells and arrows upon the fortress from this position, rendering any further advance unnecessary. To safeguard his ranged units, the Orc Legion leader stationed 1,000 wolf riders to protect the shamans. The shamans, akin to mages in online games, wielded formidable elemental powers, but were frail and lightly armored. They were high-damage, low-defense units, wary of close encounters with foes. Wolf riders, as cavalry, possessed remarkable mobility, ideally suited for open fields such as plains, rather than siege warfare. The Orc Legion leader had not anticipated the formidable fortifications established by the forces of the Forgotten Lands. He had envisioned walls no higher than a meter, constructed of stone or wooden palisades. Even the Butcher tribe did not boast such advanced fortifications. It was evident that the enemy had amassed substantial resources from the large resource point in the Forgotten Lands to erect such formidable walls. Being appointed as the commander of the Orc Legion signifies a position of considerable esteem within the Butcher tribe, and it is well known that there exists a substantial resource point in the Forgotten Lands. The Butcher tribe has dispatched its legion to venture into the Forgotten Lands with the intent of eradicating all opposing forces and securing complete dominion over this vital resource. The Orc Legion commander is acutely aware that although Wolf Cavalry comprises a 4th-tier unit, their remarkable mobility is rendered ineffective in the context of a siege. It would be far more prudent to position them in the rear, safeguarding the vulnerable ranged units. Before long, the Orc infantry and berserkers found themselves at the base of the war fortress's towering walls, which stood 4 meters high and were adorned with numerous protruding spikes designed to thwart any enemy attempts at scaling the walls. Should the orcs attempt to ascend, a moment's carelessness could result in grievous injuries from the sharp spikes. Foreseeing such a scenario, the Orc commander had already devised a plan. He dispatched orcs to the nearby forest to fell 3 of the sturdiest trees, which were then magically fused together by shamans to create a rudimentary battering ram, intended to breach the fortress's gates. Once the gates were shattered, the Orc Legion could surge forward to seize control of the stronghold. 20 robust Orc berserkers, stripped of their upper garments to reveal their bulging muscles, hoisted the makeshift battering ram, and approached the fortress gate with determined strides. The orc commander gazed upward at the walls, puzzled as to why the enemy had not taken any defensive measures despite the impending breach. Could it be that the sight of the approaching orc legion had instilled fear in them? It was certainly a possibility. The orc race is one of the dominant factions on the chaotic continent, far surpassing the strength of other races. Many weaker factions, upon witnessing an orc legion, surrendered without a fight. Surrendering would result in capture and sale to slavers, but it was a means of preserving life. Conversely, to resist the orcs meant annihilation. The 20 berserkers emitted low, guttural roars as they steadily approached the war fortress's gate with the battering ram in tow. Chapter 96. The magical barrier. The makeshift battering ram had been imbued with elemental power by the shamans, greatly enhancing its force. Just as the berserkers raised the ram to strike the fortress gate, it suddenly swung open from the inside. The orcs were taken aback, halting their advance. The orc commander raised an eyebrow, contemplating the possibility that the enemy was preparing to surrender. Alas, the chieftain had decreed that no one in the Forgotten Lands would be spared. Even those who capitulated would not evade the fate of total eradication. In the next moment, clad in steel armor and mounted on nightmare beasts, the Death Knights emerged from the war fortress, swords and shields at the ready. Leading the charge was Ming-Yi. He had no intention of relying on the fortress for defense. Instead, he was poised to take the offensive. The Orc Legion commander, ever quick to react, seized the opportunity as the city gates swung open. With a booming voice, he commanded, "All warriors, charge in." He deftly maneuvered the reins of his mount, a formidable wolf, and surged towards Ming-Yi. The remaining orc infantry and berserkers, like frenzied beasts, roared fiercely, brandishing their weapons as they rushed toward the gates. Leading the charge, the orc commander wielded a massive broadsword, delivering a powerful downward strike that unleashed a deep blue arc towards Ming-Yi. This was the 7th-tier martial technique, Storm Slash. Unfazed, Ming-Yi maintained a stoic demeanor as he countered with a sword strike of his own, releasing a blood-red sword energy. This was the 10th-tier martial technique, Slaughter Sword Chi. The clash of a 7th-tier technique against a 10th-tier one was predictably disastrous. The Slaughter Sword Chi obliterated the Storm Slash without hesitation, continuing its trajectory toward the Orc Commander's head. Battle-hardened, the Orc Commander, though startled by the destruction of his Storm Slash, instinctively reacted to the murderous Slaughter Sword Chi. He deftly sidestepped, tumbling off his mount and landing awkwardly on the ground. The Slaughter Sword Chi, undeterred, cleaved through a large group of orc infantry, severing them in half before dissipating. Seeing his attack evaded, Ming-Yi furrowed his brow and unleashed several more waves of Slaughter Sword Chi. The orc commander, now sprawled on the ground, gazed in horror at the carnage wrought upon his fellow warriors. The sheer power of the blood-red sword energy suggested it was indeed a 10th-tier technique. He could hardly believe that in this forsaken land, there existed such formidable adversaries, let alone a 10th-tier hero like Ming-Yi. As dozens of Slaughter Sword Chi approached, despair washed over the orc commander. He had initially believed victory was within his grasp, only to find himself caught off guard and in peril. At such close range, with a barrage of sword energies converging upon him, evasion was futile. Regret gnawed at him for not heeding the War Axe's counsel to proceed with caution. Had he been more prudent, he might not have met such an untimely end. But it was too late for regrets. With a sickening splatter, the supreme commander of the Orc Legion was reduced to a mere pile of flesh under the onslaught of the Slaughter Sword Chi. Even the 5th-tier mount and several orc soldiers nearby were not spared, turned into mere remnants by the slicing energy. Around 4,000 orc infantry and 1,000 berserkers surrounded the war fortress, blissfully unaware of their commander's demise, pressing forward relentlessly. As the gates opened, over 100 soldiers of the underworld, fully armed and mounted on nightmare beasts, emerged from the fortress. Under Ming-Yi's leadership, they formed an impenetrable wall of steel at the city entrance, prepared to unleash merciless slaughter upon any orc that dared approach. Simultaneously, the Blackrock archers above the gates commenced their assault, activating their machine gun mode to increase their firing speed, gain penetration effects, and extend their range. Arrows rained down from the ramparts, each one capable of effortlessly piercing through the bodies of dozens of orcs. Many orc infantrymen raised their wooden shields in an attempt to defend against the descending projectiles, only to have their shields easily pierced by the bolts of the Blackrock archers, pinning them to the ground. The Judgment Tower also unleashed its assault, as beams of judgmental light frequently struck the orcs. Those enemies caught in the radiance of judgment were incinerated as if subjected to searing heat, reduced to mere ashes. The Judgment Light was a 10th-tier spell, one that these lowly orcs could not hope to withstand. This was the strategy of Ming-Yi. Rather than initiating a long-range assault to suppress the orc horde, it was far more advantageous to wait until the orcs drew near, allowing the soldiers of the Underworld King to open the city gates and confront them outside. The Blackrock archers and the Judgment Tower seized this opportunity to launch their attacks. Within this range, the orcs had unwittingly entered the strike zone of the Judgment Tower. In the distance, shamans and orc crossbowmen sensed that something was amiss and hurriedly began to unleash their magic and knock arrows, targeting the war fortress. The shamans chanted incantations in unison, their bone staves emanating a magical glow, and a bolt of terrifying lightning materialized in their hands. 5th tier spell, Lightning Arrow. Instantly, the shamans seemed possessed by the spirit of the thunder deity, unleashing a barrage of lightning arrows toward the Blackrock archers on the fortress walls. The orc crossbowmen, not to be outdone, drew their bows and released a flurry of arrows. With 1,000 shamans and 2,000 orc crossbowmen attacking together, the spectacle was monumental. Icy arrows intertwined with blue lightning surged forth like a tempest. However, as the arrows and lightning approached the war fortress, they were halted as if by an invisible barrier, unable to harm a single hair of the Blackrock archers. This bizarre sight left all shamans and orc crossbowmen dumbfounded. Why were their attacks unable to inflict any damage? It was the chief of the orc shamans who discerned the truth at a glance. The attacks were being thwarted by an invisible shield, indicating that the enemy's walls were protected by a magical barrier. The shaman chief's deduction was indeed correct. This was the capability bestowed upon the war fortress, the War Shield. War Shield envelopes the entire war fortress in a magical barrier capable of withstanding up to 10th tier spells, with a duration of 6 hours and a cooldown of 10 hours. Activating the War Shield not only defends against magical assaults, but also mitigates physical attacks. Furthermore, the War Shield of the fortress offers one-sided defense, repelling external attacks while allowing the Blackrock archers to continue their assault from within. Lightning arrows, being merely 5th tier spells, were easily deflected. After a moment of contemplation, the shamans and orc crossbowmen resolved to persist in their assault on the magical barrier of the fortress. Every magical shield has a threshold for damage it can absorb. Once exceeded, the barrier will shatter. As long as they continued to bombard the enemy's magical shield, it would not be long before the barrier on the walls succumbed to their relentless onslaught and was destroyed. Unbeknownst to them, the formidable war shield of the fortress can withstand magic up to level 10. Their feeble level 5 spells and arrows merely tickle its surface. Even with 10 continuous hours of assault, they would be unable to breach this protective barrier. Chapter 97. Spare no orc. The orc infantry, relentless and fearless, charged forth, and the berserkers, undaunted, pressed on. The line formed by the soldiers of the underworld resembled a battlefield meat grinder, annihilating any foe daring enough to approach. Waves of blood-red, killing energy swept through the ranks, reaping the lives of numerous orc infantrymen as effortlessly as one harvests wheat. Beneath the walls of the war fortress stood 5,000 orc warriors. In a mere 10 minutes, nearly 3,000 had perished, their lifeless bodies accumulating before the fortress gates. The tide of battle had become overwhelmingly one-sided. The remaining orc soldiers gazed at the underworld soldiers with eyes filled with dread. A mere 100 of them had managed to hold back 5,000 orcs. Clad in black steel armor, the underworld soldiers perched upon skeletal, nightmarish beasts, instilling terror akin to that of the Grim Reaper in the hearts of the orcs. As comrades fell one by one, the cold reality jolted the enraged orcs back to their senses. Many of the infantrymen and berserkers began to reconsider their resolve. While the orc race was indeed fierce and brave, that was contingent upon their ability to prevail in battle. The low intelligence of the lesser orcs did not imply that their foes were foolish. This war was evidently unwinnable. Charging forth would only lead to certain death. Moreover, arrows and magical rays continued to rain down from above, posing an additional threat. The orc warriors had to not only devise a strategy to defeat the underworld soldiers, but also evade the onslaught from the ramparts, a task that most could scarcely accomplish. The mindless charge of the orc infantry and berserkers halted, as they stood frozen in fear, staring at the underworld soldiers. A vacuum of tension emerged between the two factions, filled only with the fallen orc bodies. The aerial assault persisted, with arrows piercing through orc bodies and the light of judgment incinerating them into ashes. Finally, one orc infantryman could no longer bear it and turned to flee. His escape triggered a chain reaction, prompting others to follow suit. Without a commander, the orcs became disorganized. The underworld soldiers were not inclined to let these fleeing warriors escape. Pursue them. Do not let them get away. One of them commanded softly. The nightmare beast beneath him responded eagerly. Understood. The nightmare steed galloped forth, bearing the underworld soldier towards the fleeing orc warriors. At that moment, the protective wolf cavalry could no longer contain themselves. Gripping the reins tightly, they charged towards the underworld soldiers. The shamans and orc crossbowmen ceased their futile assaults on the war shield, realizing that their attacks caused no harm whatsoever. As the death night drew near, the shamans became acutely aware of the looming crisis. The shamans and orc crossbowmen shifted their focus, unleashing a torrent of firepower upon the minions of the underworld. Moments ago, the ranged units of the Orc Legion had refrained from targeting the minions, as they were engaged in close combat with the Orc warriors. Unlike the Blackrock sharpshooters, who enjoyed a height advantage allowing them to easily dispatch the Orc warriors from above, the Orc Legion's ranged units risked inflicting friendly fire if they attacked the minions from a distance. Now, With the orc warriors withdrawing from the melee and the minions advancing to pursue them, the wolf riders had yet to close in. At this juncture, the minions found themselves surrounded by no allies, presenting an optimal opportunity for attack. However, before the shaman could finish his incantation, a shadow emerged from beneath his feet, wielding a long sword that pierced through his body. Without the close protection of the wolf riders, the shadow stalker seized the moment to strike decisively. The frail shaman was utterly defenseless against the shadow stalker's casual blow. Having succeeded in his attack, the shadow stalker promptly vanished into the shadows. And before the nearby shamans could react, he re-emerged from another shadow, severing the head of his next victim with a single stroke. In that moment, the shamans could no longer focus on the minions, their attention diverted to the surrounding area, wary of the possibility of another shadow stalker emerging from the darkness. The nearby orc crossbowmen were similarly affected, as shadow stalkers continued to materialize from the shadows, dispatching them with ruthless efficiency. In less than a minute, 50 shadow stalkers plunged 3 orc battalions into chaos. The once 1,000-strong Wolf Rider battalion was now split in two due to the shadow stalkers' interference. Approximately 500 Wolf Riders, armed with cleaving swords, let out howls akin to that of wolves, only to be effortlessly slain by the minions. The Wolf Riders, being a Tier 4 unit, could not withstand the overwhelming strength of the minions. Even when outnumbering them 5 to 1, the disparity in levels and power could not be bridged. In the face of such undeniable might, the Orc Legion ultimately succumbed to despair and began to collapse. A multitude of Orc warriors opted to flee, racing towards the northern wasteland, the direction of the Orc Empire. At this moment, Iron One, who had been waiting in the wings, led the Iron Blood pikemen from behind the Orc Legion. He had been assigned the task of intercepting the fleeing Orc soldiers. The orders given by Tong were clear: spare no Orc, eliminate all who dared to step into the Forgotten Lands. The sustainability of a Legion's combat effectiveness hinges upon the attribute of morale. A typical Legion maintains morale between 60 and 80 points. The higher the loyalty, the greater the morale. Should a Legion's morale plummet below 50 points, the specter of desertion becomes a tangible threat. As it stands now, the morale of the Orc Legion had fallen below 40 points, leaving the remaining Orc warriors devoid of the courage to continue fighting, leading them to flee. Yet, awaiting them were the Iron Blood pikemen, poised to strike. With a long spear in hand, Tai charged into the fray like a ferocious tiger entering a sheepfold, leaving no Orc capable of withstanding his blow. A berserker, realizing his impending doom, locked his gaze and let out an enraged roar as he swung his battle axe at Tai with a horizontal slash. However, Tai did not evade. Instead, he retaliated with a swift thrust that pierced through the berserker's skull. With a slight exertion of force, he flung the lifeless body of the berserker off his spear, sending it crashing down upon a shaman who had been preparing to unleash a stealthy spell against him. The weight of the berserker's corpse, coupled with Tai's powerful throw, resulted in the unfortunate demise of the 5th-tier shaman, as the frail body of a magical unit paled in comparison to the robust constitution of an Orc infantryman. Soon, all 4,000 fleeing Orcs fell victim to the blades of Tai and his iron-blooded soldiers. Chapter 98. The Temptation of Treasure. It had been a long time since Tai had experienced such exhilarating slaughter. What a delight! He let out a maniacal laugh. The other iron-blooded soldiers mirrored his fervor, their faces adorned with expressions of fervent obsession, for the iron-blooded troops were the most battle-hardened and bloodthirsty among Tong's ranks. Ming-Yi dismounted from his nightmarish beast and began inspecting the fallen Orc bodies one by one, collecting soul gems while also keeping an eye out for any Orcs attempting to feign death. The bodies of the slain Orcs, if left unattended on the ground for a day, would vanish, a peculiar law of this world akin to the automatic respawn mechanics of an online game. Following the onset of war, the fallen angels were dispatched by Ming-Yi to eliminate the remaining Wind Knights and Bat Knights who had narrowly escaped death. In truth, the primary ability of the fallen angels was to resurrect allies. However, since their recruitment, not a single soldier in the territory had perished. Consequently, the resurrection spells of the fallen angels had yet to be cast. Thus, their main task revolved around hunting down fleeing foes and acting as aerial support. Gradually, the fallen angels grew accustomed to this role. As the Wind Knights and Bat Knights approached the war fortress, they were decimated by the long-range attacks of the Blackrock sharpshooters, suffering significant casualties. In response, the Orc flying units promptly retreated, seeking a location slightly distanced from the battlefield to land and tend to their wounds while calming their startled mounts. Yet, it was not long before the fallen angels discovered them. As a 10th-tier unit, the fallen angels swiftly dealt with their adversaries, comprised of 500 5th-tier Wind Knights and 4th-tier Bat Knights, eliminating the remaining foes with remarkable efficiency. Apart from one Orc, the rest were vanquished, resulting in the total annihilation of the Orc army. A battle axe lay concealed on a small hill 1,000 meters from the battlefield, cautiously peeking out from the cover of the grass, observing the movements of Ming-Yi and his companions. During the onset of the battle, The battle axe had charged alongside the Orc Legion until it witnessed the Wind Knights and other aerial units plummet from the sky, struck down by enemy fire. The Orc Legion commander, due to his lack of insight, failed to perceive the manner in which the Wind Knights and other troops fell. However, the battle axe, a 7th-tier hero, possessed exceptionally keen senses. He distinctly observed how the Wind Knights were struck down from an astonishing distance by the enemy's ranged units. Falling with a single lethal blow, these were 5th-tier Wind Knights, unable to withstand even a single arrow from the adversary. The enemy's remarkable range and formidable power suggested that their forces were likely of 8th-tier caliber or higher. Witnessing this scene, the battle axe furrowed his brow and, taking advantage of the surrounding distraction, stealthily withdrew from the Orc Legion to conceal himself. It soon became evident that the battle axe's assessment was correct. Thousands of orcs surged forward, akin to wild swine, easily slaughtered by the opposition. The entire battle lasted no more than 30 minutes, resulting in the complete annihilation of a fully equipped Orc Legion, with no survivors. A chill crept down the battle axe's spine as beads of cold sweat trickled down his green, beastly visage. The enemy's prowess was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Although the opposing army was numerically inferior, each combat unit appeared to be of 8th-tier caliber or above, unless there were units capable of countering the enemy or units of equivalent level. 100-fold numerical superiority would be required to employ a tactic of sheer numbers to defeat them. Taking a deep breath, a multitude of thoughts flooded the battle axe's mind. He struggled to comprehend why such a powerful domain would emerge in the Forgotten Lands. Moreover, this territory had only recently manifested, as it would have been impossible for the battle axe's tribe to have overlooked a newly arisen domain during their time. Could it be that the legends of treasures in the Forgotten Lands were indeed true? Suddenly, the battle axe recalled a widely circulated tale on the chaotic continent, a legend concerning the Forgotten Lands. Had they perhaps discovered the treasure of the Dawn Kingdom? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Otherwise, the enemy could not have developed their territory's strength so terrifyingly in such a short time. The value of the treasure would surpass that of hundreds of large resource points, and he believed many chieftains of prominent orc tribes would be significantly intrigued by the treasures of the Dawn Kingdom. If the treasures of the Dawn Kingdom truly existed, no orc could resist the allure of such riches. It was said that within the treasures of the Dawn Kingdom lay artifacts of immense power. The battle axe was convinced that merely mentioning the word artifact would compel the chieftains of the Orc Empire to dispatch scouts to investigate the Forgotten Lands, regardless of their belief in its existence. Such an event would inevitably lead to conflict with the territory of Tong, granting the battle axe his long-sought revenge. With renewed determination, he sprinted towards the direction of the Northern Orc Empire, remaining vigilant of his surroundings, wary of any sudden enemy appearances. Unbeknownst to him, a figure stealthily emerged from the shadow behind him, quietly creeping onto his back. Suddenly sensing something amiss, the battle axe was struck with alarm. It halted its steps, disregarding whatever had crawled upon its back. Without a moment's hesitation, it seized the mighty axe in hand and swung it fiercely at its own back, heedless of the possibility of self-injury. The axe, imbued with a menacing aura, descended upon the Shadow Walker. The Shadow Walker, scarcely casting a glance, effortlessly raised his right hand to deflect the blow. Impossible. Could the opponent's strength surpass my own? The battle axe's countenance darkened. Could it be that the adversary was also a hero? There was no time for further contemplation. The battle axe, having risen to the position of chief through countless battles, unleashed a heart-rending roar, sending forth a transparent wave of sound that radiated outward. 7th-tier martial skill, Savage Roar. This skill, when activated, could inflict stunning damage upon enemies within a 2-meter radius. Momentarily disrupted by the Savage Roar, the Shadow Walker hesitated for a fleeting second. Chapter 99, Reviving Several Souls. The battle axe chose not to flee. Instead, it inhaled deeply and leapt 3 meters into the air, weapon raised high above its head, aiming to strike heavily upon the Shadow Walker. 7th-tier martial skill, Rending Slash. The Shadow Walker, expressionless, raised a hand gently, and the shadows beneath him seemed to come alive. A dark silhouette darting forward to pierce the axe midair, shattering it. 10th-tier magic, Obliteration Shadow. Manipulating shadows, he unleashed shadow energy upon the area directly in front, inflicting damage upon enemies within. As the shadow that pierced the battle axe dissipated, it crashed heavily to the ground, barely clinging to life. The battle axe, struck by the 10th-tier magic and falling hard, was left with but a final breath. The Shadow Walker wasted no words. He leisurely retrieved a wooden container from his person, revealing a superior healing potion within. With the Cup of Life, the territory of Tong was never short of healing potions. Numerous potions lay within the warehouse, and any injured individual in the territory could simply retrieve one as needed. Aside from the relatively weak Fox Girl, who occasionally suffered minor injuries from accidents, the remaining 10th-tier troops displayed remarkable physical resilience. They seldom suffered injuries, let alone succumbed to mere colds or fevers. The Shadow Walker, carrying a bottle of superior healing potion, surely did not intend to use it for himself. As part of Tong's intelligence unit, the Shadow Walker gathered information, employing methods beyond merely hiding in shadows to eavesdrop. He forcefully pried open the mouth of the battle axe and dripped several drops of the superior healing potion into it. In no time, the battle axe, which had been on the brink of death, regained vitality. The wounds upon the battle axe healed at a visible pace, and in the blink of an eye, they were nearly mended. Before the battle axe could react, the Shadow Walker employed a binding spell, rendering it immobile. Then, wielding his weapon, he carved several deep gashes, approximately 5 centimeters long and 3 centimeters deep, into the battle axe's body. The excruciating pain coursed through it, yet the battle axe remained ensnared by the binding spell, unable to escape. It could only glare furiously, gritting its teeth, and fix its gaze upon the Shadow Walker. As the war axe neared its breaking point under relentless torment, the Shadow Walker pried its jaws apart and dripped several drops of a high-grade healing potion inside. It was not long before the war axe was restored to its former glory. The Shadow Walker then continued to inflict slow torture upon the war axe. No soul could endure ceaseless agony indefinitely. The Shadow Walker was acutely aware that it would not be long before the war axe succumbed and confessed. In the Orc Empire, amidst the bloodied highlands, the butcher was entangled with the most beautiful maiden of his tribe. Reclining upon the bed, the butcher held in his embrace a 2-meter-tall, muscular orc beauty, her body adorned with thick black fur. After their passionate encounter, the orc maiden fell into a deep slumber, emitting thunderous snores, with a bubble of mucus expanding and contracting at her nose with each breath. As he caressed the orc maiden's dense leg hair, a smirk of pride crept upon the butcher's lips. Such a paragon of beauty was a treasure only the strongest in the orc tribe could possess. Suddenly, a frantic voice erupted from outside the bedroom door. "Chief, it is bad news." The butcher furrowed his brow and coldly replied, "Did I not instruct you not to disturb me at this hour? Do you seek death?" The orc infantryman outside the bedroom hastily responded, "Chief, just now, a multitude of warrior souls appeared in the soul rest. It must be the legion we dispatched to the Forgotten Lands 3 days ago that has encountered misfortune." "What?" The butcher's voice escalated sharply as he sprang from the bed, neglecting to don his garments, and strode out of the bedroom toward the location of the soul rest within the tribe. The soul rest was a unique structure of the orc race, capable of collecting the souls of fallen warriors and utilizing resources to resurrect them. The exterior of the soul rest resembled an altar, with the souls of the deceased gathering above it. If the souls were not resurrected within a week, they would dissipate. At that moment, a vast number of souls, nearly 10,000, were congregating above the soul rest. The butcher's tribe had not dispatched any armies for battle in recent days, save for the orc legion sent to the Forgotten Lands. Thus, these souls undoubtedly belonged to that very legion. Witnessing this scene, the butcher's expression darkened significantly. For days had elapsed since their departure. If the orc legion had marched swiftly, they should have already reached the Forgotten Lands by now. Last night, the orc legion arrived at the borders of the Forgotten Lands, and the legion commander had used a communication scroll to contact the butcher, reporting their progress and proposing to rest for the night before launching an assault on the territories of all races in the Forgotten Lands at dawn the next day. The goal was to eradicate all factions in that region. The butcher exhaled heavily, regaining his composure, and coldly commanded, "Fetch the high priest." An orc infantryman nearby immediately set off to summon the high priest. Shortly thereafter, a frail and stooped elderly priest, clad in a beastly robe, approached the soul rest with a tremor in his step. The high priest serves as a pivotal role within the orc tribe, second only to the chieftain. Typically, this esteemed position is held by the wisest and most powerful shaman among the orcs. In some tribes, the high priest's status may even surpass that of the chieftain. Before the high priest, the butcher sheathed his brutal demeanor and approached with utmost respect, softly requesting, "High priest, I beseech your assistance in resurrecting a few souls." The resurrection of souls must be conducted by a shaman through a sacred ritual, accompanied by offerings to ensure success. The high priest nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further words, and retrieved 5 soul essences from the pocket of his beastly robe, placing them upon the altar of the soul rest. He then softly intoned an incantation, and in a flash of white light, the 5 soul essences vanished from sight. Soul essences are exceedingly precious resources, akin to soul gems, as it takes 1,000 soul gems to forge a single soul essence. These essences serve as offerings for the resurrection of ordinary units at the soul rest. Subsequently, the high priest extended a gnarled, frail finger and gently pointed, selecting 5 souls that floated above the altar, which began to descend slowly. Another blinding white light erupted, and as it dissipated, 5 resurrected orcs materialized upon the altar. Among them were the esteemed commander of the orc legion, along with 2 vice commanders, the shaman captain, and the wind rider captain. The expenditure of soul essences to resurrect ordinary units is an extravagant waste, reserved primarily for the revival of more significant troop members. The soul rest serves 2 primary functions within the orc tribe, to tally the fallen warriors and to resurrect crucial ordinary soldiers. The butcher, however, chose to resurrect only the most formidable orcs within the legion, unwilling to squander soul essences on lesser beings. The commander of the Orc Legion gazed around in confusion, mirrored by the bewildered expressions of the other 4 orcs, as if they had yet to fully awaken from their state of resurrection. The butcher, unfazed by their disorientation, approached the commander with a scowl, demanding, "Tell me, what transpired?" They were acutely aware that the recent defeat had led to the annihilation of the entire Orc Legion. The enraged butcher would surely seek retribution upon them, and what awaited them was a torment more dreadful than death itself. In response to the butcher's inquiry, the commander inhaled deeply and began to recount the events that had led to their downfall. The butcher's expression darkened as the tale unfolded, growing increasingly grim. Just as the commander was nearing the conclusion of his account, the butcher abruptly interrupted, bellowing, "Enough! You worthless fools! 1,000-strong army could not overcome a mere few hundred adversaries." The commander attempted to defend their actions, but the butcher was not inclined to listen, intent only on venting his fury. "Bring them all to the slaughterhouse," he commanded coldly. Several orc infantrymen stepped forward to escort the recently resurrected 5 away. The Legion commander exhaled heavily, though reluctant. He had no alternative but to accept his fate. To resist the blade would lead to a fate far more terrifying than death itself. The blade's eyes sparkled with a strange light. Indeed, it had miscalculated, as it had not anticipated that its worthless brother would speak the truth. The territory of the Forgotten Land was exceedingly powerful, boasting hundreds of high-ranking soldiers. However, regardless of their rank, a mere few hundred could be overwhelmed by a few additional legions employing a strategy of sheer numbers. It appeared that the entire tribe would need to mobilize to have a chance of overcoming the mysterious force of the Forgotten Land. The blade was preparing for vengeance, motivated not only by the desire to seize the large resource points of the Forgotten Land, but also to eliminate future threats while uncovering the reason behind the formidable strength of that territory. According to the War Axe, this mysterious force had only recently emerged. It was inconceivable that it could have grown so powerful in such a brief time. There must be some secret lurking beneath. By the way, one couldn't help but wonder if that worthless blade was dead or alive. In truth, it mattered little to him. Suddenly, the high priest spoke. "My chieftain, is it true that your next conquest lies in the Forgotten Land?" The high priest of the Blade tribe, who was deeply engrossed in totemic arts, rarely made public appearances and was not well informed about tribal affairs. It was said that the high priest had lived for countless years, serving since the time of the commander's grandfather, and had remained the tribe's high priest ever since. Before the high priest, the commander dared not show any disrespect, for the high priest was regarded as the most powerful figure in the Blade tribe, a 9th-tier shaman. Although the commander was a hero, his rank was only at the 8th tier, one level beneath the high priest. In orc tribes, strength commanded respect, and thus the commander held the high priest in high esteem. "Indeed, there is a significant resource point in the Forgotten Land that I sought to claim, yet I failed. Next time, they shall not be so fortunate," the commander said with a sinister smile. "Speaking of the Forgotten Land, it reminds me of the legend of the treasures of the Kingdom of Dawn." The high priest murmured, "I wonder if the treasure truly exists. I once dreamed of seeking it in the Forgotten Land, only to end up with nothing." Prompted by the high priest's words, the commander recalled the legend of the treasures of the Kingdom of Dawn, a tale known by nearly every race within the chaotic continent. The legend of the treasure, coupled with the enigmatic force of the Forgotten Land, stirred the commander's imagination. Could it be that the legend of the treasure was indeed true? Meanwhile, Tong was leisurely reclining on Ing Air's lap, occasionally receiving morsels of food from her delicate hands, which she would bring to his lips, and he savored every moment. Under the blue sky and the white clouds, with the enchanting fox girl beside him, Tong felt that his life was truly worthwhile. Suddenly, he glanced at the time and was interrupted by the familiar sound of a notification in his ear. "Congratulations, Lord Tong. You have completed the trial task. Reward, 1 mysterious treasure chest." The trial task is complete? Thus, did the Shadow Walker indeed slay the orc chieftain who escaped last time? Before Tong could ponder further, a mysterious treasure chest materialized before him. He decided to open the chest, for it was of utmost importance. Abandoning his thoughts, Tong opened the chest and received White Architectural Blueprint, Goblin Shop, triggered a 100-fold amplification for the dark gold architectural blueprint of the mysterious shop. Black Crystal Coins X1000, triggered a 100-fold amplification for Black Crystal Coins X100,000. Alchemist, legendary, a special profession capable of concocting potions, crafting magical items, and manipulating mechanical puppets. Chapter 101, A Few Red Gems. Mysterious Shop, 10,000 Black Crystal Coins. The mysterious shop was indeed the most extraordinary architectural blueprint Tong had encountered thus far, requiring no resources, merely 10,000 Black Crystal Coins for construction. Fortunately, the final item from the mysterious treasure chest was 1,000 Black Crystal Coins, triggering a 100-fold amplification to a total of 100,000 coins, sufficient to construct the mysterious shop. Just as Tong was deliberating on where to establish the mysterious shop, Ming-Yi approached him with an expression of calm, softly stating, "My lord." This time the Orc Legion has been completely annihilated, with over 10,000 enemies slain, yielding 10,000 soul gems, numerous weapons and equipment, along with various miscellaneous items. Lu Tong nodded, a gentle smile gracing his face as he replied, "Well done. You have worked hard." Upon receiving Lu Tong's commendation, a long-awaited smile appeared on Ming-Yi's face. To celebrate his army's victory, Lu Tong decided to host a feast. The Fox Maidens busied themselves preparing delectable dishes. Before the banquet commenced, Lu Tong instructed Ming-Yi and the others to soak in a hot spring to alleviate their fatigue and restore their vitality. At that moment, In-Shur-san, who had been dispatched to assassinate the War Axe tribe chieftain, approached Lu Tong. "In-Shur-san, what brings you here? Are you not going to enjoy the hot spring?" Lu Tong inquired curiously. In-Shur-san replied softly, "My lord, I have something to report." "What is it?" Lu Tong asked. In-Shur-san spoke solemnly. "Before I killed the War Axe chieftain, I overheard him mention a legend regarding a treasure in the Forgotten Lands, the treasure of the Dawn Kingdom." Clearly intrigued by the prospect of treasure, Lu Tong urged In-Shur-san to continue. Several centuries ago, an expedition team discovered a treasure map within an ancient ruin, which clearly indicated that somewhere in the Forgotten Lands lies the treasure of the Dawn Kingdom. By unraveling the mysteries of the treasure map, one could locate the treasure. However, the puzzles of the treasure map were exceedingly difficult, and to this day, no one has been able to solve them. Centuries have passed, and the treasure of the Dawn Kingdom remains undiscovered. It is said that the treasure contains numerous invaluable artifacts, with the most significant being a legendary artifact. Over the years, many explorers and adventurers have ventured into the Forgotten Lands in search of treasure, yet the expanse of the Forgotten Lands is simply too vast. Aside from the treasure map, there are no further clues to the treasure of the Dawn Kingdom. Unable to decipher the riddle of the treasure map, one cannot obtain the precise coordinates of the treasure, thus rendering the search futile. Without even a single clue, one flits about the desolate land like a headless fly, unable to locate the coveted treasure. Gradually, as a result, fewer adventurers venture into the Forsaken Realm, and the treasures of the Dawn Kingdom have become enshrined as one of the 10 legendary tales of the Chaotic Continent. This intelligence was gleaned from the lips of the Battle Axe chieftain through rigorous interrogation. "Well done. Not only did you eliminate the Battle Axe chieftain, but you also acquired valuable information regarding the treasure," praised Lu Tong. The Shadow Walker's entire visage was concealed beneath a black mask, revealing only a pair of eyes glowing with a crimson hue. Although his facial expressions were obscured, the crescent shape of his eyes suggested that In-Shur-san was quite pleased with the commendation. With a smile, Lu Tong remarked, "Go now. Indulge in a soothing hot spring to unwind. We shall host a banquet at noon." "At your command, my lord." The Shadow Walker melted into the shadows on the ground, disappearing without a trace. If the treasures of the Dawn Kingdom indeed exist, Lu Tong would certainly not let them slip away. If the treasure were buried elsewhere, it could be overlooked. However, the hidden location lay within the Forsaken Land, and since it was his domain, he could not possibly allow it to be overlooked. Speaking of treasure, Lu Tong suddenly recalled the black dragon, Chili. Oddly enough, he had not seen her all morning. Could she still be slumbering? This simply wouldn't do. The sun had risen high in the sky, and she should not still be asleep, especially with mealtime approaching. Lu Tong made his way directly to the dwelling of Chili, having arranged for her to reside nearby for the sake of convenience. Upon reaching her door, he pushed it open, only to find Chili cocooned snugly in her blankets, her long, fair legs exposed. Chili was perched on her backside, seemingly engaged in some unknown activity beneath the covers. Upon hearing the door creak open, she quickly emerged from her cocoon. Spotting Lu Tong, her expression shifted, and a forced smile graced her face as she inquired, "My lord, do you require something?" Her unusual demeanor instantly aroused Lu Tong's suspicions. Something is amiss. Since Chili had become Lu Tong's steed, she had harbored resentment, for a dragon of her stature had suddenly been reduced to a mere mount. Her feelings of discontent were only natural. Though she did not voice her grievances, Lu Tong was acutely aware that she must be cursing inwardly. Normally, Chili exuded a haughty attitude, but today she exhibited a surprising change, even referring to him as my lord. It was evident that something was afoot. Moreover, her secretive actions beneath the covers raised further questions. Was she perhaps attempting to cast a curse upon him? It was not entirely implausible. Lu Tong pressed her. "What were you doing just now?" "I was merely sleeping, not engaged in anything suspicious." She blinked her alluring eyes, attempting to feign innocence. "Humph. Still in denial? You've already deemed your actions suspicious. And who sleeps with their backside in the air?" Lu Tong probed further. Kiri's eyes flickered as she explained. "I belong to the dragon lineage. We dragons slumber in a prone position. How could you dare to argue otherwise?" Lu stepped forward and proclaimed loudly. "Though my knowledge of dragons is limited, which dragon would twist and turn its rear while asleep? It is evident that this is no proper dragon." "How absurd. What makes me improper?" Kiri pouted. Suddenly, Lu noticed something concealed behind Kiri, as if she were hiding an object. He commanded, "Reveal what you have hidden behind you." Being Lu's mount, Kiri was unable to defy any of his commands, and thus she reluctantly presented the item from behind her. Upon seeing what lay concealed, Lu's expression shifted to one of disappointment as he remarked, "Oh, how surprising. It is not a tiny figure meant to curse me. From your tone, it seems you are quite disappointed." Kiri responded with a hint of exasperation.